Bailanjiu Island, Jinsha Village. This tiny island lies on the easternmost edge of the country. Compared to the mainland, it's no bigger than the palm of the hand, but it's known as the place where the first rays of sunlight touch Chinese soil each morning. From the highest point on the island, the Mazu Temple, you can look down and see black wooden huts built along golden sands, where fishermen rest between voyages. White seagulls perch atop the roofs, preening their feathers in peace. The tranquility was suddenly broken by a booming voice from the village headman. "Zhou Chun, your bride's here, come out and claim her." "What bride?" Inside one of the wooden huts, Zhou Chun shot up with a jolt, sweat pouring from his back. Memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. He had finally made something of himself until one sip of alcohol at a company banquet sent him spiraling into darkness only to wake up here. Could this be rebirth? Zhou Chun suspected the heavens were playing tricks on him. Why else would he be sent back to the 1980s, right when things were going well for him? And why return during the worst period of his life? Back then, he was a lazy troublemaker who stole chickens, chased after skirts, and even peeped on a local widow. At that time, he had nothing going for him except youth and looks. Looking around the dilapidated stilt house, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. This wasn't even a proper home. It was a temporary shelter fishermen used to dry their nets and take short breaks at sea. If you remember correctly, had been sent here because he got drunk, groped the widows behind, and his parents, furious, decided to split the household and push him out. That was the family division: a bed, a pot, 2 bowls of fishing rod, an axe, a few buckets, and a gill net hanging outside. Oh, wait, there was also a pink-white pair of underwear hanging nearby, stolen from the widow's house. The faint scent drifted through the sea breeze. The widow really was pitiful. At 18, she married only to lose her groom on their wedding night, drowned face first in a chamber pot while drunk. She remained untouched ever since, and not even held hands with her late husband. In his past life, Zhou Chun had tried to help her fulfill her husband's last wish, only to be rejected repeatedly. Eventually, he resorted to stealing her undergarments to vent his frustration. But now, he was reborn. He could use his past experiences to make money, avoid mistakes, and seize opportunities in this golden age of reform and opening up. His parents wouldn't die in an accident. His older brother wouldn't cut ties over his failures. And his niece wouldn't die young from leukemia. As Zhou Chun lost himself in thought, another loud bang echoed from outside. Zhou Chun, are you still drunk from last night? Open this damn door. You good for nothing brat. Bang, bang, bang. Village headman Zhou Hongwei hammered against the old wooden door like he was about to tear it off its hinges. A bride? Wait, I don't remember getting a wife back then. Zhou Chun blinked in confusion, then slapped his face hard. Pain snapped him back to reality. Rod hadn't been here in the past. Back then, he refused to accept the family split and ran off with his buddies to town. Days later, he learned his parents spent a fortune 50 yuan to buy him a bride, and the village headman had brought her here. Since no one was home, they took her away again. He missed her entirely. A chill ran down his spine. He grabbed the widow's underwear hanging by the window and hurled it outside. Then, straightening his collar, he stepped out with feigned calmness. Truth was, he was curious. What did this girl look like? Did he dare keep her with him in such poverty? Maybe she'd be better off without him. He tried to recall what happened to her after he missed her. But just as he was about to remember, it slipped his mind again. No time to think. If he didn't open the door soon, Zhou Hongwei would tear it off. And sleeping without a door in this windswept coastal village? That was a fast track to pneumonia. With a rush, he yanked the door open. Outside stood the village headman, clearly annoyed, and beside him a small girl carrying a bundle of belongings. Actually, she wasn't just waiting. Zhou Hongwei had seen the underwear hanging in the window earlier. He knocked extra hard just to scare Zhou Chun into taking it down. Lucky the fool wasn't completely hopeless. This kid's shameless, doing stuff like that in broad daylight. Poor girl, sold off by her parents to marry this rascal. How will she survive with him? Well, the house doesn't even have windows. They can starve together in the cold wind. Everyone expected Zhou Chun to come out acting wild and unruly. Instead, he calmly stepped out and greeted them politely. "Hello, Uncle Hongwei." Taking the chance, he glanced curiously at the girl behind. She was petite, barely 5 feet tall, looking more like a little doll. She kept her head lowered, eyes fixed on her toes, cheeks flushed red, nose slightly pink. Her slender fingers nervously twisted the hem of her dress, betraying her nervousness. Looking down at her, Zhou Chun caught sight of her bright, sparkling eyes like stars, framed by long lashes like delicate fans. She seemed to sense his gaze and peeked up briefly before quickly lowering her head again, as if afraid of being caught. Zhou Chen noticed how her pale toes curled tightly inside her sandals. His heart gave a tug. Wow, how cute is this girl? He couldn't believe he'd missed someone so charming in his previous life. Behind her quiet exterior, Su Taodao was struggling to steady her racing heart. Yesterday, she was dragged away by her stepmother and father. At 17, she couldn't stay home anymore. They had to marry her off. Truth was, they treated her poorly, making her do all the chores, then finally decided she was just eating food they couldn't afford. They wanted to sell her off, squeeze whatever value they could. But she was short, thin-hipped, and worst of all, her eyes were heterochromatic. Different colors. Who would want her? Would this Zhou Chen even accept her? She swallowed hard, fearing rejection once again. Chapter 2. Do you expect him to change just because he got married? Originally, her parents intended to sell her for 30 yuan to an old man from the neighboring village. It was said that the old man's previous wife had been beaten to death by him, and since then, no one dared to introduce a bride to him. However, Su Taodao's parents were indifferent, relentlessly inquiring with the matchmaker about how much the old man could offer. Just as a deal was about to be struck, Su Taodao thought to herself that if her parents sold her to that old man, she might as well jump into the sea and end it all. Death. Surely, it wouldn't hurt, right? Perhaps she could reunite with her mother. Wasn't it often said among the village elders that after one passes away, their deceased relatives would come to escort them? She longed for her mother dearly. Sometimes, Su Taodao pondered whether her mother would have chosen to give her life had she known the hardships she would endure. Did her mother once hold her close, showering her with affectionate kisses upon her forehead? Fortunately, she had ultimately been purchased for 50 yuan as a bride by Zhou Chen's parents. She had heard from others that her man was a good-for-nothing, but he was still better than an old bachelor, wasn't he? With her captivating eyes wide open, Su Taodao stood behind Zhou Hongwei, peering out like a cat hiding behind a wall, discreetly observing Zhou Chen. It appeared that the man she was to marry was not as dreadful as others had suggested. In fact, he seemed quite tidy, just moments ago. He had been wiping his hands with a cloth inside the house. Regardless of the circumstances, she now had a husband, and she resolved to be more obedient and understanding, ensuring that she listened to her husband. If her man indulged in a life of idleness, she would strive to gather seafood and support him. She possessed a particular talent for such endeavors, though she knew that this special ability must remain concealed, lest she be labeled a monster and met with dire consequences. With this thought, Su Taodao tugged at her patched sleeve, concealing the bruises and red marks on her arms. She could not allow her husband to see her wounds. What if he found her unappealing? Zhou Chen, now that the families had separated, you ought to lead a good life with Tao Tao. You are now a married man. Abandon your mischievous ways and earn an honest living. I have delivered her to you, and since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Zhou Hongwei said, his tone slightly softened, clearly pleased with Zhou Chen's courteous greeting. It was known that Zhou Chen typically addressed him with disdain, calling him old Shou or old man Shou, which often infuriated him. This rare display of politeness seemed intended to establish a commendable image in front of his new bride. However, Zhou Hongwei knew that a dog could not change its nature. After 20 years of being a rogue, could one truly expect Zhou Chen to reform simply because he had married? In the past, Zhou Chen's parents had visited the Mazu temple, casting sacred divination cups to inquire of the goddess whether their son would ever learn to be a good person. The divination cup, known as jiaobei, is a crescent-shaped wooden or bamboo tool used for divination, featuring one convex side and one flat side. Only by casting a convex and a concave shell can it be deemed that the goddess Mazu has granted her approval. This outcome is referred to as the Holy Cup. Conversely, if both shells are flat, it signifies Mazu's disapproval, known as the Yin Cup. When both shells are convex, it is termed the Yang Cup, a scenario that is rather exceptional and necessitates a recasting. Typically, inquiries are made by casting the divination shells 3 times. In this instance, Zhou Chen's parents cast the shells thrice, yet all results were unfavorable. If it were possible to change fate, Zhou Hongwei would kneel at the Mazu temple for 3 nights. Upon noticing Zhou Hongwei preparing to leave, Zhou Chen hastily called out, "Hey, Uncle Hongwei, please don't rush off just yet. Come inside for a moment and have some tea." Truthfully, he felt somewhat conflicted about whether to retain this girl in his life. Perhaps we should forego the tea, under such circumstances. Offering you merely a breath of the northwest wind seems to be the best I can do. Whatever needs to be discussed can be done outside. Zhou Hongwei glanced into the room and shook his head in disapproval. How could he possibly invite him inside for tea? Even a mouse would emerge in tears from such a place. Zhou Chen managed an awkward smile, casting a glance at the girl, caught in a dilemma, unsure how to broach the subject. Although he harbored aspirations of wealth and success, he was painfully aware of his current impoverished state. Could he truly expect such a young woman to endure hardship by marrying him? He was also struggling to recall the events of his past life regarding this girl. After being rejected, what had ultimately transpired? The previous night's revelry had muddled his thoughts. Perceiving Zhou Qin's hesitance, Zhou Hongwei's expression hardened as he admonished, "Zhou Qin, this girl is in a pitiable situation. She has journeyed a great distance. What are your intentions?" He then glanced at Su Taodao, who was gazing expectantly at Zhou Qin, and inwardly cursed Zhou Qin's ancestors for his indecision, tugging at Zhou Qin's ear and dragging him into the room. "Ouch! Ouch! Let go, you old man. You're going to tear my ear off." Zhou Qin winced, nearly shedding tears from the pain. The old man was indeed quite forceful. Zhou Hongwei, exasperated, let slip some colorful dialects in Manan. With a resounding slam, he shut the door, suppressing his anger as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Zhou Qin, listen to me. This girl is truly unfortunate. Her stepmother treats her poorly, and her biological father is no better. If you reject this marriage proposal, she will have no way to survive upon her return." "What? No way to survive?" Zhou Qin, rubbing his ear, suddenly recalled a conversation from his previous life regarding the girl named Su Taodao. After his parents reclaimed the betrothal gifts, it seemed she was coerced into marrying an old bachelor, and tragically, she had attempted to take her own life by jumping into the sea. At this realization, Zhou Qin felt a heavy weight in his heart. This was a living, breathing individual. How utterly despairing must it have been for such a lovely girl to resort to such a drastic measure as suicide. Upon perceiving the sympathy in Zhou Qin's eyes, Zhou Hongwei's tone softened considerably as he implored earnestly, "Although following a scoundrel like you may lead to no prosperity, at least you possess some semblance of humanity compared to that old man. You are young and strong. Marrying his daughter is, at the very least, an act of kindness, a means of accumulating virtue. Heed your uncle's advice. Live your life well. Your parents wish to find you a wife, hoping to inspire you to reform and begin anew." Zhou Qin, upon hearing Zhou Hongwei compare him to a half-buried old man, found himself at a loss for words. Had he truly sunk so low that he required comparison to a decrepit elder to uncover any virtues of his own? Yet, he felt utterly powerless to retort. For the truth remained, he was indeed the notorious scoundrel of Jinsha village. Simultaneously, a flicker of anger ignited within him. The girl's parents were truly unworthy individuals. The adage held true, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. He longed to deliver a punch to each of them. Damn it, once he established himself, he would surely confront her parents to demand justice. Seeing Zhou Qin acquiesce, Zhou Hongwei nodded approvingly. He then cautiously extracted several crumpled bills from the faded pocket of his worn-out clothing and handed them to Zhou Qin, murmuring, "I know you find yourself short on funds at present. The girl has just married. She cannot possibly survive on the winds of the Northwest with you. Go procure some provisions to nourish her." Chapter 3. Please keep me like a little cat or dog, Uncle Hongwei. No, really, you don't have to. A warmth surged within Zhou Qin as he instinctively declined. His Uncle Hongwei possessed a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, in this era where everyone struggled. Zhou Hongwei willingly offered his meager savings to support him. He recalled in his previous life when his parents tragically passed away and his elder brother severed ties with him. During the time when he faced the scorn of the entire village, it was Zhou Hongwei who stepped forward to provide him with the fare to the mainland, enabling him to forge a better future, which ultimately led to his later success. Yet, when he wished to return and express his gratitude, he learned that Uncle Hongwei had succumbed to illness. In this lifetime, Zhou Qin vowed to repay the kindness shown to him by Zhou Hongwei. "Take it." Seeing Zhou Qin hesitate, Zhou Hongwei, slightly annoyed, pressed 5 yuan into his hand. "Go buy something to eat. Today is your wedding day, at the very least. You ought to have some sweet potato shreds mixed with rice. If you dare to buy wine, when I return, I shall break your legs and dry them like fish." In these impoverished times, when people could not afford plain rice, they would grate sweet potatoes and mix them with rice to create a sweet dish, thus saving on food costs. Of course, for those accustomed to eating the sweet potato rice blend, the mere scent could evoke nausea. Families fortunate enough to enjoy pure white rice could make the children of an entire village weep with envy. "Uncle Hongwei, consider this money a loan. I shall repay you once I earn some." Zhou Qin hesitated but ultimately accepted the money, primarily because Zhou Hongwei spoke the truth. He truly had no money at present. It was his wedding day, and he could not allow Su Taodao to languish in their bare wooden hut. Zhou Hongwei cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Qin. "A stone thrown into the water? I never intended to retrieve it. Let it make a sound." Zhou Qin chuckled awkwardly. "All right then. Uncle Hongwei, your words are indeed sharp. Enough, enough. Don't preach to me. My ears are growing calloused. Don't starve yourself. At least do it for your parents' sake." With a dismissive wave, Zhou Hongwei opened the door. Outside, Su Taotao anxiously glanced at the two men, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. She had heard most of their conversation. Did her husband seem to wish to cast her aside? Was it because he found her unappealing? Or did he think she would waste food? The thought of returning to her previous life filled her with dread, a life that was far from a home, a place of suffering and toil, where each meal was a struggle and every task was met with punishment. Terrified that Zhou Chen might abandon her, Su Taotao summoned her courage and took a few timid steps forward, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. In a trembling voice, she pleaded, "Brother Zhou Chen, I want to eat much. I will only have one meal, just a little bit. And I will help mend fish nets and gather shells to earn money for you. I want to be a burden to you, please. Just keep me like a little cat or dog, all right?" She was truly fearful of returning home. That was not a home, but a place that brought her torment, where hunger and endless labor awaited her, and where she could only curl up in a cold corner to sleep each night. If Brother Zhou Chen truly drives her away, she would have no choice but to marry that old bachelor. Oh, how terrifying. The mere thought of it makes Su Taotao's tears flow uncontrollably. Although I may be slender, I am quite capable of hard work. Might I be allowed to stay? Su Taotao earnestly endeavored to showcase her worth, even rolling up her sleeves, only to reveal the scars and bruises adorning her arms. This sight pierced Zhou Chen's heart with profound anguish. Surely, these wounds were inflicted by her parents? How despicable. How could anyone lay a hand on such a delicate girl? Observing Su Taotao wiping her tears in silence, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and comfort her by gently stroking her head. Yet, Su Taotao instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling with a hint of fear. "Please, don't hit me. Zhou Chen's hand froze midair as he gazed at Su Taotao, feeling an unbearable ache in his heart, uncertain whether to withdraw his hand. However, Su Taotao seemed to sense Zhou Chen's kindness. Like a timid kitten, she cautiously leaned her face closer, rubbing against his hand, then lifting her head to look at him with wide, innocent eyes, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glistening with tears. She dared not weep audibly, for loud cries would only invite punishment. She had mastered the art of silent sobbing. Gently cradling one side of Su Taotao's face, Zhou Chen felt his heart shatter, quickly assuring her, "I will not hit you." Such a sweet and adorable partner. He could not bear to harm her. Just then, Zhou Chen noticed something peculiar in Su Taotao's eyes, but before he could examine it further, a familiar sharp pain shot through his ear. There stood the tearful Zhou Hongwei, twisting his ear, spinning him around, expressing his frustration. "Zhou Chen, will you choose to keep her or your ear?" Zhou Chen felt tears brimming in his eyes as he shouted, People. Humph." Wiping his tears, Zhou Hongwei squinted at the intertwined hands of Zhou Chen and Su Taotao, feeling as if he were a benevolent sage, quietly departing while concealing his merits and fame. "Uncle Hongwei," Zhou Chen suddenly called out. Zhou Hongwei waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. "No need for such gratitude. Wait. I live in the wooden house on the sea, not on the high ground behind. If you take another step, you will fall into the sea." Zhou Chen shouted anxiously, but the only response he received was the sound of a splash and the high arc of water. Zhou Chen was left speechless. The path to his wooden house was constructed from 2 rows of planks, and to reach it, one had to descend from the adjacent. By the time Zhou Chen frantically rushed to the front, Zhou Hongwei had already surfaced from the water, sputtering a stream of water, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, upon seeing Zhou Chen rushing over, Zhou Hongwei wiped his face and waved his hand, saying, "I have known for a long time. It's hot, and I just came down to take a swim. You all hurry back and whisper among yourselves. Don't mind me." Zhou Chen, Su Taotao. Choosing to ignore Zhou Hongwei, this stubborn old man, who clings to his pride and suffers for it, they decided to leave him be. Upon returning to the room, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward again. With the sudden addition of a wife, Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for how to address Su Taotao. After a moment of hesitation, his face reddened as he pointed to the bed beside him. Taotao, please take a seat." His mind was in a bit of a muddle, needing to sort out what should come next. Are we supposed to do it now?" Su Taotao felt a wave of panic wash over her. Her face flushed crimson, nearly as if it could bleed, and her voice trembled slightly. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she obediently approached the bed and sat down, her demeanor rather restrained. She perched herself on the edge, as if fearing to sit too comfortably. With only half of her bottom on the bed, her hands neatly placed on her knees. The bed was rather high, leaving her feet dangling in the air. At that moment, Su Taotao's heart raced like a fish trapped in a puddle, chaotically thrashing about. "Before coming here, The neighbor aunt had instructed her to heed her husband's words, especially on their wedding night, when they were to engage in intimate acts. The aunt had even provided her with a length of purity cloth. Thus, the very mention of that made her particularly sensitive. The thought of what was to come made beads of sweat form on her forehead. However, should she take the initiative to do something first? Chapter 4. Ambition soars higher than the sea. With this thought, Su Taotao opened her package and unfurled a length of pure white cloth upon the bed. She then began to unfasten the buttons at her side. Today, she wore a cherished yellow dress, one she seldom dared to don, albeit adorned with numerous patches. It was, after all, her most beloved garment. Observing Su Taotao laying out the cloth and unbuttoning her dress, Zhou Chun, puzzled, inquired, "What are you up to?" Startled as if touched by a delicate electric current, Su Taotao trembled slightly. She lowered her head, her gaze evasive, avoiding contact with Zhou Chun. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Brother Zhou, weren't you planning to engage in that intimate act?" As she spoke, her fair, jade-like toes instinctively curled, resembling bashful buds poised to bloom, exuding a mix of innocence and charm. Zhou Chun's lips twitched as he comprehended her meaning. Oh dear, this was a predicament. Observing the girl's still developing physique, he felt a pang of reluctance. He feared Su Taotao might not be able to bear it. Especially given her many scars, how much pain would it cause her? Though he yearned to inquire about her past, the thought of her sensitive nature stilled his tongue. Perhaps it was wiser to wait for another time. Yet one thing was certain, despite her youth, Su Taotao had developed remarkably well. In this era of scarce nourishment, her growth was indeed impressive. With proper sustenance, Zhou Chun dared not imagine the possibilities. Was this what one referred to as delicate branches bearing fruit? No. What was he even thinking? Steadying his mind, Zhou Chun clarified, "You've misunderstood. I lack chairs in this room. I merely wanted you to rest after your long journey." Huh? Su Taotao's mind momentarily blanked, her face flushing crimson. She hastily fastened her buttons, then frantically grabbed the purity cloth from the bed and stuffed it into her bag, clutching it tightly to her chest, burying her face within it like a startled rabbit. Utterly flustered. Oh no, would Brother Zhou think of her as a loose girl? Zhou Chun, observing the easily startled girl, felt a pang of both pity and affection. An irresolute desire to protect her blossomed within him. Thus, he asked, "How old are you this year?" "I'm 17. And I'll turn 18 after my birthday," Su Taotao replied, her voice tinged with anxiety as if fearing her answer would displease him. "Though I've lost a bit of weight, I am quite capable. I could even bear children for you, Brother Zhou." Suppressing a laugh, Zhou Chun replied, "All right, I understand. You stay home for now. I shall go fetch some supplies." After much contemplation, Zhou Chun deemed it prudent to procure some essentials first. Observing that the girl likely had not eaten her fill, he resolved to nourish her before pursuing greater ambitions. "Oh, okay." Su Taotao stole a glance at Zhou Chun, relieved to find no disdain in his eyes. She gazed at the two vacant, bare wooden huts, a smile gracing her lips, her little feet beginning to sway restlessly. Although it appeared that there was nothing to be had, she possessed the skill to weave fishing nets, which could earn her a few dimes to a whole yuan, thus providing some financial relief for her household. On the 1st or 15th of the month, once the tide receded, she could venture to the shore to collect clams, mussels, cat's eye snails, and razor clams to sell. Moreover, she had a unique ability to gather treasures from the sea. With her diligent efforts, everything would surely improve. Glancing at the drafty windows, Su Taotao leapt from her bed, determined to head to the back mountain to gather some banana leaves to fashion makeshift window coverings. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun had arrived at Huansha Town under the blazing sun. Not far from Jinsha Village, Huansha Town was situated on Huansha Island, adjacent to Bailing Island. A mere 20-minute walk away. Little did he know, the journey would leave him astounded. After walking just 3 kilometers to the town, he found himself panting, drenched in sweat. Alas, he realized he needed to exercise. With such poor physical condition, how could he ever provide a happy home for his wife in the future? Zhou Chun decided to take a rest beneath the shade of a large lychee tree at the entrance of the town. The narrow country road was almost devoid of other vehicles and pedestrians, flanked only by plants bearing the poisonous fruit of the ludo tree. Though it resembled a pineapple, locals kept their distance, except for the Na'vi newcomers who were oblivious to its dangers. Fortunately, the leaves of the ludo were valuable, suitable for crafting straw hats and mats. Years ago, women would weave these items to sell in the county. However, reaching the county required squeezing onto a bus, costing 15 cents per person. At this time, it was difficult to hail a bus. With no paved roads, riding one was a laborious endeavor. The cramped, dilapidated bus was filled with the stench of sweat and salted fish, especially as it traversed the bumpy dirt roads. If one dared to open a window, a cloud of dust would envelop them, and those unaccustomed to the ride would likely succumb to motion sickness. At that moment, a group of children, all around their early teens, spotted Zhou Chun and immediately called out with laughter, "Uncle, hee, why are you sitting here? Are you here to buy wine again?" These children were from the neighboring families in Jinsha village, with the eldest, Zhou Ziming, often leading the pack in their games. Some of the younger ones, still unbothered by the grime on their faces, had snot hanging down rather than wiping it away. "Go play elsewhere. Your uncle is here to buy rice and salt." Zhou Chun waved them off. "Hee, you look down on us. We don't want to play with you either. Mom says you're useless. And playing with you will make us useless too." Zhou Ziming, with the candor of youth, delivered a sharp blow to Zhou Chun's pride. "Hey, uncle, you're a good-for-nothing." "Oh no, uncle, you're a good-for-nothing." The children jumped and laughed, exposing their few remaining baby teeth. Zhou Chun's expression darkened. Had his reputation fallen so low that children were composing songs about him? "You little brats. Just wait until I tell your mother that I've stewed your family as old hen." Zhou Chun pretended to rise, feigning anger. "Run, run. The ruffian is about to strike. Hee, you can't catch me, you can't catch me." The children burst into laughter, playfully pushing each other as they hurried away. Zhou Chun shook his head, not truly angered. Rather, he was aware that his reputation had taken a significant hit. Nevertheless, he held confidence in his ability to redeem his standing in a short span of time. Navigating with familiar ease to the grocery store, he purchased 5 kilograms of rice and 10 kilograms of sun-dried sweet potato shreds, along with essentials for daily living: firewood, rice, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. In no time, 5 yuan had vanished, leaving him with mere coins. There was no hope of relying on his parents for more. Although they owned a boat and managed a reasonably comfortable life, blessed with luck, they could net 30 to 40 yuan after accounting for diesel and losses, which was considered quite good in their village. Yet, who could blame him for his lack of ambition? Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused his parents such distress. It was only after a sudden typhoon swept away his parents that Zhou Chun experienced an awakening. In this life, he vowed to ensure his parents enjoyed a life of comfort. Yet, amidst all the plans, the immediate priority was to earn money. With financial stability, he could express his intentions and return to apologize to his parents. Moreover, there were his elder brother and sister-in-law, who had tirelessly looked after him over the years. He felt a profound guilt for not being home when his niece succumbed to leukemia. Acute leukemia is often a consequence of excessive exposure to formaldehyde. In this lifetime, he was determined to uncover the cause of his niece's illness, ensuring her safe and healthy growth. As the weight of future responsibilities loomed over him, Zhou Chun sighed heavily. However, as he walked, the thought of his wife eagerly awaiting his return lightened his heart considerably. Slowly, he reminded himself, first earn money, improve the family's circumstances, and ensure his wife flourished in health and happiness. As the saying goes, one thrives by leveraging their surroundings, with the vast ocean akin to a treasure trove nearby. Zhou Chun had no worries about financial gain. Passing by a candied hawthorn stall, he gritted his teeth and bought a skewer, wrapping it carefully. Imagining the delight on Su Taodao's face upon seeing the candy treat brought a smile to his lips. Even the sun above seemed less oppressive. Zhou Chun suddenly understood why his parents urged him to marry. No matter how far one travels, there is always someone waiting at home. Ah, life. This is the essence of true living. As Zhou Chun strode forward under the blazing sun, the tumultuous waves crashed higher beneath his feet. Yet his aspirations soared even higher than the surging sea. Chapter 5. The young bride with heterochromia. Zhou Chun walked briskly down the hillside towards the beach. From this vantage point, the golden sunlight cascaded upon the shimmering surface of the sea, casting gentle waves of radiant light. Occasionally, twinkling glimmers rising and extinguishing with the ebbing waves. How different it was from the future, where a wave would crash, revealing a murky sea littered with plastic, perhaps even a condom landing upon one's face. In the distance, Zhou Chun spotted a familiar figure crouched by the wooden ladder, diligently scraping off the algae with a piece of wood. This ladder had been submerged for many years, and many parts were slick with slippery algae. A careless slip could lead to a dangerous fall. The sun was quite fierce. Even the elderly folks gathering seafood had to cover their faces with cloth, lest they suffer from sunburn and a fiery redness that the sea would exacerbate. Zhou Chun approached, noticing that the girl seemed oblivious to his return, entirely focused on her task. Her neck was a vivid red from the sun, and her face resembled a ripe apple, glistening with sweat that trickled down her forehead. danced past her delicate nose and dripped from her tender chin. In the short time he had been gone, she had already cleared the algae from the ladder, and the cracked areas were tightly bound with frayed cloth strips she had scavenged, demonstrating her resourcefulness. Unlike Shochin, who was often berated by his parents, she possessed a spark of vitality. "Tao Tao?" Shochin called out. "Ah?" Su Taotao was startled by his sudden appearance. She quickly stood up, rinsed her hands in the nearby water, and shyly said, "Brother Shochin, you're back? I was just cleaning the ladder. It had grown so much moss, and I was afraid you might slip. Let me take that from you." "No need. I can carry it myself. Let us head up first." Shochin smiled at the now pristine ladder. Su Taotao followed closely behind him, mirroring his steps as they ascended. Upon returning to the house, Shochin noticed a distinct change. It was now clean and tidy. Dust had been swept away, and everything was neatly organized. He then realized that Su Taotao had ingeniously blocked the windows with banana leaves, using branches to secure them, creating a perfect windbreak. "Did you make these windows?" "Taotao, you are truly impressive." Zhou Chun praised her with a smile. "Ah, I just made them casually." The girl blushed slightly, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling. This was the first time someone had complimented her. Throughout her memory, she had only known endless insults and beatings. "Brother Zhochin is so kind to me. I must work hard to repay him." At that moment, Zhochin caught sight of the girl's eyes. He set down his belongings and approached Su Taotao. Perhaps sensing Zhochin's gaze, Su Taotao nervously lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling with anxiety. Zhochin squatted down to meet her gaze and said, "Your eyes." Upon hearing these words, Su Taotao's heart clenched. She realized she could no longer hide the truth. Though she remained silent, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Zhochin took Su Taotao's hand and led her outside. In the sunlight, he finally discerned that his beloved was endowed with heterochromia. Her left eye was normal, but her right eye was a crystalline blue, reminiscent of a Persian cat. "Ah, quite beautiful indeed." As Zhou Chun continued to gaze into her eyes, Su Taotao mustered the courage to lift her head, sobbing, I'm sorry, Brother Zhou Chun. I am flawed. My eyes are a problem. They are ugly and frightening." With that, she lowered her head once more, tears streaming down like golden beads. She had long known that she could not conceal this truth. When she was born, her mother had perished during childbirth, and her father had cursed her as a harbinger of disaster. Had it not been for her ocular affliction, her parents would have been more willing to see her wed. Instead, she was relegated to domestic chores and fishing, even contributing to the family's income. It was all her fault. Her wishful thinking had led her to believe she could remain. Indeed, she was a calamity, unworthy of someone as wonderful as Zhou Chun, who had just praised her. Yet Shochin replied, "How could they be ugly? I think they are rather lovely." He gently wiped away her tears. He did not find her ugly, after all. How rare it was to encounter such enchanting heterochromia. Su Taotao was taken aback, lifting her head, although the tears continued to flow. For the first time in her life, it was Zhou Chun who had complimented her. For the first time, he had called her eyes beautiful. Why did her heart swell with joy even as she struggled to hold back her tears? Oh, how embarrassing. Zhou Chun tenderly patted her back, saying, "Be good, don't cry. I don't find you unappealing. Come, let us return home. I have something delicious for you." Hearing Zhou Chun's gentle words, Su Taotao felt warmth flooding her heart. Battling the urge to cry, Zhou Chun was truly so kind to her. This was the first time anyone had called her good. Her parents had only ever referred to her as a scourge or a disaster. She had never dared to hope for such words. They sounded so wonderfully sweet. "I must work hard to support Brother Shochin. Even if he is any ne'er-do-well, it matters not. I shall provide for our family. I am quite capable." Others were unaware that her vision was exceptionally clear, allowing her to see great distances, even spotting treasures concealed in the sand. Thus, during fishing excursions, she often returned with a bountiful catch. However, she had never dared to share this gift, fearing she would be seen as a freak. Zhou Chun remained oblivious to the fact that with just a few words of praise, he had captured the entirety of her heart, and one could only imagine the extent of the suffering she had previously endured. Upon returning to the house, Su Taotao did not wait for him to speak and proactively organized the items he had purchased into categories. At that moment, Zhou Chun, as if performing a magic trick, retrieved a package of candied hawthorns from the rice sack, tore off the outer paper bag, and waved it in front of Su Taotao, exclaiming, "Taotao, look, what is this?" Candied hawthorns were quite a rarity nowadays, and Su Taotao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she blinked and asked, Is this the legendary candied hawthorn?" Her words nearly brought Zhou Chun to laughter. Why would candied hawthorns be described with the term legendary? Go ahead and eat it, it's for you. I currently lack the funds to buy anything else, but since you've come into my life, I promise to earn substantial wealth in the future, allowing you to become a joyful and affluent lady. Zhou Chun affectionately ruffled Su Taotao's hair. His wife was simply too adorable, and he couldn't help but indulge in this gesture. You eat. I'm not hungry. Such a delightful treat should be savored by you, to gain strength. He encouraged. Su Taotao feigned refusal, yet her eyes remained transfixed on the candied hawthorn, her mouth watering in anticipation. Previously, when her parents had bought some for her younger brother, she could only savor the aroma, remembering the sweet and tangy scent that filled the air, and she imagined the taste would be equally delightful. Go ahead, it's not something extraordinary, Zhou Chun insisted, taking the candied hawthorn and placing it into Su Taotao. Su Taotao's eyes widened in surprise as she took a bite, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was so sweet. This was her first encounter with such delightful flavors. Zhou Chun's heart ached at the realization that his wife had never tasted candy before in her life. Although everyone was impoverished in this era, one could still enjoy delicacies during festivals. How had her parents managed to raise their child under such circumstances? Observing Su Taotao's slender arms, resembling bamboo sticks and marked with bruises, deepened Zhou Chun's distress. Brother Zhou, you eat too. Su Taotao offered the candied hawthorn back to Zhou Chun, her face flushing as she turned the treat in her hands, seemingly worried that he would be put off by her saliva. Chapter 6, Off to the Sea. I'll just have one. Girls should indulge in a bit more sugar to replenish their energy. Zhou Chun wouldn't mind at all. Taking a bite, he playfully shoved the remaining candy into Su Taotao's mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a rabbit nibbling on a carrot. All right, I'm off to work. Oh. By the way, there are seeds inside, so don't swallow them. As Zhou Chun munched on his candied hawthorn, he crunched down on a seed, promptly spitting it out into the sea through the window made of banana leaves. What? I thought that was candy. I've swallowed it all. Su Taotao gasped. Having never tasted candied hawthorn before and unaware of the seeds nestled within. Oh no, those seeds could sprout in your stomach and grow out of your mouth. They might even burst your belly. No way. I haven't even had the chance to bear you, Brother Zhou Chun, any children yet. Let me listen and see if there is any sprouting sound. Hurry, listen. Zhou Chun crouched down, pressing his ear against Su Taotao's belly, only to hear the rumbling of her hunger. This girl must be starving yet insists on devouring all the candied hawthorn for herself. What did you hear, Brother Zhou Chun? Su Taotao peered down at him. I heard your stomach. I'm so hungry. The seeds have been digested and won't sprout. Standing up with a bucket in hand, Zhou Chun chuckled. It's fine. I was just teasing you. Wait for me to gather some food from the sea and return to cook something delicious for you. Oh, that's a relief. When I was hungry before, I often sneaked out to gather wild fruits, and I couldn't bear to spit out the seeds. I was really afraid they'd desprout inside me. Upon realizing Zhou Chun was merely joking, the girl visibly relaxed, then volunteered to help by carrying the stove outside. I'll take the stove out. When you get back, I can cook. A pang of inexplicable sorrow struck Zhou Chun. Her casual words belied the countless days and nights of hardship she had endured. Coming back to his senses, he noticed the stove was rather heavy, and Su Taotao struggled to move it, her face turning red from the effort. I'll handle it. Zhou Chun swiftly lifted the stove and set it outside, unbothered by the smoke it might emit. If only he had enough money, he could buy some coal instead of using firewood. Thankfully, there was still an axe available. With the mountains nearby and the sea close at hand, as long as one worked diligently, starvation could be avoided. You stay at home. I'll go to the sea and gather some firewood, Zhou Chun instructed. He took a sand shovel and a wooden bucket, the latter containing an axe and a rope. All right, the girl replied cheerfully, peeking out from the window to wave at him, perhaps feeling a little shy, as she retracted half her head, leaving only her bright, large eyes gazing at him. She had initially wanted to accompany him to the sea, using her own eyes to help Brother Zhou Chun find more treasures. However, realizing he had already set off, she decided to obediently stay behind. From her bundle, she retrieved a stack of red paper and a pair of clever scissors. Su Taotao smiled as she earnestly began to cut out the character for happiness. Today was her grand occasion, and how could her home be devoid of this emblem? Lacking the means to purchase red paper, she had stealthily ventured into town to observe how others crafted the red decorations, and thus taught herself, hoping one day to utilize her newfound skill. After completing her task, she retrieved a shard of a mirror from her bag and gently placed it upon the table. Gazing into her reflection, she felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks, and a smile broke across her face. revealing a set of pearly white teeth that rendered her exceedingly endearing, although she lacked a resplendent red wedding gown and possessed little else. The mere prospect of being with her brother Zhou sufficed to fill her with joy. Meanwhile, Zhou ambled along the road, equally lost in a blissful reverie. The presence of such a delightful bride at home invigorated him, instilling a sense of hope for the future. However, he lamented the modesty of his wedding. He had nothing to offer, not even a banquet. He vowed to make amends for his bride once he acquired sufficient wealth. Observing that the tide had yet to recede, Zhou made his way to a nearby grove, where he gathered dry twigs and bound them with rope, intending to use them for a fire that evening. His journey was solitary. The nearest dock and Jinshao village were quite a distance away, approximately 20 minutes on foot. Moreover, this place served merely as a temporary fishing stop. Few would venture here without a purpose. As the first day of the lunar month approached, the tide surged with vigor. Typically, during the new moon and full moon, the tides would recede significantly, prompting many fishing boats to anchor offshore, wary of running aground. The ebb and flow of the tide relied solely on manual calculations. Unlike in previous times when one could simply follow a public account or inquire about the tide schedule, the reality was starkly different, regardless of the time. One could pursue the sea and even uncover treasures such as Australian lobsters or Arctic sweet shrimp. At noon, as the tide began to rise, Zhou stood upon the rocky outcrop, peering at the adjacent beach where a number of women, their pant legs rolled high, were foraging along the shore. In this era, men typically sought work or fished at sea, while women tended to children, wove nets, or scavenged along the beach to supplement the household income. With a bucket in hand, Zhou descended the steep stone slope to the beach below, eager to search for clams, also known as flower clams or, in Qingdao, as gala. Whether stir-fried or simmered in soup, they made for a delightful meal. Zhou planned to seek out clams and razor clams first, should his search prove fruitless. He would then scavenge for spicy snails and mussels. He was reluctant to consume too many spicy snails, as they could cause digestive distress. And the rocks where they thrived were often infested with unsightly sea cockroaches, which he found repulsive. Thus, he preferred to avoid them if possible. Mussels were also difficult to collect. The larger specimens had already been pried away, leaving only the small ones, about the size of a fingernail, which required considerable effort to gather. Hence, it seemed more prudent to focus on clams and razor clams. Having not foraged for a while, Zhou was invigorated by the novelty of the experience, hopeful that he might unearth a bountiful catch. He noticed that the protagonist's initial foray into the sea yielded not large grouper or seven-star grouper, but rather sizable conchs. He mused that his luck could scarcely be worse. As he diligently searched for clams with his shovel, he heard the sound of laughter approaching. It was the women of the village, arriving in small groups, ready to scour the shore. By familial hierarchy, they were all of his aunts and elder relatives. "Good day, third aunt. Lu aunt. You were here to gather from the sea as well?" Zhou greeted them with a smile upon seeing so many familiar faces, yet not a single person acknowledged him. They either rolled their eyes or treated him as though he were invisible. Rather than engage in idle chatter, they preferred to unearth a few more clams and razor clams. After all, why bother with Zhou, the good-for-nothing? Zhou didn't take offense. He had a long way to go to change the village's perception of him. At that moment, he sensed a girl among them who seemed to be puffing her cheeks and staring at him. Turning his head, he spotted a girl in the crowd. Her trousers rolled up high, revealing her fair ankles, adorably pouting. Her porcelain skin stood out amidst the sunburned women, resembling a Na'vi beauty from a later era. "Wasn't she lynching you, the widow?" Zhou face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly lowered his gaze, pretending not to see her. Meanwhile, the women began to gossip without concern for Zhou presence. It seems that Zhou has taken a liking to this girl. Secretary Zhou Hongwei himself has introduced her to him. They lamented, "Oh dear, how unfortunate for that girl. What can she possibly gain from associating with this scoundrel? Why is he so diligent today, out here in the tide? Surely, he wishes to impress her." Sighing, they remarked, "He can scarcely manage 2 days of fishing and netting. It would be a miracle if he could sustain it. Poor girl. Her family has not treated her well, and now she has escaped one peril only to enter another." They added with a hint of scandal, "I heard he even touched Miss Lin's backside." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Miss Lin is right here." At that moment, Zhou felt the piercing gaze on his back intensify, and without a doubt, he knew the source of that scrutiny. Chapter 7. Fortune has arrived. However, recalling the items he had cast into the sea, a sense of relief washed over him. After all, there would be no witnesses to his demise. With a bucket in hand, Zhou swiftly employed his sand shovel to search for clams, adept at locating them by the breathing holes. With a deft flick of his shovel beneath the surface, he expertly unearthed the hidden treasures, demonstrating his remarkable skill even on the darkest of nights. In no time, the sound of clanging shells filled his bucket. As he continued his search, Zhou Chen suddenly realized he had drawn much closer to Lin Xingyu. She, unfamiliar with the art of clam digging, was clumsily shoveling away at the sand, having come from outside and yet to master the nuances of foraging by the sea. Her efforts left the sand looking as if a flock of ducks had waddled through it. Yet, even the ducks would have outperformed her. For her bucket contained but a few scattered clams. Lin Xingyu was indeed a pitiable soul, orphaned in her youth and now married to a man who had passed away. She bore the burden of supporting her mother-in-law and the entire family, a truly arduous existence. Reserved and often silenced by her circumstances, she bore her grievances like a burden, puffing up her cheeks in frustration when angered. In an effort to improve the widow's impression of him, Zhou Chen remarked, "This method will not suffice. Do you see those breathing holes? Only beneath them will you find clams." His intentions were purely altruistic. His heart belonged to another. He simply wished to assist her, lest they face ridicule in their endeavors. His words caught Lin Xingyu by surprise. Was it possible that this rogue did not intend to flirt with her? Typically, while she knelt searching for clams, he would fixate on her form or deliberately position himself to peer down her neckline. Yet, she chose to ignore him, puffing her cheeks like a frog, lifting her bucket, and striding away on her long, fair legs to squat at a distance. However, after a moment's pause, she noticed Zhou Chen was no longer watching. Stealthily, she followed his advice and began to probe the breathing holes with her delicate fingers. As she inserted her fingers into the sandy crevices, a burst of water gushed forth, and to her delight, she uncovered a clam. It seemed this scoundrel had indeed spoken the truth. A smile broke across Lin Xingyu's face, but it was quickly replaced by a pout as she cast a resentful glance in Zhou Chen's direction, feeling little gratitude towards him. Did he think a few kind words could win her forgiveness? Not a chance. She was well aware of his opportunistic nature. What if he climbed into her bed next? Furthermore, she had lost a piece of clothing, and it could very well have been his doing. No, she could not forgive him. After a while of clam digging, Lin Xingyu retrieved a screwdriver from her bucket and approached the rocky outcrop to pry open some oysters. With deft precision, she inserted the tool, careful not to sever the muscle or shell, swiftly sliding the meat into her bucket. Recently, she had developed a craving for fried oysters, having not indulged in them for quite some time, and thus sought to gather some for her meal. Oysters, known for their larger specimens, were simply a type of plankton that clung to the rocks, maturing over time into the delicacies they were. Beneath the wooden cabin where Zhou Chen resides, numerous oysters cling to the 4 wooden piles that support it. Some ships, having lingered in the sea for extended periods, also become encrusted with oysters, necessitating regular cleaning. However, the oysters atop these rocks are rather meager, lacking substantial flesh. Nonetheless, their flavor is quite delightful. In contrast, the cultivated oysters of later generations are bred as triploids and tetraploids, larger in size, yet generally lacking in taste. Zhou Chen equipped himself with a screwdriver and busied himself opening oysters, laboring for about half an hour before managing to pry open a bucketful. Quite splendid, as this meant an additional dish for the evening. Imagining the joy it would bring Su Taodao, he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. Regrettably, after toiling for over an hour, he had yet to encounter a single large specimen. Where was his golden opportunity? Where were the privileges of a reincarnator? If he couldn't find a large grouper, a king clam would suffice. As the tide began to rise slightly, he realized that if he didn't uncover something worthwhile soon, the evening would surely be devoid of chances. With this thought, Zhou Chen boldly approached the tide-kissed rocks and suddenly noticed something glimmering in the distance. What could that be? He set down his bucket and carefully climbed down the rocky outcrop, which stood over a meter high. Seeing Zhou Chen's reckless descent, Lin Xingyu recalled his earlier warning and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, aren't you afraid a wave will come and sweep you away?" By this time, Zhou Chen had already reached the bottom. He rinsed his hands of seaweed and mud in the water, chuckling, "Not a problem." Truth be told, the widow had a kind heart, offering him her advice without holding past grievances against him. If you want to listen, then drown." Lin Xingyu pouted and squatted down again, continuing to pry open oysters. Perhaps feeling guilty for her earlier words, she muttered a few incantations for good fortune. "Forgive me, Mazu. Though this rascal is troublesome, please don't let him drown. I apologize." Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had reached a depression among the rocks, undeterred by the waves crashing around him, and approached the glimmering object. Bending down, he picked it up, discovering it was a glass bead. Furrowing his brow, he examined the crystalline orb, initially puzzled by its appearance, before casually slipping it into his pocket. On the other side, Lin Qingyu, having pried open half a bucket of oysters, grew concerned at Zhou Qin's prolonged absence. She brushed her bangs aside and approached the rocky edge to take a look. Suddenly, she spotted a figure leaping onto the rocks with a swift motion. Oh! Lin Qingyu gasped, losing her balance and nearly toppling her bucket. She sat on the ground, her long, fair legs splayed, propped up by her hands, while the gentle breeze stirred her shorts, revealing the soft skin of her thighs. What was this fool thinking? How did he manage to leap up such a high rock? Was he a flea? Indeed, she should never have cared about this rascal. Every visit seemed to bring mischief. Humph! With a sudden movement, Lin Qingyu got up and shot a glare at Zhou Chen, puffing her cheeks as she picked up her bucket to attend to her own affairs. Zhou Chen, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a sheepish smile. As he lifted his own bucket, an inexplicable urge compelled him to glance back, only to discover two brownish figures swaying in the shallow water ahead, seemingly engaged in a scuffle. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. Chapter 8. A Bountiful Harvest. The blue crab. Indeed a prized delicacy. In the local dialect, it is referred to as sturgeon, while the farmed variety is known as vegetable sturgeon. Nowadays, one can fetch a price of 1 or 2 coins per pound. Zhou Chen swiftly arranged the items in his possession and, with a few strides, stepped directly onto 2 blue crabs, then deftly seized them from behind, holding one in each hand. Despite the crabs waving their formidable claws, any crab can be subdued if approached from the rear. Once in your grip, they have little recourse to escape. Once they are in your grasp, even the legendary Fa Hai would be rendered powerless. This peculiar name originates from the crab's gastric grinder, which is said to resemble Fa Hai seated inside. According to lore, Fa Hai fled to the banks of Yangqing Lake to evade the wrath of Bainyang Zi and, upon witnessing a crab molting, took refuge within it. Some say that crabs, originally moving in a straight line, began to scuttle sideways only after Fa Hai's entrance. Others claim that the crab's frothy spittle is merely Fa Hai reciting incantations from within. Zhou Chen first tested the shells of the 2 crabs for firmness, then examined their abdomens. To determine the crab's plumpness, one must first inspect the navel. If it is swollen and even causes the carapace to rise, it is termed a top-shelf fat crab. Zhou Chen turned the crabs over and noted that their navels were indeed robust and full. Next, he held them up to the sunlight, inspecting the shells for a rich yellow hue. If they were fully yellow, they would be classified as roe crabs, commanding a higher price. Truly golden, it resonated with my innermost desires. Holding the crabs aloft to the sun, Zhou Chen could barely contain his joy. What a find! 2 roe crabs, their abdomens and claws glistening with a golden hue, undoubtedly brimming with roe. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. In the modern era, such roe crabs could fetch 1 or 200 per pound. However, he soon recalled the strong purchasing power of money in this age. The next task was to bind the blue crabs. These creatures are notoriously combative. If placed in a single container, even without engaging in a fight, they would still pinch at one another. Should any pincers or legs be lost, the precious crab roe would seep out during steaming, rendering them less valuable. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had brought along some jute twine. Binding the crabs is indeed a skillful endeavor. He first stepped on one crab, freeing his hands to wrap the twine around its claws. He then secured the claws together, ensuring they were immobilized, and tied a knot at the back of the crab before swiftly tossing it into the bucket. Job well done. With practiced efficiency, Zhou Chen bound the 2 roe crabs and cast them into the bucket. In this era, crabs were indeed fortunate, unlike in his previous life, where the binding ropes were thicker than the crabs themselves. His successful catch sparked a commotion among the women nearby. How could this rascal be so fortunate? I just passed by there and didn't see any crabs of such size. Indeed, such large specimens could easily fetch 2 or 3 coins. I couldn't even earn that much in 2 days of netting. How infuriating. I must go and take a look as well. Who knows what I might find. Lin Qingyu gazed at Zhou Chen's blue crabs with a mix of astonishment and envy. Zhou Chen pondered thoughtfully, wondering if his fortunate rebirth was merely a stroke of luck. He decided to experiment. Nonchalantly, he nudged aside a stone at his feet, revealing a cluster of white octopuses that startled him greatly. Goodness! What a sizable nest of titipools! Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this region, 3 varieties of octopus were commonly found, colloquially referred to as red, black, and white octopuses. The red octopus was palatable, while the black one was notoriously tough and unappetizing. The white octopus, known as Titapool octopus, was smaller in size but offered a delightful crunch, making it the most expensive of the three. As the saying goes, 3 white octopuses are worth a sheep. During the festive season, in some locales, a mere 81 Titapool octopuses could fetch 2,000 yuan, and if they lacked flavor, the purchase would feel wasted. As Zhou Chun observed the white octopuses swiftly maneuvering their tentacles in an attempt to escape towards the water, he was determined not to let them succeed. He promptly pressed down on 3 of them, tugging at their suction limbs with considerable effort until he managed to toss them into a bucket. Even after being confined, the octopuses remained restless, persistently trying to climb up the sides of the bucket, but Zhou Chun flicked them back down one by one. Remarkably agile, he thought. In exasperation, he found a stone to weigh down the bucket, causing the octopuses to retreat beneath it. The added weight of the stone made the bucket considerably heavier. Yet the prospect of selling these white octopuses for a handsome sum alleviated his burden. At that moment, Zhou Chun flipped over another stone. Another cluster of scurrying white octopuses. Immersed in the joy of foraging, he swiftly gathered 8 more Titapool octopuses. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyu, who was PRYNG open oysters nearby, gazed at Zhou Chun in astonishment, wondering how this idle fellow could be so fortunate. Was it truly so easy to unearth treasures by merely flipping stones? Her curiosity piqued. She contemplated trying her luck as well. Unable to contain her intrigue and desire, Lin Xingyu set down her bucket, removed her sandals, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like feet. She stood at the edge of the rocky shore, peering down below, took a deep breath, and summoned her courage to gradually slide down. In her nervousness, her fair and glistening toes clutched tightly to the stone. At that moment, Zhou Chun had just placed a few octopuses into the bucket and noticed Lin Xingyu had followed him down. Clad in a slightly faded, loose-fitting shirt that danced in the gentle sea breeze, it inadvertently exposed her flat, toned abdomen and the slender curve of her waist. Looking higher, her round, ample bosom was supported by white undergarments, which, although concealed, hinted at their considerable weight, occasionally jostling as she descended the rocks. Zhou Chun, feeling a rush of embarrassment, quickly averted his gaze. Once below, Lin Xingyu cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Chun, unaware that she had inadvertently revealed herself. Noticing Zhou Chun still busy flipping stones, she mimicked his actions, but after several attempts, she found nothing of interest, only skittering sea roaches. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was enjoying a bountiful harvest, and with increasing strength, he could easily turn over larger stones. As he turned over another stone, he suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Stone 9. Beneath the stone, a black and red creature thrashed about in a puddle, its body adorned with white and black spots, its eyes bulging round, and its dorsal spines erect in a display of defiance. However, the puddle was too shallow for it to escape. Despite its frantic struggles, it merely splashed water around. The stone 9, also known as the tiger head fish, possesses venomous spines on its back. Zhou Chun grasped its gills and lifted it up. What a magnificent creature! With one hand holding the fish and the other threading a piece of twine through its gills, he secured the fish's tail, tautening the line to form a bow shape. This technique, known as bow fishing, allows the fish to survive for an extended period outside water, remaining fresh and lively. The method, seemingly miraculous, is not as mysterious as it appears. By bending the fish, its mobility is restricted, thus reducing its oxygen consumption. The twine also keeps its gills open, enabling it to absorb more oxygen from the moist air. Hanging the fish on the edge of his bucket, Zhou Chun began to search for other marine treasures. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyu, who had been aimlessly catching jumping fish, looked up in confusion, her face splattered with mud and her hands grimy. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's exclamation, she loosened her grip, allowing the jumping fish to escape, which splashed mud back at her. Wrinkling her nose, Lin Xingyu felt somewhat aggrieved, lamenting her misfortune. Why had this scoundrel suddenly become so lucky? His adeptness at binding the blue crabs and bow fishing seemed unbecoming of a mere ruffian. Seeing the widow toil away with little to show for it, Zhou Chun pointed to another stone beneath her feet and suggested, "Why not turn that stone over?" Lin Xingyu paused, pouting, and chose to ignore him, instead squatting down to flip over another stone. Humph! How annoying! That scoundrel who dared to touch her. She had no intention of listening to him. Zhou Chun chuckled, observing the rising tide, and prepared to climb up. He placed the bucket on a higher stone and, halfway up, noticed that Lin Xingyu had seized the opportunity to flip over the stone he had suggested. With a splash, the stone was overturned, revealing 2 large blue crabs. "Wow!" Lin Xingyu exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth, though she quickly covered her mouth, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Humph! This was not due to that ruffian's guidance. She had discovered it herself. Seeing the crabs about to scuttle away, Lin Qingyu's eyes sparkled. She swiftly stepped on one crab while grasping the claw of the other with both hands. However, the crab she held was excessively large, weighing over a pound and writhing vigorously, making it difficult for her to maintain her grip. The crab beneath her foot was equally restless. In that moment, Lin Qingyu found herself bewildered, her mind blank as she awkwardly held the crab aloft, her face flushed with exertion, unsure of what to do. Although she had been married for over a year, she had yet to learn how to bind a crab. Should she call for help? She didn't even know to whom she should call. How foolish of her. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh. He leapt down from the rocks and approached the widow, deftly taking the green crab from her hands, expertly binding it before crouching down to gently pat her foot. Lin Qingyu, still holding the crab, was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Chen's touch on her foot, instinctively retracting it. A deep blush crept across her cheeks, even coloring her ears. Before she could gather her thoughts, she noticed that Zhou Chen had already secured the crab beneath her feet and placed it into her other hand. Having completed his task, Zhou Chen ascended back onto the rocks, carrying his bucket as he departed with a sense of purpose. After a brief moment, Lin Qingyu blinked her large eyes at the retreating figure of Zhou Chen, suddenly realizing that this rascal was not quite as insufferable as she had previously thought. Could it be that he had reformed after marriage? Impossible. How could she entertain such notions? He had just touched her foot. She could not afford to give him any leeway. Otherwise, with his propensity to take advantage of any opportunity, he would surely find his way into her bed. Oh, hadn't she already expressed this sentiment before? Never mind. It was of little consequence. She needed to hurry home. The tide was about to rise. At that moment, several women nearby took notice of Zhou Chen's repeated successes and gathered in groups to inspect his catch. Upon seeing his bucket brimming with bounty, they were left in astonishment. My goodness, is that a white clam? So many, one exclaimed. I searched for quite a while over there and didn't find a single one. Another added. This stone crab is truly valuable. Look how fresh it is. What a sizable specimen. How much could it sell for? The women engaged in lively discussion, and Zhou Chen felt a surge of satisfaction within, his head held high. Weren't they just looking down on him? Now, the total of their gathered treasures paled in comparison to his own. The women had mostly collected sea cucumbers and spicy snails, along with a few flower clams and cat-eye snails. Chapter 9. Not completely sold out? Among the crowd was a woman who happened to be Zhou Chen's aunt. Upon witnessing Zhou Chen's bountiful harvest, she could not help but exclaim, Zhou Chen, what a splendid day. You've gathered quite a haul from the sea. Now that you are a married man, I must remind you to be more responsible, otherwise, you won't even be able to provide for your wife. Indeed, aunt, you speak the truth, Zhou Chen dared not retort. The other women nearby, eager to join the fray, wore expressions that clearly communicated their readiness for battle. Should he dare utter a negative, that would surely drown him in their scorn. Seeing Zhou Chen unusually silent, his aunt beamed with approval. It seems you've finally matured. Remember, don't just fish occasionally and expect to sustain a family. Providing for them is a gradual endeavor. If you merely feign effort, you are only deceiving yourself. You cannot rely on fortune each time you venture to the sea. Go home, apologize to your parents, and accompany them on their fishing trips. Once you learn to navigate the waters and cast the nets, you will never have to worry about sustenance again. We can plan a proper wedding celebration later. Look at you, married yet unable to host a banquet. The villagers are still unaware of your union. Listening to his aunt's lengthy admonitions, Zhou Chen felt a pang of regret for engaging her in conversation. Indeed, was it reasonable to continue in this manner? Should he expect his parents to support his wife and children? A man ought to be the provider for his family. The other women joined the chorus of reproach against Zhou Chen, perhaps spurred by his recent success. One woman, who should have called Zhou Chen Aunt Zhu, seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations, scoffing. I see Zhou Chen has become quite the trickster, idling away in leisure. His foray into the sea today is but a fleeting whim. It will amount to nothing. Whatever he has gathered, I'm certain he'll sell it to buy liquor. At this remark, Zhou Chen's temper flared. Aunt Zhu, are you meddling too much in my affairs? According to your logic, I shouldn't come to the sea. And I shouldn't rest at home either. Should I simply rely on you for sustenance? No wonder you've only managed to collect a few cat's-eye snails. With your narrow-mindedness, perhaps you should eat a few to improve your vision. Given his current status as a drifter, he felt no qualms about his words. Who needs cat's-eye snails to see better? My eyesight is perfectly fine. Moreover, I do this for your own good. Aunt Zhu retorted. brandishing her shovel as she pointed it at Zhou Chen. Now it was Zhou Chen's aunt's turn to be angered, her expression darkening. Li Zhuhua, my nephew is not under your supervision. It's rare for him to show ambition, and you dare to criticize him. Zhou Chen refrained from interjecting. Quarrels were women's affairs, and as a man, it would be unbecoming to engage in such disputes. Fortunately, his aunt had never lost an argument, with just a few words. She reddened Li Zhuhua's neck. As the tide began to rise, someone attempted to mediate. With a huff, Li Zhuhua stormed off, her bucket in hand. Refusing to speak. After walking a few paces, she turned back and shouted, I shall see just how far your precious nephew gets. Mark my words, before long. He will reveal his true colors. He is destined for failure. Zhou Chen's aunt picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it, causing Li Zhuhua to scurry a few steps away. She then turned back and shouted, we shall see about that. Just wait and see. When my nephew achieves success in the future, you will regret this. Initially, Zhou Chen's aunt stood with her hands on her hips, ready to bellow. But by the end of her statement, her own fervor diminished. Who could she blame? It was all Zhou Chen's lack of ambition, although she wished to show favoritism. The words faltered on her lips, lacking conviction. As her aunt glared at him, Zhou Chen could only say, well, Aunt, Tao is still waiting for me at home. I must take my leave. With that, he hastily slipped away. Rascal. Do you truly intend to ignore your parents and live with your wife in that drafty little house? Your parents are merely testing your character. They haven't truly abandoned you. Why must you be so stubborn? What prospects can come from beachcombing? Do you think you can rely on luck every time? As Zhou Chen attempted to escape, his aunt shouted after him. Just like you, I will only admit my mistakes after I have made something of myself. That would demonstrate sincerity, wouldn't it? Zhou Chen turned back and waved dismissively. He was well aware, without his aunt's reminder, that his parents were indeed trying to temper his character by casting him out. He understood that if he were to plead with them, they would likely forgive him as they had in the past. However, that was not Zhou Chen's desire. Having been reborn, he yearned to prove himself, to carve out a name for himself, and to surprise his parents. This child, alas, I hope he can persevere, Zhou Chen's aunt sighed, shaking her head with a hint of regret. With the tide rising, many women rolled up their pant legs, wringing out water as they made their way to the shore. Children who had been playing in the water began to return home in small groups. A misfortunate child had been buried in the sand, leaving only their head visible. Initially giggling, they suddenly screamed as the tide approached, Mom, Mom, save me. The water's up to my throat. You little rascal. A woman rushed over, digging her child out and clutching them under her arm. With several sharp slaps, she reprimanded the child, who cried out in pain, tears streaming down their face. As sand had already been lodged uncomfortably, Lin Qingyu happily caught 2 blue crabs and found a cat's eye shell lying in the sand. She picked it up and, before it could retract, squeezed the flesh inside, causing water to spurt out as it quickly withdrew into its shell. Lin Qingyu adored playing with the water-loving cat's eye shells. Zhou Chen also enjoyed them, but he preferred the water itself. At that moment, the crowd gathered at the dock's purchasing station. Many were selling their goods. Attended by a short, stout middle-aged man known as Adu, he was bald with a cigarette tucked behind his ear. After counting the money with each seller, he would smile, his fingers stained yellow from smoke, handing over the cash while shaking hands, exuding an air of amiable commerce. Due to his fair prices and friendly demeanor, everyone preferred to sell their wares here. Zhou Chen arrived here carrying a bucket of his catch, instantly capturing the attention of many. It was primarily because no one had ever seen Zhou Chen scavenging the sea before. His debut was akin to spotting a large grouper walking ashore. Initially, the onlookers were indifferent towards him, considering him a mere drifter. What valuable finds could he possibly unearth during his first attempt at scavenging the sea? Perhaps he would merely play around for a bit and return with a few insignificant clams. However, upon glancing into Zhou Chen's bucket, their gazes became riveted, and a chorus of astonished gasps filled the air. Goodness, what a massive stone crab! Someone exclaimed. Can a stone crab really grow this large? And look, 2 blue crabs, both full of roe, truly remarkable. Oh, wait, there are also 3 moon snails, each as hefty as a sheep. This fellow has struck gold. Is this his first time scavenging? His luck is simply unstoppable. Yet, among the crowd, there were whispers of envy. Ah, luck like this cannot be expected every time. Just wait and see. Next time, he surely won't be so fortunate. Adu, catching wind of the murmurs, hurried over and was equally astonished. Well, young lad, you were indeed fortunate to have caught 2 blue crabs and a stone crab, along with so many moon snails. You must be in for a windfall. Truly, the goddess Mazu has blessed you. Shochin replied, Indeed, it is Mazu's blessing. Brother Adu, please weigh these for me and do not haggle. I shall return for you next time. Adu chuckled, not taking the remark to heart. He efficiently emptied Shochin's bucket, sorting through the contents while saying, Do you think you can count on luck like this every time? You plan to come back? Finding blue crabs this time is already a blessing for Mazu. Despite his words, Adu proceeded to weigh the haul. 2 blue crabs, one weighing a pound and the other a pound and 2 ounces, and 18 moon snails. Do you wish to sell them all? He inquired. Keep 6 moon snails, sell half the clams, and retain 1 blue crab. The rest, sell, Jochin deliberated. Ah, young man, you wish to keep some for yourself? Selling them for cash would be much better, Adu responded, somewhat surprised. Typically, those who scavenged the sea would be eager to sell everything they found, yet Jochin opted to retain both blue crabs and moon snails. Chapter 10. What a silver-tongued fellow. Indeed, this clam could fetch 4 to 5 dimes, couldn't it? And this splendid crab, priced at $1.50 per pound. Does he truly intend to keep it for himself? A ne'er-do-well is indeed a ne'er-do-well, a spendthrift to boot. My wife can craft a net for less than $1. Does he not realize the preciousness of essentials like firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea? Most likely, he sold it to buy liquor, using the blue crab as a companion for his drink. The onlookers murmured among themselves, deeming Shochin somewhat disappointing. This scoundrel truly cannot shed his nature. Does he really dare to indulge in such expensive delicacies? Hearing their chatter, Jochin silently cursed their meddlesome ways. Spotting someone approaching with their wife to sell goods, he puffed out his chest and declared loudly, I just married today and wish to treat my wife to a taste, while also nourishing her. The coastal folk believe that consuming blue crabs can invigorate one's health and strength. Some men, laboring at the docks, enjoy purchasing blue crabs from time to time to stew with liquor. In the back of the crowd, Lin Qingyu stood on her tiptoes, eavesdropping on the exchange. Upon hearing Shochin's intention to bring the large blue crab home for his wife, she pursed her lips, suddenly feeling envious. Humph, I don't care for it. Such a large blue crab, I wouldn't dare eat it. It's better sold for coin. Yet, how wonderful it is to have a man who cares. What could it possibly feel like to be cherished by a man? Lin Qingyu found herself unable to articulate a single thought. The women accompanying their men cast glances filled with longing towards their husbands. Each remained silent, yet their intentions were unmistakable. Look how much this scoundrel dotes on his wife. As for me, it seems I am destined for endless toil. It is rather bittersweet to recall the tale of a girl who married into a family boasting 20 acres of land. The thought of the endless labor left her trembling with fear. Oh, how long would that take? Oh, I see. Adu unexpectedly nodded, removing the cigarette from his ear, lighting it, and taking a puff. I didn't expect you, young lad, to understand the importance of cherishing your wife. Indeed, a man who loves his wife ought to prosper. Keep up the good work. With that, he began to weigh the remaining goods. Despite his smiling demeanor, Adu exuded a shrewdness characteristic of a businessman. Beside the weighing station lay a towel. After each weighing, he would wipe it down, for no matter what was being weighed, it must be free of moisture. Once he finished weighing, he turned to soak the crabs in a basin. When it came time to sell them, a little water could add to the profit. After examining the crabs closely, he found both to be rich in roe, leaving no room for bargaining. Adu, with a deliberate expression, proposed, young lad, how about $1.60 per pound? Jochin immediately narrowed his eyes at Adu, replying, Brother Adu, that's rather unkind of you. Good produce from far and wide comes to sell here, and you are the first to undercut my price. How are those waiting in line to sell supposed to perceive this? Moreover, sturgeon is selling for $1.50 a pound, and this, my friend, is a roe crab. You just stated that a loving husband will prosper, yet, it seems you are determined to thwart my fortune. He initially intended to feel for a cigarette in his pocket, but then remembered he hadn't brought any. He had planned to buy some. But reconsidering his past habit of smoking, he resolved to abandon it in this lifetime. It is not advisable for Su Tauda to inhale secondhand smoke at home. My friend, it is not that I am trying to bargain, but the market for hairy crabs is rather poor. Adu was somewhat surprised. When did this scoundrel become so eloquent? Stop right there. The market has always been lackluster. Your procurement has never seen a favorable trend. I assure you, this is genuinely full of roe and meat. One can extract a pound of yellow from the crab's abdomen for $1.90. How about $1.80? 88. You send me. I send you. All right. We are all from the same hometown, let's settle this. Zhou Chen was not inclined to haggle over a dime any longer. As his wife was at home with an empty stomach, he was eager to return. You young lad, with a sharp tongue. I wonder if your new bride can endure it. Just moments ago, they were brothers in arms during the bargaining, but when it came to paying, Adu took on the role of an elder and teased Zhou Chen. Don't worry, brother Adu, I won't be a burden. Zhou Chen was not one to indulge Adu. In business, sentiments hold little weight, and when the benefits cease, emotional ties become mere nonsense. Ha. The crowd waiting to sell their goods erupted in laughter. The men exchanged knowing smiles, while some newlywed wives turned beet red, retreating to the back. Lin Qingyu was particularly embarrassed, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks. What nonsense was this scoundrel spouting? How could he lack shame in such a public display? This reflects the unique subtlety of Chinese culture. However, this external decorum does not imply a lack of exuberance within. Some older aunts and uncles can be far more extravagant than you can imagine. In this regard, you must humbly assume the role of a grandchild. Here's a little joke. In the northeastern regions, when winter arrives, families stockpile supplies for several months, hibernating at home. In modern times, with Douyin and smartphones, hibernating is no longer dull, but back in those days, there was nothing to entertain. And enduring the long winter must have been a challenge. A grandson once asked his grandfather how they managed to get through it. To which the grandfather replied with a stern look, "Why are you asking? Call your 14th uncle back for dinner." How did they endure? By procreating. Adu's sun-weathered face turned a rare shade of red, and he hastily counted out change, totaling $12.60, placing it in Zhou Chen's hands. Young man. Scram. Adu feigned a kick at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen quickly grasped the money and, with an empty bucket in hand, clattered away. At that time, a factory worker in the mainland earned only $30 a month. Zhou Chen's earnings from the sea equaled half a month's salary. After departing from the purchasing point, Zhou Chen bought some vegetables and also requested some fatty meat. If you were to ask what the coastal dwellers of this era cherished most, it would undoubtedly be the rich and greasy cuts of meat. Fish and shrimp are lean, and consuming them only leads to further weight loss. The hairy crabs from Yangqing Lake might be considered a staple for the impoverished. They would find them quite nauseating, considering that their new home lacked electricity and running water. He also purchased a pack of red candles and a thermos. Just before leaving, he noticed a red enamel basin with a red border and a white base, adorned with a large red character for joy at the bottom, accompanied by 2 jubilant red carp. With money in his pocket, Zhou Chen inquired about the price, deemed it reasonable, and decided to buy it. He hurried home, carrying a large bag that clinked with the contents inside. The thought of his wife waiting for him at home filled him with vigor, making him feel as industrious as a donkey in a production team. The sky was beginning to darken. With the image of his wife eagerly awaiting him, he instinctively quickened his pace. Familiar with the route, he knocked on the door, but it remained closed. Instead, a window nearby was suddenly flung open, and a head cautiously peeked out. Seeing that it was Zhou Chen returning, Su Taotao smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Zhou Chen, you're back. I'll open the door for you." With a click, the door swung open. Su Taotao deftly took the items from his hands and placed them inside, then hurried back to receive the candle he was holding, displaying remarkable eagerness. When she noticed the meat in Zhou Chen's possession, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, brother Zhou Chen, you bought meat. Are we celebrating the new year?" The room was somewhat dim, yet the girl could see clearly into the bucket. Observing the lively blue crabs and clams within, she gasped again, "Brother Zhou Chen, you're amazing. You caught such large blue crabs and clams from the sea." With a smile in response to the girl's admiring gaze, Zhou Chen remarked, "Your eyes are quite sharp." Flustered, Su Taotao replied, I just took a look and guessed." She hesitated to come out, fearing that her sharper vision might startle Zhou Chen. Chapter 11. Why would the mischievous gang treat her so well? Zhou Chen initially thought that Su Taotao was being sensitive about her eyes, and couldn't help but curse himself for bringing up such a topic. He rummaged through his pocket for a box of Sanquan matches, lit a candle, and with a casual flick, extinguished the match, casting it into the sea. Zhou Chen found a certain pleasure in inhaling the smoky aroma left by the burnt match. As he leaned closer to the candlelight, he gazed at the design on the matchbox with a tinge of nostalgia. He recalled how, in his youth, he often pilfered matches, scraping off the phosphorus from the tips, tightly wedging them in screws, and flinging them onto the ground to see which would make the loudest pop. A mischief that often earned him a spanking. The Sanquan matches were a common brand in coastal regions, first produced by the Gongyi Match Factory in 1921 in Nanhai Yanbu. With commemorative matches crafted in 1984 to celebrate a match trademark exhibition in Foshan. The box bore the inscription made in Nanhai, China, which Zhou Chun read aloud with a hint of pride. Zhou Chun, do you know foreign languages? Su Taotao asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. You recognize that I was speaking a foreign language? He replied, I know. Hello means you good, right? The intonation sounds familiar. I've heard people from the harbor area speak like that. They even have 2 blue-eyed foreigners there. Indeed, foreigners have eyes of many colors, like glass beads. So, Taotao, your eyes are perfectly normal. Don't dwell on it too much. Zhou Chun chuckled, sensing that Su Taotao's last remark was an attempt to seek his affirmation. He tilted the candle, allowing wax to drip onto the table, then pressed the candle down until the wax solidified, securing it in place, and the flickering flame illuminated the entire room. Zhou Chun contemplated seeking out the village secretary to request a length of electrical wire to install a light bulb. Once he had some money, he would ask for a plot of land to build a house, as living by the sea indefinitely was not a sustainable option. He remembered the initial trepidation villagers felt when electricity first arrived, fearing that a stray touch could lead to death. Many were hesitant to install it, worried that rats might gnaw the wires and electrocute their families. Looking back, it seemed rather amusing. What else could one expect when a nation progresses so rapidly? In the northern cold zones and certain tribes nestled in the southern mountains, many transitioned directly from a nomadic lifestyle to socialism. An impressive leap, indeed. Those who understood which tribes were involved could certainly elaborate. It was normal for people to be bewildered by new phenomena. At that moment, Zhou Chun noticed a large double happiness character pasted on the wall, and a vase of wildflowers graced the table. Oh, he murmured, reaching out to touch the red paper. Noting the places where it had been cut, Su Taotao immediately lowered her head, shyly twisting her fingers. I cut this at home when I was bored. I thought today marked our wedding day. Zhou Chun, you are the groom, and I am the bride. We needed to prepare a little. And the red candles and basin you bought truly complement the decor. Zhou Chun finally noticed the delicate flower adorning Su Taotao's ear. Its soft pink petals as charming as she herself. Whether it was the flickering candlelight or Su Taotao's bashfulness, her ears glowed with a rosy hue. In that moment, Zhou Chun felt utterly enchanted by his wife. How could someone be so endearing? If Hans Christian Andersen were to encounter his own wife, he would surely take Su Taotao's inspiration for a tale akin to The Little Mermaid. He resolved to earn diligently, ensuring that he could host a splendid wedding for his beloved. Gently ruffling Su Taotao's hair, he remarked, Your hands are truly skilled, Taotao. You look exceptionally beautiful tonight. And this flower compliments you perfectly. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's compliments, Su Taotao's face flushed even more, reminiscent of a boiling kettle. Zhou Chun thought that if he praised her any further, her head might just start steaming. She was so easily flustered. After washing his hands and drying them with a towel, Zhou Chun surveyed the scattered ingredients and planned his dishes, steaming the blue crabs, blanching the clams, stir-frying the razor clams with scallions, sauteing the pork with chili peppers, and brewing a kelp soup. He would also prepare a pot of sweet potato and rice, rounding out the meal to 4 dishes and a soup. It was their wedding day, and they ought to indulge in something special. He was eager to showcase his culinary skills before Su Taotao. A man who could cook simply had to flaunt it a little. Besides, after a long day of busyness, he was starving. Do we really need to prepare so much? Blue crabs and razor clams are so expensive. Brother Zhou Chun, perhaps we should just sell them for money. We can manage with just the clams, and we have meat, which is enough, Su Taotao hesitated to say, her mouth watering at the thought. She had never tasted blue crabs or razor clams before. Growing up, meals were often sparse. Once, her stepmother and father caught a blue crab, most of which went to her younger brother, leaving her to share the scraps. She would huddle in a corner sipping on gruel, too fearful to look, knowing that watching them eat would invite punishment. Later, while clearing the table, she had picked up the crab shell and couldn't resist inhaling its aroma. It was sweet and fragrant, though she had no idea what it truly tasted like. Zhou Chun patted her head gently, saying, Today is our wedding day, Taotao. Just like your birthday, it's a significant occasion. We must feast well, otherwise, in 10 or 20 years, when we reminisce, we should have some precious memories to cherish. Su Taotao pondered for a moment and replied without hesitation, But marrying you, Brother Zhou Chun, is the first shining moment of my life, and it is everything to me. Zhou Chun gazed at the innocent Su Taotao, unable to suppress a sigh. His dear, naive wife seemed so pitiful. It felt as though he had done nothing, merely uttered a few words. And this foolish girl was ready to give her all. He shuddered at the thought of what might happen if she encountered someone ill-intentioned. Thankfully, fate had brought her to him. Zhou Chun resolved to treat this girl well for a lifetime. With a playful grin, he said, "You are different now. You are the mistress of the house." He then playfully pinched her nose. "I am the mistress now?" Su Taotao murmured to herself. "You rest well. Tonight I shall prepare a meal for you, a genuine dish of spicy stir-fried pork that you have surely never tasted before." Zhou Chun placed the clams in water to purge them of sand, and as he laid the pork on the cutting board, he noticed that Su Taotao had polished it to a shine, even erasing the mold spots. However, when he turned around, he found the young woman standing in a daze, tears cascading from her large, golden eyes like a string of broken pearls. In the flickering candlelight, the droplets glimmered faintly, fleeting and ephemeral. Zhou Chun felt a pang of panic. Why was his silly wife crying again? He was both distressed and at a loss for how to comfort her. How should he soothe her? Hastily, he washed and dried his hands, yearning to embrace her and whisper gentle reassurances. But upon recalling the bruises upon her skin, he could only approach her, wiping away her tears as he said, "Do not cry. Have you recalled something sorrowful?" To his surprise, Su Taotao wiped her tears and choked out, "No, I am just so very happy. I'm sorry. I truly did not mean to cry. I do not know why. Hearing your words, Brother Zhou Chun, I feel so inadequate. I cannot stop the tears. You have been so incredibly kind to me." She was not naturally prone to tears, for crying was an act meant for the eyes of others. Yet no one had ever felt pity for her tears, only multiplied reproaches and insults had come in return. Thus, she seldom wept. Save for the moments when she missed her mother, those nights curled up in the cold, drafty darkness of the storeroom, gazing at the window on the wall, silently shedding tears. In the darkness, that window, filled with the vast starry sky and the moon, was the sole beacon of light and the only solace in her life. She often pondered, "Mother, where are you? Why did you abandon me? If you do not want me anymore, can you not take me with you?" She thought of her father, who had perished during her difficult birth, yet she had never even seen his grave. With these thoughts weighing on her, fearing that Zhou Chun might grow weary of her sorrow, Su Taotao quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile, saying, "It is nothing, Brother Zhou Chun. You need not concern yourself with me. I will assist you in cutting the meat." Who was she to deserve such kindness from a man deemed a rogue? Chapter 12. Stars and Night, She and He. To speak candidly, when Su Taotao first married, she harbored fears that Zhou Chun might strike her. Yet, she mused, no matter how severe the beating, it could hardly compare to the ferocity of her own parents. However, Zhou Chun's actions began to reshape her perception of him. Across the way, some men treat their new brides with kindness, only to reveal their true nature shortly after, resorting to blows and scorn. Nevertheless, Su Taotao thought, regardless of whether his kindness stemmed from the initial warmth of their union, it sufficed that someone had shown her kindness. Even if Zhou Chun were to strike or berate her in the future, she would accept it willingly. Seeing the girl feign strength, Zhou Chun felt a pang of compassion. "Brother Zhou, would you prefer slices or shreds? If you want slices, please do it yourself. Your cuts are truly exquisite." Observing Su Taotao as she began to slice the meat, Zhou Chun was astonished to find her technique superior to his own. The meat was not only evenly cut but also aesthetically pleasing. With a gentle smile, Su Taotao remarked, "In the beginning, I wasn't skilled at all. I could hardly reach the cutting board, so I would stand on a stool to cut. I even cut my hand initially, but gradually, I learned the art of slicing meat." Her words were simple and understated, yet Zhou Chun understood the depth of effort they implied. By heavens! Zhou Chun resolved that once he had settled his affairs, he would whisk his beloved wife back to her family. And he would not rest until he had exacted revenge on his own parents for their past grievances. Noticing his earnest wife diligently cutting the meat, Zhou Chun busied himself washing rice and sweet potato shreds, then carried them to the wooden dock outside. He had intended to clear the ashes from the stove, but discovered that she had already tidied it up, even meticulously stacking the ashes aside. It was evident she planned to use them as fertilizer, for in that era, people relied on wood ash and livestock manure to enrich their soil. The tales of that time might seem incredible today. People were so reluctant to relieve themselves in public that Zhou Chun's great-grandfather once endured a 20-kilometer trek back from the county town, clenching his behind until he could finally find relief at home. The thought brought a smile to Zhou Chun's face. With deft hands, he ignited the fire, placed the pot on the stove, added the rice and sweet potato shreds, poured in water, and covered the pot. Upon returning, he found the meat already sliced. While Su Taotao was busy rinsing clams, meticulously washing away the sand they had expelled, the blue crab, tightly bound, was soaking in a basin, oblivious to its impending fate. As there was only one pot, Zhou Chun had to wait for the rice to cook first. The heat from the stove was stifling. Come, Cao Dao. Let us enjoy the sea breeze. Zhou Qin took Su Cao Dao outside, where they settled on the pier. As night descended, the sky became enveloped in a deep blue, adorned with twinkling stars that resembled shattered crystals strewn across the vast expanse. Before them lay the boundless sea, where the undulating waves transformed into a continuous silhouette in the night, illuminated by the lingering glow of dusk, dancing at the edge of the horizon. The tumultuous sounds resonate in the air, accompanied by the crashing waves against the shore that produce a rhythmic clamor. Gazing into the distance, fishing boats lie anchored at the dock, their orange glow flickering in the darkness. The workers on the dock labor diligently in the hazy shadows, while the women sorting the catch toil fervently. A young girl sits on the pier, her feet gently swaying, her large eyes curving into charming crescent shapes as she tilts her head back, observing the starry sky and the vast ocean. Zhou Qin, brother, she murmurs. The moon is particularly round tonight. Zhou Qin, still lost in contemplation of his bewildering rebirth, casually replies, Isn't the moon always round? No, tonight's moon is exceptionally round, and I cannot quite fathom why. Su Cao Dao feels an unprecedented sensation welling up within her. Unbeknownst to her, this feeling is known as happiness, a sentiment that a child ought to experience from birth, yet she only encounters it at the age of 17. At this very moment, the evening breeze dances with the sea, the stars twinkle in the night, and she finds herself with him. On the other side of the dock, Zhou, having shared a cigarette from his pocket with the workers, prepares to light one for himself. However, before he could take a puff, Zhao Shuai's hand descended upon him like a downpour. Smoke, smoke, smoke. Is it the nicotine, or your life you wish to preserve? I turn around for just a moment, and your cigarette box is already missing several sticks. If you keep this up, you'll end up like your uncle next door, gasping for breath and coughing up black phlegm until you suffocate. The cigarettes he has are mostly without filters, potent and harmful to the body. Just one, just one. Don't be so controlling. Our mother is still here. Show me some respect. Zhou, shielding his head from her swats, is observed by an elderly woman sorting the catch nearby, Zhou Qin's grandmother, Li Gui Fan. She remains silent, for her daughter-in-law is merely concerned for her son's well-being, and she is not one to fuss over trivial matters. Unlike other mothers-in-law, she is not materialistic. Her approach is one of harmony, and thus she maintains a relatively amicable relationship with her daughter-in-law, Zhao Shui. Of course, there are still occasional conflicts. After all, even teeth and lips can clash. At times, the elderly lady feels her son is somewhat ineffectual. Yet, Zhou always retorts, Isn't this daughter-in-law the one you sought for me? Meanwhile, Zhou dodges Zhao Shui's swats around the fish basket, exclaiming, Isn't one permissible? Not a single one. Do you believe I won't toss you and your cigarettes into the water? All right, I won't smoke anymore. You're so overbearing. Zhou reluctantly stows the cigarettes away, but with so many onlookers at the dock, he feels compelled to assert himself, to regain some dignity. Zhao Shui's voice booms, and surely the entire dock has heard, rendering him utterly embarrassed. Father, my mother is right. You should smoke less. Your lungs are not well. The creaking of the deck accompanies the approach of Zhou Xiong, the eldest son, clad in camouflage waders and carrying a basket of assorted fish. He bears a resemblance to Zhou Qian, but appears more honest and straightforward. Years of fishing have darkened his skin, and he possesses a sturdier physique, though he does not quite match Zhou Qian's height. During the time of Zhou Xiong's birth, there was a scarcity of food, and the milk supply was insufficient. As Zhou Xiong grew, he often found himself going hungry, with only 2 or 3 meals to sustain him. Moreover, in the southern region, the average height of males was rather modest, so he barely reached above 170 centimeters. Whenever discussions arose regarding the heights of the two brothers, Zhou Xiong would proudly declare, My younger brother had ample nourishment, without a hint of jealousy in his eyes, only a sense of pride. After all, his brother stood tall at over a meter, which was a source of pride when they ventured out together. Yet, it was regrettable that despite his towering stature, his demeanor was rather unruly and lacked refinement. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Zhou Xiong lifted another box of squid tubes. Everyone understood the cause of Zhao Shui's ire. It was indeed due to his harsh decision to expel his son, but could he have acted otherwise? It was necessary to be resolute, to grit his teeth and allow his son to experience the harshness of life away from his parents. Perhaps when the boy found it difficult to survive and returned seeking their assistance, he would gain a deeper appreciation for the struggles of existence. Zhao Shui let out a soft grunt, meticulously arranging a basket of swimming crabs and mantis shrimp beside her. With remarkable speed, she bound the claws and legs of the swimming crabs with rubber bands, In the basin, yellow croakers swam alongside some mantis shrimp and 9-segmented shrimp, all of which were valuable and required separate care. The day's catch was promising, with 4 to 5 pounds of yellow croaker. And combined with the squid tubes and swimming crabs, selling for over 40 yuan appeared quite feasible. Unfortunately, yellow croakers were not fetching a high price at the moment. Otherwise, the profits could have doubled. Down below, the eldest daughter-in-law, Yiling, received the goods while also supervising the women sorting the catch at the dock, ensuring no fish were being secretly stashed away. The sword shrimp and mantis shrimp needed to be sorted by size for efficiency, while the baskets filled with assorted fish proved more challenging to manage, especially those with toxic spines, such as the sand eel, whose sting could be quite painful. Once Zhou Xiong had finished unloading the goods, he instructed Zhao Shui and the others to head down as he maneuvered the boat to dock at a slightly distant spot, clearing the area for others. Zhao Shui glanced up at the dock and noticed a faint red glow emanating from the cabin. Realizing Zhou's father was sneaking a smoke again, she shook her head in silence. In truth, Zhou's father felt a pang of sorrow for having expelled Shouchen. He resigned himself to the situation. As Zhou Xiong hurriedly sorted through the mantis shrimp, he expressed his concern, asking, "Has my brother returned to apologize yet? Mother, are you not being a bit excessive?" He struggles to support himself, unable to distinguish between waste and sea cucumbers. What if Uncle Hongwei finds him a wife, leaving her to starve? He has grown accustomed to the wild. How would that fare for her? Chapter 13. Will there be enough to eat? His words were not exaggerated. Previously, when he forcefully took Zhou Chen to the beach, they spotted a dark object in the water, which was undoubtedly waste, and yet someone else retrieved it. A 2-pound sea cucumber. Before Zhao Shui could respond, her sister-in-law, Yiling, who had long harbored grievances against Zhou Chen, murmured, "What excess? A grown man without any proper direction. If we don't address this, how will he navigate the path away from crime? I think he should be left hungry for a while. However, you have a point. We cannot let the new bride go hungry. By the way, I still don't even know what my sister-in-law looks like." Originally, their father had resolutely decided to let him realize the gravity of his situation while also providing him with a wife to see if he could manage a decent life. Zhao Shui sighed. Manage a decent life? As long as he doesn't starve to death. Although Zhou Xiong was frustrated with his inept brother, he still felt a pang of sympathy. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman sorting fish also felt distressed. Why not give Chen some money? We mustn't let my grandson and granddaughter-in-law go hungry. Zhou Chen's personality had largely been shaped by the indulgence of the elderly woman. Every time he was punished, he would rush into her embrace. According to his father, they were observing his behavior to decide whether to hold a banquet for him. As for money, not a single cent could be given. Mother, you know his nature. Whatever we give him, he will spend. It's better to throw it into the sea and listen to the sound it makes. Zhao Shui disapproved of giving money. Yet the elderly woman grew anxious. He has no skills to earn money, and he lacks competence in anything. Besides, childbirth is inherently painful. Mother, Zhou Chen is now a married man. If you continue to indulge him like this, are we to raise his children as well? We cannot support him for a lifetime. As long as he doesn't stray onto the path of crime, the elderly woman muttered. If Zhou Chen had been listening, he would surely feel embarrassed. In the elderly woman's eyes, not engaging in criminal behavior was considered a virtue, as law represents the minimum standard of morality. Zhao Shui chose to remain silent. Over the years, their second son had been spoiled by the elderly woman, and her rebuttals were of little consequence. Yiling, however, seized the opportunity to interject. Grandma, it's not just me saying this. Look at how much we've subsidized him over the years. If it weren't for our parents, Zhou Xiong has given him a considerable amount too. He shamelessly asks for money, and when he receives it, he justifies it by saying, "He's my elder brother. He deserves to suffer a bit." Over the years, it must amount to at least 100 or 200. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Yiling was not one to easily anger. But no matter how magnanimous she was, it was exhausting to continually support Zhou Chen, especially with 2 children of her own needing financial support. At that moment, a few women sorting items at the dock overheard the Zhou family's discussion about Zhou Chen and chuckled. This afternoon, we saw Zhou Chen at the beach. He caught several green crabs and a mud crab, and even a stone crab. He exchanged them for money at the purchasing station. What? My brother went to the beach? Zhou Xiong exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening. In his recollection, his brother had only ever engaged in petty theft and had never even set foot by the sea. The fact that he had ventured out and returned with such a bounty was astonishing. Zhao Shui let out a snort, remarking on the frivolity of the situation. Otherwise, It seemed they were out of resources, and if they did not go to the sea, hunger awaited them. As a mother, how could she not understand her own son? Well, that was the case with me. Zhou Xiong sighed. Given his younger brother's personality, if he had a good harvest today, he would likely refrain from going out again until the money ran out. This perfectly illustrated the adage of indulging in the moment without concern for tomorrow. At that moment, Yiling curiously inquired, "Mother, which village does his wife come from? Is she pretty?" Women always enjoyed gossiping. "She hails from the neighboring Sujia village," came a deep, resonant voice. It was Zhou, who had just approached. "It's a good hour's journey over the mountain and requires an hour's bus ride. My uncle introduced her. The girl is unfortunate, as her stepmother treats her poorly. We aren't lacking that 50 yuan. Consider it a rescue from her dire circumstances." Zhou settled on a stool before a basket of assorted fish, sorting them as he continued. "I think that girl is quite fine, mainly because she is obedient and well-behaved. I hope with a wife, Zhou Qin can settle down." Did I just hear that Zhou Qin went to the sea? Regardless of whether he catches fish or merely casts nets, it is a good omen. A little change is welcome. Now, let us focus on sorting the fish and refrain from idle chatter. Our hearts must not be pricked by the mud. Also, without my permission, you are not to seek him out or provide him assistance. Understood? Understood. Zhou Xiong and the others nodded, while the elderly matriarch remained silent, lost in thought. Nearby, a woman scoffed, "Zhou Xiong, you must keep an eye on your father. Your brother is so unambitious. How much has your family already invested in him? He has just married, yet no banquet has been held, no house built, and nothing prepared. This will cost a considerable sum. I hope you don't end up giving him the boat as well." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiong furrowed his brow and replied, "Focus on your own fish. How my father distributes is his affair. He is my brother, and even if I have to support him financially, I will. As long as he can become accomplished and lead a good life. What right do you, an outsider, have to criticize?" Yiling stood with her hands on her hips, asserting, "Exactly, Aunt Song. Mind your own fish and stay out of this." Aunt Song chuckled awkwardly, silenced by their retorts. Goodness, just a moment ago, everyone was criticizing Zhou Qin, and now, a single word from me is unacceptable? It seems this family is quite protective. Nevertheless, she held little faith in Zhou Qin's potential. Any year do well. Could one truly expect him to change simply by marrying? If he could change, I might as well transform myself. Meanwhile, Zhou, who was sorting the fish, pondered quietly. He was aware that Su Taotao had heterochromia, a fact he had not disclosed to Zhou's mother, nor did Zhou Xiong and Yiling know. He feared that if they sought Zhou Qin and noticed Su Taotao's eyes, they might return with wild tales. Women often lack discretion. The reason for not holding a banquet was also tied to this superstition. People by the sea tended to be quite superstitious, placing great importance on feng shui and auspiciousness, often observing rituals. If a drowning occurred, the entire village might prohibit fishing and observe a month of fasting. Even during the consumption of fish, the men aboard the family vessel do not flip the fish. If they do, it is merely referred to as turning the fish. Furthermore, when partaking in fish, two fish must not be placed in the same direction, and even a soup spoon must not rest upon them. Should a child dare to disregard these customs, a swift reprimand awaits. Ultimately, the underlying reason for such strictness lies in the perilous nature of the sea. People's concerns are deeply rooted in these dangers. If it were to be revealed that Su Taotao possesses heterochromia, and if rumors were to spread, painting her as an ill omen, the entire village could erupt in chaos. What then would become of this young lady? It would be unthinkable to stand by as she finds herself cornered. When he first encountered Su Taotao at that household, she was huddled in a corner, a truly pitiable sight. Marrying her would serve as a means for Zhou Qin, this wayward son, to cultivate virtues. He hoped he would recognize the gravity of the situation and treat the girl well. Of course, another reason lay in the fact that upon hearing Zhou Qin's name, many families were reluctant to open their doors to their daughters. This matter should be disclosed only when the time is ripe. Stealing a glance at the industrious Zhou Xiong and others, Zhou pondered in silence. As for the villagers, let them be kept in the dark for as long as possible. Yet, his primary concern remained. Would Zhou Qin ensure that the young lady was well fed? Reflecting on Zhou Qin's usual carefree demeanor, Zhou could not help but sigh. Perhaps later, he would discreetly deliver some money to him, or better yet, some food. One could never tell if that lad would squander the money on drink in town. Tonight, would he even manage to share a hearty meal with his wife? Chapter 14. Transformations of the Body. On the other side, the fragrant rice emerged, accompanied by a gentle steam. To the onlookers, Zhou Chen, who might seem rather unrefined, hummed a tune while ladling the rice into a basin, preparing to stir-fry a classic dish of spicy chili with pork. In this coastal region, the cuisine predominantly favors lighter flavors, and they had certainly never encountered such a dish, which would undoubtedly astonish the girl. As for the heat level, there was no cause for concern. The local markets offered only mild peppers, far from the fiery variety. "Brother Zhou Chun, let me cook," Su Taotao insisted as she approached. "No need, I can manage," he replied. "Is that really okay?" Su Taotao hesitated, unsure if her seemingly lackadaisical man could truly handle such culinary tasks. "Just watch." Zhou Chen declined her assistance, eager to prove his capabilities. He first sliced the peppers into segments, heating the pan without oil, and then dry-fried the peppers while adding a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor. Once the peppers bore a slight char, he set them aside. "Are we starting with the peppers? Isn't it customary to fry the meat first?" she inquired, perplexed. "This is called spicy chili with pork, which is a hallmark of Hunan cuisine. The peppers must be cooked first. I'm not entirely certain, but just watch, Taotao. Although the steps may seem reversed, the flavor will be remarkably different." With wide, curious eyes, Su Taotao observed, nearly brought to tears by the pungent aroma of the peppers. Yet, she forced herself to endure, determined to witness the process. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen added a small amount of oil and fatty pork to the pan. Listening to the sizzling sounds and inhaling the rich scent of rendered lard, which made his mouth water uncontrollably. The golden chunks of fat rolled in the hot oil, tantalizing both his eyes and taste buds. He tossed in crushed garlic, filling the air with its enticing fragrance. Shortly after, he introduced the lean pork, deftly maneuvering the spatula, releasing an irresistible aroma that mingled beautifully with the garlic. Watching the meat sizzle, he knew it was nearly ready for the peppers, which would impart their fresh scent and mild heat, awakening appetites. After a brief stir, Zhou Chen added soy sauce and salt for seasoning, followed by a splash of water to meld the flavors together. Soon, the delectable spicy chili with pork was ready to be served. The slightly wrinkled green peppers intertwined with tender pork, glistening with an alluring sheen, filled the air with a complex bouquet of spicy, meaty, and garlicky aromas. Zhou Chen was immensely satisfied. He had truly outdone himself. "How fragrant! Brother Zhou Chen, your culinary skills surpass even those of the village's banquet chefs. You could definitely be a chef," Su Taotao exclaimed, her mouth watering as she marveled at him, struggling to concoct a compliment. In her eyes, the village chefs were the pinnacle of culinary excellence, their dishes fragrant enough to be detected from miles away. She pondered, could this truly be the so-called slacker, able to create such a visually appealing and aromatic dish? "Oh, it's just average," he modestly replied, complimented by Su Taotao. Zhou Chen's humble words belied the smile that threatened to break across his lips. No man is impervious to the flattery of a woman. "I will wash the dishes," Su Taotao declared, seizing the pot without waiting for Zhou Chen's response, eager to spare him any labor. Subsequently, Zhou Chen prepared boiled clams, steamed crabs, and scallops in scallion oil, artfully arranging them on 4 newly purchased plates. With each dish he completed, even if it was merely boiled in water, the girl gazed at him with unabashed admiration, as though he were a savior of the world, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of emotional value. However, when it came time to fry the scallion oil, Su Taotao's heart ached. Such methods of preparation were unheard of along the coast, where dishes were typically boiled and done. Zhou Chen, still ensnared in the notions of his past life, was unaware that in his previous existence, even steamed scallops were accompanied by garlic, vermicelli, and sesame oil. Anyone attempting such extravagance now would surely be labeled a wastrel. Though the table was worn, Su Taotao had polished it to a shine, and the candles flickered with a warm glow, creating a semblance of a candlelight dinner. Su Taotao served Zhou Chen a bowl of rice, and then one for herself. Observing the watery rice soup in his bowl, predominantly made of rice, he glanced at Su Taotao's bowl, which contained mostly sweet potato shreds, and frowned. The addition of sweet potato was a means to conserve grain. Yet one could not subsist solely on sweet potato shreds. The girl had even refrained from serving herself rice. Rising to fetch a spoon, Zhou Chen instinctively shared half of his rice with Su Taotao, while also ladling some sweet potato shreds into her bowl. Hey, brother Zhou Chen, I can manage with just this. You should eat the rice to gain strength." Su Taotao attempted to protest, but Zhou Chen gently pressed her head down, leaving her flailing her limbs in the air. Zhou Chen turned and chuckled. "What do you need strength for?" Two. The girl's voice trailed off, her face flushed, and her words trembled. Surprised, Zhou Chen glanced at her, portioned the rice accordingly, and finally sat back down. Su Taotao obediently took her seat on the other side, but after a moment's contemplation, she leapt from her chair, moved a stool, and settled beside Zhou Chun. Holding her bowl, she blushed and said, "The neighbor isn't. Once married, they must sit together." Zhou Chun chuckled, took a sip of rice, and couldn't help but reminisce. It had been ages since he had savored a meal cooked over fire, and he found himself nostalgic for the flavor. The sweet potato shreds added a delightful sweetness, making the dish quite palatable. Of course, this sentiment was unique to him as a time traveler. The villagers here would be repulsed by the sin of sweet potatoes. Su Taotao, also cradling her bowl, took a sip, her eyes narrowing in bliss. "Is this the taste of white rice? It's so sweet. It tastes wonderful, far better than husk, and it doesn't scratch my throat. Brother Zhou Chun is truly good to me." Zhou Chun then picked up some meat for Su Taotao and added a piece of scallop, urging, "Eat up." "Okay." Su Taotao replied cheerfully, taking a piece of meat and savoring the rich flavors that enveloped her senses, delighting in the tender morsel that Zhou Chun had prepared. As expected, the meat cooked by Brother Zhou Chun is simply exquisite. It seems I am on the verge of forgetting the taste of meat. Gazing at the girl's plump, glistening lips, her hair seemingly woven with threads of happiness and joy, Zhou Chun found himself overwhelmed by an inexplicable desire to kiss her. What am I thinking? This physique resembles that of a young girl. No, I must restrain myself for now. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and silently savored 2 more sea snails. Their succulent texture was both tender and flavorful. Indeed, they were delectable. Turning his attention to the large blue crab in the bowl, Zhou Chun deftly pried one open, splitting it in 2 and removing the crab's heart and stomach. As he beheld the golden, glistening crab roe within, he took a tentative bite. Crunch! The rich crab roe nearly burst forth. Chapter 15. The Choice of Destiny. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun placed the other half of the blue crab into Su Taotao's hand. Su Taotao looked up weakly and said, "Brother Zhou Chun, I can just eat the crab legs." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Chun decisively stuffed the split crab into her mouth. "No refusal allowed. If you continue to be polite, I will be upset. You are my woman. You must eat well. Aren't you planning to bear my child? How can you give birth if you don't take care of yourself?" Knowing that reasoning would not work, he decided to use her desire to have a child as leverage. Oh, indeed, his words struck a chord. Su Taotao's heart raced, her face flushed deeply, as she slowly savored the blue crab. "Brother Zhou Chun is so good to me. He always likes to feed me." As she nibbled on the crab, a blissful smile adorned her face. After finishing the meal, Su Taotao patted her belly and said, "Brother Zhou Chun, I am so full. I will go wash the dishes." Zhou Chun had intended to help, but she insisted that it was unbecoming for a man to wash dishes. That was a woman's task. Reluctantly, he allowed her to proceed, knowing that if he did not let her do anything, she would feel unhappy. Well-fed and content, Zhou Chun sat on the bed, gazing at the fishing rod and net beside him, pondering his plans for the future. The tide would recede late at night, and in this era, even a flashlight was a rarity. Venturing out at night for fishing was neither safe nor convenient. The fishing net required a boat, but fishing itself was unaffected by the weather. Regardless of wind or rain, or even meteor showers, fishing remained unaffected. He could certainly give it a try. If he could gather such rare treasures from the sea, fishing would surely yield even greater bounty. Unfortunately, there was little chance of catching significant fish near the coast. To find good catches, one would need to venture further out to sea. Zhou Chun planned to slowly save up some money to purchase a second-hand boat, developing step by step. Eventually, using a net would be far more efficient than fishing with a rod. Once he had sufficient capital, he could pursue other ventures. If memory served him correctly, in the future, Bailongyu would become the largest mussel farming base. No, it should be referred to as a mussel cultivation base. Countless boats would gather in the vast ocean, with hundreds of thousands of fishermen heading to the East China Sea. This was a magnificent scene from the 70s and 80s, the very era he currently inhabited. However, as time progressed, the depletion of marine resources and inconvenient transportation led to the seafood industry encountering a bottleneck. Many began to transition to aquaculture, yet at this time, the industry was akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Most fishermen who attempted to shift to aquaculture faced devastating losses. Later, the provincial government took notice and contacted aquaculture experts from research institutes to pilot new species of mussels for cultivation. However, the fishermen, having been burnt by losses, were hesitant to participate, even with various supportive policies and the guidance of aquaculture experts dispatched by the provincial government. Very few dared to engage in the cultivation of new mussels. This reluctance stemmed from the common experience of cultivating wild mussels, which are characterized by their thick shells and scant flesh, making the breeding process exceedingly challenging. Despite the experts' fervent persuasion, only a handful of audacious individuals chose to participate. However, the outcome proved favorable. The newly cultivated mussels had a shorter production cycle and yielded a bountiful harvest. Those who took the initial plunge reaped significant rewards, while those who followed suit later found themselves left with nothing but a mere taste of the broth. Shou Chen resolved to seize the opportunities of this era and to involve his elder brother and sister-in-law in his endeavors. He recalled that in his previous life, they had missed this crucial opportunity, transitioning instead from fishermen to the coarse processing of seafood, incurring considerable losses by foregoing mussel farming. When they later sought to enter the mussel cultivation industry, both time and finances proved insufficient to support their aspirations. Opportunities are often fleeting. A seemingly ordinary decision made during mundane times, such as when to purchase a home, when to marry, or which profession to pursue can, upon reflection years later, reveal itself as a transformative choice that alters one's destiny, echoing in the corridors of fate. Noticing the candle wick flickering feebly, Shou Chen instinctively picked up a discarded clam shell to prod the flame. His thoughts drifted to his elder brother and sister-in-law, and he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. His brother was too honest and somewhat bound by experience. In this life, he must earnestly advise him. Shou Chen was determined to ensure his brother lived a good life. After contemplating the future for a while, an inexplicable excitement bubbled within him. Yet, he quickly reminded himself to remain grounded. The prospects of mussel farming were still distant, and the marine resources of Bailongyu had not yet been depleted. It was prudent to focus on fishing for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Taotao busily washed dishes, stealing glances at the pensive Shou Chen. Though her hands were occupied, her mind seemed to wander elsewhere. Would Shou Chen know how to consummate a marriage? She had overheard the neighboring auntie mention that some were clueless, leading to humorous mishaps. Should she teach Shou Chen the ways of intimacy? But would he perceive her as too forward? A wave of anxiety washed over her, leaving her unsure of what to do. Setting aside her dish, Su Taotao poked at the bubbles in the basin, tilting her head in thought. Perhaps she could observe whether Shou Chen knew how to consummate a marriage. If he did, she would feign ignorance, but if he did not, she would gladly instruct him. With this plan in mind, her face brightened, and she resumed her dishwashing with renewed vigor. By the time she finished her chores, the clock had struck past 9. With a bashful demeanor, Su Taotao gathered her basin, towel, and soap, making her way to the creek to wash alone. She believed that a fragrant cleanliness was essential. As Su Taotao headed for the shower, Shou Chen's wandering thoughts were finally quelled, prompting him to take a refreshing swim in the sea. Since his rebirth, he had noticed a remarkable increase in his physical strength, along with enhancements in other aspects of his being. He resolved to conduct a comprehensive assessment of his physical condition. Stripping down to merely a pair of shorts, he felt invigorated rather than chilled by the night breeze. Not far away, Su Taotao, hearing the sound of Shou Chen's footsteps as he emerged, turned to glance at him standing on the pier. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Shou Chen's physique is astonishingly impressive. It seems he has grown taller and more robust after returning from the beach. With her mind in a flurry, Su Taotao approached the stream, observing the gently flowing water. Satisfied that no one else was around, she began to unfasten her buttons. Her light yellow dress was neatly folded and placed in a basin, as she revealed her delicate form beneath the night sky. Her enchanting curves and luminous skin appeared almost ethereal. If not for the conspicuous bruises and scars, she would have been the epitome of beauty. After loosening her hair tie, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, accentuating her youthful, charming visage. A series of white fabrics, imbued with a faint fragrance, were untied and meticulously arranged in the basin. Finally, I can breathe easy, Su Taotao sighed with relief, her delicate nose crinkling slightly. Embracing her mismatched curves, she cautiously squatted by the stream, lifting her fair feet to gently touch the water's surface. Finding the temperature agreeable, she waded in, submerging herself partially, a look of bliss gracing her face for the first time. The buoyancy of the water alleviated her fatigue. With her spirits lifted, Su Taotao hummed a tune, bringing Shou Chen's soap to her nose to savor its scent before skillfully lathering it, placing the fragrant bubbles into her basin. She was reluctant to use too much of such delightful soap. Yet, she reasoned, it would be unwise to hold back. She must cleanse herself thoroughly, lest Shou Chen find her lacking in freshness. She meticulously washed every part of herself, When it came time to dress, she hesitated, contemplating whether to wash the white fabric before deciding against wearing it, knowing she would simply remove it again in bed. Imagining Zhou Chen eagerly grasping the cloth while she lay with her eyes shut. The thought of him spinning her like a top on the bed was too unrefined to bear. After donning her clothing, she stood by the stream, illuminated by the moonlight. She gazed at her reflection, smiled, and assured herself of her beauty before cheerfully gathering her basin and skipping back home. Chapter 16. The Wedding Night. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen took advantage of Su Taotao's time in the bath to swim a lap in the sea. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could remain underwater for 5 to 6 minutes, a remarkable improvement from his previous limit of merely 1 or 2 minutes. It then struck him that his brother seemed to have grown as well. This revelation filled Zhou Chen with immense joy, prompting him to recall a humorous anecdote, a person so impressive that he dared not float on his back for fear of being mistaken for a shark. Chuckling softly, Zhou Chen inadvertently gulped a mouthful of bitter seawater, leading to a series of coughs that diminished his excitement considerably. A tinge of worry crept in. Could he be undergoing some transformation? Would he sprout dragon scales or horns? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to touch his head, reassuring himself that no horns had emerged and that he bore no dragon scales. Suddenly, he felt an itch at the base of his spine, startling him further. Could it be that he was destined to grow a tail first? Anxious, he instinctively checked his backside, only to find a small, unidentified shrimp nibbling at him, seemingly busy exfoliating dead skin. Enraged, he popped the shrimp into his mouth. Cursing under his breath, he reassured himself that he was fine and prepared to return to shore. Just then, he sensed something deep within the ocean, as if something was beckoning him. Yet, as he tried to focus, the feeling abruptly faded, leaving him to wonder if it had been merely a figment of his imagination. Deciding to return to the surface, he climbed onto the dock, shaking the water from his hair. Upon looking up, he spotted Su Taotao returning with a basin, initially running. But upon seeing him, she shyly lowered her head and approached him step by step, bashfully. Zhou Chen gazed at Su Taotao, blinking in disbelief. How had she grown so much? He swallowed hard. The size she had developed indicated a level of maturity that was striking. If she grew any larger, considering the curvature of her skirt, it would be the epitome of perfection. Such a figure was only witnessed in the anime of his past life. His eyes fell on the white cloth in the basin, and suddenly, a realization washed over him. Looking at his hands, he felt a surge of uncertainty. What was he thinking? Su Taotao approached him, offering a towel and soap. Brother Zhou Chen, there's a stream behind the house. You should go, but be careful. The grass is thick, and I'm worried there might be snakes. Remember to pick up a stick to clear the grass. All right, Zhou Chen replied, taking the soap, silently chastising himself for being thoughtless. His wife was considerate enough to warn him, while he had been reckless, allowing a girl to bathe alone. What was he thinking? It is not entirely to blame Zhou Chen. Primarily, he has been lethargic throughout his life. And suddenly stepping into the role of a husband is something he finds rather challenging and will require time to adjust. With a basin, towel, and soap in hand, Zhou Chen approached the stream and earnestly took a bath, leaving no part of himself neglected. He vowed that he had never bathed with such diligence before. After drying himself, he draped the towel over his shoulder, and the thought of the fragrant Su Taotao waiting at home spurred him on, almost causing him to sprint, wishing he had 2 more legs. After all, this was his wedding night, and to not anticipate it would be disingenuous. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Zhou Chen rinsed his legs and feet with the water in the basin, having walked through sand earlier. With the remaining water, he ran his fingers through his hair. It is a common occurrence for both men and women to instinctively present their most perfect selves when they first enter a romantic relationship. However, as familiarity grows, the desire to be completely at ease with one another often leads to unabashed behavior. Once he ensured everything was in order, Zhou Chen exhaled deeply and pushed open the cabin door. He discovered that Su Taotao had already neatly arranged the bedding, laying out the modest cloth he had brought. As he sat on the bed lost in thought, Su Taotao obediently approached, squatting down before him to remove his shoes and even attempting to take off his shirt. Oh, I can manage myself. Zhou Chen thought he had enough confidence, yet for some reason, he felt particularly anxious that evening. Realizing his voice trembled slightly as he spoke, he inwardly chastised himself for his lack of fortitude. He hastily removed his outer garments and trousers, lifted the covers, and patted the bed, attempting to maintain an air of composure. Taotao, you should also get undressed. Let us sleep. Okay. In truth, Su Taotao was equally nervous. Her face flushed to the point of almost bleeding. The thought of what was to come made her legs feel weak. and she nearly stumbled as she awkwardly sat on the edge of the bed. Fortunately, Zhou Qin did not dare to look at her, feigning nonchalance while lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that Su Taotao was even more anxious than he was. At that moment, the atmosphere was quite awkward, akin to a situation where a close friend is about to pass you a cigarette, but several others are present, and you can do nothing but pretend to be busy until your turn arrives. If you reach out too soon, and the cigarette is not handed to you, the embarrassment is indescribable. As Zhou Qin contemplated the intricate patterns of the blanket, Su Taotao was also in a state of distress. Sitting on the bed with her hands trembling over the buttons of her clothing, unable to unfasten the second one. Her fingers were weak, her heart raced. And the moment her fingers brushed against the button, a tingling sensation coursed from her fingertips to the soles of her feet, causing her toes to clench tightly. What was happening? Why were the buttons so stubbornly fastened today? Su Taotao's mind buzzed with chaos, fearing that Zhou Qin might misconstrue her struggle as reluctance. The more anxious she became, the more her hands trembled, and the less strength she found to proceed. At that moment, Zhou Qin could not help but cast a glance at Su Taotao, observing her trembling hands as she fumbled with her buttons. He snapped back to reality and repeatedly slapped his own face in an attempt to regain composure. The young ladies around were all exhibiting a sense of modesty. It was hardly appropriate to undress in the presence of a man. Zhou Qin hastily leapt from the bed, forgetting to wear his shoes, and in a flurry of activity, he rushed to extinguish the candles, plunging the room into darkness. In the enveloping blackness, both individuals instinctively felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Utilizing the moonlight as his guide, Zhou Qin made his way back to the bed, and upon touching his forehead, he realized that he had been sweating profusely. Although the sea breeze had rendered the room pleasantly cool, there was no reason for him to perspire, save for the tension he was experiencing. After all, it was his first wedding, and he was devoid of any experience. Indeed, once the darkness descended, everything seemed to proceed much more smoothly. Before long, the sound of clothing rustling to the ground filled the air. Thud, thud. The sound of garments hitting the floor was rather pitiable, yet to Zhou Qin's ears, it resonated like thunder. As the quilt was lifted, he felt Su Taotao's body slip into his bedding, nestled closely against him, radiating a warmth slightly greater than his own. As she obediently settled down. Chapter 17. In the bridal chamber, who benefited? Zhou Qin lay beneath the covers, feeling Su Taotao, having shed her garments, nestling against his arm like a docile kitten. In this moment, Zhou Qin could not only sense her warmth, but also hear the rhythmic thump of her heartbeat, and even the slightly hurried sound of her breath, warm and moist against his chest, a tantalizing, ticklish sensation he longed to scratch yet dared not. For a while, neither spoke. How unbearably awkward. Zhou Qin had myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, yet nothing seemed suitable to articulate. He felt akin to a lifeless fish sprawled across the bed. He had no intention of pursuing any course of action with Su Taotao tonight. She bore numerous injuries. Her limbs slender, her hips narrow, and her pelvis seemingly small. What if she were to become pregnant? With her frail physique, whether she could bear a child safely was a substantial concern. In this day and age, childbirth typically involved a midwife, and only a few would consider the hospital. This was why, in times past, men preferred women with ample figures. A larger posterior often indicated a wider pelvis, which facilitated natural childbirth in an era devoid of cesarean sections. Sleep, sleep, he thought. Thus, Zhou Qin resolutely closed his eyes, attempting to force himself into slumber. Yet, while his eyelids descended, his mind grew ever more chaotic. His ears transformed into heightened sensors, amplifying every sound around him, the crashing waves outside, the muffled thuds against the wooden piles of the pier, and even the distant echoes of mothers scolding their children from the fishing village on the hillside. Nevertheless, the clearest sound remained Su Taotao's slightly rapid breathing beside him, akin to an intoxicating allure, causing Zhou Qin to swallow repeatedly, feeling the stirrings of youthful vigor within him. After all, he was a genuine young man in his 20s. It was hardly remarkable to react when a girl lay atop him. Oh, the mercy of Buddha. Amitabha, Amen. God bless. Zhou Qin silently chanted to himself. At that moment, noticing Zhou Qin's prolonged silence, Su Taotao opened her eyes and pursed her lips. Was her elder brother unaware of what a bridal chamber entailed? Should she perhaps enlighten him? Although she herself was not entirely knowledgeable, surely she possessed more insight than Zhou Qin. Just as Su Taotao resolved to act, she suddenly found herself perplexed. Wait a moment. Her aunt had only taught her to be passive, not how to take the initiative. In the darkness, Su Taotao felt flustered. After a moment's hesitation, She boldly embraced Zhou Chen tightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, having just finished his fervent prayers to various deities, was finally managing to quell the flames of his desire when he felt Su Taotao clutching his chest, her flushed face pressed against him. He could not only feel her warmth but also the delightful tickle of her closed eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering against his skin, like a sudden jolt of electricity. The delightful fragrance emanating from the girl enveloped him, tugging at the neural pathways of his brain. Zhou Chen realized that even the divine protection of the mysterious Buddha could not shield him from this moment. Unable to resist, he embraced Su Taotao. Drawing her slender form into his arms, his large hand resting upon her delicate waist, savoring the softness of her skin and the graceful curve of her body, inhaling the faint scent of her hair. Yet, he dared not make any further advances. Ultimately, it was the multitude of bruises and scars dotting her skin that restrained him. Once her wounds healed, they could nurture their relationship. After her 18th birthday, they might explore deeper intimacies. Nonetheless, in that moment, Zhou Chen felt himself teetering on the precipice of wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Su Taotao was a bundle of nerves, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. She had anticipated Zhou Chen would take action, only to feel the tension dissipate. What was this situation? Could it be that Zhou Chen was repulsed by her? Hesitating, she timidly inquired, "Zhou Chen Gu, are we not going to consummate our union?" Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chen grew wary of saying the wrong thing and causing her distress. What if she thought he found her unappealing? Seeing Zhou Chen silent, Su Taotao buried her head deeper into his embrace and whispered, I still wish to bear children for you." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Chen replied in a hoarse voice, "Your injuries have yet to mend. If you wish to have children, we must wait until you are healed. Otherwise, the child may not be healthy. To bring forth a plump and robust baby, we both need to ensure our health first, so let us take this time to recuperate." Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Su Taotao's earlier anxiety began to subside, her large eyes twinkling with joy. So it was not that Zhou Chen found her undesirable. "Let us sleep now," she suggested. Zhou Chen held her close, her leg resting on his abdomen, allowing his right hand to caress her fragile foot. His fingers fit perfectly around her toes, which were soft and tender, reminiscent of budding flowers. As he gently kneaded them, a delightful sensation coursed through him. Unable to contain the tingling and electric sensations from his touch, Su Taot buried her face deeper into his chest, biting her lip and trembling slightly. Zhou Chen playfully teased her. "Tao Tao, do you think I am handsome?" "Yes. Zhou Chen Gu is very handsome." "Then, if we were to consummate our union, who would benefit more, you or I?" It would be Tao Tao. Benefiting, right? "Well then, if it were you who benefited, how would you express your gratitude to me?" "Tao Tao, Tao Tao," her soft voice murmured beneath the covers. Suddenly, Zhou Chen felt her move closer, her warm lips briefly pressing against his cheek before retracting in a flurry. Regaining his composure, he felt the lingering warmth on his skin, accompanied by the subtle fragrance of Su Taotao. He smiled and playfully remarked, "A mere kiss is not sufficient. Can you sing?" "Peach does not know." "What about dancing?" "She cannot dance either." "Silly. Does that mean you only know how to consummate the marriage?" "Whoa. No, that's not it. Peach is quite capable, you know." "You are mistaken. It is I who am truly competent." "Why is that?" The girl poked her head out from under the covers, blinking her eyes at Zhou Chen. "You will understand in due time. Now, go to sleep." "No. Zhou Chen, you must tell me now." ZZZ. ZZZ. Zhou Chen? ZZZ. ZZZ. Woa. The term basi describes a person who feels too ashamed to face a certain situation, widely used in the Minnan region. Chapter 18. A good brother has arrived. As Zhou Chen awoke, he discovered that Su Taotao was already up, the lingering fragrance of her presence still enveloping the bedding. His clothes were neatly folded, and upon glancing down, he noticed his shoes had been arranged meticulously. Is this what it feels like to have a wife? How comforting. Although the current circumstances were somewhat challenging, Zhou Chen felt an inexplicable sense of happiness within. Should he indulge in further slumber? No, it was time to earn a living. The fierce winds and crashing waves outside, accompanied by the cries of seagulls, would surely drive any inland dweller to madness. After dressing, Zhou Chen turned to see the stove outside bubbling rice, while the diligent Su Taot fanned herself with a banana leaf. A thick plume of smoke billowed forth, causing her to cough several times. When Zhou Chen finally stepped outside, he found Su Taotao had begun washing clothes. He leaned forward to see what she was cleaning. Noticing Zhou Chen's approach, Su Taotao's cheeks flushed, and in a flurry, she clutched her clothes tightly, stammering, "Zhou Chen, when did you wake up? You walk so quietly." "You startled me. Just woke up, wanted to see what you were doing," Zhou Chen replied. Upon realizing that Su Taotao was washing his intimate garments, he quickly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he gazed out at the sea. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Zhou Chen suddenly comprehended the situation. Observing the waves crashing against the pier, he mused. The water was quite high last night. It even soaked the pier. Su Taotao looked up and echoed, "Indeed. I could hear the waves hitting here last night." Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence. She had no grasp of his implication. "What are you laughing at?" Su Taotao asked, her face adorned with a puzzled expression. After finishing the laundry, Zhou Chen set the table with rice and the pickled vegetables he had purchased. Enjoying a hearty meal. Once they had dined, Su Taotao busily scurried off to wash the dishes. While scrubbing, she softly inquired, "Zhou Chen, when shall we return to meet your parents?" Given that they were now married, it seemed appropriate to pay a visit to his parents, ideally bearing gifts to offer tea as a sign of respect. Zhou Chen replied, "For the time being, let's not rush to see my parents. They are currently testing me, urging me to establish myself before returning to them." He hesitated to disclose the truth about being cast out from home. Su Taotao believed him wholeheartedly, her admiration shining through as she exclaimed, "Zhou Chen, you are truly remarkable. I believe in you. You will surely make a name for yourself." "Of course, a man must succeed," Zhou Chen declared. "Just wait, Taotao. I will ensure you become the wealthiest of women, with endless riches at your disposal." Flattered by her praise, Zhou Chen felt a surge of adrenaline, almost wishing to don a yoke and compete with an ox in strength. "I don't need much wealth. Just the joy of being by your side, Zhou Chen." Su Taotao gazed at Zhou Chen and said, "It's nothing. There is no conflict." Zhou Chen affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and turned to inspect the fishing rod he had picked up from the side. The quality was decent, and it would suffice for the time being. He reasoned that once he had more money, he could invest in a better rod. Just as Zhou Chen was contemplating a fishing expedition, a loud voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Zhou Chen, are you home? Hey, Ah Chen, are you still lazing about? Wake up. A typhoon is coming." The boisterous voice startled a few seabirds perched on the wooden house, sending them flapping their wings in a flurry. Then came a cacophony of voices. "Ha ha ha, didn't this guy just get married? He must be too sore and bedridden after last night's wild celebrations. What? We're his brothers. Let us hurry and carry him out to the sea to wake him up. You grab a brick, if he dares to show his face. Give him a whack. How dare he secretly marry without telling us? This is a betrayal of our brotherhood and revolution." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Chen instantly envisioned a lanky figure, resembling a skinny monkey, making cheeky gestures. Indeed, it had to be Lin Jiaming. He was nicknamed Skinny Monkey due to his monkey-like agility and penchant for climbing. His father was a deckhand who spent months at sea, thus leaving him to roam freely. He once broke half a tooth while picking lychees, and his grin revealed a gap-toothed smile that added to his comical charm, brimming with mischief and clever schemes. Hence the nickname. Zhou Chen pondered whether this fellow truly resided here. Had Tian Xiao chased him away? Having trudged 5 or 6 miles, he felt exhausted. If Lin Jiaming were not at home, it would have been a fruitless journey. "Oh well, I'll just sit here for a moment," he sighed. The one who had called out was unmistakably the boisterous Li Yaoguang, whose parents were not fishermen. His father worked at the town's meat processing plant, and in this era, weighing around 170 to 180 pounds spoke volumes of their affluence. Li was among the first in their group to marry, though he was still childless, and returned home to a barrage of scolding each time. In an instant, a flood of memories surged back. These were indeed his childhood companions. They had always looked after him with camaraderie, though none had achieved much success. After his departure in his previous life, he lost touch with them. Some worked menial jobs, while others became fishermen. Although he had managed to assist a few of them after his fortune changed, he could never forget the sight of them raising their glasses and calling out Chen Gu, their eyes filled with unfamiliar emotions. But how sweet it was to hear Ah Chen now. Su Taotao was inside tidying up the floor, which had many warped and decayed areas. As she meticulously pressed down on the boards, she heard voices outside and looked up in confusion, saying, "Brother Zhou Chen, it seems someone is calling you." "It's my friends. Don't worry." Zhou Chen quickly set aside the fishing rod and leaned out the window, shouting, "I'm here. I'm here." If he didn't emerge soon, he feared his friends would leave. "What on earth were you doing? I called out to you numerous times, and you didn't respond. I thought you had collapsed. Where is your wife? Bring her out for us to see. Our curiosity is insatiable. Furthermore, did you secretly wed, fearing we would disrupt your nuptials? Or were you frightened last year when we tied the heavy-set fellow beneath the lychee tree and removed his trousers?" The monkey picked up a shell from the ground and hurled it at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun quickly closed the window made of banana leaves to shield himself, then feigned anger, saying, "Oh, you scrawny monkey, after just a brief absence, you wish to take my life with a hidden weapon? I do not seek your demise. We have brought you delightful gifts today. Do you wish to partake? Also, if you do not rise soon, I suspect your wife may be plotting against you. Come down quickly, lest you stumble onto the beach. If you call me Brother Jiaming, I shall generously assist you." The scrawny monkey shook the sack in his hand, while the heavy-set fellow mirrored the action with a package wrapped in oiled paper, the contents unknown. Zhou Chun knew that the scrawny monkey would not utter anything beneficial. Inside, Su Taodao's face flushed red. Nothing had transpired the previous night. Zhou Chun promptly pushed open the door, strode down with pride, and leaped from the pier onto the beach. See where I falter? A man cannot falter. Do you think everyone is like the heavy-set fellow, gasping for breath after a few steps? Nonsense. It is you who cannot keep up. Despite sitting on the beach and panting, the heavy-set fellow, stung by Zhou Chun's jests, regained his composure and stood up, brushing off the sand from his backside and hands. The scrawny monkey winked. We are all brothers here. Admitting one's shortcomings is nothing to be ashamed of. Have you forgotten the year before last? Defamation. You slander me. Be quiet. If you dare, I shall strike you down. Upon hearing the scrawny monkey's reckless words, the heavy-set fellow became agitated and reached out to chase him, but his size rendered him incapable of catching up. Ha ha ha. You can't stop me, and I shall persist. The scrawny monkey laughed while running away. This diversion reminded Zhou Chun of the heavy-set fellow's embarrassing incident from last year. Father. I called you father. Please stop. Your wife is here. Spare me some dignity. The heavy-set fellow was on the verge of tears, should so many hear of his past blunders. He would wish for nothing more than to disappear. Chapter 19. The Misadventures of the Fat Man in the Year That Fatty Got Married. He had a girl chosen by his parents, a tall and beautiful maiden named Li Qishui. She was diligent and capable, and to be frank, it was largely due to her father's position in the meat processing factory that she consented to marry Fatty. In those times, being overweight was not considered a flaw. Rather, it was often said that those who could indulge themselves to such an extent must have some means at home. However, this tale does not simply revolve around Fatty's size. The story begins with his wife, Li Qishui, who, despite her seemingly delicate name, possessed a fierce temperament. According to Shouhou, the primary reason Fatty's parents favored this girl was that she could keep him in check. Fatty was as timid as a mouse in her presence, often stammering in fear. On the day of their wedding, Zhou Chun, Shouhou, and another companion, Aping, decided to eavesdrop on the events. As young men brimming with curiosity, it was a rare occasion for one of their brothers to marry, and they were eager to witness the festivities. As the trio crouched by the wall, they heard the drunken Fatty push open the door and stumble inside, inadvertently shattering a teacup from the table with a loud crash. In those days, tableware was a precious commodity. When families hosted meals, everyone brought their own dishes, as there was little spare money for extras. The cup Fatty broke was a newly purchased red ceramic piece, which infuriated Li Qishui. The three friends watched as Li Qishui, adorned with a bright red veil, lifted it to reveal her beautiful face, accentuated by striking lipstick. Before Shouhou could express his excitement, she stood up abruptly, scolding, Li Yaoguang, can you not be so careless? That cup cost several dimes, and you just smashed it. Do you use your eyes for breathing while walking? Dear, I'm sorry. I'll buy you another pair, okay? Fatty, startled and sobering up from fright, quickly apologized. Li Qishui shot him a disapproving look before replacing the veil atop her head and sitting back on the bed. All right, come here and lift my veil. But you just lifted it yourself, Fatty muttered. Hey, Li Yaoguang, are you trying to irritate me? Do you want to drive me to madness? When I ask you to come lift my veil, why do you question me? My lifting it doesn't count? I'm truly at my wit's end with you. Li Qishui's reprimands left Fatty no choice but to raise his hands in surrender and approach her to lift the veil. Once the veil was raised, the remaining actions were all too clear. Just as Li Qishui began to undo a few buttons, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and with a swift motion, she pulled the curtain down, plunging the room into darkness. Oh no, how can they turn off the lights? Shouhou lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. The most honest among them, Aping, tugged at Shouhou's sleeve, saying, We've seen enough. We should leave now. Leave? I haven't had my fill yet. If I can't see, at least I can listen, Shouhou retorted, determined to stay put. Zhou Chun wore a mischievous grin, unwilling to depart either, leaving Zhou Maoping to squat beside him in silent camaraderie. The sounds of rustling clothing echoed through the room once more, prompting Li Qishui to urge, Li Yaoguang, Could you hasten your pace? My dear, I apologize. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. And it's so dark in here that I can't see the buttons or the zipper. Exasperated, Li Qishui replied, honestly, Li Yaoguang, look at you in this clumsy state. Come here, let me assist you. With a sudden rip of the zipper, a pained yelp escaped the portly man's lips. Ah, what are you wailing about? My wife. You've caught my hair. It hurts terribly. Why fret over a few strands? Hurry up. Let us get to bed. No more dawdling. Oh. Ha. Outside. Zhou Chun and his companions were barely containing their laughter, their faces flushed, nearly doubled over in mirth at the sight of the comical portly man. After a brief interval, the sounds of the portly man's groans filled the air, abruptly ceasing, followed by Li Qingshui's incredulous voice. Have you finished? Weren't you the one who urged me to be quicker? Li Yaoguang, I curse your ancestors. Get lost. Sleep on the floor. Li Qingshui's scathing retort was followed by a loud thud, unmistakably the sound of the portly man being unceremoniously kicked out. Zhou Chen and his friends were now on the brink of collapse from laughter. From that moment onward, this incident became part of the portly man's infamous history. When the slender monkey inquired about it later, the portly man would offer excuses, claiming he was too nervous or had been drinking. Eventually, after hearing it too many times, he simply rolled his eyes in response. Realizing he couldn't catch up to the slender monkey, the portly man gave up the chase, shouting, Slender monkey, don't you dare think that once you're married, I want to be lounging on your bed. I'm not afraid. Just don't let it be that when I drop my trousers, you feel insecure. Get lost. I'm still wary of those pesky needles. Their banter continued unabated. Enough with the bickering. What brings you all to seek me out? Zhou Chen inquired. We heard you were getting married. How could we not show our support? Here. I've brought dried squid, dried eel, and even a dried seahorse, something I secretly acquired. My father brought these from the ship. They can only be found in the far sea. The slender monkey cheerfully handed a burlap sack to Zhou Chen. Upon opening it, Zhou Chen discovered an array of large squid and eels, the dried seahorse particularly noteworthy, hard to come by near the coast, and worth a pretty penny. In these times, wedding gifts among friends typically amounted to mere pocket change, so such a thoughtful gesture was indeed commendable. I didn't bring any fish. Instead, I had my father buy 2 pounds of brown sugar in town to nourish my sister-in-law. This is particularly beneficial for women, especially during their monthly cycles. Simmering an egg with it is simply delightful. The portly man, coming from a relatively affluent background, had surprisingly produced 2 pounds of brown sugar during a time when sugar rations were scarce. Goodness, Li Yaoguang, no wonder you were acting so mysteriously earlier. You were hiding 2 pounds of brown sugar. The slender monkey nearly drooled at the thought. Don't even think about it. This is for my sister-in-law. The hefty fellow directly placed the item into Zhou Chen's hands. The brothers had made a pact. No matter whose wife it was, each would refer to the other as sister-in-law. Brothers, I shall lead you all to great wealth in this lifetime. Zhou Chen felt a warmth in his eyes, genuinely moved by his comrades. What more could a man desire in this life than such intimate friends? He was determined to bring his brothers to prosperity. In this lifetime, could it be, Ah Chun, that you possess a past life as well? The hefty fellow chuckled. The slender monkey urged impatiently. Ah Chun, where's the sister-in-law? Let us see what she looks like. I'm on the edge of my seat. Zhou Chen disregarded him and inquired with concern. What about Ah Ping? Ah Ping, whose real name was Zhou Maoping, was also one of the 4 rascals of Bailing Island. However, his character was markedly different from theirs. He was rather honest and somewhat stubborn. Perhaps it was due to family circumstances. His mother had passed away early, leaving only his father in him, along with a 16 or 17-year-old sister. Their family situation was the most modest among them. Zhou Chen cared deeply for Zhou Maoping, not only because they shared a close bond, but also because in their previous life, Zhou Maoping had endured the harshest fate of them all. How dire was it? He met his demise before reaching the age of 35. Chapter 20. What is the matter with my sister-in-law's eyes? In a previous life, Aping had laboriously married a woman of questionable character, whose children were not his own. Although they later divorced, Aping succumbed to despair and tragically took his own life by leaping into the sea. If memory serves, at this moment, Zhou Maoping harbors a secret affection for a certain girl. Despite her seemingly glamorous position as a private school teacher in the town, she is far from virtuous, having entangled herself with numerous students. Reflecting on Zhou Maoping's tragic fate in his past life, Zhou Chen silently vowed to alter the dismal destiny of his dear friend. Fortunately, Zhou Maoping's feelings for that woman were merely superficial, stemming from his role in escorting his sister to and from school. With a gentle nudge in the right direction, Zhou Qin was confident that Zhou Maoping would soon recognize the vile nature of that duplicitous couple. The thought of Zhou Maoping's silent plunge into the depths of despair in his past life reminded Zhou Qin to tread carefully, knowing that he must approach the situation gradually. When Zhou Qin mentioned Zhou Maoping, the rotund companion scratched his head and remarked, "Aping has gone to fetch you something. The tides are particularly treacherous today. His father has gone to catch mud eels. He didn't tea-sell all of them last night and kept one aside for you." The lean monkey, with a mischievous glint in his eye, chimed in, "Ah Chun, mud eels are quite the tonic, excellent for invigorating the body. This fellow here always keeps a stock of them at home." "Enough. Are you still hung up on that? When you finally marry? If you don't have at least one child, I will laugh myself to death." The rotund companion seized the lean monkey, twisting him with a playful grip that elicited a chorus of yelps from the latter. Mud eels, a species of eel that thrives in muddy waters, are characterized by their slightly larger heads and gray bodies, scientifically known as Aphycthus punctatus. They predominantly inhabit shallow coastal waters, such as estuaries, bays, and mangroves, occasionally venturing into freshwater streams. Due to their high market value and the difficulty in capturing them, they are regarded with great esteem by coastal dwellers. Many believe that mud eels fortify bones and muscles, hence, when faced with injuries, fractures, or muscle pain, they often resort to consuming medicinal dishes or spirits infused with mud eels. Wealthy families may even prepare a barrel of mud eel liquor for their wives to use during postpartum recovery. In the vicinity of Bailing Island, only a handful of individuals possess the skill to catch mud eels, and Zhou Maoping's father, Zhou Dada, is one among them. It was through this remarkable talent that he raised Zhou Maoping and his sister. "Ah, he is here." The lean monkey suddenly shaded his eyes from the sun and called out, glancing at the nearby hillside. In the distance, a somewhat dark-complexioned youth excitedly approached, holding a black mud eel. Upon noticing Zhou Qin and the others gathered, he quickened his pace. "Hurry up, Aping. We've been waiting for you," exclaimed the lean monkey, always the most impatient of the group. Coming. Upon reaching Zhou Qin's side, Aping beamed with an endearing smile, scratched his head, and presented the sizable mud eel, weighing over a pound, to Zhou Qin. "Brother Qin, this was caught by my dad yesterday. It's been aerated overnight, and all the mud has been expelled. Please make some soup for my sister-in-law." "All right, thank you, Aping. Just wait for me here. I will first put this away and then bring my wife out for you to see." The earth dragon perfectly matched Zhou Qin's urgency, as Su Taodao's body was adorned with bruises and wounds that required the healing properties of this dragon. "Go quickly, I'm nearly dying from anxiety." The slender monkey rubbed his hands together. "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Only you are in a hurry." The plump fellow seized the opportunity to make a jest. Such was the nature of these two eternal adversaries, a dynamic Zhou Qin had grown accustomed to. Zhou Qin carried the earth dragon inside, placing it in a basin before setting aside some brown sugar and dried eel. Su Taodao gazed curiously at the large earth dragon, her eyes wide with wonder. "Brother Zhou Qin, is this really an earth dragon? I've never seen one so big. It was a gift from a friend, meant to help you recover. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. We will all become familiar faces in the days to come." Zhou Qin gently took Su Taodao's hand. I, Su Taodao stammered, feeling a surge of anxiety. "My eyes. I'm afraid I'll frighten them. I worry about embarrassing you." "Don't be afraid. They're all my close friends, and they won't act recklessly. Besides, your eyes are so beautiful. I can't wait to show you off." Zhou Qin spoke sincerely, eager to flaunt his lovely bride before his comrades. Furthermore, Su Taodao's unique right eye could not be concealed forever, and he intended to gauge his friend's reactions. "Me? A source of pride?" Su Taodao felt a mix of surprise and warmth. When did she become an object of admiration? Without further ado, Zhou Qin had already pulled her outside. "Well, look at that. So adorable." Ah, Qin, you rascal." The slender monkey's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing Zhou Qin emerge with Su Taodao, his gaze fixated in astonishment. The sight of such a charming girl, shyly trailing behind Zhou Qin with her head bowed, was enough to melt anyone's heart. How had Zhou Qin managed to marry such a stunning girl? The slender monkey felt a pang of envy, torn between concern for his friend and jealousy at Zhou Qin's good fortune. "Hiki, this is my wife, Su Taodao. Isn't she beautiful? Taotao, let me introduce you to my friends. This is the slender monkey. Hey, why are you still calling me by my nickname? Sister-in-law, hello. I'm Lin Jiaming." The slender monkey quickly straightened up, spitting into his palm and smoothing down his hair. "This is Li Yaobuang, known as the Fatty, and this is Zhou Maoping. Just call him a Ping." Zhou Qin introduced each of them in turn. As Su Taodao listened to Zhou Qin's confident introductions, Her eyes brimmed with emotion. Although she felt a slight sting in her nose, a sweet smile graced her lips. Hello, everyone. She dared not meet their gazes, only lifting her head slightly while allowing her bangs to obscure her unique eye, remaining close to Zhou Qin as she shyly greeted them. The portly man, accustomed to being pampered by his wife, felt a pang of envy upon seeing the adorable Su Taodao, who appeared utterly compliant. He couldn't help but wonder how he ended up marrying a domineering woman. Hello, sister-in-law. The most earnest Ah Ping genuinely felt joy for Zhou Chun, greeting him with enthusiasm. However, his lack of eloquence led him to scratch his head awkwardly, his gaze fixated on the sand surface. Observing the envious and resentful expressions of the slender monkey and the chubby man, Zhou Chun couldn't contain his delight. After all, he had envied the chubby man's marriage for quite some time. Now, the tables had turned, and they were enviously gazing at him, especially upon hearing the slender monkey's exclamation of "You truly deserve this," which filled Zhou Chun with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. His lips were nearly unable to suppress a triumphant grin. Standing beside Zhou Chun, Su Taodao caught a glimpse of his genuine pride, and her own confidence surged slightly. In that moment, she realized she couldn't let go of her brother Zhou Chun, so she mustered her courage, lifted her chin slightly, and revealed a sweet smile. Just then, the morning sun illuminated her from behind, and Su Taodao, with her charming smile, stood radiant in the light, glowing brilliantly. Wow, Aiken, hurry and take your sister-in-law home. We're about to be dazzled, the slender monkey exaggeratedly exclaimed, while the chubby man stared blankly at Su Taodao's right eye and asked, Aiken, what's up with sister-in-law's eye? Chapter 21, Confession to Brothers. Upon hearing the chubby man's words, the slender monkey and Ah Ping also noticed Su Taodao's eyes. Su Taodao, feeling their gaze upon her, instantly understood their thoughts and hurriedly lowered her head in fear, nervously biting her lip. Her hand instinctively tightened around Zhou Chun's palm, trembling slightly. Every time someone from the village discovered her blue eyes, they would regard her with peculiar glances, whispering that she was unclean or possessed by evil spirits. Attributing any misfortune, be it lost ducks or natural disasters, to her presence. She was terrified that her male friends would judge her or persuade their men to leave her. After all, women are like garments, while brothers are akin to kin. Would she be abandoned? Seeing his wife so timid and apprehensive, Zhou Chun felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He first tightened his grip on Su Taodao's hand to offer her comfort, then turned to the chubby man and said, My wife's eyes are like this, but they do not affect her vision. Is that so? The chubby man exclaimed. Wow, why are my sister-in-law's eyes so beautiful? They are blue. Ah Chin, what incredible fortune you have. He continued, exceedingly excited, slapping his thigh. I know. I've seen it in fashion magazines from the port area where my dad used to work. It's called heterochromia. In the port, those magnificent horses have blue and red eyes. They're stunning. I dream of riding one of those horses. The slender monkey rambled on, blissfully unaware that Su Taodao did not understand his words. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Sister-in-law, lift your head so we can admire them again. Hey, slender monkey. That's merely your opinion. Do not impose it upon me. You are no different from a scoundrel. Do not come to my home anymore. Fatty. Why would I go to your home? Is it to gain strength after your wife has had her turn with you? With your wife's demeanor, a mere feather duster would send me flying. My physique is no match for yours. I willingly endure my wife's beatings. You have yet to experience such. The two began their banter once more. Zhou Chun was taken aback, fearing that his good friend might develop other thoughts upon seeing Su Taodao's eyes. As people of this era often harbored superstitions. However, who would have anticipated that his brother would find his wife's eyes remarkably beautiful? Then he reconsidered. After all, they were also youths influenced by the reform and opening up policies, educated and exposed to progressive thoughts, unlike the older generations in the village who clung to feudal superstitions. At this time, they were also learning from the West, where anything associated with the foreign was regarded as fashionable. For instance, matches were called foreign fire and foreigners were referred to as foreign people. It was no wonder they found his wife's eyes, reminiscent of foreigners, to be stylish. Wait, my eyes are beautiful? Su Taodao, who had braced herself for ridicule, was momentarily stunned. This was the first time someone had complimented her eyes. For some inexplicable reason, her alluring large eyes began to mist over, and she wondered why compliments would make her eyes feel so achingly emotional. In the past, when others scolded her, Su Taodao would feel on the verge of tears, unable to distinguish between good and bad. Taodao, let my brothers take a look at your eyes. They are utterly envious. Zhou Chun remarked, understanding that this was also a moment to bolster Su Taodao's confidence. He gently wiped away the tears that had spilled from her eyes and encouraged her in a soft, soothing voice. All right. Su Taotao had never felt such joy before. She lifted her head to greet Li Yaoguang and the others, extending her hand shyly before letting it drop. Feeling embarrassed as she nestled closer to Zhou Qin, burying her face against his side. Seeing his beloved wife in such a bashful state, Zhou Qin instinctively protected Su Taotao, playfully pinching the soft flesh of her arm while struggling to suppress a grin. The trio of chubby friends, witnessing Su Taotao's demeanor, erupted in a chorus of exaggerated lamentations. The skinny monkey knelt down, exclaiming, "Brother, Chun, does your wife have a sister? I wish to marry a blue-eyed one too. Get lost. My wife has no sister, and I have no desire to become relatives with you." Zhou Qin retorted. With his friends unconcerned, a weight finally lifted from Zhou Qin's heart. He merely needed to gauge the sentiments of the village elders. Should any rumors circulate, they could have significant repercussions, particularly in an era still steeped in the conservatism of the 1980s, where many of the older generation held traditional views. This was no trivial matter. He had heard of a child from a neighboring village born with 6 fingers, who was tragically drowned. If the villagers truly objected, he did not intend to bury his head in the sand, but rather to find a way for them to accept his wife. As for what that method might entail, Zhou Qin only harbored vague ideas yet to be fully developed, preferring to ponder them later. At that moment, the chubby friend noticed the bruises and scars on Su Taotao's arms, and then the marks on her legs revealed by her torn shorts. He was taken aback, his voice trembling. "Qin, have you hit your wife? Goodness, what are all these scars?" The skinny monkey, too, was struck silent by the sight of Su Taotao's wounds. "How could you have treated her this way? Qin, what is going on?" The usually quiet Aping regarded Zhou Qin with a serious expression. The skinny monkey turned to Su Taotao, asking, "Sister-in-law, has Qin hit you? Speak the truth. We will deal with him on your behalf." "Qin, how can you have no shame? Are you even a man?" His impatience nearly drove him to confront Zhou Qin. "Indeed, Qin, how can a man strike his wife? I've endured a year of being hit by mine, and look at me, I still survive." The chubby friend chimed in, equally agitated. The skinny monkey added with a teasing tone, "You just can't fight back. Enough. What kind of time is this for jokes?" Zhou Qin interjected. "Sister-in-law, did that scoundrel Qin strike you? We shall not let him off easily." Not at all." Su Taotao panicked, instinctively shielding Zhou Qin with her presence. She stammered, "Brother Zhou. He has always treated me so well. How could he possibly hurt me? This injury. As she spoke, her voice began to falter, as if memories flooded her mind. It was her parents who had inflicted the pain. Her wife had previously endured much suffering there. The villagers of Sujia village discriminated against her, often finding new ways to torment her. Zhou Qin, feeling a surge of compassion for Su Taotao, interjected, saying, "They claim my wife is a harbinger of misfortune, but I consider such beliefs to be mere superstition. We are educated individuals, are we not? Did our teachers not instruct us to embrace science? Look at all those foreigners with blue eyes, nothing ever befalls them." Upon hearing Zhou Qin's words, the thin monkey scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "As long as it wasn't you, Qin, who struck her, I'm fine. I was just a bit anxious earlier. Please don't hold it against me. It's all right. I merely wish to hear your thoughts," Zhou Qin replied, showing no inclination to reproach his brother. Understanding that their concerns arose from a place of care, seizing the moment, he resolved to discuss matters pertaining to his wife and sought his brother's insights. Eager to gauge their perspectives, the stout fellow spoke first. "Qin, I believe this is utter nonsense. No wonder Sujia village has fallen into such destitution. Rarely do we see anyone from there selling meat at my father's place. Just look at how they blame all misfortunes on a young girl. Is this the kind of behavior that befits humanity?" Chapter 22, Negotiating with the Earth Dragon. The lean monkey adjusted his belt and squatted down, grinning widely to reveal a half-missing front tooth. "Qin, I may not have read as many books as you, but I have perused plenty of magazines featuring those Western stallions. What's wrong with blue eyes? They're beautiful. What calamity could they possibly bring? I simply don't believe it." Ping was the last to speak, succinctly stating, "I feel the same way. All right, I'll be honest. I'm genuinely worried about you all discussing my wife behind my back." Seeing that his brothers harbored no ulterior motives, Zhou Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was profoundly touched. Wherever he went, having such a group of understanding brothers was truly enough. "Come now. We are brothers. If there is something to discuss, we'll do so face to face. What is the joy in gossiping behind your back?" The lean monkey remarked without a hint of shame. The plump one shot a glare at the lean monkey before turning to Zhou Qin. "Qin, We have no ill intentions, but you must consider our village of Jinsha. Those gossiping women have tongues sharper than knives. This is precisely what concerns me, however. I intend to take it slowly, allowing them to gradually accept my wife, Zhou Chen replied. Indeed, take your time, they will eventually come around. If anyone dares to speak ill, I'll deal with them, the plump one declared fiercely. Let me have a go at them first to let off some steam. The lean monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of confrontation. Zhou Chen found it amusing, knowing his dear brother had been harboring such thoughts. Beside them, Su Taoda remained silent, yet her large eyes blinked rapidly, revealing the thoughts swirling in her mind. Summoning her courage, she tugged at Zhou Chen's sleeve and whispered, Brother Zhou Chen, please don't feel pressured. If the villagers turn against you because of me, I'll move out. I cannot be a burden to you. Though Su Taoda spoke with a facade of strength, the affection reflected in her wide, innocent eyes revealed her deep attachment to Zhou Chen. She didn't want to leave. She had finally found someone willing to treat her kindly. Yet, if her presence would truly bring trouble to Zhou Chen, she would rather depart. Above all, she wished not to bring him harm. Brother Zhou Chen is the best person in the world. He should not be entangled in her troubles. Zhou Chen looked down and noticed her eyes were glistening. Her long eyelashes dampened into delicate clusters, an utterly endearing sight. Silly girl, do not say such things. You are by my side, and no one can drive you away. Rest assured, you are my wife, and I shall protect you for a lifetime. Protect me for a lifetime? Su Taodao murmured to herself. Indeed, Zhou Chen smiled at her, soothing his beloved wife. Seeing Zhou Chen's smile, Su Taodao listened intently to his words, feeling an overwhelming brightness in her heart, as if surrounded by the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Brother Chen, will you truly protect me for a lifetime? Zhou Chen sensed a tugging at the hem of his right sleeve. Turning to look, he found the lean monkey had somehow crept up beside him, fidgeting and pouting. Get lost. You're utterly repulsive. Zhou Chen swiftly kicked the thin monkey down. The thin monkey cried out in despair, landing hard on his behind, sprawled out in disarray. Su Taodao, aware that the thin monkey was mocking them, felt her face flush with embarrassment, nearly bleeding from the humiliation. Zhou Chen patted Su Taotao's hand, signaling her to retreat and rest for a while. He feared that his beloved wife might not withstand the shameless antics of his friends. By the way, Chen, what are your plans for today? I heard your parents chased you out. How do you intend to make a living with your wife? The plump one steered the conversation back to the main topic. I'm not sure. My parents didn't give me any money. I plan to scavenge the sea to support my family. Yesterday, I sold quite a bit from my haul, and today I intend to go fishing. That's when I happened to run into you all, Zhou Chen replied. At that moment, the thin monkey scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, What fish are you going to catch? The tide is receding now, and there is hardly any water near the rocky area. Do you have a boat to venture into deeper waters? How could you not know the tide is out today? Having grown up by the sea? He looked at Zhou Chen with a hint of confusion. Zhou Chen felt a pang of anxiety. It had been years since he scavenged the sea, and he couldn't quite recall such details. It seemed his oversight was apparent only to his friends. He quickly laughed it off. Oh, my memory must be failing me. Fortunately, the thin monkey did not press further. At that moment, a ping, with a naive expression, said, Brother Chen, since the tide is out today, the waters by the mangroves are quite abundant. My dad is going to catch mudfish today. Would you like to join us and learn how to catch mudfish? The larger ones are worth 2 to 3 yuan each now. Since sister-in-law is injured, 1 mudfish wouldn't suffice for stew. If we catch a few more, it would help her recover, and any extras can be sold. Hearing about catching mudfish, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Catching mudfish is a skilled task and quite engaging. From the crafting of the fishing tools to locating the mudfish burrows, every aspect requires finesse. In the past, there were only a few villagers from Bailanji who excelled in this, and Ping's father, Zhou Daqing, was one of them. Always returning with a bountiful catch. Great. I was just lamenting having nothing to do today. I'm tired of scavenging the sea. I'm nearly fed up. Catching mudfish sounds far more interesting. The thin monkey and the plump one expressed their newfound enthusiasm as well. However, the thin monkey said with a hint of frustration, Ping, we don't have any mudfish tools. Besides, would your father be willing to teach us? Ping, unbothered, replied, My family has 3 old mudfish tools. I'll ask my dad to make a new one for each of us, and he can teach us some techniques. Besides, the most crucial aspect of catching mudfish is experience. My dad, even if he teaches you, without 3 to 5 years of practice, you won't catch any. The thin monkey retorted defiantly, I don't believe that. As long as Uncle Daqing is willing to teach me, I'll master it in no time. He'll regret teaching such a prodigy. The plump one chimed in excitedly, right? I also believe I have a knack for catching mudfish. Let us get started. If both the thin monkey and I prove to be exceptionally talented, Uncle Daching 1T have the option to back out. They had all witnessed Joe Daching catching mudfish effortlessly, gliding through the mudflats and mangroves, landing every catch, leading them to instinctively believe it was an easy task. Upon witnessing this, Aping shook his head, pondering the inevitable regret that these two would soon experience. Zhou, feeling a surge of impatience, was eager to join his dear friends in the revelry after his recent rebirth. As he listened to the trio exchange a few words, their subsequent plans crystallized in his mind. He then recalled an important detail and inquired, "Do you have any mud horses at home?" The mangrove area is manageable, but the tidal flats lack mud horses. It's impossible to traverse without water boots and rubber shoes, isn't it? Chapter 23. A Kiss for the Young Bride. The mud horse is a tool employed for traversing the tidal flats, resembling a canoe with sideboards that prevent mud and sand from surging in as one advances. Its front tapers upward, and in the center, a gate-shaped handrail is affixed. A person stands at the rear, gripping the handrail, and with a push of their feet against the muddy ground, can navigate the tidal flats with ease. This version of the mud horse is a refined one. In most households, it is merely a plank of wood with a raised front and a handrail nailed in the middle. Riding a mud horse is second nature to the coastal dwellers, akin to riding a bicycle or a scooter in contemporary times, prior to the advent of the mud horse. When people ventured onto the tidal flats for gathering seafood, encountering soft mud, referred to by the elders as tinder mud, could lead to perilous situations. One might sink as lightly as to the thigh or, in severe cases, to the waist, rendering their legs stuck in the mire, a predicament known as staking. With the rising tide, such individuals risk drowning. However, since the introduction of the mud horse, such occurrences have become exceedingly rare. Riding a mud horse is reminiscent of gliding on skis across soft snow. Though the two activities differ significantly, skiing is a pastime of the affluent, while riding a mud horse is a means of livelihood for those by the sea. In their youth, they relished riding the mud horse. Yet their exuberance often caused concern among adults, who feared they might fall into the treacherous soft mud and become staked. Whenever they were caught sneaking off to play with the mud horse, they could expect a sound thrashing. With a resigned demeanor, Aping reflected, "I have an old mud horse at home that is still usable. My father and I share one. Let us give this one to Fatty. As his family does not gather seafood and lacks a mud horse, the thin monkey should have a couple at home as well. You can simply share one with Chingu when the time comes." The thin monkey chuckled, "All right, let us return and fetch the mud horse. That old one of yours can be for Fatty. Even if he breaks it, it won't be a loss. The two mud horses at my place were newly crafted by the village's master carpenter, and I would rather not part with them. What of being fat? Have you eaten your fill of my family's rice? You wouldn't even be able to get that fat," Fatty retorted, grumbling. This mischievous monkey always seizes the opportunity to mock him, his tongue as sharp as a dagger. As their plans were finalized, Aping began to issue a word of caution to the others. "Let me be clear, catching earth dragons is no simple task. Should you fail to catch any, do not blame me. It requires both strength and a bit of fortune." Zhou smirked slightly. He was unperturbed by matters of luck. Moreover, in his previous life, he had spent some time learning how to catch earth dragons, so he possessed a modicum of experience. Consequently, he felt a degree of confidence regarding the upcoming endeavor. The thin monkey and Fatty impatiently proclaimed themselves to be masters at catching earth dragons, brimming with self-assurance. Subsequently, the thin monkey headed home to retrieve the mud horse. Meanwhile, Zhou returned to his abode to inform Su Taotao of his intention to catch earth dragons. Upon entering, he discovered Su Taotao cheerfully teasing the earth dragon in the basin with a piece of dogtail grass. The dull-colored earth dragon coiled within the basin, growing increasingly irritable as Su Taotao prodded it with the grass, causing it to whirl around, unable to leap out of the basin. Much to Su Taotao's amusement as she laughed several times. Upon witnessing such a whimsical scene featuring his beloved wife, Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. He couldn't help but sigh. After all, his wife was merely 18, still a cherished treasure in the eyes of her parents. "Taotao, I'm heading out with my friends to catch some mudfish. I expect to return after the tide rises around noon. Just wait for me at home," he said, placing a straw hat atop his head to shield himself from the fierce sun at the mudflat. "Be careful on your way. I've heard the mudflat can be quite treacherous. You must take care," Su Taotao replied, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Each year, incidents occurred in that area. "Don't worry, my friends and I will look out for each other, and we'll have an elder with us. Nothing will happen," Zhou reassured her. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her soft, tender cheeks, finding it utterly delightful. Each time he did so, her face would flush a bright red, as if a switch had been flipped. Catch as many mudfish as you can, but remember to heed the elder's advice. I will wait for your return at home, she said, her voice sweetly coaxing, stirring something tender within him. I know, I'm not a 3-year-old. You can rest easy. I'll bring you back a bucket of mudfish, Zhou Chen responded, shaking the empty bucket in his hand. For some inexplicable reason, hearing Su Tao Tao waiting for him at home filled his heart with a peculiar, exhilarating emotion, leaving him inexplicably invigorated. Good, Su Tao Tao's eyes sparkled, shimmering as though they could light up the room, evoking the image of a child waiting patiently for a parent to return home with treats. Suddenly emboldened, Zhou Chen pressed a kiss on Su Tao Tao's cheek. Ah, she gasped, caught off guard, her body jolting as she quickly shut her eyes, her long lashes trembling. I'm off, Zhou Chen called out, his heart racing after the kiss. He felt an overwhelming rush of warmth flooding through him, and with his bucket clanging, he hurriedly left, nearly stumbling as he stepped onto the wooden boardwalk, which felt as soft as cotton beneath his feet. Hearing his departing footsteps, Su Tao Tao shyly opened her big eyes and called out, her voice quivering, Zhou Chen, take care. I know, he shouted without daring to look back, chiding himself for his timidity. What was so embarrassing about kissing his own wife? He often boasted to his friends, yet in front of her, he was an entirely different person. After rubbing his face to regain composure, Zhou Chen reminded himself that his friend Ajeng lived in Jinsua village, just behind which lay a vast expanse of land lush with green corn. Adjacent lies an expanse enclosed by a fence, where a multitude of chickens reside. A resplendent rooster is seen mounting a hen, causing her to cluck in distress. Nearby, a young girl with 2 braids, resembling Su Tao Tao, clutches a broom and exclaims, Oh dear, you rascal, you frightened this poor hen into not laying eggs. And look at her feathers, nearly plucked bare like a monk's shaven head. As she tosses aside the broom, chaos ensues. The rooster, startled, flutters about in a frenzy before finally taking flight over the fence, landing atop a nearby lychee tree. This girl is none other than Zhou Maoping's sister, Zhou Huimei, who has just turned 18. Fortunately, she inherited her late mother's good looks, and her disposition starkly contrasts that of her brother Zhou Maoping. True to her name, she is both wise and beautiful. In a previous life, she seemed to have married a fisherman from Zhoushan, living a fairly content life. Alas, after Zhou Maoping's demise, this young lady has shed many tears. Upon noticing Zhou Chen's approach, Zhou Huimei picks up the broom from the ground and cheerfully greets, Ah Chen, you've come. My brother and Shouhou are just behind. Father is preparing a new earthen fork. Would you care to join us and take a look? Certainly. To be honest, I am quite curious about how this earthen fork is made. I've heard that Uncle Daqing's forks are unlike any others. He uses live earth dragons, Zhou Chen replies. His interest peaked as he deftly navigates over the fence and makes his way through the back entrance. To craft the earthen fork, a fire must be lit. Just moments ago, he noticed smoke rising from the back. Chapter 24, Zhou Daqing's Mastery. As I approached, a wave of intense heat greeted me. A lean, somewhat balding man dressed in camouflage and black trousers was squatting on the ground, sporting a pair of reading glasses and wielding a hammer to strike a glowing red fork in his hand. His sun-kissed skin revealed the signs of a man accustomed to the seaside, so dark that the wrinkles on his face were nearly invisible, save for the glistening veins that stood out prominently on his neck as he exerted himself. The plump man, feeling the heat, distanced himself and squatted in the shade, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with curiosity. Indeed, no man could resist the allure of blacksmithing. The usually lazy fellow was now wide-eyed, intently watching the process. A Ping was assisting his father, and upon noticing Zhou Chen's arrival, he called out, Brother Chen, take a break. The earth dragon fork isn't ready yet. Zhou Chen, intrigued, found a place to sit unobtrusively and observe how Zhou Daqing crafted the earth dragon fork. Typically, such forks are designed with sharp, parallel prongs for in total, capable of delivering a lethal blow to an earth dragon hiding in the mud. However, the dead earth dragons seldom fetch a good price. Zhou Daqing's creation was distinct. It featured 2 blunt prongs shaped like a figure 8. Noticing Zhou Chen's curiosity, Zhou Daqing retrieved the glowing iron fork and, while hammering, explained, these 2 prongs are called lanqi. When they are heated and bent, once you spear the earth dragon, you will feel it struggle. Zhou Chen, holding a completed earth dragon fork, inquired further, and what are the 2 protrusions in the middle of this figure 8 shape? Also, what is the purpose of the 2 prongs at the back? Zhou Daqing replied, "These are called gu. They won't harm the earth dragon. Its flesh is soft, merely breaking the skin at most. Once you spear it, these two gu will hold it in place, preventing its escape. The two prongs at the back are termed wan. After spearing the earth dragon, a swift twist and turn will entangle its body with the rear loops, allowing you to bring it out." After explaining, Zhou Daqing resumed crafting a new earth dragon fork. "Impressive, Uncle Daqing. Is this idea your own?" Zhou Chen marveled, unable to part with the fork in his hands. "Whose idea could it be? I lack such brilliance. It's all thanks to some clever thinking," Zhou Daqing chuckled. "Then why doesn't everyone use this type of fork? This earth dragon fork requires considerable experience. Many prefer the simpler prong version. Nowadays, the youth are eager for quick results. They lack the patience to learn such techniques." Zhou Daqing seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to Zhou Chen, emphasizing, "Without diligent study, how can one expect to reap rewards? Ah Chen, if you truly master this craft, providing for your family will be effortless. Your parents would no longer worry. I heard from a ping that you recently married. As a man, you ought to carry yourself like one and work hard." "Yes, indeed." Zhou Chen chuckled awkwardly and turned away, pouting slightly. It seemed that his youth had indeed rendered him rather foolish. Any elder who encountered him could not help but lecture him for a few moments. Zhou Daqing, having delivered his admonishment, was satisfied. As an elder, he could not bear to witness the younger generation squandering their time, regardless of whether his words had any real impact. It was essential to voice his concerns, or else he would feel uneasy. As for whether Zhou Chen could truly reform himself, he was too indifferent to ponder it further. In his view, the enthusiasm with which Zhou Chen and his companions had approached him to learn the art of spear fishing was merely a fleeting whim. The likelihood of them persisting in this endeavor seemed rather slim. Before long, a new spear was ready, having been tempered in the water. Zhou Daqing held it in his hand, weighed it, and then handed it to Zhou Chen. "You can use this one for now. I prefer the older one." "Thank you, Uncle Daqing," Zhou Chen replied, accepting the warm spear and attempting a few practice thrusts. The plump boy, brimming with excitement, also came over to fondle the spear, envisioning himself skillfully spearing a fish. "If I managed to catch a big fish, I could sell it and buy some fine fabric for my wife," he chuckled. Despite occasionally facing his wife's wrath, he held a deep affection for her. Zhou Chen was also contemplating that if he had a bountiful catch, he would return home with something nice for Su Taodao. The thought of the girl waiting for him filled him with determination. He must catch at least a bucketful of fish, as he could not bear to disappoint her. He believed his luck should be favorable. Yet he felt uncertain about his skills in spearfishing. As he awaited the arrival of the thin monkey, Zhou Maoping, his father, began crafting a jumping fish cage. These bamboo cages resembled plump gourds, being round at the front and flat at the back, with a funnel-shaped opening at the front. Placed in the burrows of the jumping fish, once they entered, the narrow confines of the cage would prevent them from turning around and escaping. After capturing them, one could simply untie the cord at the back to release the fish. Zhou Maoping treasured these cages greatly. Earlier, when the plump boy attempted to pick one up to play with, Zhou Daqing scolded him, saying, "Put that down. It takes me a long time to weave one of these. It's not like a spear you can handle carelessly. If you break it, how will I catch fish? I still need to use it later." After being chastised, the boy sheepishly set the cage down, muttering under his breath in annoyance. At that moment, Zhou Chen noticed an oddly shaped net nearby, supported by two crossed bamboo sticks, resembling a mosquito net with mesh on all sides except for one opening. Remembering how the plump boy had been reprimanded, he refrained from touching it. "This is my father's net for catching jumping fish," Aping said as he neatly folded the net to prevent the boy from playing with it and getting scolded again. This reminder prompted Zhou Chen to recall the method of catching jumping fish by stepping on their burrows. The technique involved a person carrying the net along the riverbank, stepping on the holes where the fish resided, while simultaneously submerging the net with its opening directed towards the burrow. Startled, the jumping fish would leap from their holes and into the river, perfectly landing within the net's opening, thus ensuring a successful catch. Today, we shall refrain from employing that method. This technique is predominantly used during the early tide. It is essential that the mudflats possess water, and at this hour, with the sun blazing down upon us, even the nimble fish remain nestled within their burrows, emerging only at dusk. Let us first set our traps and subsequently pursue the mudskippers. By the time we return from our endeavor, darkness will have fallen, allowing us to retrieve our traps seamlessly. Besides teaching you the art of catching mudskippers, I will also instruct you in the delicate craft of capturing the nimble fish. It seems that many of you youngsters are unable to distinguish the burrows of these creatures. Zhou Daqing approached, fastening a multitude of stacked fish traps around his waist. Muttering to himself, this wisdom has been passed down from the older generations of coastal foragers. Zhou Chen listened intently, having returned to life anew. He had forgotten much of the traditional knowledge related to this craft, and this occasion presented a perfect opportunity to relearn. Zhou Maoping, his father, was indeed a master of coastal foraging. The elder not only excelled at catching mudskippers and nimble fish, but anyone wishing to cultivate blue crabs would also seek his expertise. As the saying goes, a diverse skill set is never burdensome. Zhou Chen resolved to learn diligently. With this thought in mind, he concocted an excuse to step out and purchased a pack of cigarettes to tuck away in his pocket. Chapter 25. Placing Bets. At this moment, Zhou Chen found himself with limited funds, having purchased a pack of Lonesome brand cigarettes. This particular brand is characterized by its affordability and robust flavor, making it an excellent choice for fishermen seeking a quick pick-me-up during their arduous tasks at sea. While purchasing the cigarettes, Zhou Chen had also noticed the Narcissus brand cigarettes displayed on the shelf, a classic brand produced by the state-owned Longdon Cigarette Factory, which was quite beloved among the fishermen of Minnan. However, the price was a tad higher, considering that his friends were present and they would likely share the cigarettes. He deemed it unnecessary to splurge and opted for a pack of Lonesome cigarettes. Upon returning, Zhou Chen deftly extracted 3 cigarettes and first offered one to Uncle Zhou Daqing, saying, "Uncle Daqing, after our toil with the Earth Dragon, allow me to treat you to this cigarette to invigorate your spirit. You will undoubtedly need to exert yourself later. Ah Chun, you truly have matured. Your words have grown sweeter and you have become more considerate." Zhou Daqing responded with a hint of surprise. His subsequent remark in Minnan dialect implied that while it is easy to dote on the younger generation, it is far more challenging for the younger ones to show filial piety towards their elders. Zhou Chen's thoughtfulness brought him great comfort. "Hey, Lonesome brand cigarettes?" "Ah Chen, quickly. Hand me one." Upon sighting the cigarettes, the plump man's eyes widened with excitement, and he sprang to his feet, dashing towards Zhou Chen to snatch the cigarette from his fingers. However, Zhou Daqing deftly swatted his hand with a bamboo stick he was using to weave a fish trap. "Ouch! Why did you hit me, Uncle Daqing?" the plump man exclaimed, grimacing in pain. "You glutton, do you understand the rules? When receiving a cigarette, you take from the inside, not the outside. Furthermore, I am your elder. Do you dare to seize a cigarette so recklessly, as if I do not command your respect?" Zhou Daqing glared at Li Yaoguang. I simply haven't caught a whiff of smoke in half a month. My wife is quite strict with me. I couldn't help myself. Please, you smoke first, Uncle Daqing." After receiving a reprimand, the plump man quickly became more compliant, taking the cigarette from the inside of Zhou Chen's fingers, lighting it at the stove, and then respectfully offering it to Zhou Daqing. "Youth must strive. Without effort in one's prime, one shall be of no use in old age. Li Yaoguang, do not always rely on your parents. They too will grow old." Zhou Daqing took a deep drag from the cigarette and began his lecture anew. Zhou Chen, witnessing the plump man scolding, felt a sense of relief. He had recently endured a similar tirade from Zhou Daqing, but fortunately, his demeanor had been respectful, sparing him from further reprimand. The plump man's situation was indeed a consequence of his own actions. "Uncle Daqing, you are absolutely right. I will strive to improve." While appeasing Zhou Daqing, the plump man simultaneously requested another cigarette from Zhou Chen, delighting in the moment as he lit it up and took a satisfying puff. "Ah Chen, this is splendid. Do you know how long I've been holding back? This cigarette has truly saved my life. My money is all with my wife, and I rarely have a penny to spare. It's all my mother's fault for saying that a man with money in his pocket will surely go astray. Pity my father, who spent his entire life under the thumb of my mother. Now it seems I am destined to follow in his footsteps. Alas, it appears that the Li family will forever be ensnared by the whims of women. You cannot possibly understand giving money to one's wife merely garners a few smiles. Yet the inevitable reprimands and scoldings remain unchanged. By heavens, such is the nature of women. Ah, what a relief it is to have escaped. I observed that you were not smoking earlier, yet you hardly seemed on the brink of death. Hee. I must confide in you. Holding back from smoking is far more gratifying than sharing a bed with one's wife at night. Sometimes, I imagine that if I could indulge in a cigarette after such a night, the pleasure would be unparalleled. Alas, should I dare to smoke in bed, she would surely hang me out to dry." The hefty fellow, with his eyes squinted like slits, relished his smoke contentedly. "By the way, Ah Chen, you are now a man. What do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I?" Isn't it far more enjoyable to share a bed with a wife than to indulge alone? Hiki. Get lost. Shochin wished to steer clear of such discussions with the hefty man. They made him uncomfortably anxious. Naturally, he could not admit to not sharing a bed with his wife, regardless of the reason. He would undoubtedly be ridiculed by these companions. Humph, why are all men so bashful? The hefty man, perched on a chair, continued to smoke while awaiting the arrival of the slender monkey, casting glances at Zhou Chun's cigarette pack, contemplating whether to ask for another. Achin, why aren't you smoking? He inquired, perplexed at Zhou Chun's abstinence. I've quit. Humph, I don't believe you. Just keep pretending. The hefty man scoffed, casting a disdainful look. They had all grown up together, and he knew Zhou Chun well. How could a seasoned smoker like him possibly quit? Among their group, only Zhou Maoping refrained from smoking, presumably to save money for a future wife or to provide a dowry for his sister. By the way, what is that scrawny monkey up to? Has he been carrying those mud horses for so long? It's driving me mad. Just then, a breathless voice echoed from outside. Damn it, you fatso. I trudged all the way home to fetch those mud horses, and here you are, sitting idly and smoking. I nearly collapsed from the 4-mile trek. And you didn't even bother to come out and greet me. The slender monkey appeared, each shoulder bearing 2 mud horses, sweat beads dripping from his nose and chin. With Zhou Huamei's assistance, he carefully set the mud horses down and plopped onto the ground, fanning himself with his hand. Damn it, I almost exhausted myself. Thankfully, the way here was downhill, so it wasn't too taxing. You fatso, you better deliver those mud horses to my house. I can't carry them uphill. The hefty man, crossing his legs, relished the moment. Aren't you afraid I'll damage your precious mud horses? Why are you yelling at me? Shouldn't you be blaming Achin for not lending a hand? Hearing this, the slender monkey paused, for they often worked together. And the hefty man frequently enjoyed slacking off, prompting an instinctive blame. Just as he was about to address Zhou Chun, the latter handed him 2 cigarettes. Here, take these. The hefty man only gave you one earlier. The slender monkey's ire swiftly transformed into a grin as he accepted the cigarette. Placing one between his lips and tucking another behind his ear, he addressed the stout fellow, saying, It is my duty to exert myself for Achin. As for your reprimand, you brought it upon yourself. Even if you're innocent today, I can well imagine you will seek a place to laze about later while digging up the earth dragon. Thus, it is not unjust for me to scold you in advance. What absurd reasoning is this? I vow that today I shall undoubtedly unearth a barrel of earth dragon. How about this? Let us brothers compete to see who can dig up the most. The 2 who fall short will treat the others to a pack of Lonely Brand cigarettes. Ah Ping, you need not partake in this. After all, you have been with Uncle Deching for so long. You are far more skilled than we are. Ah Ping nodded, for he had never been much of a smoker. Count me in. Zhou Chun eagerly joined in on the wager, as men find little joy in camaraderie without a bit of betting involved. Chapter 26 Preparation before the mudflat. Have you brought your booties? As they prepared to venture onto the mudflats and into the mangroves, Zhou Daching cautioned. If we head toward the outer mudflats, there are plenty of sharp oyster piles. Without booties, you risk injuring your feet. After finishing his cigarette, Zhou Daching asked Zhou Chun for another and tucked it behind his ear. Exploring the mudflats is not only arduous but perilous as well. The shells in the muddy terrain can be exceedingly sharp. If one neglects to wear proper foot protection, they might end up with a severe gash. It is not as simple as wandering barefoot or donning ordinary shoes, expecting to find an abundance of Australian lobsters, Arctic sweet clams, and African golden abalone. Wearing shoes on the mudflats is akin to courting disaster. Once your foot sinks into the mud, the shoes become a significant hindrance when attempting to pull them out. In such dire circumstances, one might have to abandon their shoes for the sake of survival. In these impoverished times, losing a pair of shoes in the mudflat would surely lead to a scolding upon returning home. Have you got them? Zhou Chun asked. I brought you a clean pair of booties and some string. You can tie them yourself. The lean monkey tossed a tattered pair of cloth booties to Zhou Chun. In this era of widespread poverty, few could afford to use quality fabric for booties. Instead, they were crafted from worn-out clothing. The booties tossed to Zhou Chun were a patchwork of numerous pieces of cloth, extending all the way to his knees. Ah Ping, find me a pair as well. The stout man said reluctantly, savoring the last puff of his cigarette until the stub became unmanageable, at which point he extinguished it with a sigh, muttering that he could unravel it and roll it again for another smoke. Are you trying to imitate San Mao? Zhou Chun shot a glance at the stout man, who was known for his significant smoking habit and strict oversight from his wife. Who is San Mao? I'm not that pathetic yet. Besides, don't you still have half a pack? The stout man deemed the term pathetic unflattering and casually flicked the cigarette butt into the stove, noting that it lacked a filter. Occasionally, he would scavenge discarded butts from the street. Nothing much, just a vagrant from the Republic era, Zhou Qin remarked, recalling how he enjoyed reading about San Mao's adventures. San Mao would collect cigarette butts from the street to sell. This practice had its origins as during the Republic period. Some vagrants specifically scavenged used butts to sell to recyclers. These individuals would dismantle the butts, extract the tobacco, and dry it to create cheap cigarettes. Naturally, these low-quality smokes were primarily sold to the laboring class, and while the tobacco was not particularly hygienic, it was valued for its affordability, costing only a fraction of regular cigarettes. You can wear these. They were made from old diapers. Ah Ping dug out a pair of white, yellowed booties and handed them to the stout man. Goodness, this isn't your urine, is it? Can I exchange them for another pair? The stout man grimaced at the sight of the booties. Ah Ping shot him a glance and replied honestly, I'm wearing ones made from rags. Do you want to wear those instead? Never mind, these will do just fine. The stout man plopped down onto a chair, removing his shoes to put on the booties, causing the chair to creak under the sudden weight. Be gentle. We only have a few chairs at home, Ah Ping lamented. Zhou Qin began to don his foot coverings, which required him to secure them tightly around his ankles and knees with ropes to prevent them from slipping off. Noticing that Zhou Daqing remained inactive, Ah Ping urged, Father, why aren't you putting on your foot coverings? I find them uncomfortable. My soles are calloused, and it's of no consequence, Zhou Daqing replied, shaking his head. Reluctant to wear shoes. Many elders preferred to go barefoot while gathering clams by the sea, regardless of any advice. Please, just put them on, Zhou Huimei interjected, approaching with a clean pair of foot coverings, which Zhou Daqing reluctantly accepted and donned. Soon, everyone slipped on their shoes, donned straw hats, and shouldered their mud horses and earthen forks, ready to embark. Father, take your time, Zhou Huimei waved from behind. Ah Ping's home was several miles from the tidal flats, and at this hour, the June sun blazed fiercely. They traversed the sloping terrain by the sea, with the azure ocean visible upon turning their heads. Carrying the mud horse and feeling the sea breeze, Zhou Qin was in high spirits. It had been a while since he had breathed such fresh air or seen such a magnificent sea. The thought of soon forking earthworms to nourish Su Taotao invigorated him. How much farther? I'm exhausted. The stout companion, burdened by the mud horse, was soon drenched in sweat, his garments soaked front and back. His face flushed as beads of perspiration trickled down. Just wait until you begin forking earthworms. You'll surely be wailing for your mother, the lean monkey teased, kicking the stout one playfully. How come you're not even sweating? The stout one exclaimed incredulously, turning to Zhou Qin. Me? I'm not sure. I don't feel tired. Nor do I feel particularly hot. Zhou Qin realized he wasn't sweating at all. Since his rebirth, he had discovered that his physical capabilities had vastly improved, and the weight of the mud horse felt as light as a feather. Not everyone is as feeble as you, Zhou Qin retorted, wary of further inquiries from his companion. As expected, the lean monkey seized the opportunity to recount the stout one's wedding mishaps, and they shared a hearty laugh. Eventually, the group caught sight of a vast expanse of dark tidal flats in the distance, bordered by steep cliffs with black rocks below. Near the tidal flats lay a broad stretch of black sand, darkened by a mixture of mud and sand, where numerous individuals were raking the sand to unearth shellfish. Are they raking for shellfish? The stout one, unfamiliar with the coastal life, found the sight of women raking shellfish quite novel. Indeed. And those wielding hoes are likely digging for sandworms, Zhou Qin noted, reminiscing about the times he had seen shellfish rakes. This rebirth had rekindled his fondness for such activities. The shellfish rake was distinct from those used inland. It featured a rectangular iron frame at the front, tied with 2 ropes. As they raked the mud snails, the 2 ropes were tied around their waists, with the rake's tail resting upon their shoulders. They pressed down on the rake and walked backwards, using their waists to guide the tool, thus conserving energy. The mud snails typically resided in the shallow sands, easily revealed with a sweep of the iron frame. At times, they would even rake up crabs or clams. They ventured further in, where no mudfish were present. Perfectly suited for digging clams, mudfish and jumping fish favored the mangrove area. Zhou Daqing, holding a mudfish fork, pointed towards a vast expanse of lush mangroves. Keep moving. Don't dawdle. Our priority is to catch mudfish. At this moment, the stout fellow no longer felt fatigued, sprinting ahead with his mud horse. Look at you. Full of energy now. The lean monkey quickly followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the slope of the mangrove, where a large flock of ducks was diving for snails. Whose ducks are these? The stout one exclaimed. Once we tire of catching mudfish, Let us grab one for roasting. These ducks, raised on snails, lay eggs with red yolks. Absolutely delectable. If we roast one, its meat will surely be irresistible. His eyes gleaming, he swallowed hard in anticipation. Just then, a crisp voice pierced the air. What are you doing? Those are my ducks. From the thicket emerged a figure donning a straw hat, with two braided pigtails cascading in front. Her fair face flushed with indignation. She pouted, clearly upset. Wasn't he that the widow, Lin Xingyu? Chapter 27. First, release the jumping fish trap. This widow is truly amusing. When she gets angry, she pouts her lips like a furious toad. In her hand, she clutches a pickaxe, and at her waist, she carries a bucket. Clearly here to pry oysters from the trees. What are tree oysters, you may wonder? Perhaps it is only in my vicinity that such oysters exist. These creatures grow attached to the roots or trunks of mangrove trees, differing vastly from the artificially cultivated, larger varieties of the future. A sizable oyster measures about the length of half a hand, with its flesh appearing in shades of blue or green, delectably fresh. Coastal residents enjoy prying them open with pickaxes, scraping the meat into plastic buckets to take home and cook with duck eggs. I noticed that Lin Xingyu had placed 2 duck eggs in her bucket, likely gathered while tending to her ducks. As some ducks tend to wander off and lay eggs beneath the mangroves. In the past, I often accompanied the plump fellow and others to the mangroves to gather duck eggs, and sometimes we would excavate seabird nests, wrapping them in mud and roasting them over the fire. The chubby one, caught in the act, was so embarrassed that he nearly burrowed his toes into the ground. He hastily laughed. Haha, I was just joking. I'm a good person. You can ask this young lady here. Li Yaoduang is a well-respected young man in our Bailongyu community. The widow, Lin Xingyu, was not particularly talkative, especially with so many people around. But her gaze immediately fell upon Shou Chen and the crowd. Firstly, he was the only person towering at 180 centimeters, and secondly, even if he turned to ashes, Lin Xingyu would still recognize this rascal. If you're associated with him, you can't be a good person. Lin Xingyu shot Shou Chen a glare, then turned to the chubby one, saying, Don't set your sights on my ducks. I'll be watching. Gathering her courage, Lin Xingyu waved the pickaxe in her hand and swiftly grabbed a mangrove branch to shoo her ducks away, calling out, Go on, go on. As she drove the flock away, she finally dared to glance back at Shou Chen, glaring fiercely. Humph, this big bad egg. He even brought a bunch of rascals along. I must keep my distance from him. Ah Chen, you truly are something else. Look at how you frightened the widow from your village. My reputation has suffered as well. The chubby one lamented. I've already turned over a new leaf, Shou Chen replied, scratching his nose in exasperation. Seeing Lin Xingyu glaring at him, he could only muster a helpless smile. However, to Lin Xingyu, that smile appeared exceedingly wicked. Oh no, oh no. This rogue saw me glare at him. Will he take revenge? Lin Xingyu's heart raced in fear as she turned away in a panic. In her fluster, her legs weakened, and she nearly stumbled into a muddy pit. Fortunately, she managed to grab a nearby mangrove branch to steady herself. Not daring to look at Shou Chen, she fled as if she were a thief. Impressive, impressive. As expected of my brother Chen, just a glance and the widow nearly toppled over. The thin monkey laughed heartily. Are you itching for trouble again? Shou Chen shot a sidelong glance at the thin monkey, finding his words excessively sharp. Do not deny it. We all know in our hearts that you are the most beastly among us. It is you who has led us astray. Wasn't it you who introduced smoking to the slender monkey? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have developed a craving for cigarettes. And as for stealing lychees and melons, that was also your doing. Damn it, I climbed trees like a monkey to steal for you, and now you blame me for leading you into thievery? When men gather, they often debate who is the most beastly among them, each believing themselves the most innocent, while their brothers are deemed more depraved. Yet, ironically, their brothers share the same sentiment. Enough of the quarrels, let us remove our shoes and descend. Zhou Daqing has already settled on the grass, removing his shoes, regretting having brought the 3 of them along, as their incessant chatter has given him a headache. A Ping refrains from joining the debate, focusing instead on inspecting his belongings. Let us go, let us catch some mud dragons. Don't forget our wager. I must catch the biggest one. The stout one relinquishes the argument, tossing his shoes onto a branch before leading the way down with the mud horse. Here I come, cries the slender monkey, also descending with the mud horse. He places it on the tidal flat, excitedly sliding and stomping on it, making strange sounds as he imagines himself soaring through the skies. Shou Chen follows suit, setting his mud horse on the flat, and as he attempts to push off, he slides quite a distance. Let us see who can slide the farthest. The slender monkey exclaims joyfully after completing a circle. Men remain boys at heart, always competing From who can urinate the farthest as children to who can endure the longest as adults. All right, Zhou Qin, having not slid on a mud horse for years, finds his playful spirit rekindled, gliding over 10 meters on the tidal flat. I won't compete. I'm too heavy. The stout one concedes, opting out of the contest. Just then, Zhou Daqing, with a cigarette in his mouth, strides over nonchalantly on the mud horse, striking the slender monkey on the head with his mud dragon fork, causing him to howl in pain as if under a spell. Stop screaming. If a mud dragon happens to surface, it will be scared back by your noise. Do the three of you still wish to learn about catching mud dragons? Of course. Zhou Qin, now uninterested in the playful antics with the slender monkey and the stout one, recognizes that catching mud dragons and returning home to nourish his wife is the priority. If you want to learn, first follow me to set out these jump fish traps, Zhou Daqing instructs, gesturing to the yellow bamboo cages strapped to his waist. What? Uncle Daqing, I thought we were coming to catch mud dragons right away. How long will it take to set out all these jump fish traps? The faces of the slender monkey and the stout one immediately fall. Set them well. There are 200 traps here. In the end, each of you will get 10 traps. And whatever you catch will belong to you. Is that acceptable? Zhou Daqing takes a puff of his cigarette as he begins to untie the bamboo traps from his waist. That sounds good. My wife will surely be delighted when I bring these back. It has been quite a while since I last indulged in the delight of jumping fish. Yet none of my family members possess the skill to catch them. Were they to succeed, I would gladly bring some back for my sister and younger sibling to enjoy. The slender monkey's eyes sparkled with interest. Although Zhou Qin remained silent, he too wished to capture a few more jumping fish for Su Taodao. Therefore, I implore you to learn diligently how to locate jumping fish burrows and properly set the traps. The quantity we manage to catch with these 10 traps depends solely on your efforts. Should you fail to apply yourselves and end up with an empty catch? Do not blame me. Setting the traps for jumping fish is indeed a skillful task. It is not as simple as merely placing them in the water and expecting the fish to swim in. All right, Uncle Daqing, we promise to learn earnestly, responded the eager chubby one, clearly keen to impress his wife with a bountiful catch. Didn't we wager on the forked dragon? How about we add a bet on the jumping fish as well? The loser will still have to buy a pack of cigarettes. Fine. Since we've already bet on one box, what else one more? I abstain from gambling. I usually manage to catch plenty, Ping replied candidly, shaking his head. Don't flatter yourself. I wasn't including you in this. If we were to bet with you, we might as well just buy you a pack of cigarettes right now, teased the slender monkey, playfully thumping Ping's chest. I'm in. Zhou Qin chimed in, accepting the bundle of bamboo traps handed to him by Zhou Daqing, nodding confidently. He believed his luck would not betray him. Subsequently, Zhou Daqing glided ahead on his muddy steed, with the others trailing beside him. After a short distance, he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Here lie the jumping fish. These are the traces of their movements." He lowered his gaze to the ground, brimming with certainty. What? How did I miss that? The chubby one and the slender monkey peered down, unable to discern the evidence. The muddy terrain was riddled with large openings. How could he be so certain that jumping fish were present here? Chapter 28. Learning to catch the jumping fish. Zhou Daqing leisurely puffed on his cigarette. Not in a rush to explain. He merely gestured, and immediately the others noticed a jumping fish in the distance, its gray body adorned with beautiful azure speckles. With its dark attire and vibrant demeanor, it danced merrily in the morning tide, its eyes fierce like a frog, and its fins billowing like flags. Indeed, there it is, exclaimed the lean monkey, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Could I deceive you three young lads? Zhou Daqing exhaled a plume of smoke, his pride evident. His confidence was not unfounded. The jumping fish was unlike any other. Its bulging eyes afforded it an unparalleled 360-degree view, and at the slightest rustle, it would vanish in an instant, making it exceedingly elusive. When the jumping fish lay on the mudflat, not even a pair of tongs could secure it. The moment you touched it, it would swiftly teleport to the side of the tongs, leaving you in disbelief, questioning whether you had consumed too much of a potent brew. How could a fish possess the ability to teleport? In truth, the jumping fish was simply too fast for the naked eye to perceive. Those residing in the mangroves could even spread their pectoral fins to form a suction-like structure, enabling them to cling to trees, further complicating the task of capturing them. Zhou Daqing, well versed in the art of catching jumping fish, was naturally inclined to show off a bit. Uncle Daqing, teach us how to spot them. Zhou Qin quickly offered him another cigarette, fulfilling his role as a provider. Ping, enlighten your brothers. Zhou Daqing leaned against the mud, instructing. Ping bent down, pointing at the 2 rows of marks near the burrow's entrance. The fins of the jumping fish are shaped like this. When it exits its burrow, it uses these fins to push itself along, leaving behind these 2 rows of marks. Do you see how these tracks are just the opposite? Well, so it truly is like that. I had no idea. The lean monkey and the stout one marveled. Zhou Chen also lowered his gaze to inspect the burrow's vicinity. And sure enough, the area was filled with the very marks Ah Ping had described, confirming that this was a cluster of jumping fish burrows. Then can't we simply place the cage in their path? The stout one inquired eagerly, brandishing a cage as if ready to set a trap. Do you really think such a clever creature would emerge with that there? If it sees it, it'll find a way around, you fool. Zhou Daqing finally finished his cigarette and tossed the butt aside. He reached into the jumping fish burrow, first determining the direction of the tunnel. If it veered left, he would dig to the left. If it leaned right, he would excavate a sizable chunk of mud to widen the entrance. Upon noticing water bubbling from within, it was highly likely that a jumping fish was present. Zhou Daqing extracted a large clump of mud and tossed it aside. He then retrieved a jumping fish trap. See this cage? The front is round while the back is flat. Place the rounded end towards the burrow. The funnel-shaped opening allows the fish to enter but prevents it from turning around, ensuring it cannot escape. Zhou Chen examined the bamboo cage, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship and perfect proportional enlargement. It was indeed suitable for fishing in the river, as its funnel-shaped design allowed fish to enter but not escape. When placing the cage, it was not merely about dropping it in. The opening had to align precisely with the jumping fish's hole. And one must also ladle water into the hole to cover the cage, lest the fish be deterred by its presence. Zhou Daqing carefully positioned the cage at the hole, pressing it down gently, and then dug a nearby hole to divert water into the freshly excavated jumping fish hole. After completing this task, Zhou Daqing drew a large circle in the mud, encircling the jumping fish's entrance. What is this for? Zhou Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. I know. Uncle Daqing is drawing a talisman to invoke blessings, the thin monkey interjected. Drawing a talisman? Nonsense. This vast expanse of mud will be hard to navigate later. How will you locate your cage? Zhou Daqing retorted with a glare. Oh, I see. The thin monkey replied sheepishly. All right, have you all learned? Here. One person takes 50 cages, perfectly distributed. For the last 10, you shall mark them with a stick, and when the time comes to retrieve them, I will not touch your cages. Any jumping fish caught will belong to you, Zhou Daqing instructed. Understood, the trio replied eagerly, stepping forward to collect the cages. The thin monkey murmured, I was initially planning to keep 10 of the good cages for myself. Surely, 50 will yield at least 10 worth keeping? Now, I must ensure I mark them properly. He bent down to dig at a hole, but Zhou Daqing kicked him sharply. You 3 youngsters dispersed to find other locations. This area was my discovery. Even having Ah Ping place 50 cages is a challenge enough. Do you really think we can manage 200? Moreover, the hole you're digging has no jumping fish. It's merely an escape vent. The actual entrance is the one they use to come and go. Can't you see there are no signs of entry or exit in this hole? The adjacent hole bears the traces of their return. The cages must be placed here. Not just anywhere you see a hole. If you proceed like this, you will merely frighten the fish, driving them into their escape tunnels. What is the difference? How complicated can it be? The thin monkey said, utterly bewildered. Still not comprehending? Zhou Daqing kicked again. Ouch, Uncle Daqing. Why do you only kick me? The thin monkey complained, rubbing his sore backside. During festive seasons, when I visit the town for meat, I rely on the Yaoguang's parents to give me ample fatty cuts. If I kick him a few times and he complains to his parents, what will I do when I go to buy meat and only receive the lean cuts? Zhou Daqing explained. People love fatty meat over lean. Everyone desires the rich cuts when purchasing. Hearing the thin monkey being chastised brought comfort to the stout boy, who cleverly remarked, Uncle Daqing, I am not one to harbor ill feelings. When I return home, I shall tell my parents to ensure you receive the best, fattest cuts of meat. At this point, Zhou Chen had grasped the concept. He picked up a stick and drew a shape in the mud. I understand now. Let me explain. The jumping fish hole resembles this shape. Crooked? What is this? The thin monkey and his companions scratched their heads. They were illiterate 5th graders, having barely attended the village's literacy classes. They could not even recognize the characters for crab, let alone the Latin alphabet. Zhou Chen fared slightly better, having completed high school in his lifetime and later financed his university education. Alas, he chided himself for his carelessness. Clearing his throat, he said, I heard this from someone else. It doesn't matter how to pronounce it. Just listen to me. He pointed to the ends of the letter Y and explained. What Uncle Daqing meant earlier is that the jumping fish has 2 openings, one for entry and exit, known as the main hole, which shows signs of use. And we need to dig this opening. The escape hole is represented by the vertical line at the bottom of this crooked character. When in danger, the jumping fish will burrow downwards. Do you both understand now? Got it, got it. The chubby boy and the thin monkey nodded repeatedly, truly comprehending this time. Achin, you're quite impressive. When did you learn English? The chubby boy smacked his lips, as if he were seeing Zhou Chen in a new light. Zhou Daqing glanced at Zhou Chun with some surprise. He understood the nuances, but was taken aback by how Zhou Chun grasped it so quickly, feeling a newfound respect for him. The second son of the old Zhou family certainly possessed some talent. Did you secretly learn English from a foreign horse? The thin monkey suddenly smirked. Chapter 29. A 2-pound blue crab. Begone. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory, regardless of when I learned foreign languages. It is all thanks to Uncle Daqing's excellent teaching. Zhou Chen flattered him with a compliment. All right. Zhou Daqing was particularly pleased. You two head south. There are likely few more jumping fish holes around here. Glide further to search. Understood. The lean monkey and the chubby one departed, gliding away on their mud horses. By the way, tread carefully and don't trample on the footprints. When collecting the traps later, we must follow the footprints. Otherwise, we will miss some. Don't catch 20 out of 50. If one trap goes missing, you will all be sleeping on the shore tonight. Zhou Daqing bellowed once more. He had invested considerable time and effort into crafting these traps, which he regarded as treasures. Uncle Daqing, I shall take my leave as well. After Zhou Chun inquired about some precautions for placing the jumping fish traps, he also glided away on his mud horse. Alping had just left, and it was likely there weren't many jumping fish holes in this area, so he needed to search farther. However, after gliding less than 20 meters, he instinctively felt that something might be lurking behind the mud slope on his left. As he paddled over, he was thrilled to discover a vast area filled with jumping fish holes, all marked by the tracks of the fish. There were at least dozens of them. Wow, jumping fish holes? So many. Who here has a scarcity of jumping fish? Shouldn't one reflect on their own fortune? Zhou Chun's eyes sparkled as he quickly squatted down to excavate the mud holes, imitating the placement of the traps. Ah Chun, how is your luck so extraordinary? The lean monkey and the chubby one, upon seeing Zhou Chen swiftly locate the jumping fish holes and crouch to set traps, hurried over, their faces filled with envy. Why didn't we think to check this area earlier? One exclaimed. With so many jumping fish holes, you're bound to have a bountiful harvest. Brother Chen, please let me place a few traps too. The chubby one pleaded, but Zhou Chen shot him a glare. Now you want to call me brother? There is barely enough for me to set my own traps. You two should roll as far away as possible. Besides, we have a wager. I can't let you two benefit. Hey, chubby one, hurry and get lost. You've already trampled on several jumping fish holes. Frustrated, the chubby one stood up and glided away half a meter when Zhou Chen suddenly noticed something moving where the chubby one had been squatting. He rushed over, and as he touched it, his eyes lit up as he shouted, Wait, what the heck, a blue crab? Zhou Chen grasped the blue crab by its 2 claws and lifted it from the mudflat. This crab appeared to weigh a full 2 pounds, with its large claws exaggeratedly flailing in resistance. Goodness, I must have stepped on it like a rock. Why didn't I think to look down? Such a massive crab must sell for 200 or 300, right? Damn. The chubby one hurriedly glided back. And upon seeing Zhou Chen holding a crab the size of a plate, he regretfully slapped his thigh, nearly on the verge of tears. Who told you to be so careless? Zhou Chen laughed heartily. A 2-pound blue crab is indeed a rare find. And the thrill of discovering such a treasure in front of his good friends was immensely satisfying. Wow, it's so big. Quick. Wash it and see if it's a fat crab. The slender monkey hurriedly scooped some water from the nearby puddle and splashed it onto the large blue crab in Zhou Chen's hands. Once the mud was washed away, the crab revealed its striking orange-red rounded belly and pincers. Wow, it's a big female crab, and it's full of roe. If we take it to a do, it'll fetch at least 1.5 pounds, exclaimed the slender monkey, enviously eyeing the catch. Perhaps this is the halo of the protagonist? Zhou Chen said, delightfully tying the crab with grass rope before tossing it into the bucket. He then covered it with a red branch to prevent it from moving about. The weight of the bucket felt heavy yet blissful in his hands. Since his rebirth, Zhou Chen realized that his luck had skyrocketed. Just as he secured the crab, he suddenly noticed something crawling out of a muddy hole. He quickly set the bucket down, held his breath, and stealthily approached the chubby boy and the slender monkey. Sensing that Zhou Chen had discovered something intriguing, fell silent and turned their gazes toward him. With a splashing sound, Zhou Chen's foot sank into the mud, disturbing the large hole, causing water to bubble up. He reached to touch the hole, brushing away a ring of silt with his fingers, and exclaimed, "It's a large clay pot." "A clay pot? How could there be one here? Did someone drop it while collecting seafood? I thought it was something valuable." The chubby boy immediately lost interest, assuming Zhou Chun had stumbled upon another treasure. "Are you foolish? This pot is quite heavy. Who would casually use a clay pot for fishing? You never know. This pot might contain something remarkable." Zhou Chun exerted effort to pull the pot out of the mud, splashing some water on it to clean it. It was a red earthenware pot. What could possibly be inside a clay pot? The chubby boy still could not comprehend. The slender monkey rolled his eyes and remarked, "If you had grown up in the town, you would know that this pot likely belongs to someone who traps octopuses." "Traps octopuses? Oh, now I remember." The chubby boy finally grasped the situation. Octopuses tend to hide in holes, so coastal fishermen tie ropes to individual pots, submerging them in the sea. When retrieved, these pots are likely to contain octopuses. This clay pot, however, did not resemble the octopus pots used on boats, which are typically the size of a fist and meant for catching white octopuses. This one was as large as a vase, likely designed for trapping octopuses in the mudflats. We wouldn't be intruding on someone else's octopus-catching territory, would we? Zhou Chun hesitated to dig out the pot earlier due to this concern. Fishermen by the seaside are generally quite principled, especially under the watchful eyes of Ma Zhu on Bailang Island. Yet, the sight of such a large pot stirred a desire within him. When he lifted it earlier, he felt its weight and sensed something moving inside. But wait. We just circled around this area. If someone were specifically placing pots here to catch octopuses, how could there be only this one? It is akin to how we place the jump fish traps, spacing them out at intervals. It seems someone must have overlooked one during collection. The lean monkey, with a mischievous grin, raised his eyebrows and quipped, "Moreover, even if someone is specifically here to catch octopuses, what harm could it do if we take just one jar? It wouldn't make a difference to us. Come on, Aiken, stop pretending. After 20 years, I've never seen you act this way. You're a good person. Aren't you? Just open it already." "Yes, do hurry. You just caught a 2-pound blue crab. It's unlikely to be so fortunate every time. It might just be a jar of water. You're overthinking it. If you won't do it, I will," the plump one urged, and in his impatience, he prepared to reach for the earthen jar himself. "Be careful, or that blue crab might just snap your fingers off." Zhou Chun swatted the plump one's hand away and tipped the jar to pour out the water. Just as he had emptied a small amount, he noticed a prominent, round head surfacing, with 2 sides puffing up. "My goodness!" Zhou Chun exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of such a large head. Chapter 30. The Great Harvest in the Pot. "What is this?" The plump fellow could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed over. It was a large red octopus, weighing perhaps 3 pounds. Zhou Chun exerted great effort to pull this hefty creature from the pot, yet the octopus clung stubbornly with its red tentacles, unwilling to let go. Upon witnessing such a colossal octopus, both the plump fellow and the lean monkey gasped in unison. "Goodness, it's so big. How's your luck so extraordinary today?" Their envy was palpable. This fellow's fortune had truly turned around. "Take it home with me." Zhou Chun, brimming with excitement, hardly noticed the red marks the octopus left on his arm. Such a splendid red octopus was a rare find. It likely had hidden in the pot during low tide. However, he was now troubled by its size, for he couldn't risk placing it in the bucket where it might harm the blue crabs within. "I have a separate cloth bag. You can place the octopus in there," the lean monkey suggested, retrieving a cloth bag from his own bucket. Zhou Chun stuffed the octopus inside, filling the bag to capacity before tossing it into the bucket. "Octopuses are clever. We can't use a net." Despite its size, it could easily escape through the lid. Some octopuses can even unscrew caps. "How fortunate you are. While we haven't even caught a mudfish, you've stumbled upon both a large blue crab and this magnificent red octopus. Have you perhaps married and changed your luck?" The lean monkey gazed longingly at the treasures in Zhou Chun's bucket. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chun's thoughts began to stir. If he worked diligently during this period, earning money and improving his life, he could elevate his status. By then, even if Su Taodao's unique eyes became known, the aunts and uncles in the village would have nothing to say, as this was clearly a blessing, not a calamity. With a mischievous grin, Zhou Chun replied, "Hee, perhaps. I too feel that since marrying my wife, my fortune has greatly improved." He emptied the remaining water from the pot, preparing to bury it once more in the silt. Such a heavy pot was not something he wished to carry home. Leaving it here might invite another octopus to await the next fortunate soul. To his astonishment, as he poured out the muddy water, 2 red eels flopped out, thrashing about in the muck. "Goodness, more? Blood eels!" The lean monkey shouted in excitement. "Blood eels? Really?" Zhou Chun exclaimed. "Hurry, help me catch them." Don't let them escape. He hastily abandoned the pot, attempting to catch the eels. But standing too long had caused his feet to sink deep into the mire, nearly causing him to tumble onto the mudflat. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself just in time. I'll do it. The plump fellow lunged forward, seizing one of the blood eels. But it wriggled free from his grasp and slipped away through his fingers. Hey, why do they move so swiftly? The plump fellow clumsily bent over in the mud, trying to catch the blood eels, but to no avail. Startled, the two eels quickly twisted away, retreating to a distance he could not reach, leaving him sweating and struggling to extricate his feet from the muck. After much effort, he finally extracted his foot and attempted to glide across the muddy expanse. In his haste, however, he missed the footing entirely and instead stubbed his big toe. Ouch! My poor toe. The pain was so intense that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes, prompting him to emit a loud, anguished cry. You fool! When catching eels, you mustn't grip them directly. They are slippery. Instead, use your middle finger to hook them, and then grasp tightly. The lean monkey, quick on his feet, dashed across the mire, skillfully scooping up one eel after another. He triumphantly held up 2 blood eels and exclaimed, Achin, these 2 together weigh at least 4 taels. They're quite substantial. Typically, a single blood eel weighs only about 1 tael, so this pair was indeed impressive. He tossed the 2 eels into Zhou Chen's bucket with a satisfying splash, eliciting a smile from Zhou Chen. Thank goodness for you, lean monkey. If those 2 eels had escaped, I would have been sleepless tonight. Zhou Chen had not anticipated such a delightful surprise, and was genuinely pleased to see the 2 wriggling blood eels in the bucket. Blood eels, a type of red eel found in the ocean, bleed profusely when their skin is breached, earning them their name. The locals believe that blood eels are nourishing, particularly the blood itself, which is said to invigorate the spirit, enhance blood production, improve digestion, and strengthen the body. Thus, they are considered a delicacy among eels and command a high price. Recalling that in later years, due to coastal reclamation, the yield of blood eels diminished significantly, fetching as much as 500 per pound. Zhou Chen noted that while they are not exceedingly rare now, a few pieces for a pound are still quite feasible. Is your toe all right, fatty? Zhou Chen finally inquired about Li Yaoguan. It's fine. Thankfully, I wore foot protection. Otherwise, I might have lost the nail. Fatty rubbed his toe tenderly. Seeing that Fatty was unharmed, Zhou Chen chuckled. When we return, I'll cook up some blood eel porridge to help nourish my wife's health. You must join us for a bowl. Su Tao was rather thin, and the rich nourishment of the blood eels would be perfect for her. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen's mindset had shifted entirely whenever he thought of something good. His first instinct was to consider his wife. Are you planning to eat? Those 2 blood eels could fetch a couple of coins at the market. Before the lean monkey could finish his sentence, Fatty elbowed him and retorted, What do you know, you single fellow? Achin just got married. That honeymoon phase is still fresh. This is love, something that cannot be measured in money. He then chuckled at Zhou Chen, saying, As for the blood eel porridge, I 1 tea partake. Those 2 1 tea suffice for sharing. Do tell your sister-in-law that I injured myself helping to catch the eels. All right, I will certainly inform her. She should know both of you are my good brothers. Without you 2, I truly wouldn't have been able to enjoy blood eel porridge today, Zhou Chen replied, amused yet exasperated. No wonder during your wedding month, you never came out no matter how we called. You must have been quite enamored with your wife. Yet, it is curious that a few months later, you were always inviting us out, and reluctant to return home at night, the lean monkey mused, gazing thoughtfully at Fatty. The rotund man flushed slightly and inquired, What is the purpose of your ramblings? You will understand when it is your turn to wed. I am utterly exasperated. Let us depart. Look at how high the sun has risen. He would not expose his own vulnerabilities, fearing the slender monkey would mock him again. Alas, we have dallied here for far too long. We must hasten to the jumping fish traps. Otherwise, Uncle Daching will surely chide me again. I am eager to learn how to catch the mud dragon. It is truly vexing that we must descend into the jumping fish traps, which has me nearly frantic. This reminder caused the slender monkey to wipe his brow and glance upward, only to realize the sun had ascended significantly, startling him. It was likely already past 11 o'clock. Shall we depart then? The slender monkey suggested. Yes, let us hurry. I wish to return quickly. I am determined to catch more mud dragons than Aiken, and I wanted to be envious of my bounty, urged the rotund man, prompting both to swiftly glide away on their horses. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen continued to set his jumping fish traps. In less than half an hour, he placed 50 traps in the water, breaking 10 wooden sticks to mark them, ensuring that the harvest therein would be credited to him. After positioning the traps, he glided off to find a Ping and Zhou Daching. though the sun blazed overhead. The breeze that caressed his face while riding was refreshing, tinged with the scent of mudflats and the decay of mangrove leaves. The seaside dwellers found this aroma quite invigorating. With an absence of mud dragons on his side, Zhou Chen anticipated a bountiful catch, which elevated his spirits, causing him to hum a cheerful tune. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep. Do not underestimate me merely because I am a sheep. Chapter 31. Do mangroves have noses? Before long, Zhou Chen spotted a Ping and Zhou Daqing, who had just finished setting their traps and were now resting on the muddy ground, washing the muck off their legs. Brother Chen, what are you singing? Something about sheep? Are you craving lamb? A Ping asked innocently. No, I was just singing a song. The sun is warm today, Zhou Chen replied, still feeling a bit excited from earlier. He had inadvertently raised his voice. After all, there were no cheerful sheep characters around. Your tune is quite pleasant, a Ping complimented, chuckling. Zhou Chen regretted not having developed an appreciation for music in his previous life. The only songs he could sing were those from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. If only he could write some songs to sell the copyrights, but then again, given the current climate, he would likely face severe repercussions for writing anything of emotional or romantic nature. Uncle Daqing, do you smoke? Zhou Chen offered him a cigarette. However, Zhou Daqing waved his hand, saying, you keep it for yourself. We still need to catch the earth dragon later. No time for smoking. He then pulled some golden tobacco leaves from his pocket and soaked them in a nearby enamel cup, adding some water. Soon, the water turned a yellow hue. What are you doing with that, Uncle Daqing? Zhou Chen inquired. When we catch the earth dragon, if it stays hidden in its burrow for too long, we need to pour tobacco water into the hole. The scent will drive it out, Zhou Daqing explained candidly, as many who caught earth dragons employed this method. At that moment, Zhou Chen noticed that both Zhou Daqing and a Ping had hooks at their waists, about the length of a hand, with two sharp, curved barbs at the end. What are those hooks for? Zhou Chen couldn't contain his curiosity. Patience, when Li Yaoguang and Lin Jiaming arrive. I will explain it all to you, Zhou Daqing replied, showing no inclination to divulge further. Zhou Chen could only nod in response. Just then, a Ping noticed Zhou Chen's bucket shaking and leaned over to take a look, only to be stunned by what he saw. Brother Chen, you've caught such a large crab. It must weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Is it really that big? Zhou Daqing, who had been sitting on the muddy ground, stood up to take a peek, exclaiming in surprise, indeed, it is quite rare to see a crab this size. Ah Chen, your luck is impressive. A Ping tugged at the burlap sack, asking, what is in this bag? It feels quite heavy. It contains a red snapper, likely weighing 2 or 3 pounds as well, Zhou Chen replied, beaming with delight, unable to suppress the urge to show off his catch. Goodness, that's enormous. Even if you don't catch an earth dragon today, this catch makes the trip worthwhile. Zhou Daqing chuckled, then suddenly remembered something important. When you sell it, don't squander the money on drinks and frivolities. You're married now. It's time to act like it. I understand, Zhou Chen replied, not daring to retort. In the eyes of the public, he still bears the image of a ne'er-do-well. Any attempt to refute this perception would only reveal his unwillingness to heed even the most prudent advice. Transforming one's image is a gradual endeavor, indeed. However, Zhou Daqing's intentions are commendable. After all, who would risk incurring your resentment by repeatedly pointing out your shortcomings? At that moment, the lean monkey and the rotund fellow finally arrived, panting and riding their muddy steed. They were quite sluggish. What time was it now? It must be around 11:30, Zhou Daqing mused, shooting them a disapproving glare. The two exchanged awkward smiles. All right, enough of that. Come over here. Let us head towards the mangroves, where the muddy paths will soon give way to the roots of the trees. Zhou Daqing positioned himself behind the muddy steed, while Aping took hold of it, guiding his father ahead. Let us get moving. We've been busy all morning, he urged. It was uncertain where Aping had found such vigor as he sped along with his father in tow. Come on, let us go. Zhou Chen and his companions trailed behind. Before long, they reached the lush mangroves. The verdant canopy of trees towered over the tidal flats, allowing dapples of sunlight to filter through the layered leaves, casting golden spots upon the wet ground. Here, amidst the damp earth, one could observe the unique green-black roots of the mangrove trees stretching across the terrain. A winding muddy stream meandered through the low-lying areas, occasionally punctuated by the jubilant splashes of fish leaping from the water, sending shimmering droplets dancing in the sunlight beneath the shade of the trees. Upon arrival, Aping signaled to the others to set the muddy steed down. If only the mangroves didn't have so many exposed roots, we could glide along so much more freely. I wonder why these trees grow their roots above ground. Like fingers reaching out, They proliferate into vast clusters, which is rather bothersome, the rotund fellow grumbled, expressing his preference for riding over trudging through the muck. These roots are known as breathing roots. They store air, preventing the mangroves from suffocating during high tide, Zhou Chen elucidated. Really? Trees can breathe? Are these their nostrils? The rotund fellow was taken aback, glancing down at the breathing root he had inadvertently crushed. With curiosity, he asked, Zhou Chen, where did you learn this? Zhou Chen cleared his throat. I came across it in my high school textbooks. No need to inquire further. You didn't even complete middle school. So what if I didn't? I'm content as long as I can read. Life is about marrying, having children, and so forth. Isn't it? What use is there in knowing a plethora of words? The rotund fellow retorted nonchalantly. Zhou Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to argue. In his previous life, he had shared a similar perspective. For many in this era, the most significant pursuits were marriage and family. While education seemed of little consequence, one could only learn as much as they could. All right, we are destined to be fishermen, so let us not dwell on frivolities. We are born to make our living from the sea, not to create atomic bombs. Zhou Daqing's remarks aptly reflected the unified mindset of the elders in this era. He beckoned, come here quickly. I have a particular place in mind, the Earth Dragon Cave, and I shall demonstrate it personally. Pay close attention. With the Earth Dragon fork in hand, Zhou Daqing led the way. Soon, he arrived beside a muddy river, pointing to an entrance nearby. Do you see that? That is the Earth Dragon Cave. Is this truly the Earth Dragon Cave? Zhou Chen was taken aback. The opening appeared rather ordinary, had it not been for Zhou Daqing. He might not have recognized it at all. What distinguishes this cave from the others? It looks quite similar to me, remarked the thin monkey, scratching his head. I understand. This must be the trace left by the fish fins as they crawled through. Look, there are several marks here. These are left by the Earth Dragon. The chubby one exclaimed excitedly, feigning knowledge. Do you really know anything at all? If you don't, then refrain from making such noise. Zhou Daqing retorted with an exasperated eye roll. Do you see the slime over there? That belongs to the Earth Dragon. It crawls out in search of food. And as the slime glides over the mud, it leaves behind these gray, mucus-like trails, which proves that this is indeed an Earth Dragon cave. Hee. I was merely thinking of drawing parallels, the chubby one chuckled sheepishly. Drawing inferences from one example to another, Zhou Chen quietly reminded him. Yes. That's the idea. It must be Chen, who has attended high school, that stands out. The chubby one winked at Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Daqing's subsequent words brought a serious tone to their conversation. Enough chatter. I am now going to impart to you my unique techniques for catching Earth Dragons. Whether you can grasp it depends on your abilities, as I will teach you only once. Chapter 32. The Formal Capture of the Earth Dragon. Zhou Chen widened his eyes, not daring to blink for even a moment. Zhou Daqing's skill in capturing the Earth Dragon was not something he imparted lightly to outsiders. Both the lean monkey and the plump fellow, too, became unusually earnest, for the three of them had a bet at stake. The competitive spirit among the men was palpable at that moment. Ping had already mastered the technique and had gone off to search for another Earth Dragon hole. Zhou Daqing pointed towards the Earth Dragon hole and explained, when it comes to catching an Earth Dragon, I generally employ two methods. One is with a fork, and the other is with a hook. This hook here, he said, retrieving a hook from his waist, its end wrapped in coils of rope, is essential. The Earth Dragon does not remain in its hole for long. It will emerge for air. When it does, you must quietly approach, using this hook to snag it under the chin, where there is a gap near its gills. With a swift upward motion, you will be able to toss it out. He continued, this tobacco water I have at my waist serves this very purpose. If the Earth Dragon refuses to come out, you can drip some tobacco water into the hole and it will be compelled to surface. Alternatively, you might use mud, as I do, to seal the Earth Dragon hole. After a while, the Earth Dragon will inevitably emerge. With that, Zhou Daqing swiftly sealed the Earth Dragon hole, smoothing the mud with his palm so that he could easily see where the creature might surface. So that is how it works, Zhou Chen nodded. Realizing this was the wisdom gleaned from years of experience by fishermen who had grown up by the sea. It sounded rather simple, but the lean monkey murmured, wait. Uncle Daqing, why haven't you given us a hook? Zhou Daqing rolled his eyes in response. I only have two hooks, if I give them to you. What shall I use? Besides, using the hook requires a certain degree of skill. If you approach and the Earth Dragon retreats, it will only waste your time. It is better to use the fork instead. But how do we use the fork? The lean monkey inquired eagerly. Catching the Earth Dragon with a fork is more intricate. I will explain later. For now, just watch how I use the hook. Zhou Daqing positioned himself beside the hole, his gaze fixed intently on the sealed entrance. He then turned back, a note of caution in his voice. No one is to speak, only I shall talk. You are to listen. The Earth Dragon is quite astute. It will hide upon hearing human voices. If you scare away my Earth Dragon, I shall certainly punish you. Zhou Qin nodded vigorously, while the plump fellow and the lean monkey, eager to respond, quickly covered their mouths, following Zhou Qin's lead in silence. After a few minutes of waiting, they soon witnessed the sealed entrance being nudged open by a brown-black, serpent-like head. This was precisely the target of Zhou Qin and his companions, the Earth Dragon. The creature was remarkably cautious, revealing only a small portion of its head. After confirming that no dangers lurked outside, it gradually began to show more of itself. Inch by inch. A minute later, the Earth Dragon had unveiled 5 to 6 centimeters of its body, its gills rhythmically rising and falling as it breathed. It likely weighed over a pound. Zhou Qin gazed upon the head of the Earth Dragon, calculating in his mind that it was nearly the size of a chicken egg. No wonder Zhou Daqing was particularly attentive, having rushed here without hesitation. If this sizable Earth Dragon were to be captured, selling it for 4 or 5 yuan would pose no challenge. The chubby fellow and the lean monkey were so tense that they dared not even breathe. Zhou Daqing slowly approached the Earth Dragon with his hook, and then with a swift motion, he snagged it before it could retreat into its burrow. Using the momentum, he pulled it out. Splash! The 1.5 kilogram Earth Dragon was yanked from its den, revealing its pale, white belly as it struggled fiercely against the mud. Attempting to burrow back in. It's out. It's out. The lean monkey hurried to catch the Earth Dragon. Damn, I almost suffocated back there. The chubby one gasped. Taking deep breaths, Zhou Qin also felt a sense of relief. He had been equally anxious during the capture. Haha, all those squats weren't in vain. It's strange. I've come here several times before, and this Earth Dragon never showed itself. But today, with you all accompanying me, my luck seems to have improved. Zhou Daqing gripped the Earth Dragon tightly, shaking it in satisfaction, his smile wide enough to reveal his gums. 1.5 kilograms, splendid. Thank you, Mazu. He then placed the Earth Dragon into his fish basket, explaining, when capturing an Earth Dragon, you must ensure its tail enters the basket first. For a white eel, it should be the head that goes in first, as it relies on its head to maneuver. Once the dragon's tail was in the basket, Zhou Daqing swiftly pushed it further inside. I've learned something today. Zhou Qin nodded repeatedly, appreciating Zhou Daqing's meticulous guidance. Uncle Daqing, what was the heaviest Earth Dragon you've ever caught? Asked the lean monkey. The largest weighed 2 kilograms and 1 tael, fetching a handsome 8 yuan. It was taken by the manager of the Xinguang Hotel in town to entertain distinguished guests. Zhou Daqing's pride swelled as he recounted his illustrious history, akin to a fisherman boasting about his largest catch. 2 kilograms? How enormous must that be? Gasped the chubby one, utterly astonished. Come, let us venture to the nearby den, and I shall teach you how to catch an Earth Dragon. Let us see if you can surpass my record. Zhou Daqing was in high spirits. Zhou Qin, eager with his fork, followed suit. After a few steps, they arrived at another Earth Dragon den. Upon reaching this new site, Zhou Daqing first encircled the entrance with mud to allow water to accumulate. To catch an Earth Dragon, you must first seal the entrance to the den to gather sufficient water. Then, with your fork, probe the vicinity. If you strike the Earth Dragon's den, you'll notice a change in the water level at the entrance. As you probe, keep an eye on the water level fluctuations, Zhou Daqing instructed while demonstrating. Hey! With a sudden exertion of force, he thrust the fork into the mud, catching the Earth Dragon. It's moving, Uncle Daqing. Zhou Qin observed the water bubbling at the entrance of the cave and quickly issued a warning. The emergence of water was a good sign. The Earth Dragon cave was essentially a singular entity. Upon encountering an obstacle, one merely needed to extract the fork and advance it 5 or 6 centimeters forward before attempting again. Drink. Zhou Daqing, while monitoring the fluctuations of the water level, continuously pulled the Earth Dragon fork out and plunged it back into the mud, his neck muscles taut with exertion, calling out rhythmic chants as he worked. If the fork hit an Earth Dragon, one could feel the fork moving uncontrollably, at which point a firm downward thrust followed by a twist of the fork was necessary. Suddenly, Zhou Daqing's eyes widened, and he gripped the fork tightly, pressing down with his body sinking in tandem. I've got it. I've got it. Step back. Don't get in the way. I might jab you in the leg. Zhou Qin and the others quickly retreated, fearful of being jabbed in the foot by Zhou Daqing. Zhou Daqing's face turned crimson as he exerted force on the fork, exclaiming, "Oh, you think you can escape?" He rapidly clarified, "At this moment, if you feel you have secured the Earth Dragon, Swiftly turn the fork and align it with the hooks above. With fervor, Zhou Daqing stirred the fork vigorously, then gently raised it with his right hand while using his left to sift through the mud. Before long, he extracted a large earth dragon entangled on the fork. Go! With a swift motion, Zhou Daqing flung the earth dragon onto the adjacent mudflat, where it flailed wildly, exposing its white belly. Uncle Daqing is impressive. Zhou Chen, having only heard of catching earth dragons before, now witnessed the process firsthand and was thoroughly enlightened. Wow, that's incredible! I am truly impressed. Uncle Daqing, you are the best. The thin monkey and the chubby boy gazed in astonishment. Zhou Daqing rinsed his hands in the water before lifting the earth dragon, smiling as he remarked, "This one weighs about 4 taels, quite decent." He then turned to Zhou Chen and the others, inquiring, "Have you all got the hang of it? Have you?" The chubby boy and the thin monkey exchanged looks, their expressions a mix of uncertainty, as if they were on the verge of understanding yet not quite there. "That's enough. Let us not trouble Uncle Daqing anymore. Let us disperse and catch some earth dragons ourselves," Zhou Chen suggested after contemplating the situation. He had realized that catching earth dragons relied heavily on experience, and incessant questioning would yield little benefit. After observing for so long, he felt an itch of eagerness, yearning to try it himself. He was curious to see what fortune awaited him and how large an earth dragon he could catch. Chapter 33, A Triumphant First Battle. Uncle Daqing, could you demonstrate it for us once more? Indeed, Uncle Daqing. I didn't quite grasp it earlier. You caught that mud dragon with such finesse. Honestly, I'm still quite bewildered, Fatty exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the wriggling mud dragon in Zhou Daqing's fish basket. Go away. It's too much trouble to teach you how to catch mud dragons while I have to divert my attention. I need to seize the few opportunities during the monthly low tide to catch more mud dragons. Taking you along would merely waste my time. Zhou Daqing waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. His intention in bringing Zhou Chen and the others was merely to enliven the atmosphere. He had no expectation that they would successfully catch any mud dragons. When he first learned to catch them, he did so alone in the mangroves. And it took him 3 tries before he finally caught his first. Clearly, a group of them would return empty-handed. Fine, if you want to teach us. We'll go find A Ping. He will surely be willing to teach us, the thin monkey said with a glint in his eye. Yes, A Ping is the best. He can do anything. Come on, thin monkey, let us go learn from A Ping, Fatty chimed in. Go ahead if that's what you wish, Zhou Daqing replied nonchalantly. After all, the money he earned would end up in his own pocket, while Zhou Maoping could keep what he earned for himself. Zhou Maoping was not the type to squander money. He usually saved whatever he could. Having spent considerable time with Zhou Chen and his unreliable companions without any change in their nature, it was evident just how honest A Ping truly was. Therefore, Zhou Daqing felt entirely at ease letting Maoping manage his own finances. Little did he anticipate that A Ping's lifelong honesty would ultimately lead him to trouble in matters of the heart. All right, we're off, Uncle Daqing. Take care of yourself here. Hey, Chen, aren't you going to find A Ping and learn more? The thin monkey turned to Zhou Chen as he spoke. Zhou Chen smiled. No, I think I've learned enough. You all go ahead. I'll try it on my own. It was indeed better for the thin monkey and Fatty to leave. Zhou Chen could focus more intently on catching the mud dragon alone, without the incessant chatter of his 2 companions. Hey. While others sharpened their knives to prepare for chopping wood, we haven't even learned it yet. You surely won't succeed either. Stop pretending. Let us go learn it together, the 3 of us, the thin monkey warmly invited. I want to go. You 2 can go by yourselves, Zhou Chen asserted, feeling confident that he had absorbed enough knowledge and did not want to waste any more time. Very well, then. We shall depart. When we return, having mastered the technique, we shall surely catch a large mud dragon. At that point, you can only envy our success. Remember to prepare money for cigarettes and matches. You'll have the honor of lighting them for me, Fatty said, already envisioning the scene of triumph that awaited him. Off we go. Perhaps it will be you and Chen who light my cigarettes. Stop wasting breath here. I'm eager to learn quickly, so I can catch a couple of mud dragons to impress my wife tonight. She'll serve me tea and wash my feet. Praising my accomplishments, Fatty mused, nearly drooling at the thought of his imagined evening of grandeur. Cease your dreaming. Upon returning, there shall be naught. Returning without confidence means kneeling to wash your wife's feet. What is there to fear? It is not as if you have not experienced this before. By heaven. It seems you have grown accustomed to it. A true man can bend and stretch, can be both grand and humble. You understand nothing. Be gone. As Zhou Chen remained steadfast, the thin monkey and the stout fellow engaged in banter while hefting their buckets. trudging through the mud towards the distant figure of Ah Ping. Ah Chen, if you seek to catch the Earth Dragon, you might want to check the nearby muddy river. Earth dragons favor burrowing along the riverbanks. Zhou Daqing advised Zhou Chen. Very well, Uncle Daqing, you take your time here. I shall go have a look. Go ahead. Having exchanged a few words with Zhou Daqing, Zhou Chen took his bucket and set off to hunt for the Earth Dragon. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard Zhou Daqing's voice calling from behind. Look to the left. I have already checked there and found no burrow. Yet at that moment, Zhou Chen had reached the muddy riverbank and called back. Since I have come this far, I shall take a quick glance before departing. Very well. Take a look. Seeing that Zhou Chen was not heeding his advice, Zhou Daqing began earnestly searching for the Earth Dragon. Although Zhou Chen held little hope of success after hearing that there were no burrows nearby, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a hole as large as a duck egg, nestled within the mangrove roots, cleverly concealed. Next to the hole were traces of winding, viscous slime. This was undoubtedly an Earth Dragon burrow. Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement. The burrow Zhou Daqing had just caught an Earth Dragon from was only the size of a chicken egg, yielding a creature weighing 1.5 pounds, while the one he had discovered was as large as a duck egg, suggesting a catch of at least 2 pounds. Just moments ago, Zhou Daqing was boasting about his largest catch being a little over 2 pounds, and now Zhou Chen was poised to break that record. Yet, this was not the time for exhilaration. The Earth Dragon had yet to be caught. Until it was secured, all was mere speculation. Zhou Chen set down his bucket and hurriedly enlarged the burrow with his hands, subsequently surrounding it with mud. Imitating Zhou Daqing, he scooped water into the burrow. Once there was sufficient water, Zhou Chen took a step forward, ready to plunge his fork into the mud. Having observed Zhou Daqing's vigorous efforts, Zhou Chen now understood why he had been shouting encouragement. The roots of the mangrove below were quite resistant, making the task arduous. Fortunately, Zhou Chen found himself considerably stronger than before. Had it been the feeble version of himself from earlier, he would have been panting after just a few thrusts. Hey, hey. Zhou Chen emulated Zhou Daqing's manner, summoning all his strength to shout as he thrust the fork into the mud. Finally, as he plunged down, he noticed a disturbance in the water within the burrow. The Earth Dragon was indeed there. Zhou Chen's heart soared with joy. He hastily withdrew the fork and thrust it forward again. This time, as he plunged down, he sensed he had struck something, and suddenly, he felt a vigorous movement, distinctly perceiving the fork shaking. With a sudden thrill of surprise and joy, Zhou Chen swiftly pressed down on the Earth Dragon fork. Half of his body drenched in the muddy river, splattered with filthy mud specks. Yet, consumed by the exhilaration of capturing the Earth Dragon, he paid no heed to the muck splattering on his face. This enigmatic stroke of fortune felt utterly unpredictable. Straining with determination, he secured the Earth Dragon firmly onto the fork, then began to stir it. At this moment, the success of lifting the Earth Dragon onto the 2 hooks hinged entirely on his instincts. After a brief movement, Zhou Chen sensed the fork tremble. And as he attempted to lift it, the resistance notably intensified, becoming significantly heavier, as if something was resisting him. Come on, show yourself. Zhou Chen eagerly urged. Careful not to rush. One hand cleared the mud from the fork, while the other gradually lifted it. Did you catch the Earth Dragon? A voice of astonishment broke the moment. It was Zhou Daqing, who had approached without Zhou Chen noticing, his face a tableau of shock as he gazed at Zhou Chen. He had explored this area countless times without discovering the Earth Dragon den, yet Zhou Chen had not only found it, but had also struck gold so swiftly. Indeed. I've caught it. This Earth Dragon den is quite deep. I must admit, I was fortunate, Zhou Chen replied, slowly hoisting the fork with palpable excitement. Soon, he would ascertain the true size of the Earth Dragon, akin to the exhilarating moment just before a fish breaks the surface. His heartbeat quickened in anticipation. Lift it slowly. Maintain a steady pull. Careful now. Don't let it escape at the last moment, Zhou Daqing advised, his hands unsure of where to rest. His eyes glued to the Earth Dragon fork, seemingly more anxious than Zhou Chen himself. Chapter 34, Breaking Records? Have I stumbled upon something extraordinary again? Come out, come out. Slow down, slow down. Zhou Daqing shouted, tightly gripping his soil dragon fork, ever ready to assist Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was equally astonished. The thought of soon acquiring a substantial haul made his heart race and his breath quicken. The soil dragon fork was nearly extracted, and the resistance had diminished significantly. He could now glimpse the white belly of the soil dragon surfacing from the muck. Come forth. With a vigorous tug, Zhou Chen flung the plump soil dragon onto the nearby land, far from the muddy river, preventing it from slipping back into the water. The massive soil dragon, astonishingly thick, about the size of an egg, flipped over and began to thrash its tail, attempting to escape. Goodness, such a large specimen? Zhou Daqing, usually composed and steady, couldn't help but exclaim, his astonishment evident. Regaining his composure, he hastily set down the soil dragon fork and lunged forward to capture the creature. After securing it, he hefted it slightly and remarked with a hint of frustration, "How is it that your luck is so extraordinary? This must weigh at least 2.5 Gene. Perhaps it's a case of a prodigal son returning, fortune finally smiling upon me?" Zhou Qin mused, seizing the opportunity to embellish his own narrative. Observing Zhou Daqing holding the hefty soil dragon, his heart brimmed with joy. The thrill of gathering sea treasures was the very essence of their endeavor. However, his comment earned him a disdainful glance from Zhou Daqing, who scoffed, "A prodigal son returning? You've merely forked out a couple of soil dragons alongside me. Isn't following your father out to sea far more advantageous than this? If you could accompany your father out to sea, alternating with your brother, then perhaps you could claim a transformation of sorts." Zhou Qin pondered momentarily and responded, "Well, my brother and father are on the boat, catching the goods and splitting the earnings. With me included, the profits would be divided into 3 shares. My brother has 2 children to support. The expenses are plentiful, so I shall refrain from getting involved." The Zhou family's vessel was not large. After deducting fuel costs, he would be fortunate to earn 20 yuan. His share would be even less, and not everyone could venture out to sea. Repairs, painting, and occasionally hiring workers were necessary, and they often set sail at the crack of dawn. Most of the year was spent adrift at sea, yielding minimal returns, a true testament to hard work. In his previous life, he had caused considerable worry for his elder brother and sister-in-law. This time around, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Only when he had established himself could he hope to provide a better life for his entire family. In truth, there were sentiments Zhou Qin found difficult to express. Having felt a deep sense of indebtedness to his family in his previous life, he yearned to reunite with his parents, grandmother, brother, and sister-in-law, as well as to see his niece who had tragically succumbed to leukemia. Yet, the deeper his feelings grew, the more he hesitated to confront them. The proximity to home stirred a blend of emotions he could not quite grasp. Amidst the myriad of challenges, it was precisely during the interval of being cast out that he could earn some money and cultivate a semblance of respectability. This way, when he visited his parents, the unease and complexities of emotions that surrounded Zhou Qin would diminish. As the saying goes, he must strive to succeed, bringing along his wife Su Taodao, family, and close friends to a life of prosperity. As he contemplated this, Zhou Qin's eyes grew somewhat misty, prompting him to lower his head and feign washing the soil dragon. Silently reminding himself, "Zhou Qin, you must carve out a respectable life in this lifetime." Uncle Zhou Daqing, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Qin, chided, "I hadn't realized you cared so much for your brother. And what about your own life? You might have been a carefree lad before, but now you have a wife. Are you still going to fret over your brother? Who will then care for your wife? While I may be an outsider, and this may not be my place to say, you know well that the boat belongs to your father, and you are his son. Even if you board that vessel, your brother and sister-in-law cannot do everything. Uncle Daqing, you speak the truth. I appreciate your concern and willingness to share so much with me. However, I prefer to take things slowly. First, I will go to the sea, catch the soil dragon, save some money, buy a wooden boat, and then save further to acquire a larger vessel. My father and brother can manage with the boat for now." Zhou Qin replied with a smile, having already devised his plans. Currently, fortune smiled upon him. He could earn a living by gathering from the sea during low tide and selling the soil dragons. It would not take long to save enough for a wooden boat, and then he could employ traps and nets for greater earnings. His diving skills had also improved. Soon, he would seek out prime locations to dive, potentially capturing sea cucumbers and abalones from the ocean floor, which were in high demand. Do you really believe your luck will always hold? You might only catch this one large soil dragon in your lifetime. A second-hand wooden boat costs around 200. How long will it take you to save that? Regardless, my luck is simply exceptional, Zhou Qin muttered in response. Still pushing back? Forget it. I won't argue with you any longer. Uncle Zhou Daqing, weary of the conversation, prepared to toss the soil dragon into Zhou Qin's bucket when he noticed 3 individuals approaching through the mud. Wow, what a massive soil dragon. Uncle Daqing, this must break your previous record, exclaimed the slender monkey, eyes gleaming. Impressive. Let me touch it. The chubby one exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Get lost. What if it escapes before we can catch it? Uncle Zhou Daqing retorted, tossing the soil dragon into Zhou Qin's bucket. Wait, didn't you catch that? The slender monkey questioned, glancing between Uncle Daqing and the muddy Zhou Qin, momentarily taken aback. Qin caught it just now. His luck is truly remarkable. This one weighs over 2 Jin and 5 Liang, Uncle Zhou Daqing remarked with a smirk. Honestly, I never expected to catch such a large soil dragon. Zhou Qin seized the opportunity to boast slightly. One should never boast unnecessarily. It is akin to wearing silks while attending night school. Witnessing a brother's struggles brings more satisfaction than personal triumph. Goodness, what kind of extraordinary luck have you stumbled upon? A soil dragon weighing 2 Jin and 5 Liang? If I could spear a hefty 2-kilogram earth dragon, my wife would undoubtedly kneel before me to wash my feet. The rotund fellow clenched his fists in frustration. The lean monkey chuckled. Uncle Daqing must be feeling rather disheartened. After over 20 years of spearing earth dragons, his record has just been shattered, and he still has to put on a brave face. How pitiable. Get lost. Daqing shot a glare at him. The lean monkey was not mistaken. Having just boasted moments ago, he was now overshadowed by Zhou Qin's prowess. Indeed, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Brother Chen, impressive. It took me half a month to spear just one, he lamented. Ah Ping approached to offer his congratulations. Damn, it's fortunate we were counting by numbers when we competed against Chen, otherwise, we would have already lost. Stop dawdling and go spear some earth dragons. The rotund fellow suddenly recalled something with a look of regret. Right, Chen, don't get too smug. We've learned the technique. And you were merely lucky this time. Soon, we shall surpass you with our strength. The lean monkey, invigorated by the prospect of their wager, felt a stir of ambition at the sight of Zhou Qin's impressive catch. Who wouldn't he feel envious? They were determined to spear several more dragons to outdo Zhou Qin. Indeed, let me showcase my prowess, the rotund fellow exclaimed, brandishing his spear with fervor. All right, off you go. Zhou Qin chuckled, finding the playful banter with his friends quite entertaining. As they prepared to leave with their buckets, Zhou Qin scooped some water into his own to prevent the earth dragon from drying out. Just then, he noticed something in the muddy river flicking its tail. Without a second thought, he thrust his spear forward. Splash! The sound of a large, spotted tail splashing water grew louder, drawing the attention of his companions once more. What the heck? Chun, have you caught another fish? What fish? How come you keep finding all the good stuff? I just wandered around this muddy river and didn't see anything. Daqing exclaimed, staring at the thrashing fish tail in astonishment. Could it be? Chapter 35. The Tiger Grouper. The Tiger Grouper. The four exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Hurry, don't let it escape. Fatty, block its path. It can't run away. At that moment, Zhou Qin had already pulled the tiger grouper out with his fork and deftly secured it by its gills. This tiger grouper was a striking yellow-brown, oval-shaped, approximately half a meter long, adorned with irregular black spots and brown speckles. The name tiger grouper was derived from its resemblance to a tiger's skin. Despite being caught by its gills, its tail flailed vigorously, splashing water everywhere. However, since Zhou Qin's fork had pierced its back and ruptured its innards, the grouper struggled for a few moments before succumbing to exhaustion. Wow, Chenggu! This tiger grouper must weigh over 10 pounds. Ah Ping exclaimed with delight. Let me check. Indeed, it's likely just over 11 or 12 pounds. Quite a hefty catch, Zhou Daqing remarked, expertly extracting the spear and lifting the fish, having honed the skill of estimating weight through countless catches. 11 or 12 pounds. Ah Chen, you must have stepped on every pile of dog poop in our village, right? The thin monkey gazed enviously at the grouper in Zhou Daqing's hands. I'm puzzled too. Our mangroves haven't fully opened yet I managed to catch such a large tiger grouper. Zhou Qin grinned. The grouper, being a reef fish, typically inhabits rocky and coral areas, making it a rare find, although some do take refuge within the intricate roots of robust mangroves. However, this particular mangrove was situated on the outer edges of the tidal flats, and even with rising waters, it wouldn't submerge too deeply, leaving Zhou Qin bewildered as to how this grouper had strayed so far. Perhaps it was the luck bestowed upon him by his rebirth. After circling around Zhou Qin's bucket filled with the grouper for a while, the thin monkey suddenly realized that Fatty was missing. Hey, Fatty, why so quiet? Huh, Fatty, what are you up to? Turning around, he found Fatty wading through the muddy river, feeling around with his hands. Upon hearing the thin monkey call him, Fatty replied without turning his head, what good is talking? What if there's more in this river? If I can find just one more, that would be a blessing. It's rare to encounter a tiger grouper even after a year of searching the sea. The thin monkey scoffed. Just then, Fatty emerged from the river. Disappointment etched on his face as he carried his bucket. Forget it, it seems I'm not fated for this luck. I'll return to searching for mudfish instead. Let us go, let us not linger here. I fear I might succumb to envy. The thin monkey chose to avert his gaze. The two of them, along with Ah Ping, set off to hunt for mudfish. Zhou Daqing busied himself elsewhere, leaving Zhou Chen alone. With such a bountiful haul, Zhou Chen felt invigorated and continued to search the muddy river. After a while, without discovering any mudfish burrows, he shifted his focus to another area of the mangroves. Just as he arrived, he spotted a mudfish poking its head out to breathe. Upon sensing Zhou Chen's approach, it quickly retracted back into its hole. Zhou Chen set down his bucket and eagerly picked up the mud dragon fork to begin his work. Unbeknownst to him, over an hour slipped by. Zhou Chen successfully speared 3 mud dragons and collected more than 20 tree oysters, filling his bucket to the brim. Had it not been for one that escaped swiftly, he surmised he could have caught 4 mud dragons, including the original one. Today, he had also reaped a large blue crab, a hefty red crab, a tiger grouper, for mud dragons, and the tree oysters and blood eel for lunch. He wondered how many his companions, the lean monkey and the chubby one, had caught. Lacking a watch, Zhou Chen was oblivious to the time. Glancing at the sun, he estimated it was around 1 in the afternoon. He had already delayed long enough, and it was time to return for a meal, as the tide was soon to rise. After laboring for so long, Zhou Chen felt quite famished, especially under the blazing sun. He longed to return and rest. Ah Chen, the tide is coming in. At that moment, he heard someone calling from a distance. I'm here. I heard you, I'm coming. Zhou Chen hurriedly lifted his bucket and trudged through the mud back to where they had left the mud horses. Unlike his earlier enthusiasm, the lean monkey and the chubby one stood there, buckets in hand, looking somewhat embarrassed and lacking their previous vigor. How many did you catch? As soon as Zhou Chen arrived, the chubby one and the lean monkey eagerly inquired. Not many. After you left, I caught 3 more, totaling 4. How about you? Zhou Chen asked with a smile. Don't ask. Anyway, it's not as many as yours. We accept our loss and we'll buy you cigarettes on the way back. The lean monkey and the chubby one quickly replied. Let me see. You two didn't catch even one, did you? Zhou Chen probed, reaching to pry open the buckets they were holding. Sure enough, the lean monkey's bucket contained only a few tree oysters and clams, while the chubby one had just a single mud dragon. Not bad, chubby one. You managed to catch one? Zhou Chen remarked with mild surprise, seeing he had lost. The chubby one admitted defeat. All right, I'll be honest. I didn't catch any. This one was bought from Ah Ping. He caught 3 and gave me 1. Otherwise, after all this time and getting muddy, I would have returned empty-handed, and my wife would surely scold me. Really? You even spent money to buy it? I genuinely thought you had caught one. I was feeling miserable just a moment ago. The lean monkey exclaimed, turning to the chubby one to express his irritation. What does it matter? Anyway, Ah Chen caught the most. We just need to remember to buy him a pack of cigarettes, the chubby one replied, looking glum. If I had known, I wouldn't tea a bit with Zhou Chen. Who would have guessed his luck would be so extraordinary? At that moment, Uncle Zhou Daqing arrived. Uncle Daqing, how many did you catch? Zhou Chen asked. The chubby one and the lean monkey didn't even bother to ask and directly went to inspect Zhou Daqing's fish basket. 4, luck isn't too shabby today. Zhou Daqing replied with a pleased grin. Normally, he would be fortunate to catch 2 in a couple of hours. He then turned to Zhou Chen and asked with a smile. Ah Chen, how many did you catch? Was that last catch purely a stroke of luck? Or have you found that mud dragons aren't as easy to catch as they seem? He sought to vent the frustration he felt from Zhou Chen's record-breaking performance, while simultaneously attempting to showcase his own prowess. However, upon uttering these words, the lean monkey and the chubby fellow cast him peculiar glances. What is going on? Zhou Daqing felt a sense of unease under their scrutiny. The lean monkey jabbed Zhou Daqing's side. Uncle Daqing, Ah Chen is just like you. He also has 4 records. Wait, actually, it's not quite the same. Uncle Daqing, you've had an additional 20 to 30 years of experience. What? Another 3? Zhou Daqing's grin faltered as he stared in astonishment at Zhou Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Ah Ping approached with a fish basket. Unusually chatty today. He exclaimed, Father, I caught 3 today. 3 is just 3. Do you need to flaunt it? Zhou Daqing retorted, exasperated. Ah Ping looked bewildered, unable to comprehend why his father's mood had suddenly soured, particularly when he had just praised him for his capabilities. Haha. Observing Ah Ping's confusion, the lean monkey and the chubby one nearly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Ah Chen has caught 4. What? Brother Chen, you caught 4? Ah Ping quickly approached Zhou Chen, offering his heartfelt congratulations, and then added, somewhat foolishly, Brother Chen, you're even more impressive than my father. He has been catching ground dragons for over 20 years. Stop dawdling. We must return, or the tide will rise. With another jab to his heart, Zhou Daqing, in frustration, smacked his foolish son on the back of the head, urging him onward. Chapter 36. The Gift of Sea Cucumbers. They subsequently arrived at the location where they had previously placed the traps for the jumping fish to retrieve them. Zhou Daqing had set 50 traps and ultimately caught 30 jumping fish. In stark contrast, the traps set by the lean monkey and the chubby one yielded fewer than 20 fish. The 10 traps they marked were even more dismal, with the chubby one catching 4 and the lean monkey merely 3. Goodness, such meager results? For fish, barely enough for my sister and my mother, and me to have 1 each for Kanji. The lean monkey was utterly speechless. Forget it, I only caught 3. Let us see how many Zhou Chen can catch. Perhaps his luck has run out. However, when they finally collected Zhou Chen's traps, they were met with a staggering revelation. Zhou Chen had ensnared a total of 43 fish from his 50 traps. Among the 10 traps he had marked, 12 fish were captured, astonishingly. 2 traps had 2 fish each. What kind of luck is this? The chubby one lamented, I just lost a pack of cigarettes. Zhou Daqing tossed 12 of the jumping fish to Zhou Chen with a grin, saying, this time, I suppose I've benefited from your fortune. Even after giving Zhou Chen 12 fish, he still had 31 fish, surpassing the yield from his own 50 traps. Remember, 2 packs of cigarettes each, no excuses. Off you go. I certainly won't cheat you, Zhang. Indeed. Stop bickering and let us head back. Zhou Daqing secured the traps and urged them onward. Before long, they glided back to the shore, where the tide had risen. The women gathering clams and sandworms were now making their way back, hoisting their tools and buckets. These women donned straw hats adorned with cloth flaps to shield themselves from the relentless sun, not out of vanity, but rather for protection against the harsh UV rays that could cause sunburn. Among this group, Zhou Chen appeared the fairest, as he had never engaged in labor. One woman, carrying a bucket and a hoe, spotted Zhou Chen and his companions, leaving the cheerful group of women to approach them. Ah Chen, the sun is setting in the west. I saw you out searching the sea yesterday, and today you're working again? Oh, Daqing, you're here too? What is this? Are you taking the children to dig for sea cucumbers? The newcomer was none other than Zhou Chen's aunt, Zhao Yu, the sister of his mother, Zhao Shui, with whom he had engaged in a verbal sparring match the previous day. Zhao's sister? Yes, I took them to the mangrove area. Are you out here gathering clams? Zhou Daqing greeted her with a warm smile. Not quite. Primarily, I'm digging for sea cucumbers to sell. But I haven't found much as there are too many people. I've only managed to gather less than 3 taels so far. Just picking up a few clams and cockles. Otherwise, I would have shared some with you, but when I return, I'll prepare some sea cucumber jelly. And you're welcome to come over for a taste. Zhou Chen's aunt cheerfully showcased the slender sea cucumbers in her bucket, and Zhou Chen glanced over. Indeed, there were not many. Sea cucumbers, in essence, are a type of sandworm, often confused with them. However, sandworms are scientifically named Hisione, while sea cucumbers are known as Cucumeria. Though both belong to the phylum Echinodermida, they appear entirely different. Sea cucumbers are grayish-black, while sandworms are red. Yet, it is no small feat for his aunt to have harvested so many. The elusive earthworm, a creature of intrigue, primarily inhabits the coastal intertidal zones, camouflaged within the mud, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. One must wield a hoe to uncover these treasures, painstakingly searching for them. However, their value is considerable. When transformed into earthworm jelly, they possess the remarkable ability to clear the lungs, alleviate coughs, nourish the body, and reduce internal heat. Even if Aunt Zhou Chen has collected a substantial amount, she feels a sense of embarrassment in claiming them. Subsequently, she turned her conversation towards Zhou Chen, exclaiming her astonishment at witnessing him laboring diligently 2 days in a row. It appears that marriage has instilled a newfound sense of responsibility in him. Surely, his parents would be elated to learn of his industriousness. Following a quarrel with Aunt Zhuhua yesterday, her confidence was somewhat diminished. But seeing Zhou Chen's commitment to work gives her the courage to confront him about his shortcomings once more. After all, what is there to boast about just because her son possesses a wooden boat? Surely, her nephew holds far greater promise. In these times, acquiring a wooden boat for fishing is commendable. Few families can afford a diesel-powered fishing vessel. And Zhuhua's eldest son has managed to gather 40 fish traps and has had consistent success with his cast nets, which has led him to adopt an arrogant demeanor towards others. And Zhou Chen has long harbored resentment towards her. Yet her own family's circumstances do not allow her to retaliate, especially with her second nephew being a layabout. And Zhuhua frequently compares her son with others, leaving Aunt Zhou Chen feeling powerless to respond. However, Witnessing Zhou Chun's industriousness brings her immense joy. Initially, she thought her words would fall on deaf ears. But seeing him work earnestly today indicates there may be hope for change. Regardless of whether genuine transformation has occurred, it is undeniably a promising beginning. By the way, do not forget what I mentioned yesterday. It's about time you return home and apologize to your parents. You must hasten to arrange your wedding. Or what will become of this? Your father is truly neglectful, failing to oversee the engagement and the banquet. Surely, your bride must harbor grievances. Indeed, Shouchen replied. As Aunt Zhou Chun continued her admonishments, Shouchen found himself at a loss for words, merely smiling, his face nearly frozen in a grin. The matter of the wedding certainly needed addressing, yet at present, he felt ill-prepared. He aspired to accumulate some funds before organizing a splendid wedding for Su Taotao, one that would evoke envy from all in the vicinity. Furthermore, considering Su Taotao's condition, he felt compelled to gauge the village's sentiments on the matter. After all, haste is not advisable in such matters. Upon mentioning his bride, Zhou Qin's attention waned as he yearned to return to her side. All right, I shan't delay you further. The sun is quite scorching. Let us return, Brother Daqing, and I appreciate your care for my nephew, and Shouchen remarked, as she scooped a handful of sandworms from her bucket and placed them into Shouchen's. Learning to catch earthworms is not a skill one can master overnight. It is of little consequence that he did not catch any today. He should simply spend more time learning from Uncle Daqing. After all, they share the same lineage. Here, take these earthworms. Whether you choose to consume or sell them is entirely up to you. Oh, truly, Aunt, there is no need for that. Please keep them to sell. I have gathered quite a bounty today, Shouchen insisted, gently pushing back her offer. His aunt's family was originally not well off. Her two sons lived quite frugally, and the entire family struggled to meet their basic needs, leaving them no means to save money to purchase a boat. They could only work at the dock and scavenge the sea during their spare time. Just take a look at his aunt's fingers. They hardly resemble those of a delicate woman. Her knuckles are thick, her thumbs deformed, and her nails are flat and wide, much of which are darkened. Women in the Minnan region often bear such burdens, and it is truly arduous. How could he bring himself to accept the precious earthworms his aunt had painstakingly gathered? Can you really catch earth dragons? Have you found a fair share of large catches? Zhou Qin's aunt glared at him, her gaze fixed on the bucket he carried, utterly transfixed. Such a large tiger grouper? And this sizable earth dragon? Is that a blue crab? My goodness, it must weigh 2 or 3 pounds. And look at all those jumping fish. Each discovery was more astonishing than the last. Zhou Qin's aunt was momentarily taken aback and tossed the earthworms back into her own bucket. I'm not deceiving you, am I? Zhou Qin chuckled. All right. I see your prowess now. May Mazu bless you, witnessing your change of fortune. May she protect you. Remember not to fish half-heartedly and to take your catch back to sell. This tiger grouper is nearly out of breath. Amid her admiration, Zhou Qin's aunt hurriedly urged him on. After bidding farewell to his aunt, Zhou Qin reached the crossroads where he parted ways with the others. The chubby boy and the slender monkey returned to their respective homes. After Zhou Qin handed the slender monkey 2 cigarettes, the latter felt it was only right for a good brother to lend a hand. And so they lifted the catch back. The chubby boy shamelessly asked for another cigarette. With the bucket in hand, Zhou Qin arrived at the purchasing point, which was bustling with people at that moment. Uncle Daqing, the tide has receded this time. How many earth dragons have you caught? Upon seeing Zhou Qin, Adu's eyes gleamed. Earth dragons were in high demand and sold exceptionally well. Chapter 37, Striking It Rich. For fish caught, but today I am not the most fortunate. Zhou Daqing offered an awkward smile. In comparison to the past, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he known, he could have lingered outside a little longer to let Zhou Qin enter first and sell his catch. Is it Ah Ping? The green emerges from the blue and surpasses. Adu instinctively thought to give a compliment. It is my brother Qin. He caught 4 fish. One weighing 2.5 gene, along with a half-meter-long grouper, as well as 2 or 3 gene of green crabs and red octopus. You must take a look. Ah Ping beamed with pride, eagerly lifting Zhou Qin's bucket forward as if he were the one who had procured the bounty. Among the brothers, Ah Ping was the most audacious. It is a fallacy to claim one is devoid of jealousy, yet Ah Ping truly was, his honesty bordering on naivety. What? My goodness. Such a large tiger grouper? Quickly, pour it out. Adu was equally astonished, gazing at the heap of fine catches, his eyes gleaming with wonder. The onlookers at the purchasing point were left in awe. Situated near the dock, many had gathered to witness the spectacle, marveling at the sizable green crabs and octopus. Such a large tiger grouper? And this giant green crab? This hefty mudfish is a rarity too. It must weigh at least 2 gene. right? Who caught this? It was Ah Chun, Zhou's second son. Ah Chun. It truly is him. He can handle serious work now? How remarkable. I heard Zhou found him a wife and brought her home. Perhaps that spurred him to work diligently. By the way, have you all seen what Ah Chun's wife looks like? Zhou hasn't set a date for the engagement banquet, has he? Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to join in the festivities? Who knows? Last week, it seems they are planning to hold the wedding at a later date. I am quite curious about what Ah Chun's wife looks like. Some people, as their boats approached the dock, had onlookers rushing over to catch a glimpse, while others who initially came to the purchasing point to retrieve bamboo baskets for fish found themselves enchanted by the 2 plus mudfish, only to be called back by angry shouts. Reluctantly returning. How about that? My brother Chen is impressive, right? Ah Ping laughed. Impressive indeed. At that moment, Adu's eyes shone brightly. He weighed the grouper, adding weights to the scale. 12 Jin, a tiger grouper. Exceptional. This is the largest I have encountered this year. The green crab weighs 2 Jin and 9 liang. Almost 3 Jin, a king among green crabs, while the red octopus is 2 Jin and 8 liang. Come, help me weigh this big mudfish. The largest mudfish weighs 2 Jin and 5 liang. It must be Uncle Daching's estimate. From now on, I need not weigh these, as your measurements are more accurate than mine. The other 3 fish are not large, collectively weighing 2 Jin and 1 liang, and the 10 jumping fish weigh 1 Jin. Adu didn't even bother to wipe the water away, swiftly weighing all the catches. Zhou Chun promptly added, Adu, do not haggle. I brought good goods to you yesterday, and here I am again today, without visiting any other purchasing points. Very well, I shall not haggle. The price for the tiger grouper is 1.6 per Jin, the blue crab is 1.9, the red snapper is 0.5, and the jumping fish is 0.5 per Jin. Alas, those 2 large blue crabs sold for 1.8 per Jin yesterday. You only raised the price by a dime for such substantial crabs? Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. Patience, young man, replied the vendor. The market price for these blue crabs was 1.6 yesterday, and I have raised it to 1.8. But today the price has dropped by 2 or 3 dimes. I will give you 1.9, which is an increase of 3 dimes. All right then, Zhou Chun conceded, glancing at the crabs in the adjacent cage, reluctantly nodding in agreement. As for the large earth dragon, I shall price it at 4 per Jin, as it is quite rare. However, for the hotel in town, we can settle at 3. Adu deftly calculated on his abacus, quickly arriving at the total. Seeing that Zhou Chun did not contest the price, he felt a slight relief, fearing that Zhou Chun might demand yet another increase, which would diminish his profits. The total comes to 42.91. I shall round it to 43. Ensure you keep a firm grip on your money, my young friend. You have struck it rich today. Adu counted out the cash and handed it to Zhou Chun. I want to recount it. Zhou Chun replied lazily, stowing the money away. Afterward, he purchased 2 packs of cigarettes and returned to present them to Zhou Daching. Today's success in catching the earth dragon is largely due to your efforts, he expressed, feeling the need to show his gratitude for the substantial earnings he had made. Oh, no need. Zhou Daching beamed, attempting to decline. Daching uncle, take them. I owe it to you. Otherwise, how could I have caught such a large earth dragon? In this endeavor, you are my mentor. I will keep the fishing spear for a while longer. It's settled then. I must take my leave. Zhou Chun insisted, pushing the cigarettes into Zhou Daching's hands before weaving through the bustling crowd and departing. Consider the spear a gift. After all, it holds little value to me. This lad truly understands gratitude, Zhou Daching mused, smiling broadly as he looked at the cigarettes, appreciating Zhou Chun's words in front of so many witnesses. Just as Zhou Chun had left, Zhou's boat docked. Zhou Xiong, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, had returned early from the sea due to rough winds, though he was fortunate with the catch. Upon arriving, while preparing to unload boxes of fish, he overheard discussions at the buying station, seemingly about his own brother. Zhou Xiong hurriedly inquired with someone, and soon, he was filled with excitement as he returned to the boat. Father, my brother has achieved something remarkable today. He caught quite a haul and sold it for over 40 coins. What? Their father, momentarily stunned, was soon met with laughter from others nearby. Ah, Chen usually lazes about. Who would have thought that when he takes things seriously, he excels so greatly? You should go inside and see a 2 earth dragon, a 12 tiger grouper, and a massive blue crab. Really? Is that true? That rascal, their father, listening, felt a smile break through his weariness. For the first time in many years, he heard praise for his son's accomplishments, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Had his son truly learned to strive after marrying? Zhou Xiong, do not join the commotion. After finishing with the fish, quickly return to your mother. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, unaware that the dock's purchasing point still bore his name, had excitedly rushed to a nearby store to make his purchases. It was time to earn and to spend. He gathered fish sauce and soy sauce. Yes. Let us acquire these condiments, along with a bag of rice and flour, and a bag of sweet potato starch as well. Sweet potato starch is versatile. It can be used for making noodles, as well as for the min nan porridge and oyster omelets, all staples of this region. Sweet potatoes are virtually free, cultivated by every household. If Xiao Shui knew Zhou Chun was buying sweet potato starch, she would undoubtedly berate him for wasting money. Ah, by the way, my friend. Do you have headlamps and flashlights for sale? I need one of each. Yes, please choose the finest, and also procure a pair of batteries for me. Zhou Chun also purchased a headlamp and a flashlight. These are essential for nighttime fishing excursions. Candles can be troublesome at times, and though he lacked funds yesterday, today he was in a better position to make such purchases. In a mere turn of events, he spent over 10 yuan. There was no choice. His household was in dire need of supplies. Following this, he ventured into a pharmacy to procure some nourishing herbs like ginseng and a canister of tea oil. The nourishing herbs were intended for stewing earth dragons and blood eels, while the tea oil was meant for Su Taoda to apply on her bruises. He had been forgetful yesterday, neglecting to buy the tea oil. There were some areas that were still out of reach, and he had to apply it himself. Holding the tea oil, Zhou Chun's hands trembled slightly, and certain images flashed through his mind, suddenly leaving him parched and dry. Chapter 38. Hiding money with my wife. Forget it. I'll do it later. Zhou Chun coughed lightly and packed up his belongings. After purchasing a considerable array of items, his hands jingled with the weight of numerous goods. Finally, he spotted a vendor selling golden, crispy pancakes that wafted an enticing aroma. Thinking that Su Taodao had never tasted them, he bought two, sliced them open, stuffed them with pea shoots and minced shrimp, and carefully tucked them away, anxious that they might cool down and lose their appeal. After all, he did not possess the frugal habits characteristic of this era. Money, he mused, is not something one brings into this world or takes away from it. If one does not enjoy the fruits of their labor, what is the point? Moreover, at merely 10 cents each, the pancakes were quite affordable. He recalled a time in 1984 when he saw a street vendor selling fried oyster pancakes for 25 cents each, topped with peanuts, leaving him salivating while he rummaged through his pockets, unable to find even a dime. With a buoyant spirit, he hurried home, eager to show off his treasures to his wife. In the wooden house, Su Taotao was delicately preparing a pot of sweet potato and rice. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's footsteps, she shivered slightly and instinctively called out, "Zhou Chun, dear brother?" She quickly turned, her face lighting up with joy upon confirming it was indeed him. "You're back. Oh, you've bought so many things. Be careful, let me help you with those." She dashed down the walkway to assist him. Zhou Chun handed her a bucket containing blood eel and jumping fish. "No, this is too heavy. Just carry this one." "Is this blood eel? And jumping fish? Are you selling these?" Su Taodao exclaimed. "How are you so amazing, catching so many things in such a short time?" With both hands gripping the bucket, she followed closely beside Zhou Chun, her face radiating excitement and joy, lavishing him with praise as if he were carrying a bucket of gold. Noticing the beads of sweat on Zhou Chun's brow, she freed one hand to struggle with the bucket, pulling out a handkerchief and standing on tiptoe to wipe his sweat. "Zhou Chun, you've worked so hard." "Haha. It's nothing, really. I sold everything I caught. The bucket is filled with treats for us." Zhou Chun leaned down, allowing Su Taodao to wipe his forehead, inhaling the delightful fragrance that wafted from her. He then eagerly fished out a stack of money from his pocket and pressed it into her hands. "Taodao, look at this." Though they were just a few steps from home and he could easily set down his burdens to address the money later, Zhou Chun could hardly contain his excitement. "Money? Oh my, so much." Su Taotao was momentarily stunned, clutching the bills tightly as she placed the bucket on the sandy ground, her nervousness causing beads of sweat to form on her brow, as if she had forgotten how to walk. "Is it just over $30 that has you so bewildered?" Zhou Chun chuckled at her reaction, amused by this silly girl. "It is overwhelming. I have never encountered such a substantial amount of money before. Brother Zhou Chun, please take it away. I am too frightened to hold it. I fear that if the wind picks up, it might blow away, and if it falls into the sea, it would be disastrous." Su Taodao's voice quivered with a hint of tears as she extended the money to Zhou Chun. She was genuinely terrified. Zhou Chun, amused yet bemused, accepted the money, allowing Su Taodao to breathe a sigh of relief. The suddenness of the cash he had handed her had greatly startled her. "Brother Zhou Chun, did you earn all this money?" she asked, her large eyes wide with admiration. "If it were me, I would need to mend nets for months just to earn this much. Indeed, I caught a plethora of seafood just earlier. Zhou Qin recounted simply how he had foraged for treasures from the sea, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the girl, as if he had battled a fearsome dragon rather than merely gathering sea creatures. Under her admiring gaze, he felt as though he were becoming a dragon-slaying hero, which rendered him somewhat bashful. Upon returning to the house, Su Taotao assisted Zhou Qin in organizing his belongings: spices, flour, sweet potato starch, a flashlight, and a headlamp. With each item she retrieved, she leapt with joy and cheered. Zhou Qin smiled, for it was the first time someone had shown such appreciation for his labor. This sensation was truly gratifying. Subsequently, Su Taotao diligently categorized and arranged the items, placing the more valuable objects like the headlamp and flashlight carefully beside the bed. A wooden board had been affixed to the wall, suspended by 2 ropes, serving as a makeshift shelf. The flashlight and headlamp were meticulously arranged, with spare batteries reverently set aside in an orderly fashion. Zhou Qin gazed at the shelf in surprise, unable to recall its presence in his home. Su Taotao, somewhat shy, explained, "I thought there was no place to store things, so I rummaged through some old nails, perhaps leftovers from repairs, and fashioned this shelf. I also patched some damaged areas of the floor with what I found." "I never realized you were so skilled, Taotao," Zhou Qin praised her generously. He noticed that many areas of the wooden floor had been mended by her, and the room was now organized splendidly. Items such as flour and rice were placed on the table, likely to prevent moisture, and a basin of water had been prepared, with the original catch bubbling away inside. "Indeed, this is our home, and I must take good care of it," Su Taotao said with a shy smile. Although the room had initially been bare, thanks to brother Zhou Qin's efforts, it now bore a semblance of a home. Having a home had always been her cherished wish. "Yes, this is our home. And you are the mistress of it," Zhou Qin said affectionately, ruffling Su Taotao's hair. He then produced a Tinyuan note and handed the remainder of the money to her. "Taotao, please keep this for me." "Ah, you are giving this money to me?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with trepidation. "Brother Zhou Qin, I am afraid I might lose it. I have never held so much money before." Zhou Qin held Su Taotao's warm hand and smiled, saying, "It's fine. In this drafty room, there are unlikely to be any thieves. Come, let me show you where to hide the money." "All right," Su Taotao replied, feeling somewhat dazed as she allowed Zhou Qin to lead her. He brought her to the bedside, lifted the quilt, and revealed a sunken section of the bed frame, perfectly suited for concealing money. Su Taotao retrieved her bundle and, surprisingly, pulled out a handkerchief. Unfolding it revealed a neatly arranged stack of banknotes and coins, all denominations of a few cents and dimes, their edges meticulously aligned. A bit shy, she smiled and said, "By the way, brother Zhou Qin, this is my dowry that I've saved over the years, totaling $5.80. It's all for you." "All this money is yours?" Zhou Qin asked, somewhat taken aback. "Yes, although my parents usually take the money I earn from odd jobs, sometimes, when people notice my diligence, they give me a little extra. I would secretly save it. Occasionally, I would go scavenging at night and sell what I found. Once, I got caught, and my father punished me severely. I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. They took all my money, but fortunately, I had hidden some in the chicken coop, or I would have lost even more." With fervor, Su Taotao pressed the money into Zhou Qin's hands, recounting her past experiences without a trace of resentment, only lamenting the loss of a few dollars. What a silly girl, Zhou Qin thought, feeling a heaviness in his heart and silently noting the actions of Su Taotao's parents. He placed the money into her handkerchief and said, "I have $21 here, and you have $5.80. Together, we have a total of $26.80. From now on, this will be our family's first savings. You must take good care of it." "Absolutely. I will safeguard the money diligently," Su Taotao replied earnestly, nodding her head. She then neatly folded the handkerchief and placed it in the sunken area, lightly patting it as she softly said, "Money, you stay here and don't wander off. Brother Zhou Qin works so hard for you. You mustn't cause any trouble." Chapter 39. What if someone sees us? After neatly rearranging the blankets, Su Taotao took a lingering glance before reluctantly following Zhou Qin out. "Oh, by the way, look at what delicious treat I brought you." Zhou Qin recalled the fragrant oil cake he had with him and quickly pulled it out to present to Su Taotao. "Is this an oil cake?" The delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Su Taotao eagerly unwrapped the oil paper, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the golden delicacy. Swallowing her saliva in sheer delight, her heart brimming with sweetness. "Zhou Qin, you are so kind to me. You always bring me delicious food when you return." Having grown up, she had never tasted an oil cake before. Did it only cost a dime to win your favor? Zhou Qin playfully pinched the girl's cheek. In the modern world, if you buy a girl a bag worth thousands, she might consider it too cheap. Gifting flowers worth a couple of hundred would elicit disdain for being unworthy, and when it comes to strawberries, you could only savor the remnants. This era, despite its lack of wealth for many, possesses the most genuine joys of life. As Su Taotao gazed at the oil cake, an idea struck her. She quickly reached out and offered the oil cake to Zhou Qin's mouth. Zhou Qin, you eat. Gathering sea treasures is hard work. Such a delightful treat should be savored by you. She thought a mere taste would suffice for her. No need. I bought two. We shall each have one. Hurry and eat before it cools down. Zhou Qin retrieved the other oil cake and took a generous bite in front of Su Taotao. The crispness and the savory flavors of oil and shrimp melded together beautifully, a divine delight. Next time, just buy one for yourself. You eat. You don't need to buy for me. I don't require such indulgence. Su Taotao felt a pang for the expense. Zhou Qin chose not to respond. After all, the decision to buy or not was entirely his. Certain words from the girl were worth heeding, while others were not. He intended to keep Su Taotao plump and rosy. As Su Taotao relished the oil cake, she caught the crumbs falling beneath her, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Upon finishing, she gathered the crumbs into her mouth, dusted her hands, and looked at Zhou Qin, whose clothes were speckled with mud. Zhou Qin, you should wash up first. Change your clothes afterward. I will wash yours. After Zhou Qin changed into his spare outfit, he realized he had only one set of clothing. When he had been sent over, Zhao Shui had stuffed him into a barrel. Otherwise, he might not have had the opportunity to change at all. As Zhou Qin was about to remove his trousers in front of Su Taotao, he suddenly remembered she was still in the room. The girl, though turned away, was wiping the table and seemed hesitant to glance back. Zhou Qin could almost sense her cheeks were flushed crimson. To spare Su Taotao any embarrassment, Zhou Qin hurriedly donned his clothes, neatly folding the old ones, and called out, Taotao, I'm dressed now. Oh, okay. Su Taotao's body jolted. Her face flushed as she hurried over. She took the clothes, grabbed the soap, only to realize there was but a single basin, home to the original earthworm. Together. As you attend to the laundry, I shall venture to the riverside to prepare the loach, blood eel, and jumping fish, and at noon, I shall concoct a medicinal soup with the loach and blood eel. Zhou Qin swiftly tossed the loach into his bucket, clearing the basin for Su Taotao. Are we eating all of these? If sold, they could fetch a handsome sum, Su Taotao remarked, gazing at the catch with a hint of regret. Isn't the purpose of earning money to spend it on oneself? If not for oneself, what is the point of making a living? Moreover, your current task is to nurture your health. Do you not wish to bear children for me? Of course I do. Then heed my words and focus on your health first. Zhou Qin casually tossed the knife into the bucket, placed the basin of dirty clothes atop it. And after boiling a pot of water, he clasped Su Taotao's hand with one hand while lifting the bucket with the other as they made their way outside. Su Taotao's cheeks flushed with shyness as she whispered, what if someone sees us? In this era, people tended to be reserved. Even married couples would only walk side by side, rarely holding hands in public. Fear not, there are few people around, Zhou Qin reassured her. Su Taotao obediently allowed Zhou Qin to lead her, albeit feeling quite bashful and anxious, her feet seeming to tread upon cotton, unsteady as they walked. Upon reaching the riverside, Zhou Qin released her hand and noticed her palms were sweaty, an amusing yet endearing sight. With deftness, he dispatched the loach. And the jumping fish were easily handled, merely gutted and cleaned. The loach, however, required more effort. Zhou Qin meticulously removed the bones from the loach, preventing any distress for Su Taotao during her meal. The blood eel needed minimal handling, for its essence lay in the blood. Here, children would be scolded for not consuming eel blood. After completing the preparations, Zhou Qin returned with the boiling water, pouring it over the loach and blood eel in the bucket. The hot water immediately formed a layer of white mucus on the surface. Zhou Qin then carefully scraped it away with his knife, chopping the loach into segments on a stone by the river, rinsing them clean before returning them to the bucket. Having finished all of this, he looked up to find Su Taotao had completed her laundry as well. Let us return, Zhou Qin said, leading Su Taotao back, both of them already feeling the pangs of hunger. Earlier that morning, Su Taotao had gathered some kelp and dragon-beard vegetables, which Zhou Qin washed, blanched, and shredded for a cold dish, accompanied by rice porridge. Once their bellies were sufficiently filled, Zhou Qin turned his attention to the pot, tossing in the loach along with medicinal herbs to prepare a nourishing porridge. The jumping fish and blood eel would be added later, as they cooked quickly. After completing these tasks, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The porridge would likely be ready around 5, perfectly timed for dinner. alleviating the need for further cooking that evening. Glancing at the tide, Shochin addressed Su Taodao, who was tending to the stove. The tide will recede around 9 this evening and will not rise again until 2 in the morning. After dinner, let us retire early. We can rise at 9 to gather seafood. I have procured a flashlight and headlamp. Gather seafood? That sounds delightful. Su Taodao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She did not wish to remain idle at home. Initially, she intended to seek some work mending fishing nets. However, she was apprehensive about others noticing her eyes, which deterred her from venturing out. Deep down, she yearned to earn some money to alleviate the burden on Shochin. Moreover, her vision at night was somewhat clearer than that of an average person. Su Taodao mustered the courage to broach the subject of her eyes with Shochin. But as she opened her mouth, she lost her resolve, fearing that he might be frightened of her and subsequently reject her. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Shochin inquired, noticing Su Taodao's hesitance. And no, it's nothing, she quickly replied, turning away to tend to the fire. Shochin dismissed it from his mind. Sitting on the platform in a daze, contemplating how to apply some tea oil to Su Taodao that evening. The thought of such an intimate scene caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Suddenly, he heard footsteps nearby, and when he turned to look, he was taken aback in astonishment. Chapter 40. What is the reason for such a broad smile? Could it be that the ones carrying large bags are none other than Zhou and Zhao Shui? Father? Mother? Shochin stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Encountering his deceased parents after many years, a whirlwind of emotion surged within him: guilt, regret, and a multitude of sentiments welled up, causing his eyes to involuntarily redden. In his previous life, his reckless and thoughtless actions had undoubtedly brought untold troubles to them. Yet fate had bestowed upon him another chance. The couple bore large bags filled with items, their faces radiating joy, having donned new clothes for the occasion. They must have come to see him, or rather, to visit Su Taodao. Otherwise, it would not be customary to wear new garments reserved for the new year. Shochin was quite self-aware regarding this matter. Ah, are my in-laws here? I have yet to serve them tea. How could they have come to see us first? Su Taodao panicked, hurriedly brushing the dust off her clothes, feeling flustered and unsure of what to do with her hands. She glanced at the approaching figures and quickly turned to Shochin, exclaiming, "Brother Shochin, please tend to the fire. I shall change my attire." "Very well, go ahead," Shochin replied, swiftly regaining his composure. He added some dry twigs to the stove, ensuring it would burn for a considerable time. By the time Su Taodao emerged in her yellow dress, nervously standing beside Shochin to conceal the patches on her garment, Zhou's parents had already arrived. "Father, mother," Shochin called out, ushering Su Taodao to follow him. Su Taodao, being polite and sensible, stepped forward to take the items from Zhou's mother. "This is heavy. Let Shochin handle it." But Zhou's mother, without a glance, thrust the items into Shochin's hands. Grabbing Su Taodao's hand, she beamed, "Come here. Let me have a look at you. Oh my, what a lovely girl. Look at her bright eyes," Zhou's mother exclaimed, her affection for Su Taodao growing with each glance. "Come now, call me mother." "Mother," Su Taodao said shyly, her cheeks flushed. "Quickly now, it's windy outside. Let us go inside. Here's a red envelope I prepared for you. Take it." Zhou's mother produced a red envelope from her clothing and placed it in Su Taodao's hands. "Mother." "It's not necessary," Su Taodao protested. "How thoughtful of you. This is a token of goodwill. You must accept it. It is customary. Now take it," Zhou's mother insisted, leading Su Taodao indoors without so much as a glance at Shochin. Shochin, holding the items, wore an expression of innocence. It appeared that with Su Taodao's arrival, his position within the household would soon be relegated. "At least you're diligent today, coming to collect the items. Quickly, take them. Your mother had me bring a mountain of things. I'm exhausted." Zhou's father unceremoniously handed the items to Shochin. "What in the world is all this?" Shochin inquired, peering into the large sack. "What do you think it is?" Zhou's father replied impatiently. "Let us indulge in some food. This bag contains sweet potato starch, while this one holds rice and flour, along with dried mussels, shrimp, fish, and kelp. We shall prepare a traditional Minnan porridge. Your mother has brought fabric," giving Taodao 2 meters of polyester. "It will be perfect for tailoring a lovely dress." Had your mother known Taodao's height, she would have made a complete outfit for her. "Polyester?" Shochin exclaimed, "for it is the most fashionable fabric currently available. Do you have anything for yourself? You have nothing to show. Quickly take your belongings and leave. Do not hinder me. Taodao has yet to call me father, and I have yet to receive my compensation for the name change." "Wait, father," Taodao interjected. "Does my mother know about my eyes?" Shochin inquired again. "Yes, everyone in our family is aware. I clarified everything with them last night. It is no big deal." "What is it?" Do you have concerns? Are you unwilling? Zhou's father glared. No, I just fear that you all might overthink it. What could I possibly overthink? I brought you here, so why would I ponder excessively? Your father is not so traditional. Your mother had her thoughts initially, but I believe that has subsided. Now, let us not dawdle. Your mother, your elder brother, and I discussed this thoroughly last night. We shall delve into specifics when we return home. Zhou's father pushed Zhou Chun aside and followed suit. Before long, Zhou Chun heard Cao Dao calling for Zhou's father, followed by his hearty laughter. Upon entering the house and setting down his belongings, Zhou Chun saw his parents seated on the bed, with 2 red envelopes on the table, likely gifts from them to Su Taodao. Su Taodao, ever considerate, poured 2 bowls of tea from the thermos for them. Lacking cups, they had to make do with bowls. Yet, to Zhou's father and mother's delight, the tea tasted as sweet as syrup, their eyes never straying far from Su Taodao, growing more pleased with each glance. The couple had always yearned for a daughter. Regrettably, Zhou Chun was a boy, and a rather disappointing one at that, causing them considerable vexation. Just look at Su Taodao, so well-behaved and understanding. A daughter is indeed a treasure. Once they finished their tea, Zhou's mother eagerly showcased the 2 meters of polyester fabric, saying, "Come here, Taodao, look, I bought you some polyester. It is all the rage now, durable and practical. Come over and let me measure you. I will make you a beautiful dress." Su Taodao hesitated to lift her head, fearing her blue eyes might startle Zhou's mother. Embarrassed, she replied, "Mother, I can manage on my own." "That is fine. I have scissors and other sewing supplies with me," Zhou's mother responded, not wanting to refuse. She worried that the style she crafted might not appeal to Su Taodao, so she thoughtfully brought along cutting tools. As Su Taodao gazed at the roll of fabric in her hands, her fondness for it grew. What girl could resist such exquisite polyester? The vibrant colors were a delight, especially the pale yellow, which was her favorite. In a world filled with gray and black, this soft yellow was undeniably beautiful and eye-catching. Rubbing the fabric repeatedly, Su Taodao lamented, "Mother, you need not purchase such fine fabric for me. It seems a waste for work attire. This fabric is remarkably durable. It will not wear out easily." Zhou Mu chuckled lightly and remarked, "Clothes are meant to be worn, so do not fear damaging them. If they get worn out, I shall buy you more." "Mother, you are truly wonderful to me," Su Taodao replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she experienced the profound essence of maternal love and the tender care it entails. Previously, upon marrying into the Zhou family, she had felt a constant unease, fearing that Zhou Chun's parents would be dissatisfied with her. However, witnessing the warmth emanating from Zhou Mu and Zhou Fu, her heart finally settled into a state of calm. Zhou Mu, understanding the hardships Su Taodao had endured, gently reassured her, "My dear Taodao, now that you are here, do not worry. You are no longer connected to your former family. You are the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. My second son may not be the most accomplished, but here, both your mother and father will protect you. Have no fear." Looking at the scars on Su Taodao's hands, her heart ached once more. "If only we had blue or black fabric, I could make a suit for Brother Zhou Chun," Su Taodao lamented as she gazed at the material. Zhou Chun, overhearing this, chuckled foolishly, touched that his wife thought of him. He does not deserve it." Zhou Mu shot a fierce glare at Zhou Chun, who had just entered the room. "You just reminded me. From now on, all the fabric I buy will be in colors befitting our daughter-in-law. You shall not benefit without working for it, Zhou Chun. And stop grinning like a fool. Come here. Look at you, standing and sitting without any decorum. Do you resemble a married man? You act like a child." Turning back to Su Taodao, her tone softened, but when addressing Zhou Chun, Zhou Mu transformed into a fierce matriarch. Chapter 41. The Betrothal Gift. "Mother, please spare me some dignity. I may have been a disappointment in the past, but recently I've been earning money from sea foraging. Look around this room. Everything here is purchased by me," Zhou Chun muttered, subtly protesting. He had indeed changed. At that moment, Zhou's father surveyed the wooden dwelling with a hint of astonishment. "Zhou Chun, did you acquire all these items?" He had observed closely. The room was filled with provisions, but there was no sign of tobacco or alcohol. Instead, he noticed a headlamp and flashlight used for sea foraging. However, Zhou Chun's troubled past still loomed large in his father's mind, and he remained skeptical. Who could say how long this newfound industriousness would last? Zhou's mother interjected with a huff, picking up the red envelope from the table. Extracting a total of 100 yuan, she handed it to Su Taodao. "Taodao, this money is from your parents. Keep it for yourself. Never let your man handle it. A man should never possess money." With that, she cast a pointed glance at Zhou's father. Zhou's father, clearly displeased, wondered why his wife couldn't show him a modicum of respect in front of their daughter-in-law. Throughout his life, he had been governed first by his mother, then by his wife, and now he found himself beholden to the whims of his son and daughter-in-law. What a tragic existence! However, he dared not voice his frustrations, opting instead to sulk quietly on the bed. Zhou Chen pouted but refrained from speaking. The two exchanged glances, one laden with pity from his father, the other filled with resignation from Zhou Chen, who could only hope his wife wouldn't be led astray by her mother. Su Taotao was taken aback by the generous amount of money in the envelope, nearly moved to tears. Zhou's mother insisted on pressing the money into her hands. "Mother, you are so kind," Su Taotao stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Back home, if her parents discovered she had saved even a single cent, it would have resulted in severe reprimands. Upon marrying, she had received no dowry and had to work hard before being allowed to leave. "Oh, my dear girl, you have truly endured much hardship. Unlike this good-for-nothing, I raised him, yet he has never uttered a single word of gratitude." Zhou's mother grasped Su Taotao's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Daughters were indeed a blessing, while raising sons only invited misery. "Mother, you are the best. I will cherish you forever." Zhou Chen earnestly expressed his feelings, only to be met with a significant eye roll from his mother. He quickly fell silent, realizing that further comments might provoke her ire. It appeared that in his mother's eyes, he remained an incorrigible rascal. Zhou's mother repeatedly admonished Su Taotao to keep a close watch on Zhou Chen, the scoundrel. Although Su Taotao timidly defended her husband, she couldn't withstand the onslaught of accusations regarding Zhou Chen's past misdeeds and chose to remain silent. As Zhou's mother continued her tirade, she also reminded Zhou Chen to heed Su Taotao's words. He could only comply, engaging in idle chatter to appease the situation. Observing that the two women were engrossed in endless conversation, Zhou's father cleared his throat. Upon hearing the cough, Zhou's mother finally remembered the pressing matter at hand and quickly said, "Taotao, regarding your eyes, your father and I have discussed it." Upon hearing about the condition of Mother Zhou's eyes, Su Taotao's heart skipped a beat. She hastily explained, "Mother, my eye color is simply different. Everything else is perfectly fine. It won't affect anything, not even having children. I am not an omen." Gradually, her voice began to tremble. Casting a subconscious glance at Zhou Chen, Su Taotao felt a pang of sorrow. She truly did not wish to part from him, fearing that Mother Zhou might send her away. "Do not be afraid. At first glance, I see you are a kind-hearted girl. How could anything ill befall you?" Mother Zhou reassured her. "Your father and I have endured the hardships of the past, so you must not worry. We are immensely pleased with you. We harbor no discontent. Eye color is predestined. After all, there are many blue-eyed foreigners in the port area. If there are omens, I dare say Zhou Chen resembles one." With a playful glare at Zhou Chen, Mother Zhou grasped Su Taotao's hand. "So, please do not fear. Your father and I do not blame you. Rather, we seek a way to resolve this matter." "Really? Truly?" Su Taotao looked at Mother Zhou with hope. She had anticipated reproach, akin to her experiences in Sujia village, where she faced ostracism and even stones thrown at her by children. She had finally married Zhou Chen and established a home. She was reluctant to leave. "Can I deceive you? We are merely concerned about the gossiping women in the village who might speak ill of you. Furthermore, Zhou Chen's room is not yet prepared as a bridal chamber, so we thought it best for you both to stay here for a while. We are not trying to impose, but rather to discuss this matter with you." Mother Zhou continued. "It's all right. I am more than willing. As long as I am with Brother Zhou Chen, it matters not where I reside." Su Taotao beamed, looking at Mother Zhou with joy. "I knew you would be kind to me and not send me away. I apologize, Mother. I was just so frightened. It's all right. I do not hold it against you. Do not take your situation too much to heart. Once we return, we will arrange an engagement and celebrate. I will not allow any gossiping woman to speak ill of you. I would confront her myself," Mother Zhou declared protectively. Then, with a hint of melancholy, she added, "Taotao, it seems you must endure staying here a bit longer. Once we prepare that room for you, we will arrange a proper bridal chamber. Alas, it is unfortunate that your father and I are not in a position to provide more. We shall save for a few more years and endeavor to build a larger home for you." "That is more than enough, Mother. It is more than sufficient," Su Taotao replied, overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, she felt utterly content. As for the notion of separating households, Zhou Chen recalled that in his previous life, his parents had faced misfortune during a typhoon, failing to save enough for their own household. It had been a lingering burden for both of them. While working at sea, only his father and brother were involved, leaving him to contribute little. Had he not existed, the family would have likely divided smoothly. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Qin spoke up. Mother, father, I am now able to earn my own money. When the time comes to separate households, I will contribute as well. Do not speak of money in such a manner, lest I find myself and my father, along with your elder brother, compelled to support you. Fortunately, your sister-in-law is rather accommodating. Had she been in another's position, she would have long since divorced your brother. This matter has truly vexed Mother Zhou. After living for 20 years, you have yet to contribute a single penny to this household, and now, in the presence of your wife, you dare to speak of finances as though they were easily obtained? Where is the money? Is it not in my efforts? I am indeed working hard. Give me a little more time, and I shall surely provide. Furthermore, a wayward son deserves a chance at redemption, does he not? Tonight, I am heading out to earn some money from the sea, Zhou Qin feebly asserted. Very well, I shall take your word for it, Mother Zhou replied. Weary of further argument. Enough. You should refrain from further comment. It appears Zhou Qin has a genuine desire to amend his ways, Father Zhou interjected. Indeed, Mother Zhou conceded, tempering her anger with a reluctant nod. She observed that the wooden house had indeed been tidied quite well. Perhaps it was best not to press too hard. For if Zhou Qin truly sought to turn over a new leaf, her excessive insistence might only serve to undermine his confidence. During this busy time at sea, they would need to hire someone to repaint the walls. You should wait a week before returning. I need to consult someone about auspicious dates. And we have yet to finalize the bride price. Mother Zhou began to ramble on, her grip on Su Taotao's hand tightening as they delved into the subject of the bride price. At the mention of the bride price, Zhou Qin straightened, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The bride price was a matter of great significance for the man's honor. Yet, at this moment, even if he were to divide his meager earnings in half, it would scarcely suffice. His parents were not in a position to assist either. The thought of the bride price, the engagement, the banquet, and the need to partition the family assets all weighed heavily upon him, causing the previously carefree spirit he possessed to tighten with anxiety. The pride he once felt in earning over 40 coins had vanished entirely. Su Taotao, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly shook her head and declared, Mother, I do not wish for a bride price. Chapter 42. Applying tea oil for the young bride. How could that be overlooked? Our family is certainly capable of presenting a dowry. During weddings, the dowry is displayed for all to see, unlike when your mother married, where there was no such custom. They simply served 6 dishes, and that was deemed sufficient for the ceremony. Mrs. Zhou regarded this matter as exceptionally significant. For one, women value their dignity, and for another, weddings are occasions to host guests from afar. With so many eyes watching, one cannot appear empty-handed, lest it invite gossip. Mr. Zhou interjected at an opportune moment, saying, Tao Tao, we are considering that even if we cannot gather the complete set of 3 rounds and 1 chime, we will ensure you have 36 legs to stand on. Additionally, we will present you with 188 as your dowry, along with the compensation we are providing today. So your family will have a foundation of 200 to 300 to start with. Zhou Qin listened nearby, acknowledging that his parents were indeed generous, putting forth considerable amounts of money. He recalled that during his elder brother's wedding, his brother had personally contributed over 100, relying solely on their parents' support. Su Taotao acquiesced to Mr. and Mrs. Zhou's intentions, refraining from expressing her own opinions, although her face betrayed her concern for their expenditure. Nevertheless, it was a matter of etiquette, and she dared not speak out of turn, simply stating, Father, Mother, let us save where we can. There is no need to squander money. I am content with whatever comes my way. Despite her in-laws' efforts being more than adequate, they still felt as though they owed her something, which touched her deeply. The kindness she felt from them surpassed anything she had experienced throughout her life, leaving her at a loss as to how to repay them, other than by wishing to bear several children for Zhou Qin. Ah, indeed. Our Tao Tao understands and knows how to manage a household, Mrs. Zhou remarked, quite pleased with Su Taotao. In these times, a bride's ability to manage a household is paramount, especially since Zhou Qin lacked such skills. With a joyous tone, she continued, Since you are satisfied, I will arrange for someone to select an auspicious date for you. As for your family, we shall not notify them. Mr. Zhou succinctly added, It is unnecessary to inform them. When we brought you here, I perceived your parents' demeanor and sensed they were not the most reasonable individuals. Ah. A bit ominous, indeed. He rubbed his arm while glancing at Mrs. Zhou, who had pinched him in response. Realizing that he should not speak ill of Su Taotao's parents, he quickly amended his statement. Upon observing your parents, I felt they might not be the most understanding. I feared they would cause you trouble after the marriage. Hence we had the village secretary from your home village sign the documents to formally bring you here. You are now a member of the Zhou family, and thus, your connection with your family is severed, making it unnecessary to inform them of the wedding. Despite her parents' mistreatment, Su Taotao felt a pang of sorrow upon realizing she had been effectively sold into this family. Her heart sank, and her eyes reddened with unexplainable sadness, reflecting on the years of toil and hardship she had endured. Yet, after the initial sadness, a sense of relief and liberation washed over her. She felt fortunate, indeed, to have married into this family. Zhou Chen discreetly gave his father a thumbs up. Indeed, a person who has lived for so many years possesses their own principles and experiences. After signing the documents, Su Taotao was effectively severed from their affairs, thus ensuring that as he prospered, his family would not come back to entangle him. Naturally, their absence did not imply that Zhou Chen would refrain from addressing past matters. He believed in settling accounts clearly. Once this matter was concluded, Zhou's mother shifted the conversation towards the engagement. I do not intend to set the date too late. Perhaps in about a week? Su Taotao remained silent, but Zhou Chen could no longer contain himself. Mother, let us not rush. Why are you not anxious? It is rare to find someone willing, albeit blind, to be with you, and you are not satisfied? Do you not realize you have struck gold? Zhou's mother glared. That's not it. Mother, please do not be upset, Zhou Chen hastily replied, concerned about his mother's temper. I was just thinking that since my brother is getting married, I should contribute financially. If I were to contribute nothing, it would seem inappropriate. Taotao is such a wonderful girl. I must show my commitment with some financial support. Therefore, I wish to postpone the date a bit, to allow myself time to earn some money. In truth, he envisioned accumulating enough wealth to purchase a lavish wedding setup, one that would be the envy of the surrounding countryside. However, he feared that uttering such aspirations might further irritate his parents, who would scoff at his ambition in this era, where only those in bureaucratic or state-owned enterprises could afford such extravagance. Rather than facing scorn, he preferred to work diligently to earn his keep. Upon hearing this, Zhou's mother's expression softened, revealing a rare smile. You have matured. I find great comfort in your thoughts. Zhou's father also regarded Zhou Chen with surprise. Do you understand the meaning of responsibility now? Yes, of course, Zhou Chen nodded obediently. After enduring numerous trials in his previous life, he had come to deeply appreciate the challenges faced by parents. As a boy transitions into manhood, he suddenly finds himself empathizing with the gaze of his parents at certain moments, comprehending the gravity of their past words and even the stinging reprimands he once received. He continued, regarding Taotao's eyes, I have another thought. If I work hard during this time and achieve success, earning recognition from everyone, will they still focus on Taotao's eyes? Instead, they will see her as a blessing, and marrying her will inspire me to reform my ways and improve my life. That's a valid point. I hear your luck has been quite favorable. Perhaps it is indeed due to Taotao's influence. Zhou's mother and father nodded, for the coastal folk often held such superstitions. Indeed. I feel the same. Ever since Taotao arrived, my fortune has inexplicably flourished. Zhou Chen, wary of others questioning his luck, decided it best to attribute his recent fortune to Su Taotao. This would not only enhance her reputation but also provide a convenient excuse for his own good fortune. Very well, let us consider postponing the engagement date by half a month. This was the extent of the concession Zhou's mother could offer. Good. Zhou Chen contemplated that a fortnight would suffice. At that moment, Zhou's mother caught a whiff of the delightful aroma and inquired, what is simmering in that pot? Su Taotao promptly replied, Mother, it is the medicinal soup of earth dragon and blood eel that Brother Zhou Chen has prepared, and he has also added 4 lively fish. Please stay and enjoy it together. Alas, Zhou Chen silently lamented his misfortune. Sure enough, Zhou's mother furrowed her brow, as if about to squash a fly, and glared at Zhou Chen. How much did you earn from those beachcombing endeavors? Do you dare indulge in such extravagance? I truly believed you had turned over a new leaf. Is this how one lives? And you still wish to save for a bride price? What a farce. I can't believe I was foolish enough to trust your nonsense. Habitually reaching for her whip, she realized it was absent. Zhou Chen hastily sprang up, exclaiming, Mother, please calm down. Look how thin Taotao is. I specifically prepared this to nourish her. Upon hearing it was meant to replenish Su Taotao's strength, Zhou's mother's expression softened. She looked at Su Taotao with concern. Indeed, she needs to be nourished. It's painful to see her so frail. Very well, I shall consider this a legitimate endeavor. However, you must eat less, leaving the majority for Taotao. Do you understand? I heard you. Zhou Chen eagerly nodded, a grin plastered across his face. He dared not provoke his mother's fiery temperament. Yet, After all these years of enduring her scoldings, he felt a peculiar joy in his heart. He was determined to honor his parents well. If the old matriarch could still chastise him at the age of 70 or 80, it would indeed be a blessing. And he would gladly kneel to accept his punishment. Once all matters were discussed, Zhou's parents departed. After seeing them off, Zhou Chen felt invigorated, eager to earn money. However, one must sharpen the axe before chopping wood. The medicinal soup of earth dragon and blood eel was ready. Zhou Chen and Su Tao each savored a bowl, relishing half a bowl of meat, leaving the remainder simmering on the stove. Subsequently, Zhou Chen retrieved some tea oil and, observing Su Tao sitting on the bed, unbuttoning her garment in preparation for sleep, he hesitated for a moment before awkwardly saying, "Tao Tao, I bought some tea oil. Let me apply it to your bruises, so you can heal more swiftly." Chapter 43, Camellia Oil for the Back. Their seaside retreat had sustained some damage, prompting a habitual indulgence in camellia oil for soothing their bodies. Camellia oil? Indeed, it hastens recovery. Zhou Chen approached, feigning tranquility, aware that his face had flushed slightly, though the dim candlelight obscured this. "Brother Zhou Chen, I can manage on my own," Su Tao said, her cheeks aglow. "How can that be? You cannot reach the bruises on your back. Come, remove your garment, and I shall apply the oil to the areas you cannot reach. You may tend to the rest." Zhou Chen positioned himself behind Su Tao, allowing her to avoid noticing his slight nervousness. "All right," she acquiesced, shedding her skirt to reveal a tank top. Here, there was little need for heavy labor, so she had dispensed with cumbersome wrappings, which she found stifling. In the dim glow of the flickering red candle, as the yellow skirt fell away, Su Tao unveiled her graceful shoulders and delicate back, the bruises only enhancing her poignant beauty. Zhou Chen observed the array of bruises on her back, many of which had faded significantly, accompanied by some linear red marks, indicative of lashes from a whip or bamboo. How could her parents be so cruel? Zhou Chen warmed the camellia oil in his palms. "Tao Tao, do not sit. Lie on the bed." "Okay." As Su Tao complied and lay down, Zhou Chen began to apply the oil to her back, gently kneading the bruised areas. She let out muffled sounds of discomfort, clutching the bedspread tightly. "Does it hurt? Shall I apply more pressure?" Zhou Chen inquired. "Not too much. It's more of an irritating pain. Your hands are pleasantly warm." "Actually," she responded, her face burning with embarrassment as she buried it into the pillow. After 5 or 6 minutes, Zhou Chen surveyed Su Tao's back, her skin radiating beauty, and he exhaled contentedly. Fortunately, in his past life, he had frequently practiced essential oil massages and had acquired some foundational techniques. "Very well. I shall also massage the bruises on your legs." Zhou Chen warmed the camellia oil again, gliding his hands along her thighs, the skin glistening under the candlelight. As he worked on her other leg, Su Tao giggled. "Brother Zhou Chen, that tickles. Please go easy." Once finished, Zhou Chen instructed, "Now you can apply the remaining oil to the bruises in front." He stood and stepped out, closing the door behind him. Moments later, he heard Su Tao call out, "Brother Zhou Chen, I'm done." Zhou Chen re-entered, shedding his clothes before lying under the covers. As soon as he settled in, Su Tao eagerly nestled into his embrace. "Let us rest. After a few hours, we shall rise around 9 to explore the beach. Tonight, we will venture to the nearby rocky area. We may find some treasures." "All right," Su Tao replied cheerfully, burying her face deeper into Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen held her close, feeling an extraordinary sense of relaxation. The tea oil absorbs quickly, leaving Su Tao's skin slightly reddened, accompanied by a faint, delightful aroma of tea oil that mingles beautifully with the unique fragrance of the young lady. "It is simply enchanting." "Brother Zhou Chen, when can I bear you a child?" Su Tao suddenly inquired. "Why this question out of the blue?" Zhou Chen responded, surprised. "With such wonderful parents-in-law, I am eager to present them with a plump grandchild." "No rush. Let's wait until your health is restored," Zhou Chen said gently, patting her affectionately. "All right then. Sleep now. We have to rise soon." "Okay. I shall call you when the time comes." After Zhou Chen had drifted into a drowsy slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a gentle tap. "Brother Zhou Chen, wake up. The tide has receded." The tide has receded? What time is it?" he mumbled, still half asleep. "I don't know. I have no watch." "Check your phone." Zhou Chen instinctively reached under his pillow for his phone, but found nothing, jolting upright in surprise. "What? Nothing? I was just dreaming." Fortunately, in his earlier days, his words had been unclear. Rubbing his head, he noticed that Su Tao was already dressed. Had she not called him? He might have slept until dawn. "How come you're up so early?" Zhou Chen asked casually while getting dressed. "I didn't dare to sleep soundly." I kept opening my eyes to see if the tide had receded. Just now, I checked, and it has receded quite a bit. It's probably around 9 now. I went ahead and lit the fire, reheated the medicinal soup, and we can drink a bowl to warm ourselves before we set off. Su Tao had already prepared the bucket and fire tongs, with 2 bowls of soup set on the table. All right. Next time you should sleep more soundly and not worry so much, Zhou Qin said, feeling a pang of concern. He had slumbered blissfully while she had barely rested. It's fine. I'm used to it. At home, I had to rise early to work, and if I slept late, I would be scolded. I've managed for all these years. Su Tao brought the soup over. Sigh, things will be different in the future, worry less. Zhou Qin affectionately ruffled her hair. Hey. Brother Zhou Qin, be careful. The soup is going to spill. You drink first. I'll get mine. Zhou Qin, feeling embarrassed to have Su Tao to serve him, took his bowl to the table. Eat slowly. There are bones. I'll pick them out for you. Don't eat so quickly. I've heard that eating fast is unhealthy. There's an elder in our village who ate too quickly, and now he struggles to swallow. Observing Zhou Qin's rapid pace, Su Tao worriedly passed him a piece of meat with the bones removed. All right. Zhou Qin thought that perhaps he had consumed too many hot meals, leading to esophageal cancer. People were not as knowledgeable back then, so he resolved to slow down. After finishing the meal, noticing that Su Tao had only brought 1 bucket, Zhou Qin hastily produced 2 nylon bags and stuffed them into the bucket. Bring extra bags. You never know when you might encounter a large catch. Do we really need to bring burlap sacks? Su Tao asked, puzzled. Of course. These 2 burlap sacks might not even be enough. At this moment, Zhou Qin took out a headlamp and placed it on Su Tao's head while he held a flashlight in his hand. As they stepped outside, Su Tao fumbled to turn off the headlamp, suggesting, let us use the flashlight while walking to conserve battery. All right, Zhou Qin replied, casting a glance at the girl's sandals, which were peeling apart and stitched with thread. He contemplated buying her a couple of new pairs soon. The 2 swiftly approached the rocky area by the beach, greeted by a refreshing sea breeze. The tide was quite far out, rolling in layers that created a soothing sound, while the moon concealed itself behind a veil of clouds, casting shadows all around. The nearby reeds rustled gently, stretching across a vast expanse, occasionally interrupted by the cawing of birds. Their dwelling was rather secluded, typically devoid of visitors seeking the sea, giving the surroundings a somewhat eerie atmosphere. As Zhou Qin stepped into the area, a seabird suddenly burst forth from the reeds with a rustle. Ah, Su Tao, already a bit frightened, instinctively pressed closer to Zhou Qin. Haha, it's all right, just a pelican, Zhou Qin reassured her, patting her back. The pelican, commonly referred to as a tangyi, possesses a broad, elongated beak with a large expandable throat pouch. In their region, they affectionately called it a tangyi, noting that it was still warm, but come autumn, this flock would migrate away. Tangyi? Su Tao's eyes brightened as she spotted a few more long-beaked pelicans fluttering away. Brother Zhou Qin, there must be pelican eggs in this reed marsh. Let us go search for them. Chapter 44, A Bountiful Harvest at Midnight. Let us venture forth and take a look. The moment Zhou Qin spotted the goose eggs, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily employed a pair of fire tongs to sweep aside the grass, scaring away snakes, and led Su Tao into the dense reed marsh. As the grass was disturbed, a large flock of geese took to the skies with a cacophony of flapping wings. Geese are social birds that gather in flocks to build nests and incubate their eggs during the breeding season. After dispersing so many geese, Su Tao, her face alight with joy, grasped Zhou Qin's hand and exclaimed, Brother Zhou Qin, look, eggs. There are so many eggs here. Over there. Where? Zhou Qin followed Su Tao's pointing finger, illuminating the area with his flashlight. To his astonishment, he discovered more than a dozen nests nestled within the reeds, constructed from twigs and lined with reeds and feathers. Each nest cradled 2 or 3 eggs, each the size of a fist, adorned in exquisite shades of blue and white. Eagerly, Su Tao rushed to collect the eggs, and in no time, her arms were filled with 3 or 4 of them. She adhered to the unspoken rule among coastal foragers of taking only 1 egg per nest, mindful not to overharvest. So many eggs, she exclaimed, her delight bubbling over. Before long, the pair had gathered 15 eggs, placing them into a sack, aware that they would need to make room for fish in their bucket later. Let us keep a few to eat, and sell the rest, Su Tao suggested, eyeing the beautiful blue and white eggs gleefully. Let us keep them all for ourselves. Zhou Qin replied with a smile. There are likely many foragers out tonight, and we may not earn much selling them. Besides, these goose eggs are far more nutritious than chicken eggs. You should eat more to nourish your health. With a moment's hesitation, Su Tao nodded in agreement. She needed to restore her vitality to eventually bear children for Zhou Chen. Subsequently, Zhou Chen led Su Tao out to the rocky area. Upon arriving, he had yet to spot anything of interest when Su Tao suddenly pointed towards a shadowy pool beneath the rocks, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou Chen, there are fish over there. Their tails are reflecting light." Reflecting light? Zhou Chen quickly shone his flashlight in that direction, and his heart raced as he noticed golden glimmers. Could it be the coveted yellow croaker? He hurried alongside Su Tao towards the shimmering pool, marveling at how astutely she had observed the fish. While he had overlooked it entirely, his masculine pride took a slight hit. Upon reaching the pool, they found a golden fish flopping about. Su Tao swiftly approached, grasped it by the gills, and hoisted it up. As Zhou Chen shone the light on it, he felt a pang of disappointment. It was merely a golden pomfret. The fish appeared to be lacking vitality, having likely been stranded for quite some time. What a pity it was not a white pomfret, as the latter holds greater value. Zhou Chen poured some water into their bucket and tossed the golden pomfret inside. The flesh of white pomfret is more tender and delectable. He recalled that during the fishing ban in his previous life, white pomfret weighing 6 to 7 taels could fetch over 100 per pound. The golden pomfret would suffice. As this one was nearing a pound, Su Tao was filled with joy, her beautiful face radiating brilliance. After taking only a few steps, they discovered a patch of rocks adorned with a plethora of clams and oysters, as well as cowrie shells and the like. Excitedly wielding her spade, Su Tao exclaimed, "Brother Zhou Chen, why don't you wander elsewhere? I'll dig up more clams and cowrie shells once I dry them. I won't have to worry about lacking ingredients for our meals." The mussel, colloquially known as light material, is prized for its ability to be cooked and dried for culinary purposes. In the future, when the area around Bai Longyu develops mussel farming, one will see bamboo mats spread out for drying mussels everywhere. As for the cowrie, its appearance somewhat resembles that of an abalone, akin to the pointed hats worn by officials of the Qing dynasty. Its scientific name is lid shell. It is said that this species has existed since the early Cambrian period over 500 million years ago, and when steamed, it is quite delicious. Due to the sparse human presence in this area, the clams and cowrie shells flourish, being both plump and sizable. Su Tao carefully inserted her spade, and the cowrie shell fell away effortlessly. Extracting the clams proved to be more challenging, as they were entangled with black foot threads resembling corn silk, clinging intricately to the rocks. However, instead of twisting them out one by one, she managed to scoop a whole bunch into her bucket, planning to cook them later and extract the meat easily. Suddenly, Zhou Chen heard splashing water ahead. He climbed atop a rock and peered down, instantly struck with a mix of astonishment and delight. So many stonefish. Tao, come quickly. Where? Su Tao approached, bucket in hand. In a pool beneath the rocks. Let me help you up. Be careful and step on the stone. Zhou Chen assisted Su Tao up, and as she adjusted a strand of hair and looked down, she too gasped in surprise. There must be 5 of them. How did this group of stonefish end up stranded here? A cluster of red stonefish, adorned with sharp dorsal fins, was thrashing about in the depression formed by the rocks, desperately trying to escape. It seemed a school of fish had come to feed, and with the tide receding, they had become trapped. You hold the bucket. I'll go down to catch them. Be cautious, as these fish have toxic spines. Zhou Chen gently shooed away several stone crabs that had crawled onto the rocks, slowly descending. He was not in a rush to catch the fish. Instead, he first moved a rock to block an adjacent gap before rolling up his pants to capture the fish. In no time, Zhou Chen had caught all 5 stonefish and tossed them into the bucket. Having spent only a short while outside, they had already amassed a substantial bounty, the bucket brimming with their catch. After climbing down from the rocks, they continued their search and soon stumbled upon another extensive area teeming with mussels. Zhou Chen decided to squat beside Su Tao, and together they harvested the mussels, filling an entire sack. Although these mussels might not fetch a high price, they could certainly be kept for their own consumption. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Chen placed the sack of mussels on the beach to carry back later. Upon his return, he heard Su Tao calling out, "Brother Zhou Chen, hurry over. I found something wonderful." "What is it?" Zhou Chen hurried over. "See, conch, look." Su Tao removed a fist-sized conch that was firmly adhered to a rock, her excitement palpable as she showcased it to Zhou Chen. "There are so many here. I can hardly keep up. This is my first time seeing so many conchs of such size." Her gaze shifted to the vast, sloping back of a colossal reef, illuminated by her headlamp. The vibrant green seaweed clung damply to the rock, and amidst this verdant sea, countless conchs adhered firmly, their presence overwhelming. Don't panic. Avoid collisions. The conchs won't sprout legs and flee. Take your time. Goodness, is this really so many? Zhou Chen, initially composed, was soon swept away by the sheer number of conchs. Exclaiming in astonishment, the sheer size of each conch, each as large as his fist, was indeed staggering. Although these were the most common red conchs, not particularly valuable. The sheer quantity and size were remarkable. We're striking it rich. Zhou Chen eagerly joined in, his hands deftly prying the conchs from their rocky abode and tossing them into a sack. The process was remarkably therapeutic. These were not mere conchs, but rather stacks of money. Su Taotao, too engrossed to utter a word, busied herself gathering the treasures, both of them lost in the euphoria of their bountiful harvest. As they continued, Su Taotao suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch! Something tripped me." Ah! Her voice, a blend of surprise and delight, pierced through the air. "Brother Zhou Chen, come quickly. This conch is enormous, as big as my head." "Where?" Zhou Chen quickly directed his flashlight towards her. Upon sighting the yellowish-white, pointed conch, his eyes widened in disbelief. The conch truly was the size of Su Taotao's head, its appearance strikingly unique. Chapter 45, The Dragon Palace Shell. What makes this conch so special? This conch resembles a pyramid, its shell conical in shape, adorned with fiery red streaks on a yellow surface, reminiscent of a miniature dragon palace. When illuminated by a flashlight, it appears to be a mountain ablaze with flames. My goodness, the dragon palace shell. A sudden realization struck Zhou Chen, and he instinctively tossed the conch into the sack he was holding, hastily rushing over with great urgency. If this truly is the dragon palace shell, it would lead to immense fortune. The dragon palace shell? What is that? Noticing Zhou Chen's astonishment, Su Taotao, nursing her aching toes, gazed curiously at the large conch. As she accidentally kicked it, the flesh of the conch nestled into its shell, remaining motionless upon the rocky surface. Wait a moment, let me take another look. I didn't see it clearly before, and I'm still uncertain. Zhou Chen's heart raced. If it turned out not to be the case, it would only be a fleeting joy. He illuminated the moist conch with his flashlight, examining it intently. The shell was remarkably intact, and when flipped over, the conch flesh retracted tightly within. Indeed, it is the dragon palace shell. Zhou Chen embraced the large conch, a broad smile spreading across his face. And without a second thought, he planted a kiss on it, disregarding the salty seawater. Is it not valuable, Zhou Chen? Su Taotao observed Zhou Chen's excitement as if he had discovered a treasure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Yes, this conch is exceedingly rare, typically found only in the deep sea. It is likely that this conch was swept ashore by the waves, having forgotten to return while feasting on algae. Taotao, we are going to be rich. Zhou Chen continued to grin foolishly. Fortunately, he had watched short videos in his previous life that introduced the dragon palace shell. Otherwise, he might have sold it as an ordinary conch. Just how rare is this shell? In 1936 and 1937, biologists captured 2 dragon palace conchs in the waters between Japan and the Philippines. Unfortunately, those 2 specimens were destroyed during World War II, and since then, people could only view them through fossils or photographs. How much could it be worth? Su Taotao couldn't resist touching the dragon palace shell nestled in Zhou Chen's arms. Oh no, I recall reading in the newspaper that in 1968, fishermen in the Bay Area caught a dragon palace shell and sold it for $20,000. It was quite the sensation at the time, even leading to the issuance of stamps featuring the dragon palace shell. And that was merely the purchase price. If sold to someone knowledgeable, the price could easily double. Zhou Chen grew increasingly excited. Over $20,000? How much is that? Su Taotao was astounded, realizing that was $20,000 from 1968. She gazed at the dragon palace shell in Zhou Chen's hands, her hands trembling. Be careful, Zhou Chen. Don't drop this treasure. Su Taotao's voice quivered. Rest assured, it won't break. When we return, we shall savor the flesh of the dragon palace shell to see if it is as delicious as rumored. Ah, are we going to eat it? Aren't we taking it to sell? Su Taotao was bewildered. Foolishness. The flesh is of little worth, while the shell holds true value. Zhou Chen carefully transferred the stone 9 public clams and golden pomfret from the bucket into a sack, gently placing the precious conch within. I shall return with a hook to extract its flesh, thereby preserving the integrity of the shell. Discarding the meat would be a waste, so why not consume it myself? This is the method employed by those residing by the sea. Using a hook to extract the conch meat, they hang it upside down. Over time, the conch, weakened, will drop from its shell. I had thought, Zhou Chen, that you were curious to taste what a conch worth 20,000 yuan might be like. Su Taotao said sheepishly. I cannot afford such a luxury. The discomfort of indulging would haunt me for a lifetime. Zhou Chen laughed heartily. When shall we sell it then? Shall we take it to a purchasing point? Do those people there have the means to pay 20,000 yuan? Su Taotao bombarded him with questions, leaving Zhou Chen perplexed. This seems unlikely. Shochin furrowed his brow, contemplating the Dragon Palace shell in the bucket, feeling somewhat troubled. This conch is exceedingly rare, likely. Few in the country recognize its worth, and those at the purchasing point certainly would not. If you claim this conch is worth 20,000, Adu might simply kick you out, deeming you lost in a dream. To sell it, we would likely have to journey to the province, in the city. No one would recognize its value. After pondering for a while, Zhou Qin expressed his resignation. There is no choice. The state of productivity is regrettably backward, with most struggling to meet basic needs. Who has spare money to buy a conch for display? The province? That would necessitate a train journey, taking 7 or 8 hours. Round trip. Su Tao was taken aback. Who would have thought selling a conch would require such a trek to the province? That seems rather cumbersome. Zhou Qin himself found it troublesome. Indeed, he had more to say. Even if we went to the province, it is doubtful anyone would recognize it. And even if they did, how could they afford such a price? Moreover, selling this conch now would be a pity. It might appreciate in value if kept for a decade or so. After careful consideration, Zhou Qin suggested, Tao Dao, we are not yet in dire straits, lacking food and warmth. Let us store the Dragon Palace shell at home for now, allowing it to mature in value. People believe that Dragon Palace shells bring good fortune, otherwise, they would not command such high prices. We can regard it as a good luck charm at home. If we encounter a pressing need later, we can sell it then. What do you think? Without hesitation, Su Tao replied, I will heed your counsel, Zhou Qin. I too fear that selling it might attract trouble. I have heard from the neighbor's wife that some unscrupulous individuals target the wealthy. In truth, she had more to say. She had also mentioned that men with money often turn to mischief. If Zhou Qin were to sell it for 20,000 yuan and not return from the provincial city, marrying a city girl, what would she do? People often regard her husband as any ne'er-do-well, yet she perceives the kindness he bestows upon her since marrying him. He is diligent, but she believes his industriousness stems from their family's financial struggles, fearing that should their fortunes improve, he might devolve into the idle, gluttonous figure others have described. A little poverty is bearable for her. She is unafraid of hardship and is willing to toil to support the family. The matter of discovering the Dragon Palace shell is a secret between the two of them. It must remain undisclosed to anyone, including their parents, especially their mother, who has a penchant for boasting. If she were to inadvertently let it slip, they would be deprived of peaceful rest that night. Zhou Qin emphasized this point with great seriousness. I understand. Rest assured, brother Zhou Qin, Su Tao replied, her expression grave, as if she had received a royal decree. Upon our return, I shall take charge of this Dragon Palace shell. In the future, all valuable possessions of the household will be entrusted to me. Zhou Qin smiled again, feeling reassured by the thought of entrusting his finances to Su Tao. She is meticulous and will not squander money. Unlike those in later generations who might divert their partner's hard-earned wealth to their families or brothers. Excellent. Su Tao beamed, delighted by Zhou Qin's trust in her to safeguard such a precious item, filling her with a profound sense of happiness. Now, this shell cannot be sold immediately. Let us gather these sea snails first, as there remains a vast expanse yet to be collected. After their moment of excitement, Zhou Qin resumed his task of gathering the sea snails. All right, Su Tao agreed, suppressing her exhilaration and getting back to work. The two of them bent over, collecting sea snails for over 10 minutes, occasionally standing to stretch their aching backs, yet neither felt fatigued. The abundance of shells was enough to entice anyone to collect them tirelessly throughout the night. Chapter 46, A Surprise Encounter Before Departure. Before long, the burlap sacks were filled to the brim, and fortunately, ample bags had been brought along. One sack held an assortment of clams mixed with military hats. Another contained sea conchs, while a third was filled with stone crabs and pomfret. To prevent the goose eggs from breaking, they were carefully placed in a net bag. And the bucket housed the Dragon Palace shells. It was time to leave, yet apart from the Dragon Palace shells, no significant treasures had been collected. Zhou Qin listened intently as the sound of the distant waves grew louder, signaling an imminent tide. There was no time to linger. The tide would rise swiftly. And once the water reached his feet, it would be too late to depart. That's enough. This sack of sea conchs should fetch a handsome sum. And we have so many stone crabs, he mused. Su Tao, however, was quite content, smiling as she tightened the sack's opening. Yet, when she attempted to lift it, her face flushed with effort, and she found herself momentarily dumbfounded. How on earth are we going to carry all this back? In her excitement, she had forgotten the impracticality of their haul. No worries, I can manage, Zhou Qin replied with confidence. He had enhanced his physical strength and effortlessly lifted 2 sacks, each weighing around 50 pounds. Addressing Su Tao, he said, Step aside, Don't let me bump into you. What? Don't you want my help? Su Taotao blinked, having anticipated that they would carry the sacks together. Not necessary. You have too much faith in your man, he chuckled, lifting the sack filled with sea conchs onto his left shoulder. Bending down, he prepared to hoist the sack of clams from a slightly elevated rock. With a gentle tug, the sack settled comfortably on his right shoulder. He took a few steps, the combined weight of over 100 pounds presenting no challenge for him. For the laborers at the docks, this would be considered light work. Men in Chongqing's future could carry several hundred pounds without difficulty. Wow, Brother Zhouchen, how are you so strong? Isn't that too heavy? Su Taotao exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she watched him lift the two sacks. It's nothing. Not heavy at all. You just carry the bucket, and let us be on our way, Zhouchen replied, his mouth holding the flashlight as he led the way with the sacks. Su Taotao cautiously grasped the bucket with both hands, following closely behind him. As they neared the edge of the rocky area, Zhouchen suddenly heard a splash, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a long, shadowy figure rising menacingly from behind the rocks before retreating again. Taotao, don't come closer. It looks like there's a snake. Zhouchen's heart raced, and his hair stood on end. Surely, it couldn't be a cobra lurking behind the stones? The thin monkey was adept at handling cobras, but he was not. The mere sight of a snake filled him with dread, and he certainly didn't want to risk a venomous bite. He quickly stepped back, nearly slipping on the ground. And once he steadied himself, he ensured that whatever it was had not followed. Zhouchen attempted to illuminate the area behind the rocks with the flashlight clenched in his teeth, but the limited range of the beam left him unable to see clearly. Is that a cobra? Su Taotao was taken aback, quickly following the direction of Zhouchen's gaze. The flashlight could not reach that far, but it barely illuminated a patch of the stone, revealing a long, slippery creature moving frantically behind the reef. Zhouchen could not discern it clearly, yet she could. It's an eel, Brother Zhou. A sea eel. Such a large one. Su Taotao exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy in her voice. Sea eels are quite valuable. Who would have anticipated such a delightful surprise just as they were about to exit the rocky area? Is it really an eel? Are you sure? Zhouchen set down the sack, stretched his shoulders, and hesitantly took the fire tongs from Su Taotao's bucket. He had seen nothing clearly moments ago and was uncertain of what it was. If it turned out to be a cobra and he got bitten, that would be terribly unfortunate. I saw it clearly. It's a sea eel. No scales, just flesh, and it even has a dorsal fin. You saw it that clearly? Zhouchen widened his eyes. Even with the flashlight's beam directed towards it, he could not see it well. He then turned to look at Su Taotao, whose face was alight with joy. Her blue heterochromatic eyes shimmered faintly in the darkness, resembling the moonlight reflected in her gaze. Zhouchen was momentarily taken aback but soon dismissed it, merely thinking how particularly beautiful her eyes were. Perhaps sensing Zhouchen's attention on her eyes, Su Taotao quickly added, I'm not entirely certain, Brother Zhou. Take your time and get a little closer to confirm. All right, if it truly is a sea eel, we cannot let it escape. Zhouchen, with the fire tongs in hand, walked forward, his nerves taut. As he shone the flashlight, the creature, startled, swiftly slithered out from the crevice behind the reef, opening its mouth wide. Its whitish-brown body was adorned with black spots, and its conical mouth gaped open, revealing a dense array of sharp teeth that glimmered under the flashlight's beam. The dorsal fin stood erect, unmistakably a sea eel. It's a sea eel. You weren't mistaken, Taotao. Thank goodness your eyesight is sharp, or I might have thought it was a cobra and missed it. After confirming, Zhouchen felt a surge of joy and shouted excitedly. Just moments ago, he had lamented the lack of substantial finds, and here it was, a magnificent sea eel. Really? Is it truly a sea eel? What kind is it? Upon hearing Zhouchen praise her eyesight, Su Taotao could not help but smile, rushing over to join him. It should be a white-spotted eel. Look at all these black spots. Isn't it a white-spotted? Zhouchen was not well versed in eels, as locals generally referred to them simply as black eels, white eels, or stone eels. Stone eels were categorized into different types like tiger eels, white-spotted, and broad-banded based on their patterns. It was merely a matter of nomenclature, as coastal folk did not concern themselves with such details. The black eel is the variety commonly used for making grilled eel, while the white eel is of lesser value due to its numerous bones, typically used for soups. Among the stone eels, the white-spotted variety is the most prized. This eel has fewer bones and is rich in fat. When steamed, it releases an abundance of oil with every bite, delivering a tender and fragrant flesh that is utterly delightful. They were fortunate to spot a white-spotted stone eel. Wriggling, and moving gracefully among the rocks under Zhou Qin's flashlight. Its white and brown body was adorned with patterns resembling a speckled dog. Half of its body stood upright, mouth agape in a display of defiance. Zhou Qin, be careful. Sea eels can be quite vicious, capable of biting off a chunk of flesh. Su Taotao warned. Yes, I know. Stay back. I fear that if I miss it with the tongs, it might leap out and bite you, Zhou Qin replied, excitement evident in his nod. He cleaned the mud off the tongs against the rocks, roughening them to prevent slipping when he attempted to grasp the sea eel. Then, he removed his vest and wrapped it around his left hand to enhance grip when catching the eel. It wasn't a matter of bravery for Zhou Qin. Sea eels could be perilous. Some could leap over a meter to bite. This particular sea eel approached 1.5 meters in length, its formidable teeth posing a serious threat. He knew he could not afford to be careless. When using the tongs, he had to secure its head. Grasping its body would be futile, as it would twist around and retaliate. Only by holding its head firmly and stepping on it could he subdue it. Taotao, gather some stones. If I manage to catch it, we can knock it out, Zhou Qin instructed. He hadn't brought a large net. A sea eel of this size would need to be stunned before it could be transported, as it wouldn't fit in a bucket otherwise. All right, just be careful. Zhou Qin, safety is paramount. If you can't catch it, it's no big deal, Su Taotao replied, picking up a few stones, her concern palpable. Understood. Zhou Qin nodded, resolute in his determination not to let such a large sea eel escape. As he approached, the massive sea eel lunged forward, attempting to bite Zhou Qin. However, he was well prepared and swiftly evaded its attack, causing the eel to miss and thrash about on the rocks. What are you flailing about for, out of the water? Zhou Qin exclaimed, firmly grasping the eel's head with the tongs. Once out of the water, the eel could only flail helplessly, as Zhou Qin expertly dodged its movements. The eel was powerful, writhing and struggling. It even broke the skin on its head, drawing blood while still trying to snap at him. Yet, it was helplessly held fast by the tongs, only able to thrash about in frustration. Well, you actually caught it. Zhou Qin, you are incredible, truly remarkable, Su Taotao exclaimed, her excitement shining through as she praised him. Let me just hold it down first. Zhou Qin felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, it was just a matter of catching a sea eel. Yet the sense of fulfillment within him was overwhelming. He firmly grasped the head of the large eel with his hand wrapped around his clothing, pressing it against the reef. Casting aside the fire tongs, he extended his hand towards Su Taotao, exclaiming, Stone, Taotao, quickly hand me the stone. All right, be gentle, Su Taotao replied hastily, passing the stone to Zhou Qin. He struck the eel's head with 2 firm taps, careful not to hit too hard, for if the eel were to perish, its value would diminish. He needed to ensure he maintained the right amount of force to stun it without causing fatal harm. After being struck twice, the eel twitched a few times before going limp. Zhou Qin was uncertain whether he had merely stunned or killed the creature, but he estimated it was merely dazed, as he had not applied much strength. Grabbing a piece of twine, Zhou Qin deftly bound the eel's mouth, ensuring that even if it regained consciousness, it could not bite him. Discarding the stone, he weighed the eel in his hand. It should exceed 10 pounds, though he was somewhat unsure. His strength did not match that of Zhou Daqing. How much could 10 pounds fetch? Su Taotao inquired, her mind preoccupied with the price. Largely due to their family's financial struggles, she desperately hoped the eel would sell for a good sum. I'm not certain of the current price for eels. I'll inquire with Brother Adu at the purchasing point tomorrow, Zhou Qin replied as he untied the burlap sack containing the sea snails. Stuffing the eel inside and securing the opening, wary of the creature's potential bite to his neck. With the successful catch of the large eel, Su Taotao felt a tinge of joy, but as she lifted her bucket, she suddenly exclaimed, slipping as her foot lost traction. Zhou Qin observed closely, in her haste. The girl's already frayed sandal had completely torn apart, now dangling from her ankle. He had noticed the poor condition of her shoes earlier, but he hadn't anticipated they would fail her that evening. Are you all right? Zhou Qin asked, concern lacing his voice. Su Taotao, slightly embarrassed, crouched down to remove the broken sandal, placing it in the bucket. How could a perfectly good shoe break? It's nothing. I'll stitch it up when I get home. I wasn't asking about the shoe. Are your feet okay? Zhou Qin inquired with genuine concern. Oh, my foot. It's fine. Let us hurry back. The tide is coming in. We've already left the rocky area, so I'm not worried about cuts, Su Taotao replied nonchalantly. That won't do. There is still a stretch of beach ahead. What if you step on a nail or shell? Zhou Qin approached, bending down to suggest Su Taotao sit on a stone. He then took off his shirt and carefully wrapped it around her delicate foot, patting it gently afterward. There. This should suffice for now. Please, you really don't have to. My feet are dirty, and this is your clothing, Su Taotao protested, feeling a pang of regret. It's nothing to worry about. What's dirty? I've touched it while sleeping at night. Zhou Chen teased, his boldness evident. His words caused Su Taotao's face to flush deeply, and she hurriedly nodded. All right, I'll wash it for you when we get back. Let us go. The tide is truly rising, she urged, eager to move. With a playful spirit still lingering in his heart, Zhou Chen swiftly hoisted the sack onto his shoulder. Noting the increasingly thunderous roar of the ocean waves outside, Su Taotao, clutching a bucket, hurried to keep pace with him. By the time they returned, it was already 1 a.m. Zhou Chen submerged the 2 sacks into the seawater beneath the wooden cabin, ensuring the marine treasures within would remain fresh. Subsequently, he and Su Taotao made their way to the backstream to rinse off. You go back first, brother Zhou Chen. I'll wash your clothes while I'm at it, she insisted. Upon returning, Su Taotao was adamant about washing Zhou Chen's vest before heading back, urging him to open the Dragon Palace shelf first. Upon reaching the cabin, Zhou Chen sought out an iron hook, which he carefully latched onto the flesh of the shell. Suspending it without raising it too high for fear of it crashing down and shattering, he positioned a chair nearby to keep a vigilant watch. As the shell dangled, the flesh gradually loosened, stretching out significantly, though the tail stubbornly clung on. When Su Taotao returned from washing, Zhou Chen went to open the door. Just as he swung it open, he heard a sudden thud. Both of them tensed, exclaiming in unison, "It fell." They rushed over to inspect the situation, only to find the hook held only the resilient flesh of the shell, while the pristine Dragon Palace shell lay intact below. Zhou Chen examined it and confirmed that the shell had not shattered. However, Su Taotao, holding a flashlight, anxiously remarked, "Oh no, brother Zhou Chen, look at this significant crack. Is it damaged?" She pointed to a narrow fissure on the shell, her brows knitted in concern. Where? Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat as he turned to inspect it. Instantly relieved as he chuckled, "No, that's a natural seam of the Dragon Palace shell. Unlike other seashells, this opening is for excretion and respiration. You gave me quite a scare. I thought if it broke, we'd be losing several thousand yuan," Su Taotao sighed in relief, patting her chest. "Then I shall entrust the shell to your care." After rinsing the shell in a basin of water, Zhou Chen handed it over to her. "Let us place it under the bed. There is nowhere else to hide it in here," she suggested. Su Taotao crouched down and tucked the shell into a corner beneath the bed, then covered it with some miscellaneous items. Emerging from her task, she brushed off the dust and smiled brightly, proclaiming that this Dragon Palace shell would become a family heirloom. "Let us get some rest," Zhou Chen remarked, fatigue finally settling in. "You sleep first. I'll mend the shoes." "Mother brought needles and thread," Su Taotao replied as she rummaged through a nearby bundle. "Those shoes are in such disrepair. Don't bother mending them. We can sell them for money, and I'll buy you a new pair," Zhou Chen yawned. "Don't buy new ones. It would be a waste of money. These shoes should still be wearable," she countered, threading the needle by candlelight. After stitching a couple of times, she gently tugged, but the thread slipped out from the tattered shoe, revealing just how worn it had become after so long. Ultimately, Su Taotao dejectedly set the shoe aside, her voice tinged with disappointment as she lamented the waste of the shoelaces. "Let us go to sleep. Let us go to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall buy you a new pair." Zhou Chen approached and gently urged Su Taotao to bed, for he found it difficult to rest at night without holding the girl close. "Allow me to massage your delicate feet," he proposed, seizing the opportunity. As he held her fragile, boneless feet in his hands, he kneaded them tenderly. No, it's fine, brother Zhou Chen. My feet don't hurt from that walk. No more talk. Just don't buy shoes that are too expensive tomorrow. Now let us sleep." Chapter 48, Joyfully Selling Goods. The following day, as Zhou Chen opened his eyes, he found Su Taotao already up and preparing breakfast, which made him feel a bit embarrassed, prompting him to rise quickly. With such a diligent wife, he felt too shy to indulge in laziness. Indeed, having a hard-working spouse can transform the atmosphere of a household. For breakfast, Su Taotao had made sweet potato shreds with rice, adding brown sugar sent by a portly friend, along with a platter of half-dried squid and 2 large conch shells delivered by another friend. This dried squid, when properly prepared and steamed, becomes extraordinarily delicious with a sprinkle of fish sauce and chopped green onions, offering a delightful chewiness and an aromatic flavor. He realized he needed to buy a toothbrush and toothpaste. He had completely forgotten about that, as well as Su Taotao's shoes. While enjoying his meal, Zhou Chen mentally reviewed his plans for the day, noting that he needed to return home. His visit was not only to check on the renovations of his own house, but also to see his elder brother and sister-in-law, along with his nieces and nephews, and to bring them some gifts, if only to slightly amend his negative reputation in the village. Since reaching adulthood, he had only returned home to ask for money, never once bringing something back. Su Taotao, fearing that the conch shells might be gnawed on by mice, planned to make a box specifically for storing items. Zhou Chen skillfully used his chopsticks to extract the conch meat, twisting it slightly to release it from the shell. He personally disliked the conch roe at the back, so he removed it along with the bitter gallbladder, and then peeled back the conch meat to reveal the yellowish-white conch brain. "Ah, can't this be eaten?" Su Taotao asked, puzzled as she twisted out the meat from her own conch shell. "That's the conch brain, which shouldn't be consumed. It can make you feel dizzy." The so-called conch brain is actually the salivary gland of carnivorous conchs, which contains toxic tetramethylammonium. Consuming it can lead to dizziness and nausea. However, seasoned locals often argue, "I've eaten conch for so many years, and aside from the shell, I've consumed everything without issue." Indeed, there are no recorded fatalities from this, and discussing toxicity without considering dosage is nonsensical. Residents near the sea have built up a tolerance, and while they might not suffer significant consequences, some individuals, especially those with weaker immune systems from inland areas, may experience dizziness and nausea. Zhou Chen helped Su Taotao by picking the conch brain out of her meat. "Be careful, don't get pricked by the shell." As he was about to head out, Zhou Chen noticed the wind had picked up outside. The waves were quite tumultuous. Recently, the wind seemed stronger, and he observed several fishing boats returning, likely seeking refuge in the harbor. Fishermen working offshore were wary of an impending storm. A diesel boat costs several thousand, and they cannot withstand the fury of a typhoon. There's no need to risk everything for a few extra catches. However, he recalled that there hadn't been any typhoons during this period, just rough winds. He vividly remembered the day a typhoon had struck, marking the tragic day when his parents had passed away, which was still half a year away, approaching the new year. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Zhou Chen descended to inspect the burlap sack submerged in the sea. He hoisted the sack of green mussels onto the wooden walkway in front of the cabin. Su Taotao, who was busy nailing planks, looked up upon seeing Zhou Chen's efforts and remarked, "Brother Zhou Chen, you can just leave it here. I will take care of it later. No rush. You focus on your work and be careful not to hurt yourself." Zhou Chen stepped down from the walkway to haul up a conch shell, concerned about whether the large eel inside was still alive. As he tugged at the sack, the sizable eel began to thrash about within. "Is the eel dead?" Su Taotao inquired, peering out. "No, it's still alive. I want to check it now. I'll let Adu deal with it when we take it to the buying point. Taotao, hand me the bucket. I'll put the stone base and the golden pomfret in here." Zhou Chen called out. Before long, Su Taotao passed him the bucket. Zhou Chen scooped some seawater into it and tossed in the 5-stone base and golden pomfret from another sack. The golden pomfret was already on the verge of death. Floating belly up and occasionally flicking its tail, it needed to be sold promptly. Upon arriving at the buying point, Zhou Chen found it less bustling than usual, as the fishing boats had returned to port with meager catches. "Ah Chen, back again. Have you eaten?" Adu, dressed in waterproof pants and rubber shoes, was busy gutting fish, his black apron splattered with silvery scales and blood. Nearby, a basket held fish cut in half and propped up with bamboo sticks, ready for drying. "I've eaten. Brother Adu, come help me. I've brought you something good," Zhou Chen replied. "What good stuff? Is it all in this sack and bucket?" Adu, noticing the burden Zhou Chen was carrying, quickly set aside his knife, washed his hands in a nearby basin, wiped them dry, and hurried over to take the sack from Zhou Chen's shoulder, setting it down. "Wait, what's in this sack? Why is it so heavy? What is this? It's moving." He kicked the sack, and the large eel inside wriggled vigorously. "Can you guess what it is?" Zhou Chen teased, not rushing to open the sack. Instead, he searched for a sturdy net to cover the top, ensuring that when he eventually opened the sack, the eel would be caught in the net and wouldn't escape. "I can't guess. Is it mussels?" Adu replied, showing little interest as he heard the sound of shells clattering from the sack. He glanced at the bucket and noted, "Well, 5 stone base and a sizable golden pomfret. Though it's nearly dead, I doubt it will last long here. I'll give you a good price. You're already haggling before even seeing the catch?" "I'll take it to a kai later." Zhou Chen rolled his eyes while untying the sack. "What big catch? Surely you haven't caught another giant grouper?" Adu exclaimed, rushing over to assist. Zhou Chen remained silent as he untied the sack. Giving it a kick, the large, white eel speckled with black instantly darted into the net. Wow, what is this? A sea eel? Such a large sea eel? Adu was taken aback when he discovered that it was an eel. Instantly, he felt a mix of surprise and delight. A white one. How fortunate you are to catch such a large specimen. Where did you find it? I caught it last night during low tide. I was about to leave when I stumbled upon it. This entire bag is filled with sea snails. You might as well weigh them, Zhou Qin replied, somewhat smugly, as he tightened the net and tied a knot, ensuring the eel remained securely inside. Adu eagerly rummaged through the nearby burlap sack, only to be astonished again. Goodness! Such large sea snails. What is your secret? Have you struck it rich since your marriage? Or is the wooden house you live in a treasure trove of fortune? If that's the case, shall we swap homes? I've been coveting your ancient residence for quite some time. Zhou Qin gazed at Adu's ancient abode, characterized by its red walls and blue tiles, with an elegantly curved eave that exuded grandeur. The traditional houses in the Minnan region, known as, refer to the local residences. In the Minnan dialect, means house, and denotes a house constructed from red bricks. Nowadays, most houses are built using stone mined from the mountains, as few can afford bricks. However, Adu's ancient residence was not his own construction. It was built by his father when they were prosperous, and it has remained their home ever since. Adu's original village had once produced a scholar who brought prosperity to the community, which is why his family was wealthy enough for him to start a business in acquisitions. Swap? This ancient house was left to me by my father. If I were to give it to you, wouldn't he rise from his grave to chastise me? Adu shot Zhou Qin a glare, slightly irritated. He then dragged the burlap sack to weigh it, placing several weights before announcing, "This sack weighs 60 pounds. I took a glance, and they are all large snails. I'll give you a price of $1 per pound. He then proceeded to weigh the eel. Not rushing to negotiate. Chapter 49. The Frustration of Zhou Qin. The sea eel was weighed, and Adu, surprised, exclaimed, 11 jin and 9 liang 9. Let us round it to 12 jin. It's truly a sizable catch. How about I offer you 24 kwai? 2 kwai per jin? Just moments ago, I saw sea snails selling for 1 kwai per jin, and I didn't utter a word. At 2 kwai per jin, you must be making a fortune. Adu. If you keep pushing me on the price, I might just go to Akai instead. Please, this price is already at the limit. Even if you approach Akai, it will still be the same. I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Adu hurriedly took the net bag from Zhou Qin's hands. This profit is hard-earned. Do you really believe money is so easy to come by? Making double the profit is a dream of mine from this large sea eel. I can only pocket a small margin. Raise it a little more. Zhou Qin, with a darkened expression, displayed an unwavering determination. He had sold Adu plenty of large catches before, which gave him the confidence to negotiate. All right, no more dilly-dallying. How about 2.5 kwai per jin? You must give me some room to make a profit. I still need to use oxygen, ice, and even hire someone, not to mention the transportation costs. Everything adds up. Fine. I'll be back for more good stuff in the future. Zhou Qin was not interested in Akai's woes. Oh, you youngsters. I truly can't keep up with you anymore. Adu returned to his spot and began tapping away at his abacus. After a short while, he said, the total is 101 kwai and 96 fun. Let us round it up to 102, shall we? Just don't accuse me of being stingy when you leave. Absolutely, you're the best, Adu. Zhou Qin stepped forward, putting an arm around Adu's shoulders. Ah, now you call me brother. Why didn't you do that when we were haggling? Adu went into the back to retrieve the money, counted it carefully, and handed it to Zhou Qin. Make sure you count it well. If you come back short, don't blame me. Thank you, Adu. No need to count. I trust you. Zhou Qin smiled, rolled the money, and tucked it into his pocket. The 10 large bills and 3 small ones were clear at a glance. Counting was unnecessary. With the money in hand, he was one step closer to purchasing the 3-turn net, and he also desired a boat and net. Oh, it's all coming together. Earning money makes life feel invigorating. You've probably made a few hundred lately, haven't you? That's equivalent to someone working for half a year. Not quite. Zhou Qin laughed. There are plenty of expenses, after all. I'm about to get married and host a banquet, and nothing is settled yet. Why not let your parents cover the bulk of it? I feel bad making them spend so much. I'll contribute what I can, and besides, I still plan to buy a boat and nets that all cost money. You've changed quite a bit. You're starting to think about your parents. Adu was somewhat surprised. Nothing much. I'm off now. Zhou Qin chatted for a bit before preparing to leave. I wonder if a typhoon will hit. You two should be careful. Don't get too carried away if you find some good catches. A wave might come and sweep everything away. Adu, who was busy tidying up the sea snails, suddenly called out, Understood. Zhou Chun waved his hand nonchalantly, but after taking just 2 steps, he turned back. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the money? Adu looked at Zhou Chun with a wary expression. With that look on your face, I forgot to take my bucket. Zhou Chun, holding the bucket, shot Adu a scornful glance, causing Adu's face to flush with embarrassment. After leaving the procurement point, Zhou Chun made his way directly to the town's shop. After purchasing a toothbrush and toothpaste, he decided to browse the sandals on the shelves. Have you found a pair you like? If you're not planning to buy, don't touch anything, the sales clerk remarked while munching on sunflower seeds, not bothering to look at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun found the clerk's attitude unworthy of his attention. After all, the sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative had solid, secure jobs, so a bit of arrogance was to be expected. He selected a pair of yellow sandals made of transparent plastic, which were quite fashionable for the time. Do you want these? The clerk swiftly wrote on a piece of paper, clipped it, and hung it on a wire, allowing it to slide down to the cashier's station. After the cashier stamped the receipt, it was tossed back. Having completed his purchase, Zhou Chun spent a little over 5 yuan, carrying the neatly packed sandals. Outside, he bought 6 oil cakes, filled them with shrimp, and then headed to a nearby stall to purchase a large bag of tea cakes. These pastries, made from flour and glutinous rice flour, had 2 layers of white with a brown center, cut into rectangles, and wrapped in white paper adorned with red floral patterns. Such delicacies were only enjoyed during festive occasions. Zhou Chun then returned home with familiarity. His father was quite capable, having built a large tile-roofed house. Though it was somewhat cramped for their extended family, especially when considering future marriages and children. Moreover, living together often led to conflicts akin to the friction between teeth and tongue, let alone the potential disputes with sisters-in-law and mothers-in-law. His elder brother occupied the left room, while he resided in the right. Their parents lived in the back. If he were to bring Tao Tao home, it would only exacerbate the tight quarters, prompting Zhou Chun to hasten the process of splitting the family. As he arrived, Zhou Chun spotted Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ling squatting at the entrance, playing in the sand. Before he could greet them, he noticed the 2 children were crying over the pile of sand. Zhou Zheng, only 6 years old, was quite different from his older brother Zhou Xiong, displaying a mischievous nature. Zhou Ling, merely 4, with her hair in 2 braids, trailed behind Zhou Zheng, sobbing as well. What is going on? Zhou Chun hurried over to inquire. Have the 2 of you been bullied? Hearing someone call his name, Zhou Zheng quickly turned, wiping away his tears. Oh, second uncle, you're not dead. Second uncle, second uncle. Zhou Ling, spotting Zhou Chun, promptly got up, waddling over, arms outstretched. Hug me, hug me. What's the matter? Why would I be dead? I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Chun set down his large bag and embraced Zhou Ling, gently wiping the tears from her face. He cherished the moments spent with these 2 children, who were always eager to play with him, though as they grew older, only Zhou Ling remained inclined to visit him. Refraining from mentioning past grievances, he resolved that in this lifetime, should anyone dare to bully his nieces or nephews, he would not spare them. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling sobbed, My brother, second uncle, if you are driven away, you will starve. Let me give you. She struggled to find the right word. Zhou Zheng, with a hint of pride, replied, We are mourning for you, imagining you perishing in that seaside house, likely without anyone knowing. When I witnessed others' funerals, the mourning procession was lengthy and impressive. I thought of doing the same for you. Zhou Chun's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pan. Upon glancing at the pile of sand, he realized it was not merely sand but a sandbag, adorned with a wooden plaque. Goodness! His nieces and nephews had erected a monument for him. Noticing Zhou Chun's unsettling expression, Zhou Zheng hastily reached for a nearby broom and fled without a second thought. Zhou Zheng, why are you running? I merely noticed how dirty the ground was and intended to tidy it up, Zhou Chun said with a gentle, disarming smile. He then cradled Zhou Ling in one arm and, with the other, retrieved an oil cake from a bag, offering it to her. Be good, eat this. It's an oil cake I bought for you. Wow, second uncle, you are the best. I like you the most, Zhou Ling exclaimed, planting a kiss on Zhou Chun's cheek before holding out the oil cake for him to take first. Zhou Chun felt a surge of affection, realizing that indeed, it was his niece who cherished him most. Second uncle bought 6. You should eat first. Zhou Chun chuckled warmly and then turned to Zhou Zheng, come quickly. Don't you want some oil cake? Zhou Zheng, lingering at the door, scratched his head, glancing between the bag of oil cakes and the broom in Zhou Chun's hand, and shook his head. It's all right, second uncle. 6 oil cakes aren't enough to share. You enjoy them. I just had breakfast and am not hungry. Well then, I suppose that's acceptable. My stomach is empty. I fear eating might upset my digestion. Chapter 50. Uncle, you deceive me. Ah, Zhou Zheng. I truly harbor no ill will towards you. Upon witnessing your concern for me, Uncle is filled with joy. I shall forego the oil cake. Instead, I have some flour tea cake. Do you not wish to partake? Zhou Chen unwrapped the flour tea cake, brandishing a piece in the air. In this day and age, such flour tea cakes are undoubtedly the most enticing bait for children. You truly bear no resentment towards me? Zhou Zheng regarded Zhou Chen with a mix of skepticism and hope, unable to suppress a gulp. No way, come here. Zhou Chen slung the broom behind him and beckoned. You are truly kind, Uncle. When you depart in the future, I shall ensure you receive a grand send-off. Zhou Zheng, grinning with delight, rushed over. However, just as he reached out for the flour tea cake, Zhou Chen's expression shifted from sunny to stormy. He suddenly seized Zhou Zheng. You little rascal. Where do you think you're running off to? You cannot escape. Ah, Uncle, you're deceiving me. You just said you weren't angry. That was earlier. I have changed my mind. You shall lament for me. I shall make you lament. Zhou Chen wielded the broom, striking Zhou Zheng's rear. He had only wished to treat his two nephews to a delightful snack. Ah, stop hitting me, Uncle. I was wrong. Zhou Ling, perched on the table, was indulging in the oil cake, her legs swinging back and forth. She glanced at her elder brother, who was stuffing his mouth with flour tea cake, wailing and chewing, repeating the cycle of cries and bites. Zhou Zheng, why are you wailing again? Can you not allow me a moment of peace? In the backyard, Aunt Yiling was mending fishing nets when she heard her child's cries. Without dropping her shuttle, she stormed over in a fit of anger. Mother, save me. Save me. My uncle is going to beat me to death. Help. Zhou Zheng struggled on the ground, yet Zhou Chen had a firm grip on his collar. His short legs flailed helplessly, his mouth still clenching half a piece of flour tea cake. Ah Chen, when did you return? Aunt Zhou, ignoring Zhou Zheng's cries, concluded that he must have been up to no good to warrant such treatment from Zhou Chen. Typically, when they disciplined the children, Zhou Chen was the protector. If Zhou Zheng was receiving a beating, he had undoubtedly misbehaved. I just returned, intending to see how my house was coming along and to check on the children, bringing them some treats. Did you purchase all of this? You return and bring so many things? What a waste of money. Aunt Zhou was taken aback by the sight of Zhou Chen, who stood upright, carrying a large bag. Though she had heard that he had been working diligently and had changed considerably, witnessing him stand so tall and formally greet her left her momentarily stunned. He indeed seemed somewhat different. I did not spend much. It is merely food. I earned a little pocket money from fishing, so I thought it worthwhile to treat them. At that moment, Zhou Chen released Zhou Zheng, who promptly darted to Zhou Desau's side. His previous wailing now replaced by a cheerful demeanor as he savored the remaining half of a flour cake. Accustomed to being scolded and knowing that Zhou Chen would not genuinely harm him, he felt it sufficient to whine a bit, merely to vent his uncle's frustration. Sister-in-law, please take this into the house. This bag contains fried dough, perfect for when my brother and father return in the evening. We can heat it up. And this bag holds flour cakes, along with 2 pounds of white sugar for you. It can be used to entertain guests or make a bowl of sweet water. Zhou Chen explained. He was aware of his sister-in-law's notorious frugality, opting to purchase only food and drink, items that could be shared among the family. If he had bought her canned fruit, it would likely remain untouched until the 2008 Olympics. White sugar. I want sweet water, Zhou Ling exclaimed, her large eyes blinking in excitement as she turned to Zhou Chen. Mother, I wish to have sweet water too. Zhou Zheng chimed in, licking the crumbs of flour cake from his palm. Enough nonsense. Didn't you enjoy the flour cake just now? Are you not planning to eat dinner tonight? Zhou Desau shot a glare at Zhou Zheng, who merely pouted and playfully stuck out his tongue behind his mother's back. So much food? And it didn't cost you much? Oh dear, how much did this all set you back? Aren't you worried about your sister-in-law scolding you? Mother will surely give you a whipping. Zhou Desau lamented as she observed the items Zhou Chen was carrying, her heart aching at the thought. Although Zhou Zheng had shown some improvement, he still spent money quite lavishly. Zhou Chen, please take this back. I've heard that your sister-in-law is looking quite frail. If you have good things, you should think of her rather than us. A piece of flour cake is sufficient for each person. It's not much. Take it. I still have 2 pounds of lard. Wait, no, the brown sugar that Li Yaowang sent me. I just made her a nourishing soup last night. We don't need this little bit of white sugar. Zhou Chen insisted as he carried the items into the house and placed them on the table. Next time you come, don't bring so much. You've just gotten married. You should know the cost of daily necessities. Save your money where you can, Zhou Desau chattered behind him. Yet her gaze towards Zhou Chen was filled with gratitude, a stark contrast to the times she would previously enter demanding money or pilfering food. There was a time when she had drunkenly accompanied Zhou Zheng, only to discover later that Zhou Zheng had secretly consumed the leftover alcohol, resulting in a drunken stupor that led him to sleep atop the kitchen cabinet, prompting a frantic search by the entire family. Understood. As Zhou Chen placed the items down, he noticed Zhou Zheng tugging at him, clutching a large bowl. "Uncle, please make me some sweet water to drink. Once you leave, my mother will surely lock it away, and I won't be able to reach it." Seeing her son's lack of ambition, Zhou Desa felt a surge of frustration. Remembering the earlier incident involving Zhou Zheng, she furrowed her brows and asked Zhou Chen, "What trouble did Zhou Zheng cause this time?" "Nothing significant. He simply irritates me upon sight. So I gave him a little reprimand." Zhou Chen was well aware of his sister-in-law's temperament. Having vented his frustrations, he brushed it off. Yet if his sister-in-law were to discover this incident, Zhou Zheng would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. As Zhou Zheng was about to flash a grin, Zhou Ling pranced in, supporting herself on the ground with her hands, her little bottom in the air. Just as she crossed the threshold, she exclaimed, "Brother, I'm mourning for my second uncle." "Mother, does my brother's grave look like this?" "What? Mourning? Zhou Zheng, have you lost your mind? Why on earth would you choose to imitate a lament?" Zhou Zheng's sister-in-law widened her eyes in disbelief, her temper flaring. Grabbing a nearby feather duster, she realized why Zhou Chen had been reluctant earlier. If she were to find out, she would certainly give that rascal a good thrashing. "Ah, second uncle, save me. Help." Zhou Zheng, clutching a bowl, fled in a panic. Upon seeing him with the bowl, Zhou Zheng's sister-in-law hesitated to pursue, for in these times, every household had a limited number of bowls. When inviting someone over for a meal, they were expected to bring their own stools and utensils, and breaking one would incur a financial burden. Peeking from behind Zhou Chen, Zhou Zheng noticed that his mother had ceased her chase and, wielding the bowl, boldly declared, "Mother, please don't hit me. I'm holding a bowl." "Sister-in-law, let it go, let it go. Children speak without thinking," Zhou Chen remarked, rubbing his nose. In his past life, he had died suddenly at the company. He decided to take this moment as his good nephew mourning for him from a previous existence. "Just protect him, otherwise he might build me another grave." Fuming, Zhou Zheng's sister-in-law tossed aside the feather duster and then ventured into the inner room, calling, "Ah Chen, come here quickly." "What for?" Zhou Chen hesitated upon hearing his sister-in-law summon him into the bedroom. With his brother and mother absent, he felt somewhat reluctant. However, as the doors and windows were wide open, he confidently entered, bringing along some sugar. Zhou Zheng, initially hoping to seize the opportunity to indulge in the sugar, let out a dejected sigh upon witnessing this. Those who understand him include the second uncle as well. Chapter 51. Are you going to chop it up for firewood? Since he could not enjoy the sweet syrup, Zhou Zheng glared at Zhou Ling in exasperation. "Sister, you betrayed me. Did you not cry just now? I just got spanked. And now you must face my wrath." "No, please don't. If you strike me, I'll tell second uncle. Second uncle won't care about you. Please, no." Zhou Ling had just managed to clumsily tumble over the threshold, and upon seeing Zhou Zheng's intent to hit her, she hurriedly attempted to retreat, only to find herself flipping over like a turtle. In the next moment, Zhou Zheng yelped, "Ouch, it hurts." "Second uncle, I was joking. How could I bear to strike my sister? You better think that way." Zhou Chen, having returned, released his grip on Zhou Zheng's ear. He knew that if he left, Zhou Zheng would certainly act up, and threatening Zhou Ling was simply unacceptable. He had a fondness for girls, and anyone daring to bully Zhou Ling would have to seek his permission first. After dealing with Zhou Zheng, Zhou Chen returned. "Stupid second uncle." Zhou Zheng rubbed his ear and stuck out his tongue at Zhou Chen's retreating figure. Zhou Chen abruptly turned around, pointing a finger at him. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zheng quickly retracted his tongue, covering his mouth and shaking his head. "Nothing, nothing." "Humph." Zhou Chen then re-entered the house. Inside, Zhou Desa beamed as she showcased the vibrant red quilt on the bed. "Look at this. Isn't it lovely? I spent the last 2 nights sewing it together with the fabric and cotton I gathered. I barely slept, with the 2 kids causing a ruckus. And I still had to mend the fishing nets. Thankfully, I managed to finish it. I still need to make the sheets and pillowcases for you. But once the wedding day comes, you'll have it ready for winter. It's beautiful, truly beautiful. Sister-in-law, you are incredibly skilled." Zhou Chen, touched as he admired the quilt adorned with mandarin ducks, found himself at a loss for words. Red fabric was a rare commodity these days, and he was well aware of how frugal his sister-in-law was. Her worn clothes spoke volumes, patched and frayed, yet she willingly spent on a grand quilt for him. Such a large quilt was not a trivial expense, He estimated that she would have to mend fishing nets for 2 months to earn that money. It was indeed commendable of her to toil tirelessly for the family's livelihood while also dedicating her nights to crafting a quilt for him. Moreover, he had previously caused his elder brother and sister-in-law no small amount of trouble, yet they still treated him with genuine kindness. This was the essence of familial bonds unique to the Minnan region, where blood ties ran deep. Only then did Zhou Qin notice the dark circles under Zhou Desa's eyes, yet the quilt cast a rosy glow on her face. And she smiled with genuine joy, chatting animatedly, displaying an impressive vigor. Upon hearing Zhou Qin's compliments, Zhou Desa shyly laughed. What skill do I possess? Your mother is busy sewing clothes for you and your sister-in-law. Once the date is set for your wedding, you will wear that outfit. All right, thank you, sister-in-law. Among family, there is no need for thanks. Your brother also listens to your parents. You understand that diligence and ambition lead to happiness. Were it not for the family's limited means, they would have sewn you 2 more quilts. Of course, my and your brother's assistance is but a small part. Primarily, it hinges upon your own determination. Please do not resent my nagging. I only wish to impart a few words seeing your promising future, which fills my heart with joy. All right, I understand, Zhou Qin replied, as he helped his sister-in-law fold the quilts and set them aside. As he was leaving, Zhou Zheng called out eagerly, Uncle, please make me a bowl of sweet soup before you go. Honestly, you only think about yourself. What about your sister? Zhou Qin glared at him. Oh, right. Zhou Zheng quickly handed his bowl to Zhou Ling and dashed back inside to fetch a large enamel basin, exclaiming, Uncle, I'll use this. Please make me sweet soup in this. Seeing his nephew with such a large basin, Zhou Qin's expression darkened. Why do you need such a big basin? The larger the basin, the more water I can have. I'll be able to drink more, Zhou Zheng declared proudly. I'll only give you 1 spoonful of sugar. If this large basin doesn't taste sweet, don't blame me, Zhou Qin retorted, finally comprehending his nephew's intentions. He took a spoon and served 2 spoonfuls, then prepared 2 bowls of sweet soup. Unable to carry the large basin, Zhou Zheng set it on the table, stood on a stool, and slurped the soup like a dog, then smacked his lips and exclaimed, Uncle, it's sweet. Then drink up, Zhou Qin remarked, nearly laughing at his foolish nephew. He wandered around his room, where everything had been tidied up by his parents, with miscellaneous items piled in the yard under a large plastic sheet. The walls had been freshly painted, appearing much cleaner and brighter than before, and were waiting to dry. Just as he stepped out, he encountered his mother. Qin, when did you return? You startled me, she exclaimed, patting her chest in fright. I've been back for quite a while. Where have you been, mother? Zhou Qin replied, recalling hearing her humming a tune as she returned. What could I possibly be doing? I went to arrange for the 36-legged furniture with the carpenter in the village. By chance, he just finished a set and is applying the paint. Once it dries and gets a few more coats, we can bring it home. It's the finest red paint. Oh, when we set it up in this house, the relatives will surely admire it. Older women love to show off, and Zhou Qin's mother was quite animated about it. However, she soon turned serious and called out to him, Zhou Qin, just yesterday you were eager to earn money at the sea. Why aren't you out working today? Are you trying to be lazy again? Mother, please don't blame Qin. He specifically came back to see us and brought back many things. Zhou Desa interjected to defend him. Oh, he knows to buy things for us? What did he buy? Zhou Qin's mother inquired, her expression brightening, pleased that her son had finally shown some filial piety. When she returned home, she discovered Zhou Zheng was busy drinking water from the large ceramic basin. Zheng, what are you doing? Are you that thirsty? The food this morning wasn't even that salty. Grandma, this is the sweet water my second uncle made for me. How could your second uncle be so thoughtless, preparing such a large enamel basin for you? Don't scold my second uncle. I asked him to make it. Look, my sister has already finished hers, and I still have more than half a basin left. I'm saving it for tonight. Grandma, please don't pour it out. Just set it aside for me. Zhou Zheng wiped his mouth and went out to play, while Zhou Ling eagerly followed behind. Brother, wait for me. Oh dear. Don't follow me. I'm going to play ghost catching, and you'll only be in the way. Off you go, Grandma. Keep an eye on my sister. I'm going to play. His voice faded into the distance. Zhou Mu rummaged through several bags, discovering that Zhou Qin had only bought food. Just as she was about to turn around and scold Zhou Qin for spending money on such trivialities, enough to buy a bag of flour that could last quite a while, she noticed Zhou Qin was examining a dilapidated table she had moved outside. What are you planning to do with that? She asked. I was thinking of chopping it up for firewood tonight, Zhou Qin replied, his tone slightly elevated. Are you truly going to chop it for firewood? Zhou Mu questioned, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 52, passing by the little widow's house. Just a moment ago, Zhou Chun was certain that the table his grandfather had left him was indeed a genuine rosewood table. After the 1990s, collectors from Hong Kong and Taiwan began to speculate on rosewood furniture, causing its prices to soar dramatically. Zhou Chun had no recollection of having a piece of rosewood furniture in his previous life. Fortunately, he had returned in this life to discover it. Otherwise, had his mother burned it for firewood, he would have been distressed for half a lifetime. Why can't it be burned for firewood? Is this shabby table really worth anything? Zhou's mother questioned, perplexed. Zhou Chun initially intended to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the table was not of significant value, so he simply replied, "How can I casually burn something left by my grandfather? It holds sentimental value. You never seemed to care much before." Cluttering it with a pile of odds and ends that took me ages to tidy up, Zhou's mother grumbled, waving a damp towel at him. "If you want to keep it, then you should clean it yourself. It's covered in dust, and I'm too lazy to deal with it. There are still fish piled up in the backyard. Your brother and father brought back a bunch of worthless fish last night. We need to clean up quickly. It looks like it's going to rain. I should have dried them out yesterday." As Zhou's mother spoke, she noticed Zhou Chun gazing at the table with concern. "Mother, you can't wipe this table with water. Rosewood is sensitive to moisture. And what of it? You've spilled food and soup on it countless times during meals. Why are you so upset about a little towel now?" Zhou's mother retorted, her eyes narrowing as if ready to pinch Zhou Chun's ear. Zhou Chun quickly pleaded, "Mother, I was wrong. I spoke too loudly just now. I meant that too much water is not good for cleaning. You go ahead and prepare the fish. I can manage the cleaning myself." His mother had a point. They had used the table as a dining surface for so long that a little water wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, the rosewood table was indeed excessively dirty. He noticed the underside smeared with remnants of snot, some of it his own handiwork from childhood, and some perhaps left by Zhou Zheng, that rascal, who had taken liberties while dining at his home. It made him feel quite disgusted. Had Zhou Zheng not dashed out earlier, he would have dragged the boy back to clean it up. With the child off playing, Zhou Chun had no choice but to clean it up himself. He meticulously wiped the table down, and just as he finished, Zhou Ling appeared, scampering over with a piece of tea cake in hand. Uncle, eat. My mother gave this to me." Zhou's sister-in-law stepped out, leaning against the doorframe with a hint of annoyance. "Achin, look at your dear niece. I just gave her a piece, yet she came running to find you. Ha ha ha, truly my wonderful niece, far superior to your brother," Zhou Chun exclaimed, lifting Zhou Ling and planting a kiss on her cheek, eliciting delightful giggles from her. At that moment, Zhou Zheng burst through the door, stumbling as he entered, breathless. Shoo, what else with the shoo?" Zhou Chun's irritation flared upon seeing Zhou Zheng, especially when he noticed the boy was wearing a black eye patch, concealing his right eye. "Oh dear, I'm playing pirate. Brother Zhou Ziming is coming to catch me. If he arrives, you mustn't let him find me here." In a moment of sheer urgency, he scrambled towards the nearby stack of firewood. Sister Zhou's face darkened with anger as she approached and grasped Zhou Zheng's collar, exclaiming, "The clothes I just changed you into are already dirty. Where do you think you're going? Do you intend to ruin them? Please, let me go. Brother Zhou Ziming will be here soon to catch me. All three of us have been captured, and I am the last one." Zhou Zheng pleaded desperately. With no other option, Sister Zhou released him, and Zhou Zheng hastily grabbed a bamboo basket originally used for holding fish and placed it atop his head. He crouched down, murmuring, no talking. Provide me with a good cover." Holding a rice cake, Zhou Ling turned to Zhou Zheng and said, "Brother, eat this rice cake." "Oh no, I won't eat it." Shh, no talking," Zhou Zheng interrupted. Just then, a clamor erupted outside as a group of children rushed in, led by Zhou Ziming, who brandished a makeshift sword crafted from cardboard. Upon entering, he shouted, "Zhou Zheng the thief, come out. We all saw you here." A chorus of children, armed with their cardboard weapons, clamored loudly, causing Sister Zhou to develop a headache. She retreated to the backyard to mend her fishing net. "Hey, it's Uncle Dahuzi. Have you seen Zhou Zheng?" Zhou Ziming exclaimed upon spotting Zhou Chun. "I haven't seen him," Zhou Chun replied darkly. He recalled how these little rascals had previously mocked him, and he harbored a grudge, unwilling to betray his own nephew. "Search for him," Zhou Ziming commanded. Leading a few children through the yard, they soon noticed the suspicious bamboo basket. One child bent down and peered through a hole, shouting in delight, "General, the pirate is here." "Fool, it's a pirate," Zhou Ziming corrected, quickly ordering the others to lift the basket, capturing the resistant Zhou Zheng. Defeated and disheartened, Zhou Zheng found himself overwhelmed and pinned down, while a boy shoved a wooden sign inscribed with the character for Jean around his neck. What on earth is that for? Zhou Chen inquired, puzzled. This signifies a death sentence. I can't write the character for execution, so I just wrote half of it. It should suffice, Zhou Ziming sheepishly explained. He then shouted, take the pirate away for execution. Oh no, execution. Execution. The children echoed, excitedly following Zhou Ziming as they dragged Zhou Zheng along. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. However, after they had taken a step, Zhou Ziming suddenly turned back to shout, by the way, Uncle. I saw Uncle Lin Jiaming on the way here. He seemed to be looking for you. If I run into you again, I'll let you know. Skinny Monkey wants to talk to me? Do you know what it's about? Zhou Chen asked. I don't know, but you can ask him yourself. Zhou Ziming replied hurriedly before dashing off. Seeing this, Zhou Chen picked up the remaining items he had purchased and hurried home, greeting acquaintances along the way. However, those he greeted appeared somewhat bewildered. When had this rascal begun to walk with such swagger and even smiled while acknowledging them? My dear sir, what a curious sight. As Zhou Chen passed by the residence of the widow Lin Qingyu, he was met with a cacophony of voices emanating from within. A sharp-tongued woman was heard berating. It's nearly noon. How long must I wait for this meal? Are you intent on starving me? It was you who caused my son's demise. Are you now seeking to bring about my end as well? Nay, I did not, Lin Qingyu replied, her voice trembling. I was mending the fishing net. It must be finished and delivered by noon, or I shall incur a penalty. Yet her words were quickly drowned out by the vitriolic retorts of the woman. Now you concern yourself with money? Why did you not hand over the earnings from the blue crabs you sold earlier? Were it not for a tip-off about your clandestine sale of several blue crabs, you would have kept the money to yourself. Through the crack of the door, Zhou Chen beheld Lin Qingyu, her head bowed, clutching her shuttle in a state of disarray, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she endured the tirade. The woman, with her menacing triangular eyes, was none other than Lin Qingyu's mother-in-law, a notorious figure known far and wide for her unreasonable demeanor, who had laid the blame for her son's drunken demise squarely at Lin Qingyu's feet. Everyone knew her son was a drunkard. The official story claimed he had drowned in a chamber pot, but those with discernment understood he had perished from excessive drinking. During the wedding festivities, a throng of witnesses surrounded them. It was implausible that he could have drowned with no one present to intervene. In this era, daughters were undervalued, and Lin Qingyu's own parents were exceedingly unreliable. After marrying her off with a meager dowry of 50 taels, they abandoned her, and upon her widowhood, they offered no support, forbidding her return home, as if fearing the return of the dowry. Had she had the backing of her family, her mother-in-law would scarcely have dared to treat her in such a manner. Chapter 53. Is fortune seeking me? Having grown up in an environment of oppression and exploitation, Lin Qingyu was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of rebellion. It is likely that she never harbored any thoughts of resistance. In her previous life, she was subjected to relentless toil until the passing of her mother-in-law. By then, her youthful years had slipped away, and she found herself living a solitary existence in a fishing village, having resolved never to remarry. Repairing nets, mending nets, what a farce. Do they genuinely wish to starve us? What purpose does this wretched net serve? The sounds of discontent erupted once more. Through the crack of the door, Lin Qingyu stifled a sob, setting down her shuttle as she approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, she unexpectedly encountered the awkward figure of Zhou Chen. He had not anticipated her sudden emergence and was caught in an embarrassing moment. His intentions had been merely driven by curiosity and sympathy for the widow, leading him to linger a moment longer than he should have. Lin Qingyu, taken aback, pouted in irritation and shot him a disdainful glance, dismissing him entirely. The last thing she wanted was for her mother-in-law to overhear them conversing, which would surely result in a scathing reprimand. Being scolded was one thing. Having her tears witnessed by him was utterly mortifying. Make way, she demanded, her voice tinged with frustration. However, her attempt at fierceness faltered, and instead, she found herself on the verge of tears, having stifled her emotions for too long. She had intended to step outside for a brief moment to weep, but now she had inadvertently encountered this insufferable man. Zhou Chen, sensing her distress, took a step back. Her gaze fell upon the pale yellow sandals he held. Were they a gift for his wife? A wave of envy washed over her. How infuriating. Bending down to collect the sun-dried winnowing basket, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but notice the numerous rips in her own sandals, deepening her sorrow. Stealing a furtive glance at Zhou Chen while he wasn't looking, she turned back, feeling guilty and apprehensive that he might mock her again. Who was standing out there? She called out. Nobody. I don't know them, came the reply. I warn you, steer clear of dubious characters. A widow's doorstep is fraught with trouble. With a scoundrel like you around, any man who marries will surely face misfortune. Lin Qingyu fell silent, and retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Zhou Chen shook his head, reflecting on the unpleasantness of her words. The entire neighborhood could hear her venomous tirades, and it was clear to everyone why she spoke so harshly. She feared that Lin Xingyu might remarry, leaving her without support in her old age, thus belittling the young woman at every turn. Though aware of the dynamics at play, no one in Jinsha village dared to interfere in her affairs. Regardless of the rightness or wrongness of the situation, the moment she threw a fit at your doorstep, it would become a source of headache for you. Who would dare to stand up for justice? Zhou Chen, too, was wary of being seen lingering at the widow's door. He continued on his way home, carrying his belongings. While he wished to extend a helping hand to the widow, he found himself at a loss for how to do so, as he had yet to stabilize his own life amidst the chaos of daily struggles. Perhaps such matters could wait for a more opportune time. After experiencing rebirth, Zhou Chen has come to believe in the concept of karmic rewards and virtues that linger in the unseen realm. He feels compelled to do good deeds within his capacity. Moreover, now that he has recently married, it would be inappropriate for him to be entangled with a widow. If he truly wishes to assist her, he must first consult Su Taodao's opinion. Lost in thought, Zhou Chen returned to the wooden cabin by the beach, where Su Taodao was busily tending a large pot of steaming mussels, the lid unable to contain the rising steam. However, this was of little concern, for the steam was sufficient to cook the mussels thoroughly. The shells had already piled up into a sizable sack, showcasing the girl's remarkable efficiency. In the time he took to buy something, she had nearly processed a full sack of mussels. "Zhou Chen Gij, you're back," Su Taodao exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she spotted him, eager to come down and take the items from him. "Stay where you are. I can manage. There is not much to carry, so you should continue with your work," Zhou Chen replied, ascending with the items. He pulled out a pair of yellow sandals to see if they fit well. "Why did you buy such nice shoes?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. "Are they pretty?" "Indeed, they are," Zhou Chen responded with a smile. "You always seem to like what I choose." "Of course. By the way, how much did these shoes cost?" "I'm almost reluctant to wear them," Su Taodao said, beaming as she examined the sandals in her hands, turning them over and over. "Not expensive. Don't worry about the price. They are meant to be worn. Just try them on and see if they fit," Zhou Chen encouraged. After trying on the shoes, she discovered they fit perfectly. She took a few steps, her face radiating with joy. "They fit. I've never worn such comfortable shoes before." Her delight was evident as she looked around, happiness written all over her face. Zhou Chen thought to himself that she was an easy person to please. He had also set aside the money he earned from selling goods earlier that morning for Su Taodao. With a beaming smile, Su Taodao returned indoors to put the money away, then showcased a wooden box she had crafted specifically for the Dragon Palace shells. Zhou Chen chatted with her for a while, discussing the renovations in his room. Her eyes sparkled with dreams as she spoke of painting walls, making quilts, and designing furniture with 36 legs, as if she were eager to move in with him right away. It was to be their future home. "Oh, by the way, Zhou Chen Gij, Lin Jiaming came looking for you earlier. When you weren't home, I offered him some water, but he declined, saying he would return after lunch." Su Taodao suddenly remembered. I heard from the children on the road. It's probably nothing urgent. I'll help you open these mussels to dry, and after lunch, we can see what he wanted," Zhou Chen replied. "You don't need to help me with the mussels. We don't have any bamboo strips at home. Please bring back some fresh bamboo. I want to weave a few strips when you return," Su Taodao said, focused on her task without looking up. "You can weave bamboo strips?" Zhou Chen asked, surprised. "Indeed, the dustpan, bamboo tray, and bamboo basket at home were all crafted by me. Purchasing such items would be an extravagant expense, especially when bamboo grows abundantly in the wild. Why spend money unnecessarily?" She is reluctant to part with her money, having cultivated a habit of frugality. If a task can be accomplished independently, she would never spend an extra penny, preferring to endure a little hardship. People of that era were accustomed to toil and perseverance. Furthermore, Zhou Chen works tirelessly by the sea, and every penny he earns is hard-won. She feels compelled to save for him. "Once I finish cutting the bamboo, you can weave the bamboo tray. Won't the steamed clams spoil in the meantime?" "I might as well buy a few," he suggested, not wishing to complicate matters. "Don't worry, I've washed some banana leaves. I can dry the clams on them. It will suffice. I'm quite nimble with my hands, and I can complete it in no time. Besides, I have little to do at home." "I must keep myself occupied," Su Taodao replied, unaccustomed to idleness. She believed that being a diligent wife would earn her husband's affection and win the approval of her in-laws. "Very well, I shall fetch some bamboo." Zhou Chen conceded to his wife's wishes, returning with a few stalks. Along the way, He discovered some bamboo shoots and a type of wild green known as pork chop vegetable, which emits a unique aroma. He decided to gather some of this as well. Perfect for stir-frying with eggs or adding to fish soup, it is quite palatable. He also spotted some wild banana plants, though still unripe, and made a mental note to return for them once they matured. Upon returning, he rinsed the bamboo shoots to remove their bitterness and stir-fried them with the leftover squid from breakfast. While simmering the fish and shrimp he had gathered by the sea with clams and the wild greens to prepare a hearty soup for lunch. After their meal, Zhou Chen remained industrious, assisting in splitting the bamboo and cutting it into smaller pieces. Su Taodao, gloved and focused, began weaving the bamboo tray, with Zhou Chen lending a hand beside her. Just as she immersed herself in the task, a stone struck her back with a thud. "Who dares?" Zhou Chen exclaimed, turning furiously. To his surprise, he found Shou Ho, the lean monkey, had appeared without notice. "Who else but your uncle?" Shou Ho retorted, then turned to Su Taodao, greeting her. "Sister-in-law, I need to discuss some matters with Ah Chun." "What matters?" she inquired. Shou Ho waved dismissively. "What are you asking for? Hurry up and come down. I've got something good for you. Do you think I have nothing better to do than seek you out? I'm not that idle." Chapter 54. Shall I borrow a boat and go out to sea? "Che, what do I know about your character? I have my own matters to attend to. Can't you see I'm busy at home? I still have half a sack of general's hats to cook and dry. By the way, would you like to take some home to eat later?" "Absolutely not. My sister and younger sister gathered several sacks of clams recently, and I'm so tired of them that I can't even bear to eat anymore. Enough of this chatter. I truly have something important to discuss this time. People living by the sea consume clams just as those in the inland areas savor beans and gourds in summer. Just the sight of them can turn their faces pale. What is it then? You've been rambling without getting to the point." Zhou Chen kicked the thin monkey's backside. "Here's the thing. My uncle and aunt have been away, leaving their boat idle at home. I've calculated that I could take it off their hands for a mere 15 yuan as a favor. I've reserved it for 2. But we'll have to cover the diesel ourselves. I wanted to ask if you'd like to join me out at sea. The coastal dock is nearly depleted of goods, and I thought we could explore the uninhabited island reef together. There might be some treasures to uncover." Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. "Renting a boat to explore the uninhabited island? That sounds splendid. I didn't expect you to have such a bright idea this time." Thin monkey. "Of course. I've seen how diligently you've been working these past few days, and it's been gnawing at my conscience. We can't fall behind. I spoke to Fatty as well. He's in, but Ah Ping won't be joining us. He has to stay home to eat fish traps. Such is the bond among brothers. As long as they stick together, it's all well and good. But if one suddenly becomes industrious, the others can feel quite uneasy. Especially since Zhou Chen's reputation has spread throughout the village lately. His hard work has led to frequent successes, which has drawn some scolding from his mother. I actually wanted to bring Hui Mei along too, but she can't come. She has laundry to do at home. By the way, when I visited Hui Mei last time, I realized she has grown up quite nicely." The thin monkey muttered the last part, his voice too low for Zhou Chen to catch. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the sea and didn't dwell on it, eagerly asking, "When are we heading out?" "This afternoon. I believe the tide will be receding soon. Although there's a bit of wind and waves, I don't foresee any issues. We aren't venturing far out to sea. All right, it should be fine. A typhoon isn't brewing." Zhou Chen was certain that today would be devoid of storms. "How can you be so sure? You're not a meteorologist." "Fine, I'm merely informing you. Let us meet at the dock in an hour." "Okay. Then I'll calculate the boat rental fees later. Since we're brothers, money doesn't matter much. We can split the diesel costs among the 3 of us. Besides, I might just borrow a bit of your good fortune." With a few words, the plan was solidified. Zhou Chen returned to the wooden house, bringing along several duck eggs for the thin monkey to take back, feeling that since he was using their boat, it was only polite to offer something in return. Worriedly, Su Taodao, who was crafting bamboo trays, asked, "Are you really going out to sea? With such strong winds and waves, is it really safe?" Moments ago, upon overhearing a conversation between 2 individuals, she felt a surge of anxiety. However, with the presence of the lean monkey, she hesitated to interrupt their spirited discussion. A dutiful wife must possess understanding. When men deliberate on significant matters, her silence is crucial to preserving her husband's dignity. "It's all right. I shall keep watch. Nothing untoward will occur. We will remain close, and thus, there will be no issues. Just stay at home and await my return," Zhou Chen reassured Su Taodao, gently patting her head. Originally, he had not intended to venture out to sea. The challenge of renting a boat was formidable. Households that owned boats would be reluctant to let them languish idly. The lean monkey's success in securing a vessel was purely serendipitous. After managing the wedding arrangements and hosting the banquet, he would need to save diligently to purchase his own boat. Having a vessel would provide convenience, far superior to relying on mere luck for fishing. The sea is unpredictable. When the waves and winds grow fierce, few dare to venture forth. The more accessible treasures have long been claimed, and to seek quality catches, one must delve deeper into the waters, where a rogue wave could sweep you away, leaving no place for lamentation. With the tide rising significantly, conditions were unsuitable for fishing, otherwise, he would have already set out. After some time, Zhou Chen arrived at the dock carrying a bucket filled with neatly stacked sacks. The area was bustling with boats returning to shore for respite. Only a handful dared to brave the tumultuous waters. The dock was sparsely populated, with the waves splashing over it, leaving everything damp. The lean monkey and the plump fellow were conversing beneath a shelter. Upon noticing Zhou Chen's arrival, the plump man approached, exclaiming, "Ah Chen, we just spoke with Brother Adu and learned that you made quite a fortune last night." Pay no heed to his exaggerations. I caught very little. Zhou Chen replied with a grin. Is a large sack of conch and a sizable white fish not significant? Have you perhaps visited the Mazu temple for good fortune? The plump man expressed his envy. You could try it too. Rise at night to fish, trek several kilometers to the rocky area, and carry back 100 pounds. Think you can manage that? He certainly could not, for he was snugly nestled beside his wife at night. It was indeed his wife's insistence that prompted him to work today. Otherwise, he would have remained home. Do not speak nonsense. My wife and I have a mutual understanding. I too must earn my keep. She praised my industriousness last night, and I aim to impress her today by bringing home more money to make her happy. All right. You both have wives. Here I am, still unattached. However, this freedom is rather pleasing. When funds run low, I simply seek work at the dock. By the way, Ah Chen, since you are so diligent, would you care to join me in seeking odd jobs at the dock? I shall decline. I have other plans. His intention was to purchase his own boat, rendering dock work beneath his consideration. Indeed, you have a large boat at home. I suspect my father will need to continue operating the larger vessel for some time before he can afford to buy a boat for himself to go out to sea. The lean monkey assumed Zhou Chen intended to follow in his father's footsteps, believing that just like Zhou Chen, his father was working on the large boat to save for a vessel of their own. Owning a boat would ease their lives, fulfilling the aspirations of coastal fishermen. If my memory serves me right, Shouhou's family later purchased a boat, and their lives were relatively stable. However, after the implementation of the seasonal fishing ban in 1995, their circumstances became rather ordinary. It seems that shortly after Shouhou's marriage, he divorced, allegedly due to a lack of harmony in their relationship. Yet, the root of their discord lay in the financial strain from numerous expenses at home, exacerbated by insufficient earnings, a poignant reminder that poverty often breeds sorrow among couples. In contrast, the situation for Pongzi and his wife proved to be more favorable. Following the divorce of his parents, he opened a restaurant in town, and together they managed to lead a fairly prosperous life. In this lifetime, Zhou Chen resolved to support them. Pongzi, in truth, need not be overly concerned, for now. He must focus on improving his own life to uplift his brothers and help them thrive. After a while, as the wind calmed, the three pooled their resources to buy diesel. At the dock, there was a mechanic, naturally accompanied by an elderly man selling diesel, who was quite affable despite his hands being grimy with oil. The three of them carried a barrel towards Shouhou's aunt's boat, which, though not large, appeared quite new, indicative of regular maintenance. Chapter 55. Encountering whale predation. Once aboard, the lean monkey and the stout man realized that Zhou Chen had brought several bags. Goodness. You are quite confident. Here you are with buckets and bags, while we only brought a single bucket, the stout man remarked. With my luck, these bags might not suffice. He added, only to be met with two skeptical glances. Who has luck that good? Get out of the way. Let me pour. Can you even do it? Don't spill it in the wrong place, the stout man grumbled. Initially eager to assist, the stout man was quickly sidelined by the lean monkey, who took the oil can from his hands to fuel the engine. All set, let us depart, the lean monkey declared as he set the boat in motion. We don't need to venture far this time. That solitary island I spotted should be just a 10-minute journey. The remaining oil will be sufficient for the two of us. All right, let us go. The engine roared to life, emitting a rhythmic chugging sound. At that moment, Adu, hearing the boat start, emerged with a smile, exclaiming, wishing you a successful voyage. May Mazu bless you, and remember to save some good catch for me. Sure. But you better ensure you offer us a good price, the lean monkey replied. Absolutely, my prices have always been the highest, Adu beamed brightly. As Zhou Qin and his companions swiftly departed the dock, onlookers were taken aback at the sight of the trio braving the waves. Are they really going out in this wind? How reckless! One exclaimed. Don't they know how fierce the sea can be? Why was anyone stopping them? Indeed, we don't even know whose children they are. While the turbulent waters may yield plentiful fish, with just 3 young men, will they even manage to catch anything? Why bother worrying about that? They're heading out to celebrate a bountiful harvest. Off they go. I'm old now. But I surely ventured out to sea when I was young. With age comes caution. The chatter at the dock was lost on Zhou Qin and his companions. The lean monkey piloted the boat, while Zhou Qin and the stout man engaged in light conversation. The wind was indeed blustery, and after a few exchanges, the stout man began to feel drowsy. Leaning against the side of the boat, he said, I'll take a quick nap. Wake me when we arrive. Seriously? You're going to sleep on a journey that lasts mere minutes? You're as lazy as a hog. Just drive the boat. Don't disturb my rest. The stout man retorted, pulling his straw hat down over his face and soon drifting into slumber. Before long, as they neared the solitary island, the lean monkey pointed towards a distant, shadowy landform. That island looks a bit like a male appendage, long and slender. I shall name it Dangling Hair Island. What do you think? Goodness, you have a knack for naming. Can't you at least choose something auspicious? We would want to arrive on an island devoid of fortune, Zhou Qin replied, somewhat exasperated. Huh? How could that be? The lean monkey chuckled heartily. Let me take the helm, Zhou Qin suddenly proposed. Having observed the lean monkey steering for a while, he felt a growing urge to try it himself. With their destination nearly reached, he realized this might be his only chance. You can steer? The lean monkey asked, surprised. Of course. I can manage even a large ship. Though I may not have focused on it, my father took me out on the boat several times before. Steering is hardly beyond my capabilities. Zhou Qin stepped forward to take control of the engine. Let us approach from the left. There are many hidden reefs here, and we must avoid running aground. Thin Monkey advised. As Zhou Qin deftly maneuvered the boat to the left, the once calm sea suddenly erupted with a colossal wave, crashing towards them with a thunderous roar. Goodness! Ah Qin, quickly turn! Thin Monkey shouted urgently. Zhou Qin had no time for chatter. He swiftly adjusted the boat's direction, but the waves still slammed against them, dousing the overweight companion, who had been peacefully sleeping, with a deluge of seawater. Awakening in a bewildered state, he cursed. What on earth? Thin Monkey. How are you steering this boat? Are we heading to the ocean floor? Wait, is that Ah Qin at the helm? Enough chatter. What is that? A whale. It's a whale. How on earth did we encounter a whale? Thin Monkey exclaimed, staring intently at the distant surface of the sea. A whale? Don't scare me. Our boat won't survive such an encounter. Get out of the way, quickly. The portly fellow's face turned ashen as he wiped the seawater from his face and leaned over the side of the boat to get a better look. It is indeed a whale. Enough shouting. I'm aware. Everyone, move to the center. Don't fall overboard. Zhou Qin finally discerned the creature, realizing it was unexpected to encounter a whale so soon after taking the helm. He maneuvered the boat sharply to evade the enormous creature. He had heard tales from neighboring villages of boats being wrecked by whales, and he knew their vessel would not withstand a similar fate. Suddenly, the tumultuous sea revealed a massive, blue-black dorsal fin, followed by an enormous column of water erupting from the depths. The whale then flipped over, leaping high into the air, exposing its white belly, which was adorned with numerous barnacles. With a resounding splash, the gigantic whale crashed back into the sea, sending towering waves rolling towards them. Fortunately, Zhou Qin and his companions had already distanced themselves, and their boat merely swayed slightly. What is the whale doing? I've only heard stories from the older generations. This is my first time witnessing one. Thin Monkey remarked, excitement bubbling within him. I don't know. I have been steering for quite some time without encountering a whale. Yet the moment Ah Qin took over, we met one. His luck is truly remarkable. After the initial fear subsided, Thin Monkey and the portly fellow felt a thrill of excitement. They would have tales to boast about for ages. Perhaps it is trying to rid itself of barnacles. I've heard that when whales accumulate barnacles, they leap from the water to shake them off, Zhou Qin suggested. You know that? Both Thin Monkey and the portly fellow expressed surprise. Of course. He shrugged, planning to wait until the whale departed before heading to the deserted island. However, after a brief pause, they witnessed the whale submerge only to re-emerge moments later, the surface of the water seemingly boiling with a flurry of silver flashes beneath. In the next instant, they beheld the whale once again bursting forth from the depths, its mouth agape, revealing a dense array of baleen. It gulped down a substantial quantity of the shimmering fish, causing a significant portion of the silvery spectacle to vanish. My goodness! That mouth is enormous. Thankfully, we are at a distance. Otherwise, the three of us wouldn't even suffice for its snack. The portly fellow remarked. Indeed, although I am quite hefty, I doubt it would even register my flavor. Zhou Chen did not rush to leave, but instead circled nearby. The whale continued to feast, devouring several mouthfuls, while the remaining fish and shrimp instinctively gathered together beneath the water's surface, forming a school to fend off the whale's onslaught. This is a characteristic of fish in the ocean. When threatened, they instinctively band together, unaware that this plays right into the whale's hands, allowing it to indulge in a delightful feast. However, Zhou Chen and his companions noticed the whale expelling a jet of water and, with a flick of its tail, departed. Let us go. The whale has left, and we should too, Fatty urged. Go. Have you not seen the multitude of fish below? Do we have a net? We must seize this opportunity to catch some fish. Zhou Chen exclaimed excitedly. Right. I was foolish. Fin Monkey, does your aunt's boat have a net? Fatty quickly chimed in. Stop shouting. The net is right beneath you. It's a cast net. Hurry, before these fish and shrimp realize what is happening and scatter. Fin Monkey was equally exhilarated. Fatty, can you throw the net? Who can't throw a cast net? We can take turns. Let's not worry about whose turn it is. Whatever we catch, we'll share equally. All right, settled then. I'm so thrilled. Ah Chen, quickly steer the boat closer to that school of fish. Zhou Chen wasted no time and maneuvered the boat toward the location, knowing that if he waited for them to fully comprehend the situation, the school would have already dispersed. In less than 10 seconds, he reached an optimal position. Fin Monkey, poised at the edge of the boat, gathered momentum and cast the net. As he spun his body, the net unfurled gracefully in the air and descended into the water. Zhou Chen joined him in pulling the net, and to their surprise, it felt heavy, each of them grinning from ear to ear. It's so heavy. We've caught a big haul. Ha. Enough chatter. Let us pull it in. I'll count us in. 1, 2 heave. 1, 2 heave. 1, 2 heave. Chapter 56. A Bountiful Harvest. The three individuals strained with all their might to haul in the net, gradually revealing a bulging sack filled with seawater. It resembled a large sphere saturated with liquid, with fish and eels partially emerging through the mesh, their tails thrashing and sending up splashes of water. At this moment, the struggling fish within glimmered under the sunlight, their scales reflecting a faint silvery sheen. It is all white pomfret, so many of them. We are rich. We are rich. The lean monkey exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the abundance of white pomfret. The white pomfret, known for its thick flesh and minimal bones, boasts a tender texture. Typically caught through drag nets and gill nets, no one anticipated such a plentiful catch from a cast net. It was nothing short of miraculous. Don't shout. We might lose our momentum. Pull harder. Zhou Chen felt exhilarated, yet he dared not relax for even a moment. The chubby one clenched his teeth, his eyes brimming with excitement, yet he refrained from speaking until they successfully lifted the substantial catch into the boat's hold. At which point the three of them finally exhaled in relief. It must weigh around 70 to 80 pounds, with at least 50 pounds of white pomfret. We're in luck. These fish are incredibly valuable. Zhou Chen urged, stop laughing. Quickly pour out the white pomfret before the scales begin to shed from all the jostling. He moved forward to untangle the net. If the pomfret scales were damaged, their market value would plummet. Such was the irksome nature of these fish. Merely brushing against them could cause their delicate scales to fall away in droves. As soon as he untied the net, a deluge of fish cascaded forth with a splashing sound, though a multitude of shrimp clung to the fish. The joy of their bountiful catch was evident on the three faces. Chubby, go open the live well. We need to toss all the white pomfret in there. The lean monkey directed. Do we need to sort them now? The chubby one asked with a foolish grin. Sort what? Forget that for now. Stack the fish on the board and let us catch a few more nets while the school is still gathered. Zhou Chen was exasperated by their thought processes. All right. I'll take the next net. I'll go fold it. The chubby one hurried to fold the net, while Zhou Chen and the lean monkey used shovels to gather the white pomfret and assorted fish together. Be careful, there are so many sand catfish, it's quite bothersome. Ah Chen, don't get stung. I'm fine, I'm watching out. You take it slow too, Zhou Chen replied. Get lost, all of you. The lean monkey frowned as he scooped up some sand catfish and tossed them aside, noticing that a few white pomfret had been pierced, which pained him deeply. Among the catch were various species, 1 stingray, 2 tigerfish, 3 sand catfish, and 4 golden drum. The sand catfish, often referred to as sea catfish, possess bony spines that can inflict excruciating pain if one is pricked, and they are not particularly palatable, being quite fishy, unless one happens to catch a particularly large specimen. in which case most fishermen would discard the rest. The lean monkey observed a few sand catfish entangled by their own spines. When he lifted one by its tail, he inadvertently pulled up a string of them, which appeared rather comical. These sand catfish truly showed no mercy to their kin. After roughly gathering the fish, Zhou Chun and the lean monkey noticed that the chubby one had already thrown the net back into the water and was now beckoning them to join him in pulling it in. Once again, a vast net full of fish was hauled up. Though not as bountiful as the previous catch, it still heralded a splendid harvest. The slender monkey and the stout man beamed with delight as they sorted the fish, their spirits seemingly invigorated. Zhou Chun began to fold the net, but upon glancing at the shoal beneath the surface, which had dispersed, he refrained from hastily casting the net. Instead, he maneuvered the boat to another location and cast his hand net. However, having not cast a net in quite some time, he almost forgot the technique, relying on the actions of the slender monkey and the stout man for guidance. When he finally cast his net, it did not spread as widely as he had hoped. Initially thinking his brothers were too preoccupied with sorting the fish to notice, he turned to find both of them grinning at him, making him feel quite embarrassed. Damn it, Ah-Chin, you've truly changed. Ever since you got married, you've become so inept that you can't even spread the net properly. The slender monkey's jabs were as relentless as ever. Get lost. I was just a bit too nervous. Zhou Chun awkwardly sought to excuse himself, rationalizing that perhaps it was for the best. The catch might be substantial after all. Only you would think that. At this rate, I doubt we need to help you haul the net. The slender monkey and the stout man dismissed the matter lightly. Zhou Chun, feeling guilty, tugged at the net. He hadn't held out much hope, yet upon pulling, he found the net heavier than before, thrashing violently. If he had not instinctively tightened his grip, the rope might have slipped from his hands. Hey, slender monkey, stout man, come quickly. There is something big. Zhou Chun's hands were aching from the strain of the rope. Is that for real? The two rushed over to assist, initially skeptical. But their expressions changed dramatically once they joined in pulling the net. Goodness, this is heavy. Did you snag a rock? Don't ruin my net. It's not a rock. There is something massive moving inside. Pull faster. Zhou Chun had enough strength to prevent the fish from escaping. And with the added effort of the slender monkey and the stout man, the net was gradually lifted. Once the net was finally raised, the trio hurried to peer inside. The catch was abundant with white pomfret, but amidst them lay a large, dark creature thrashing about, having torn the net in several places. What in the world is that? It's enormous. It's ruined my net, Zhou Chun exclaimed, fearing his aunt's wrath. Who cares what it is? This is just a hand net. The sale of these fish will easily cover the cost of many more. Hurry up, stop chatting, or it will escape. If it does, I'll toss you in to feed the fish, Zhou Chun shouted. I'm giving it my all. I'm pulling with every ounce of strength I have. The slender monkey, curious about the behemoth Zhou Chun had caught, exerted himself fiercely. Do you think I'm slacking? I'm nearly out of strength. The three struggled to haul the sizable net, finally releasing it. With a splash, a colossal creature burst forth from the shimmering pomfret, a dark figure adorned with white spots. Its fins a vibrant yellow except for the abdominal fin. My goodness! My goodness! My goodness! They exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable, as they gaped at the sight before them. It's a dragonfish. It is no wonder that the three individuals were exhilarated. The large fish thrashing about on the deck was, indeed, the fabled dragon grouper. Scientifically known as the saddle grouper, this remarkable species is a prized delicacy of the ocean, typically residing in the lower strata of rocky seabeds or within the crevices of coral reefs. This singular creature can live for a decade or two, growing to an impressive weight of several hundred pounds. Does it weigh 100 pounds? The lean monkey inquired excitedly. Surely not, Zhou Chun replied. The specimen he had caught was not that immense. Judging by its size, it must weigh around 60 or 70 pounds. Fortunately, it was not excessively heavy. Otherwise, the cast net would have been rendered useless, making retrieval impossible. At this moment, it was unclear whether to feel fortunate or regretful, as this dragon grouper was still quite juvenile in terms of weight. He speculated that this magnificent creature had likely been in pursuit of white pomfret, inadvertently ensnared by him. Or perhaps it had been startled into fleeing by a whale. Regardless, capturing a dragon grouper with a hand net was rather absurd. Hey, come see if it's larger than me, the plump one exclaimed, reclining on the deck, clutching the sizable grouper with unrestrained excitement, as if he wished to kiss it. Get up and move that dragon grouper aside. Don't crush the other fish and shrimp. Let's see if there are any other valuable catches, Zhou Chun commanded. The term scatter goods refers to the valuable fish caught alongside the primary target species in the net. After placing the grouper into the live well, the trio was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhou Qin's haul contained numerous other fine specimens. Goodness, Ah Chun, what on earth is happening? How did you manage to catch another grouper in this net? Lean Monkey exclaimed in astonishment and delight, as he pulled up a grouper glimmering with iridescent blue hues from the pile of fish. Chapter 57. Do you want to fight? Come on. Indeed. What a magnificent blue-spotted grouper. Oh, how heavy. How large. The stout fellow lifted it and immediately smacked his lips in astonishment. This blue-spotted grouper weighed at least 10 pounds. And it was quite a rarity to catch one so large. Ordinarily, one could boast about such a catch for half a year. However, in comparison to the giant grouper, this one seemed insignificant. After tossing the grouper into the live well, Zhou Qin and his companions began sorting through their catch, not needing to be overly meticulous, simply discarding the less valuable fish. Fortunately, there weren't many sand mullet, and they soon finished the task. Zhou Qin also found a box puffer, a type of pufferfish. Unlike the plump appearance of typical puffers, this one was square and composed entirely of bones, devoid of flesh, and contained pufferfish toxins, rendering it inedible and even more repulsive than the sand mullet. The remainder comprised a few 9-segmented shrimp and white shrimp, in modest quantities, along with some squid. The three of them divided the catch, intending to return home and prepare a simple boil. After sorting for over 10 minutes, Zhou Qin and his companions used a shovel to push all the white pomfret into the live well. Gazing at the live well brimming with the gleaming fish, the three of them exhaled in relief, sharing hearty laughter as they looked at each other, drenched in sweat. It was only then that they began to feel the strain in their backs and waists, having been so caught up in excitement moments earlier. Haha. This trip has truly been worthwhile. We've made a fortune. Indeed, the skinny monkey has been at the helm for so long without encountering any whales. And the moment you took over, we stumbled upon one, reaping so many rewards in its wake. Your luck is simply astounding. The stout fellow was particularly industrious today, not once complaining of fatigue. After all, no one would turn their back on money. As long as there were earnings to be made, his motivation was boundless. By the way, are we still going to the beach? The stout fellow inquired again. Why do you keep asking such foolish questions? Zhou Qin replied, a bit irritated as he playfully slapped the stout fellow. Of course, we are going. We've hardly wasted any time. Once we sell these, we can still return and go for another round. It's merely a matter of spending a little less time. We must not squander the opportunity to scour the shore. After all the excitement, I'm feeling somewhat tired, thinking of returning to share the good news with my wife. The stout fellow lamented as he plopped down onto a chair. You are the only one complaining of exhaustion. Since we're out here, whether we finish up at night or not makes no difference. By then, your wife will only praise you for being more diligent. Zhou Qin felt the burlap sack in his pocket, which he had laboriously carried but had yet to put to use. Moreover, returning now would leave him with nothing to do. Instead, he decided to seize the moment and scour the shore a bit longer. After all, he did not wish to miss out on any potential fortune. He had already noticed the tide receding, revealing some exposed reefs. This area appeared to be rarely visited, undoubtedly concealing treasures. Why are you even more diligent than I? You have truly changed. Fine. I want to return either. I'll hold off for now. Skinny monkey. Take the helm. Still laughing, are we? The stout fellow remarked, gesturing with his chin. The slender monkey remained crouched by the live-water hatch, gazing at the magnificent dragon fish inside, his face alight with joy. He still had not had his fill of this splendid creature. As they prepared to set sail, his excitement was palpable, nearly overwhelming the live-water compartment with drool. Zhou Qin approached and gave the slender monkey a gentle pat. Hey, let us go back. With that, the slender monkey wiped his mouth and eagerly started the boat, cranking the engine to its maximum power, not caring about the diesel consumption, intent on returning swiftly to sell their catch and make another trip. As they navigated the waters, the slender monkey suddenly exclaimed, counting on his fingers, wait a minute. If we divide it among the three of us, I can't seem to figure it out. Indeed, if each of us takes 30%, how do we divide the remaining 10%? It just doesn't add up, the chubby one pondered, equally perplexed. Zhou Qin remained silent, prompting the slender monkey to suggest, let us not worry about that 10%. We can simply give it to Chun. He can take 40% while we each take 30. After all, we've been lucky to accompany him, especially since he caught 2 grouper. Sounds good to me. There's no need for us to fret over how to divide that 1% when we can just give it to Chin. Chin, you have no objections, right? The chubby one turned to Shou Qin. If you're giving me more money, how could I possibly object? Shou Qin replied, accepting the arrangement. The three of them laughed together as they made their way back to the dock. Upon arrival, they noticed a gathering of people under the rain shelter. Some were returning from their own fishing trips, taking a moment to smoke and relax, while others idly watched the tides. Suddenly, they spotted a boat racing through the waves at an incredible speed. Whose boat is that? How can they navigate through such rough waters so swiftly? Wait, isn't that old Suez boat? I thought he wasn't home. Oh, it was rented out, I believe, to his nephew, who is out at sea with Chun, his son, and Li Yaobuang from the town. What a reckless endeavor! How can the adults be so carefree in such weather, piloting the boat at such speed? They must have returned empty-handed. A group of men smoking shared their thoughts. It's just as well they're back. We won't have to worry anymore. As they neared the dock, the slender monkey slowed the boat, and the trio secured it before leaping ashore. After greeting acquaintances under the shelter, they hurriedly rushed towards Adu's purchasing point. Seeing the three of them excitedly dash towards the purchasing point, the gathered crowd felt a wave of confusion. Have they caught something big? Why else would they be so thrilled? Some turned their attention to the boat, searching for signs of fish. Could it be in the live-water compartment? Let us take a look. Such is the nature of rural folk, lacking a sense of boundaries. Two men jumped aboard, eager to pry open the live-water hatch. At that moment, Zhou Chun and his companions emerged, their faces beaming with excitement alongside Adu, spotting someone rummaging through their boat. Zhou Chun's temper flared. Hey, who are you? Are you trying to steal something? Get down. Who gave you permission to go through our things? The slender monkey swiftly darted over. The two individuals had yet to lift the lid of the live fish tank when they were met with an irate shout, which caused them to feel somewhat displeased. We were merely taking a look. Why must your words be so harsh? Would it be acceptable for me to visit your bed at midnight to take a gander? Zhou Chun was not one to tolerate such behavior from these two. The white pomfret was too precious to allow them to simply take one without a second thought. One of these individuals was familiar to him. He was Zhang Mingfei, the son of Li Zhuhua, a few years his senior, and the same lad who had recently been reprimanded by his aunt. In the past, this fellow owned his own boat and made a living by setting traps. What significant catch have you made? Why the arrogance? Allow me to see. Zhang Mingfei brazenly pointed at Zhou Chun and his companions. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to fight? Zhou Chun, unable to contain his temper, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. He then swung open the hatch of their boat, accusing them in turn. If you want to brawl, then bring it on. I'll crush you, you lanky scarecrow. The thin fellow and the stout one were unperturbed, dropping their bamboo baskets and preparing for a scuffle. Afei, stop. Let it go? A friend tugged at Zhang Mingfei. Humph, I won't stoop to your level. Let's go. Zhang Mingfei beckoned his friend to leap from the boat onto the dock. A few youngsters, oblivious to the significance of their catch, were treating it as if it were a treasure, which was utterly amusing. At that moment, Adu, panting and clutching a fish basket, rushed over, exclaiming, Where's the white pomfret? How many do you have? I didn't catch it clearly earlier. Zhang Mingfei scoffed. Adu, why are you so worked up? Tell me, did you three manage to catch 10 pounds? Zhou Chun and his companions remained silent. This lad was simply envious. Soon enough, they would emerge and frighten him to death, making him green with envy. Adu disregarded his taunt and inquired once more. Achin, how many did you really catch? Earlier, he had been preoccupied with gutting fish, only to see the three of them hurriedly carrying his fish basket and calling for him to come out and receive the fish. They had nearly emptied his basket, prompting him to chase after them, as he could not believe that Zhou Chun and the others were merely toying with him. Chapter 58. Are we about to strike it rich? Oh dear, why all the unnecessary chatter? Come on, let us haul in the fish. With such a bountiful catch, Zhou Chun and Adu felt a surge of confidence. As he exclaimed this, many onlookers gathered around the dock, eager to witness the spectacle. Adu followed the slender monkey and the stout fellow onto the boat. Zhou Chun opened the live well, and upon peering inside, Adu excitedly shouted, Goodness! Is that a dragonfish? Indeed. After all these years of fishing, it's undoubtedly a dragonfish. Not to mention, there's a blue-spotted grouper in here too. And the rest are white pomfret. Zhou Chun proudly patted Adu on the back. What? A dragonfish? And white pomfret? Incredible. They actually caught a dragonfish. And so many white pomfret too. I'm utterly envious. Why didn't I go out to sea? The slender monkey couldn't help but boast. Zhou Chun caught the dragonfish with a hand net. With a hand net? The crowd was taken aback. Yes, we encountered a whale hunting, and we followed right behind it to catch our fish. The winds and waves were fierce. One flick of the whale's tail nearly capsized our boat. You have no idea how terrifying it was. My legs were trembling in fear. The slender monkey animatedly recounted the perilous fishing adventure, evoking gasps and exclamations of astonishment and admiration from the crowd. The youth displayed remarkable courage, instead of fleeing upon seeing a whale. They dared to pursue it for a share of the bounty. If it had been any of them, they certainly would not have had such audacity. This fortune truly belonged to the three of them. Is it really a dragonfish? At that moment, several purchasing agents arrived, having heard the news. Go on, go on. We've already made our arrangements. Have pity on me and don't compete for business. Adu interjected, having made plans with them before they set sail, and even wishing them a bountiful catch. He offered a few cigarettes to the buyers, who smiled and accepted, saying, We mean no harm. We just came to have a look and broaden our horizons, if that's all right. Of course, no problem. Adu grinned, his belly protruding as he returned to the boat, assisting Shou-Chin and the others in bringing the sizable dragonfish aboard, tossing it into a bamboo basket that struggled to contain its bulk. It's not even that big. Why all the fuss? I've seen dragonfish weighing 200 pounds. Zhang Mingfei, who had been seething with jealousy, suddenly felt a bit better upon realizing the dragonfish was less than 100 pounds. However, someone remarked, just because you've seen one doesn't mean it's yours. You always seem to know someone who has caught something, but whereas your own success. This individual had a knack for dampening spirits. Whenever others celebrated their bountiful harvests, he would not only refrain from offering congratulations but also take sly jabs to elevate himself. Zhang Mingfei intended to retort, but the interlocutor, anticipating his response, promptly turned away and ignored him. Baskets upon baskets of fish were continuously unloaded from the boat amidst the admiration and astonishment of the crowd. People eagerly lent a hand, transporting their catches to Adu's purchasing point. Once inside, they hesitated to leave, gathering around the large grouper and the blue-spotted grouper, engaged in lively discussion. Some even reached out to touch and poke, their envy palpable as they speculated on the weight of the giant grouper. Make way, make way. You're blocking the light. I still need to see the scale. Adu and a few others worked together to hoist the grouper onto the scale, the first to be weighed. Everyone was keenly interested in this moment. The grouper weighed in at an impressive 97 pounds, just shy of 100. With a hint of excitement, Adu remarked, This is the largest grouper I have ever seen. 97 pounds. I thought it would only be around 70 or 80. Shou-Chin immediately broke into a wide grin. And both the thin monkey and the chubby man were equally exhilarated, unable to contain their joy as they playfully thumped each other on the chest and shoulders, expressing their shared excitement. The onlookers craned their necks to inquire, So, how much per pound? Adu replied, If it exceeds 100 pounds. I could buy it at $2.80 per pound, but since it falls short, I can only offer $2.50. The other buyers are here too. You can ask them. I am fair in my dealings. Adu appeared quite composed, by quoting a reasonable price. He still stood to profit handsomely, especially since Shou-Chin had consistently supplied him with large quantities. He had no intention of offending Shou-Chin and losing such a valuable client. It seemed clear to him that his fortunes had improved since the change in his circumstances. The other smoking merchants nodded in agreement. No problem, our prices fluctuate around here, and what he is offering is indeed generous. All right, I want to haggle, Shou-Chin said, hesitating briefly before conceding. The blue-spotted grouper was substantial at 13 pounds, with a top price of $6 per pound. The white pomfret, weighing over 6 ounces, was priced at 40 cents, totaling 91 pounds. Those under 6 ounces would be 20 cents, adding up to a total of 109 pounds. As for the remaining miscellaneous fish and shrimp, they could take those home without pricing. Yes, no need to price those, Shou-Chin nodded. Today, Adu was fair. With so many witnesses, he could not afford to be overly stingy, hoping that everyone would see his reasonable prices and choose to sell their fish to him. It was rare to have such a crowd gathered around him. Casting a questioning glance at the thin monkey and the chubby man, they both eagerly nodded, prompting Shou-Chin to agree. All right, we'll go with this price. Come, let us smoke, Adu said with a smile as they settled on the price, handing out cigarettes. Shou-Chin accepted, while the chubby man quickly shook off the water on his hands and, taking a cigarette from Adu, added, I know you're trying to quit. A man's word is his bond, so I'll indulge in this for you. Take it and smoke. Shou-Chin paid little mind to it. Besides, he was in a preparatory phase for parenthood, so abstaining from smoking seemed wise. Seeing the chubby man eagerly lighting up, he added, just so you know, word of the day as fish sales will surely reach your wife. Oh, and what of it? Selling for such a sum. If I keep a couple of dollars for myself, she likely won't mind. $2 for cigarettes. How long would that last me? Taking a deep drag, The chubby man waved his hand to disperse the smoke, coughing lightly, utterly unconcerned. Adu sat there, deftly manipulating the abacus. Before long, he had calculated the total, pinning the receipt and rising to his feet. I don't have that much cash on hand. Once I sell the goods, you can bring the receipt to collect your payment. The total is for 14.7 yuan, but I'll round it up to 415 for you. All right. We'll be setting sail soon, and carrying cash isn't very convenient. A receipt will suffice. Zhou Chun accepted the receipt with a glance and tucked it into his pocket. Wow, 415 yuan. That is quite a sum. My wife will be overjoyed when she hears this. The thin monkey and the chubby man erupted in excitement. Each person would receive 124.5 yuan, while Zhou Chun would take home 166 yuan. In just a brief moment, they had earned enough to equal half a year's wages of the laborers at the dock. Zhou Chun smiled silently, equally eager for the adoring gaze of Su Tao when he returned. This news would likely reach his parents soon, enhancing his reputation in the village. Are you all still going out to sea? After catching so much, shouldn't we celebrate with a drink? Adu regarded him with newfound respect, pondering whether marriage truly transformed a person so profoundly. The onlookers, hearing Zhou Chun's words, cast him surprised glances. Who had not heard of the renowned second young master of the Zhou family, known for his carefree demeanor? Had he genuinely settled down? Having just set sail and already netting such bountiful goods, they decided to venture over to the solitary island while luck was still on their side. Zhou Chun waved his hand and, along with the thin monkey and the chubby man, set off with renewed enthusiasm. When they arrived, a vast expanse of underwater reefs was revealed, and upon a cursory glance, Zhou Chun's eyes sparkled with realization. He knew he had come to the right place. Today was destined for great fortune. Fortune indeed favors the diligent. Chapter 59. The Oysters and Pearls. Upon the nearby rocky outcrop thrived an abundance of oysters, while in the distance, a patch of razor clams and cowrie shells flourished alongside clusters of Buddha's hand amidst the crevices. The verdant seaweed hung damply in clusters, a testament to the bountiful resources available. Perhaps there were abalone as well? It was difficult to discern from afar, as the two species bore a slight resemblance. They would have to wait for someone to venture closer for a clearer view. If it truly was abalone, it could fetch a handsome price. It seemed that few ventured here to forage, which explained the plethora of treasures. After all, most fishermen were preoccupied with dragging nets and setting traps. Who had the leisure to sail out solely for foraging? The yield from such endeavors paled in comparison to the bounty of a well-timed catch. Given the choice, most would prefer to dedicate their time to fishing. So many oysters! The rotund fellow exclaimed in excitement at the sight of the multitude of oysters, declaring that he must gather a substantial amount to take back. He recalled the benefits he derived from the last earth dragon he consumed. Men were particularly enthusiastic when food was associated with enhancing vitality. You truly ought to indulge a bit more, the lean monkey teased. Well, if you dig them up. Don't eat them all, leave some for me. You're a single man without a wife. If you indulge, where will you vent your excess? The rotund fellow retorted. I'll eat as I please, and who knows, perhaps I shall soon be wed, the rotund fellow replied defiantly. The lean monkey scoffed. Oh, do you have someone special in mind? Has your mother found a bride for you? The rotund fellow's eyes gleamed with curiosity, while Zhou Chun cast a glance, dismissing the banter. He recalled that in a previous life, the lean monkey was the last to marry, and thus presumed he was merely jesting. The lean monkey offered no further explanation. The prospect of revealing his thoughts to his two companions seemed daunting, for who would dare consume the grass by their own burrow? Moreover, should word reach of Ping, the taciturn protector of his sister, he might find himself in grave danger. Previously, he and Zhou Chun were of similar stature. But in recent times, Zhou Chun's reputation had markedly improved, casting him in a less favorable light, until his own reputation was restored. This matter must not reach Zhou Deqing's ears, for he was to be his future father-in-law. This was precisely why he had altered his previous demeanor and insisted on borrowing a boat for their excursion. As the trio sailed around, they discovered the reason behind the island's rich resources. Its rocky formations were steep, making it difficult to find a suitable docking spot. After waiting for the tide to recede for a while, a sizable rock emerged partially from the water. Judging by the current tide, it seemed unlikely to recede any further, allowing them to anchor their vessel there and disembark from the large rock. Be mindful, don't step on the sea urchins or sandfish, Zhou Chun called out. Stepping on a sea urchin is no concern. I'll just collect it to make steamed eggs, the rotund fellow grumbled. Eat, eat, eat. Only you would indulge so readily. I intend to sell mine. Sea urchins hold considerable value. he replied. Is it really worth the effort to gather just one or two to sell? If I were you, I would indulge as well, Slim Monkey. You ought to nourish yourself more. Just look at how emaciated you are. You would want to struggle to carry your bride on your wedding day. Indeed, I have lost some weight. At first glance, one might not associate me with hard labor. Slim Monkey fell into contemplation. The three of them laughed as they waded through the water. This rocky area was only half exposed. It was likely that the full expanse would be revealed during the great tide on the 15th, with the bulk of the catch undoubtedly lurking in the deeper sections. Ah, Chin, why are you looking back? Slim Monkey patted Shochin. I was pondering whether we should dive into the rocky area later to take a look. Dive? Is that really necessary? There are undercurrents in the rocky zone. Your life is paramount. Besides, the water there is murky. Oh wait, it seems the water here is surprisingly clear. No wonder you're considering it. If the water is clear, it might be manageable. Slim Monkey and the fatty turned to glance at the deeper rocky area. Indeed, the water was exceptionally clear today, revealing some corals and sea anemones, and the swaying seaweed was gentle, indicating minimal undercurrents. If one wished to dive, it could be worthwhile. There are plenty of fish, shrimp, and crabs that are not overly clever. They would retreat to deeper waters with the ebbing tide. Let us wait a bit. Perhaps the bounty here will be sufficient, eliminating the need for any risks. Although Shochin possessed commendable diving skills, he felt insignificantly fragile against the forces of nature. Freshly reincarnated, he was reluctant to take such chances. By the way, my hand net is damaged. I need to buy a new one for your aunt. No worries. I can pay to have it repaired. It's not severely broken. Oh, that works. The three of them, carrying buckets and fire tongs, ventured into the shallow rocky area, observing as they walked, eventually selecting a spot where oysters thrived, squatting down to pry them open. As for mussels and other seafood, they hardly glanced at them. In the presence of robust oysters, everything else seemed trivial. By the way, Chun, could you take me along the next time you go to dig for mudskippers? I wish to learn more. You genuinely intend to learn? Zhou Chun was somewhat surprised. There was something peculiar about Slim Monkey. Ahem, indeed. Having multiple skills is advantageous. Last time, Uncle Daching taught me, but I found it quite baffling. Could you teach me again? Once I have a foundation, I can seek Uncle Daching's guidance. Slim Monkey was earnest. Wow, this is incredibly plump. Look quickly. My luck is extraordinary. I casually pry one open and it's a treasure. The fatty opened an oyster, emitting a strange cry as he lifted it, comparing it to his hefty palm. The white, tender oyster quivered like jelly. The oysters here were indeed remarkable, almost matching the size of half his palm, and this was merely a random find. The thicker the shell, the fatter the oyster. The surface was encrusted with algae and barnacles, suggesting they had been growing there for an extensive period, astonishingly thick. Slurp. The fatty swallowed it whole, wiped his mouth, and gave a thumbs up, cheeks puffed as he mumbled, delicious, absolutely exquisite, both fresh and tender. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly shrieked. Ouch. What the heck just hit my tooth? Almost knocked my teeth out. He furrowed his brow and expelled a white bead, marked with a bite from his teeth. Ah. What is this? Is this your tooth? The slender monkey gazed in astonishment at the bead held by the stout man. Is your tooth like this? This resembles a pearl, doesn't it? Isn't this something found only within a pearl oyster? Occasionally. One might also encounter them in a river clam or perhaps even in an oyster. The stout man was equally bewildered. This is an oyster pearl, Zhochin exclaimed spontaneously. Chapter 60, Red Carp. Pearls from oysters? What? Oysters can produce pearls? The chubby fellow was momentarily taken aback, then hastily inquired, Isn't this quite valuable? The lean monkey smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Indeed, I just remembered that oysters can yield pearls, but they are exceedingly rare, 1 in 20,000, and they hold significant worth. What a pity. Yours is so large and perfectly round, yet it was marred by your dog's bite. Alas, we can only grind it into pearl powder now. It truly was a regrettable loss. Had they taken it to the town's jewelry store, it could have fetched a handsome sum. Zhochin shared in the sentiment of loss. Indeed, their coastal town boasted a jewelry store, owing to its advantageous maritime trade, attracting numerous businessmen from various regions, leading to its remarkable prosperity. So prosperous, in fact, that many recognized the town's name while being oblivious to the county it belonged to. In an era where it was rare for students to study abroad, many children of affluent business owners did just that, highlighting the extent of their extravagance. What a pity, the chubby man lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the bitten oyster pearl in his hand. If only it hadn't been damaged. He could have returned home to present it as a gift to his wife for a piece of jewelry. Once ground into powder, it would lose its value, and the children, frightened by the incident, would merely purchase pearl powder to soothe their nerves. Fear not. With so many oysters, we can still profit. Regardless of whether we sell the meat or the whole shell, we can retain the oyster pearls for ourselves. Zhou Qin skillfully pried open a palm-sized oyster, inserting his tool and circling to sever the adductor muscle, causing the oyster to open. As he worked, he muttered to himself, "Ladies and gentlemen, would you care for some oysters?" He fancied himself the oyster opener, Jules. The chubby fellow, visibly dejected, pocketed the damaged pearl, grumbling, "What luck is this? Isn't it true that 1 in 20,000 can produce a pearl?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Qin pried open another oyster, revealing something bulging within. What in the world could it be? The chubby man and the lean monkey hurried over, excitement etched on their faces. "I'm not certain. Let's take a look." Zhou Qin responded, using his knife to pry apart the oyster meat, revealing 2 lustrous, spherical pearls. These pearls were not only sizable and perfectly round, but also remarkably beautiful, glimmering with a radiant sheen. "Unbelievable. You randomly opened one and found 2 pearls. I am envious. Thank goodness the chubby fellow ruined the other one. Otherwise, I would have been heartbroken." "Ah, Qin, your luck is extraordinary. How did you manage to uncover 2 at once? They are perfectly suited to be a pair of earrings." "That's a splendid idea. I shall have them crafted into earrings, and when the time comes for the banquet, I will present them as a gift, ensuring a grand display." Zhou Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Present what? Won't you have your sister-in-law wear them?" The chubby man retorted, smirking. Indeed." Zhou Qin grinned widely, his spirits lifted. He presented the pearls he had gathered to the 2 individuals, who marveled at them for quite some time, even going so far as to sniff them. Nearly tempted to taste their flavor. "Get lost. How disgusting. These are meant for my wife. Return them." Zhou Qin retrieved the pearls and placed them carefully aside. Fortunately, they had not been idle today. Otherwise, they would have truly missed out on this treasure. Bringing these pearls home would undoubtedly delight the young lady immensely. Encouraged by the others' excitement, the lanky monkey eagerly declared, "Don't hold me back. I want to find one too. No more delays, let's get to it." He promptly bent over to pry open an oyster, but regrettably, despite the first one being quite sizable, after several attempts, he found no pearl within. Zhou Qin, having sampled the oyster meat that had been thoroughly cut up, decided to finish it himself, savoring its sweet and fresh flavor. Such exquisite oysters were a rare indulgence for him in later years. Subsequently, the trio fell silent, engrossed in their task of prying open oysters. Zhou Qin opened another burlap sack to collect his findings, occasionally spotting stone crabs, which he did not disdain. The stone crabs here were quite substantial and appeared to be rich in roe. Though not particularly valuable, they could certainly be taken home for a meal. These crabs preferred to reside beneath rocky outcrops, and some referred to them as red armored crabs. Regardless of the local nomenclature, as long as they were edible, they were deemed good crabs. He also harvested a few strands of kelp and dragonbeard seaweed to dry for soup. The selection of vegetables at home was rather scant. With just the dried eel brought by the lanky monkey last time, a few pieces of dried mussels, and some common items from this outing, which likely would suffice for only a few meals. Hence, gathering more was a prudent choice. At this moment, Zhou Qin was still enthused about the seafood, whereas the lanky monkey and the plump fellow had lost their appetite. No matter how delectable the crabs were, they could only withstand so much before feeling nauseated, as they both relentlessly searched for pearls within the oysters. However, Zhou Qin had his aversions as well, particularly to the spicy snails that grew in layers. He found them unpalatable, as consuming too many would lead to an upset stomach, and their flavor was somewhat piquant, though some people relished them. After digging for oysters for a considerable time, Zhou Qin stood up to stretch his waist and legs, feeling a bit numb from squatting. With his feet growing cold in the water, he decided to rest briefly on a rock. As he stood there, letting the sea breeze caress him, he prepared to dive back into the water to continue his search for oysters when he suddenly noticed something floundering nearby. He approached with his bucket. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a large, red fish thrashing about in a shallow pool, not the redstone fish, but a flat, oval-shaped, red fish with remarkably large eyes, sparkling under the sunlight. A big-eyed bream? Zhou Qin exclaimed with delight, promptly wading in to catch this hefty fish, which weighed over a pound. However, upon closer examination, he realized something was amiss. Observing its fins and coloration more carefully, he joyfully exclaimed, "Wait, this is a red carp." It is not surprising that he confuses these 2 species of fish. the big-eye snapper and the red carp, as they bear a striking resemblance to one another. Both possess large, prominent eyes. However, the big-eye snapper exhibits a subtle orange hue on its body, while the red carp is entirely red. Additionally, the fins of the big-eye snapper are relatively short, in contrast to the elongated fins of the red carp. The scientific name for the red carp is chizai, and as is often the case, local names vary by region. In Taizhou, it is referred to as meat fish, while in other areas it may be called black throat. Due to the dark coloration within its mouth when it is pried open, this fish is rich in oils, making dried fish, or sun-dried fillets, exceptionally popular. Despite their similar appearances, the price disparity between the two is significant. The red carp has consistently enjoyed popularity, especially in later years. Fetching exorbitant prices, fish weighing over half a pound can command upwards of 1 to 200 yuan per pound. The specimen in Zhou Qin's possession weighs over half a pound, guaranteeing a lucrative sale. Chapter 61. The Undersea Farmer. On the other side, the portly man and the slender monkey, engrossed in prying open oysters, remained oblivious to Zhou Qin's discovery of a fish. Otherwise, they would surely have been disheartened. Zhou Qin casually placed the red carp into another sack, submerging it in water, and resumed his oyster excavation. However, before he could pry open many, the rotund man suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I've struck it rich again." He proudly brandished a pearl in his hand, beckoning the others to come and see. "What? You found another one? That's unbelievable. My hands are much quicker than yours. How come I have no such fortune?" The slender monkey hurried over, consumed with envy. "Ha!" The portly man, flushed with excitement, held the pearl up to the sunlight, inspecting it from various angles, his grin revealing all his teeth. "Hey, Qin, is this one larger than yours?" "Not quite," Zhou Qin replied, shaking his head. This pearl was not as large as the two he had unearthed, though it was still suitable for crafting a pendant. "Ugh, don't bother talking to me. If you find something, don't shout. I can't handle the suspense." The slender monkey resumed his digging. After a significant amount of time had passed, Zhou Qin had excavated half a bucket of oysters. He intended to sell a large portion and save some for a late-night omelet. The sea breeze began to pick up, and the sound of waves became audible. "Don't all start at once. Aren't you carrying sacks? Pry them open with the shells. It's much faster. Otherwise, the tide will rise soon," Zhou Qin urged. The portly man began to clumsily pry open oysters, stuffing them into his sack. "I'll be the last one. Why am I so unlucky? I wanted to find something good too." The slender monkey grumbled as he opened the final oyster, carelessly prodding at the flesh with his knife, not holding out much hope. To his astonishment, he uncovered a pearl. "Ah, I found one. I've got one too." The slender monkey nearly burst into tears, joyfully bouncing with excitement. "Come quickly, I've found one." "Ha ha. How long has it been? Is it a boy or a girl?" The portly man hurriedly approached, curiosity piqued. "Get over here. Is mine about the same size as yours?" The slender monkey proudly displayed his find. The portly man pulled out his newly acquired pearl to compare. "Ours are about the same size. Neither of us matches Chen's." "Hey, let us not compare with him. As long as ours are similar, I'm satisfied. Digging oysters has left my thumb aching, but it was tea in vain." The slender monkey chuckled, tucking the pearl safely away. "All right, let us get back to digging oysters," Zhou Qin prompted, having filled a third of his sack. "Right." The two resumed their work. Digging with the shells made the task significantly easier, and soon, each of them had filled a large sack, which they carried to the boat, also bringing along the bucket filled with oyster meat. It was at this moment that they noticed Zhou Qin had caught a red carp. "When did you catch that? Are you secretly getting rich on the side?" "This is just my luck. Besides, it's merely a red carp. No need for such astonishment." Such words could only come from you. How disheartening it is to compare oneself to others. The stout fellow and the lean monkey had no intention of disembarking from the boat. "Aren't you going to dig any more?" Zhou Qin inquired. "We've filled just one sack, and I'm not keen on continuing. Finding a single pearl is sufficient. I'm utterly exhausted," the stout one replied, reclining in the cabin. "Why not simply toss it overboard?" Zhou Qin furrowed his brows, insisting they finish their work. "No, forget it. I also don't want to go. I'm afraid if I bend down to work, I might drop the pearl." The lean monkey cherished his treasure. "Are you planning to sell it?" the stout one asked. "So what? Some treasures cannot be bought with money. Like Achin, I intend to use it as a dowry when I marry. It would surely bring prestige." The lean monkey chuckled. "Pfft, your marriage is still a distant dream. It sounds as if you already have a girl in mind." At that moment, both the stout one and Zhou Qin noticed the lean monkey's persistent chuckle, and they understood all too well. He must indeed have someone special in his heart. Goodness, lean monkey. Which unfortunate girl has caught your fancy? The stout one sat up straight. You and us? We shall go and warn her to keep her distance. No, no. What nonsense are you spouting? Just keep an eye on my pearl. The lean monkey quickly quelled his laughter, placing the pearl on the boat, and added, I need to relieve myself. Isn't it possible to do that on the boat? Must you go ashore? Zhou Chen questioned. You all make it impossible for me to go. The lean monkey retorted as he departed. Once he left, Zhou Chen and the stout one exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. This fellow, something's amiss. Who are you? The stout one asked. I have no idea, Zhou Chen mused, stroking his chin, unable to deduce the reason. His rebirth had indeed caused some changes. The lean monkey had surprisingly developed feelings for someone, and he was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. As long as he didn't end up with that fierce woman from his past, it would suffice. That woman was incredibly domineering, lazy, and had relied entirely on the lean monkey for support. When the lean monkey's family fell on hard times, she swiftly sought a divorce. Later, after Zhou Chen assisted the lean monkey, he acquired wealth, and that woman shamelessly returned to plead for reconciliation. It couldn't possibly be her. She was in another village. Yet, he had no idea who it could be. As they conversed, the lean monkey suddenly shouted from afar, Hey, come quick. There are so many good things. What have you found? Zhou Chen called back urgently. Don't ask, just hurry and bring the oysters. The tide will rise soon, and it will be too late. Bring the fire tongs, quickly. After shouting, the lean monkey hurried off, pants in hand, to relieve himself elsewhere. Let us go. Zhou Chen and the stout one poured the oysters onto the deck and eagerly sought out the lean monkey. He had finished and led them, saying, Come here. Look at this. Zhou Chen and the stout one approached with their sack, discovering that the lean monkey was pointing at a vast expanse of seagrass in the deep water, perfectly visible from the rocky outcrop. The verdant seagrass flourished near the coral, adorned in a purple-gray hue, distinctly contrasting with the vibrant array of aquatic flora surrounding it. Resembling a deliberately cultivated patch of seagrass, strikingly prominent. It was only due to the clear waters and favorable weather that they could discern it. Otherwise, the murky depths would have rendered any visibility near impossible. What are we looking at? Just this patch of seagrass? The plump one was still glancing around. Ah, look, those fish over there. The slender monkey pointed excitedly. Zhou Chen focused his gaze and soon recognized several yellow fish swimming amidst the seagrass, persistently grasping a dark object before discarding it to the side. What kind of fish are these? Why are they clutching sea urchins? Are they intending to consume them? Odd. They're not eating it. Now they've picked up a sea snail. Ah, they're not eating that either, just tossing it aside. Are you bringing us to witness some eccentric fish? The plump one was baffled, yet his attention was swiftly captivated by the abundance of black sea urchins nearby. So many sea urchins. No wonder you insisted we bring the fire tongs. The water is too deep for us to reach them, but in the shallows, we can collect quite a few. Thank goodness for these fish. He brought the sea urchins closer to the shallows. With that, he began gathering the sea urchins, the water only reaching the upper thigh, though he hesitated to venture further into the depths where even more sea urchins lay. The reason I brought you here was precisely this. I was about to relieve myself when I noticed these fish bringing us sea urchins. What a delightful surprise. Hold on. You didn't urinate here, did you? No, I went a bit further away. What if I did? A boy's urine can extinguish fire. You could drink a few drops. Get lost. You old man, how dare you call your own urine boy's urine? They both laughed, urging each other to gather quickly, for the tide was sure to rise soon. What a pity we can't collect more. If only we had discovered this sooner. As they continued to gather the sea urchins, Zhou Chen noticed that the plump one was momentarily frozen in place, just as he was about to speak. Goodness, it's a farmer of the sea. Zhou Chen recognized the fish. A farmer of the sea? What do you mean? The plump one was taken aback. You must be familiar with the snapper, right? Zhou Chen inquired. Not really. Both men shook their heads, having only heard of species like the true sea bream, yellow sea bream, and black sea bream. Oh, it's no wonder you're unfamiliar. This fish is rarely caught, as it's not particularly palatable and tends to avoid being eaten. Zhou Chen finally understood. Oh, why should I recognize it? It's inedible. What use is it to know its name? The plump one and the slender monkey were indifferent, yet curiously inquired. By the way, Chun, why do you call it a farmer of the sea? Chapter 62, Porgy. The term undersea farmer refers specifically to this creature known as porgy. While Zhou Chen spoke, he was not idle. He utilized the fire tongs to grasp the sea urchins. During his moment of contemplation, The lean monkey and the chubby fellow had already collected 3 or 4 each. This particular fish is quite selective in its diet, consuming only specific types of seagrass. It diligently cultivates a patch of seagrass exclusively for its own nourishment. However, sea urchins also feast on seagrass, and under the cover of night, they will venture over to graze while the porgies slumber. The moment a porgy awakens, it must individually extract the sea urchins, and the same applies to the conchs, making the task rather cumbersome. Remarkably, the creatures of the ocean are truly wondrous. Can you believe fish can engage in farming? Who would believe such a thing if told? Haha. Indeed. I pondered whether these fish were unwell, yet fortunately, Achin possesses extensive knowledge. It is quite curious, though, since Achin has been diligent. He seems to have grown more astute. The lean monkey and the chubby fellow were indeed enlightened. Of course, they still found Zhou Chen a tad peculiar. But returning to the topic, how did you come to know this? Is it from textbooks? The lean monkey inquired with curiosity. Sort of, Zhou Chen replied. It was in a book I borrowed during school. He could not divulge that he had lived a lifetime longer than them, so he chuckled, knowing these two had never been educated and would believe anything he told them. Soon enough, the trio had gathered all the sea urchins in the vicinity, each amassing over 20, a bountiful harvest indeed. Sea urchins are exceptionally delicious, whether enjoyed raw or in steamed egg dishes. Just thinking about it makes one salivate. The lean monkey and the chubby fellow planned to sell a portion, keeping the remainder for a meal, as these delicacies do not store well. Zhou Chen intended to keep them all for himself, perhaps bringing some back for his brother and sister-in-law to share among the family. Since there were not many to divide, he thought it best to consume them all himself. After all, he wished to ensure his wife and 2 nephews received ample nourishment. Let us go, Achin. The tide is rising, and it will soon become perilous if we linger, urged the lean monkey and the chubby fellow. Wait, each of you, toss me a sea urchin, Zhou Chen commanded. Huh? Why? They asked. Just do it. Reluctantly, the lean monkey and the chubby fellow each tossed a sea urchin towards Zhou Chen. He held 2 fire tongs, using one to grasp the urchin while the other crushed it. As he pulverized the 3 sea urchins on the ocean floor, a cascade of golden sea urchin roe spilled forth. What are you doing that for? Those fish are coming, the lean monkey lamented, only to be surprised as several porgies swam joyfully towards the crushed sea urchins, feasting heartily. Our ability to find so many sea urchins is thanks to these porgies. As long as they thrive, we can return periodically to gather sea urchins and offer them a few as a token of gratitude, Zhou Chen remarked with a smile. So it is, then. We must take good care of these porgies. Hee. This place must not be shared with others. It shall become our brotherhood's treasure trove henceforth. The slender monkey chuckled, extracting several sea snails, smashing them, and tossing them into the water. He clapped his hands, eagerly watching as a few wrasses feasted upon the remains. Since these detestable sea snails had also devoured the water plants of the wrasses, he considered it a form of retribution. It was only fitting that he took some sea urchins as well. The trio then returned to their vessel. Oh dear, after we leave, won't those wrasses be caught by someone else? The plump one expressed his concern. Not a chance. This area is filled with hidden reefs. Only vessels like ours dare to venture here. No large ships would risk navigating these waters, and those who cast nets would find nothing but stones. Who else would be foolish enough to come here apart from us 3? Zhou Chen confidently wrung out the seawater from his clothes. That's true, the others nodded in agreement. Relieved, they feared losing such a bountiful spot for harvesting sea urchins. The 3 quickly returned to the dock, selling the majority of the freshly harvested oysters to Edu, keeping the remainder for themselves. After calculating their earnings, Edu eyed the large bags of oysters with some suspicion. These oysters are quite sizable. Aren't you selling them? I could offer you a good price. Not selling now. We'll open the shells and return to sell them later, Zhou Chen interjected, stopping the talkative plump one. Oh. Right. The plump one realized, but was met with a fierce glare from the slender monkey, who thought him rather dim-witted. Selling them in the shell is cheaper, but they weigh more. The price for the shelled oysters is nearly the same. You'd only earn $1 or $2 less. Surely you wouldn't open all these bags just for that? Edu remarked, taken aback. Every dollar counts, Zhou Chen replied. Wow, when did you 3 become so industrious? Not that I'm surprised about you, Achin, but what's up with you 2? Have you been possessed by spirits? What nonsense. A wayward son can return. Can't 3 do so at once? We, the notorious trio of Bailongyu, are now reformed, the slender monkey declared. They would never disclose the matter of opening the oysters for their pearls. Otherwise, the oysters of that isolated island would be completely harvested. Having rented the boat for 2 days, they could still venture out again. All right, I couldn't care less about your plans. Selling just the meat is fine. I can keep some for myself, and it's good if you handle the opening. Edu waved his hand dismissively. The earnings from the oysters were modest, and they settled their accounts on site. Zhou, having sold an additional red carp along with the oyster meat, made a total of $7. The slender monkey and the plump one earned around $4 or $5 each, which was a fair reward for their lengthy efforts. Upon receiving their earnings, the group felt a wave of joy. As night fell, they finally had some money to show for their labor. A fortune that was undoubtedly influenced by Zhou Qin's good luck. The remaining oysters were shouldered by the three men, each carrying their own burlap sacks. While they hurried home with buckets filled with sea urchins, the stout fellow, despite being out of breath, felt invigorated and could not resist sharing his mirth along the way. When we venture out to sea again tomorrow, I wonder if any pearls will emerge from these bags of oysters. It's a pact. I believe my sack will yield one, he declared confidently. I share your sentiment. Another chimed in. As they passed by a shop, Zhou Qin halted the duo, rubbing his hands together. By the way, the lean monkey and the stout man exchanged puzzled glances. Cut the act, Zhou Qin exclaimed, delivering a playful kick to the rear of the stout fellow. You two still owe me for the 2 packs of cigarettes I lost to you in that game of Forked Earth Dragon. He had refrained from mentioning it before. Knowing the pair had little money, but now that they had earned some, and with the shop in sight, he was reminded of the matter. Although he did not smoke, he saw the opportunity to bestow a favor upon someone else, as it is customary for men to exchange cigarettes upon meeting. Ah, I completely forgot, the two replied, unwilling to be indebted. After all, they had both profited handsomely. Would they really skimp on cigarettes? For boxes of Decian brand cigarettes were promptly handed to Zhou Qin. Ah, you two are quite generous. I thought you might opt for the Lonely brand instead. If I hadn't accompanied you in making money, the Lonely brand would have sufficed for your indulgence. Don't act coy after reaping the benefits. Hey, Chun, don't wander off. Come home with me for a while, the stout man instructed. Why would I return to your house? If I follow you, it will only add extra steps to my journey, Zhou Qin questioned. Are you perhaps afraid of the dark? Chapter 63. The Lovesick Slim Monkey. What do big men fear about the dark? I am no coward. The truth is, I sold some oyster meat tonight, and logically, the earnings are meant to be handed over to my wife. She insists on seeing the receipt. Not a single cent can be hidden. I bought you cigarettes. She will most likely be skeptical. You must vouch for me. The plump man lamented, twisting uncomfortably. The thought of being scrutinized by his wife was, sigh, too embarrassing. Men must uphold their dignity outside. All right, I will talk to my sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qin did not take it to heart. Entrusting money to the plump man was indeed unwise. Although his wife, Li Qinxue, was somewhat fierce, she was remarkably adept at managing the household. By the way, Chen, do you also have to surrender your earnings to your sister-in-law? The plump man inquired, seeking a sense of shared experience. Yes, but I do it willingly, Zhou Qin replied, casting him a sidelong glance. I don't believe your willingness. If you don't believe it, so be it. As they walked, they reached a fork in the road. Wait, you all go ahead. I have a detour to make. I need to visit Ah Ping and share some of these sea urchins with him, the slim monkey suddenly declared. Why are you being so considerate today? Zhou Qin and the plump man looked at him in surprise. The slim monkey replied calmly. We didn't take Ah Ping with us when we went out to sea today, and we lost out on a lot of money. I can't finish all these sea urchins myself. It's just my mother, sister, and me at home. What is wrong with sharing some with Ah Ping for him to taste? I was even thinking of my brothers, especially you, Ah Chun, who usually gets along so well with him. How could you forget about him? Hee, I got a bit carried away in my excitement and momentarily forgot. We must bring him along next time. Zhou Qin felt somewhat embarrassed by the slim monkey's words. All right then, I shall take my leave first. At the fork, the slim monkey waved goodbye and departed. What on earth? The slim monkey has become someone I hardly recognize. The plump man muttered. Zhou Qin was also somewhat dazed. The slim monkey had been acting strangely for a while. Perhaps he too had turned over a new leaf. After all, he had set a good example. And Zhou Qin found himself feeling a bit self-satisfied. Upon reaching his doorstep, the plump man dropped the sack of oysters on the ground and complained while knocking on the door. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. My legs are numb. The door opened, revealing Li Qinxue, who, donning an apron, was taken aback to see the plump man returning with a large sack. Liu Guang, why have you been out at sea for so long? Did you spend the entire day gathering seafood? Then she noticed Zhou Qin beside him and smiled. Ah Chen, you are here too? Come in, have a glass of water, and eat something. Originally, Zhou Chen had come here to invite the plump man out for some leisure, and he would most likely have been met with disdain. It was one thing for him to be unaccomplished, but to drag the plump man along for mischief, what wife would approve? However, everyone had seen Zhou Chen's transformation today. He had even taken the plump man out to sea and earned some money. Li Qingshui was especially warm now. Sister-in-law, no need for that. I just accompanied the plump man to explain a few things. Explain what? Li Qingshui asked, somewhat bewildered. Previously, the plump fellow lost a bet to me and had to hand over 2 boxes of cigarettes. He was concerned about the explanation upon his return. Zhou Chen brandished the cigarettes, revealing the truth behind the matter. Ah, so this is it. Li Yaoguang, your actions have led Ah Chen to take such a long detour. Li Qingshui's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling that she appeared overly fierce, fearing the rumors that might circulate about her. This was the money earned from selling goods today. Aside from the cost of the cigarettes, all the funds were contained within. The plump fellow handed over some coins. Here, keep a piece for yourself. In a show of generosity, Li Qingshui didn't even glance at the receipt and left him a coin. Thank you, my dear wife. You are my greatest love. The plump fellow was almost elated enough to leap from joy, realizing that had Zhou Chen not accompanied him, he would have been left with mere change. He immediately cast a grateful glance at his good brother. Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Qingshui, feeling slightly embarrassed, shot him a glare. Aware that Zhou Chen was present, and such declarations of love were excessively mortifying. Hey, I'm just overly delighted. My love, today we didn't just sell this amount. The plump fellow proclaimed proudly. More? Li Qingshui was taken aback. She thought a few coins were more than sufficient and never imagined he had earned even more. Sister-in-law, look at this receipt from our outing today. After selling our goods over at Adu's place, we will be able to collect our earnings. Today, the plump fellow made quite a lot, about 120 or so. Zhou Chen handed over the receipt. The plump fellow puffed out his chest with pride, eagerly awaiting his wife's praise. What? He made over 120 on his own? Is that not a tad excessive? Did you all assist him? Li Qingshui gazed at the receipt in astonishment, her words stumbling out. The plump fellow had never earned such a sum before. My dear, do you not believe in me? He mumbled, feeling somewhat let down as he had hoped for accolades. No, I even took an additional 10%. We distribute according to labor. It is not excessive at all. Besides, the plump fellow has been diligent and has helped a great deal, Zhou Chen enthusiastically praised before Li Qingshui. Oh dear, how can I accept this? Finally, Li Yaoguang has achieved something worthwhile. After so many years of marriage, this is the first time he has brought home such a substantial amount. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Ah Chen, you have accomplished much and have influenced him positively. I am immensely thankful. By the way, wait a moment. Li Qingshui hurried back to fetch a bag of bayberries. These bayberries were just sent from my family. Take them home to enjoy or use for making bayberry wine. They are fresh. Thank you, sister-in-law, Zhou Chen said, deflecting gratitude a few times before accepting, indifferent to his own consumption, as he intended to bring them back for Su Taodao. Afterward, Li Qingshui escorted Li Yaoguang to the intersection, waving her hand as she said, Ah Chen, take care on your way. It's dark out, so watch your step. Such warmth. Only after Zhou Chen's figure disappeared did the plump fellow, content, say, my dear wife, shall we reward me tonight? I also brought back a bounty of oysters. Consuming them will surely have its benefits. Humph. Li Qingshui neither declined nor acquiesced, which could be interpreted as consent. Ah, by the way, my dear wife, I have another surprise for you. The portly fellow produced a pearl for Li Qingshui. Meanwhile, the lean monkey smiled as he handed an item to the bashful Zhou Huimei. A Ping and Uncle Daching have yet to return, right? Then you should take this. Brother Jamming, I feel quite embarrassed. Oysters and sea urchins are so expensive, and you have even prepared the oysters yourself. Zhou Huimei said, feeling a bit shy. Oh, come now. A Ping is my good brother. Not long ago, Uncle Daching taught us how to catch mudfish. When we have good things, we must think of you. Besides, what does it matter if they are costly? They are meant to be enjoyed together. Just accept them. I have more. Well then, I truly appreciate it, Brother Jamming. Here are some eggs. Please take a few. The hens don't lay many. Perhaps you could wait a bit longer? My father and brother will be back soon. I'll have them prepare the mudfish for you. No need, no need. By the way, when steaming sea urchins, one should crack an egg inside. Do you know how? I can manage that. The lean monkey was elated. This was the first time Zhou Huimei had referred to him as Brother Jamming, rather than just lean monkey brother, which he found endearing. After sipping a bowl of tea, he hoisted the sack of oysters and walked away, trying to appear relaxed and embodying a sense of masculine pride. as he strolled a fair distance. He leaned against a tree to catch his breath, yet the smile on his face remained unwavering as he chuckled to himself for quite some time. What on earth? Is he mad? A passing villager was startled, mistaking him for a ghostly apparition. Who is this fool, wandering about with a sack and grinning like that at this hour? Chapter 64. Bringing something home. I sincerely apologize. The slender monkey hastily offered his apologies. Who did I think it was? Lin Jiaming. Why are you here? Laughing with that sack in the dead of night. You nearly frightened me to death. I almost tumbled down. Uncle Lin, I made quite a bit today at sea, and I'm just so delighted that I can't contain my joy. The stammering words echoed. You young one, quickly return home. I've heard from the villagers that you all have been working diligently. Yes, Uncle Lin. I'm leaving, not wishing to be lectured. The slender monkey shouldered the sack and hurried home. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen took a moment to return home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food wafting from within. Entering the house, he spotted his mother skillfully slicing sweet potato vermicelli in the kitchen, while Shou Desa was tending to the fire. The well-mixed batter was evenly poured into a hot aluminum basin filled with water, then rinsed in cool water to reveal sheets of pale gray sweet potato noodles. Once stacked, they were cut into strips. Zhou Mu deftly chopped. Having prepared vegetables for a lifetime, and the sweet potato noodles emerged both uniform and visually appealing. In his previous life, he had been indifferent to sweet potato noodles. But now, having been reborn, he found himself salivating at the sight of his mother's handiwork. His father and elder brother were also present. Having moved a table outside to sit, sipping water and sharing laughter, likely just returned from the sea, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. Chen. His elder brother was the first to notice him, momentarily taken aback before quickly standing, a hint of a smile gracing his weathered face. Who? Chen has come again? Zhou Mu, tying her apron, stepped out from the kitchen. Oh, uncle, have you brought me something delicious again? Upon hearing Shou Chen's return, Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ling, who had been playing inside, rushed out. While playing, your uncle brought you some rice cakes yesterday, and you're already asking for more. Xiong. Go turn off the light inside. They want TB in there anyway, called Zhou Desa, who was tending the fire. All right. Zhou Xiong got up to turn off the light, chuckling. Just a moment ago, the two kids were reluctant to come out and play. It's much cooler outside. And keeping the light on in their waste electricity. Now that you're here, they're eager to join. Father, don't turn off the light. Uncle didn't bring us any treats. We still want to go back and play. Zhou Zheng shouted. Zhou Chen playfully tugged at Zhou Zheng's ear, laughingly scolding. So, what you're saying is, if your uncle doesn't bring you gifts, you want to show him any affection. Kiss, 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 uncle. Oh. Please let go of my ear. It's getting swollen. Zhou Zheng yelped in pain. Zhou Chen released his grip and picked up Zhou Ling, who was tugging at his thigh for a hug, planting a kiss on her cheek. How delightful it is to have a daughter, he mused, hoping that he and Su Taotao would have a girl as their first child. Has Taotao come? Zhou father glanced hopefully behind him. Why didn't you bring Taotao along? It would have been perfect to enjoy a meal together before heading back. No, I have just returned from the sea, collecting some seafood to share with you. After distributing it, I shall head home. Zhou Chen, nearby, took the fire tongs from a sack, preparing to pick up sea urchins. Zhou Mu resumed making sweet potato noodles, saying, if it's shrimp or crabs, you might as well keep them for yourself. The family has been quite busy lately, and I still need to prepare clothes for you and Taotao, as well as organize the wedding. There isn't much meat on shrimp and crabs anyway. Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ling are clamoring for some, but I simply don't have the time to shell them. Grandma, I want to eat crabs. I love crabs. Zhou Zheng shouted. Did my dad not just go out to sea? If you want to eat, you can do it yourself. Don't come looking for me. At your age, you should know how to eat a crab by yourself. Are you even a child of the seaside? Zhou Mu responded, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Chen, thinking how inconsiderate he was. Had Zhou Chen not been involved in this, perhaps these two children wouldn't have even thought of it. Once the older children had eaten, the younger ones would inevitably demand some too. Zhou Zheng could handle it himself, but Zhou Ling was too young to manage, and would require someone to shell it for her, as she simply lacked the patience for it. By the way, since both of you are here, take some sweet potato noodles back home to mix and eat. All right, I will take some when we leave. Zhou Chen had already collected over 10 sea urchins, stating, I didn't take any shrimp or crabs. I found 20 sea urchins while at sea. I figured they wouldn't sell for much, so I might as well bring them back to steam with eggs. Isn't my grandmother's chewing ability not the best? This would be perfect for her. His grandmother lived in the backyard, and with his father and brother returning from the sea late, dinner was sometimes not served on time. Yet, no one dared let the elderly lady go hungry. They usually prepared her meal in advance, allowing her to eat and then rest. She was likely taking a break in her room at that moment. "Yay, Uncle, you're the best. I want to eat sea urchin steamed eggs. I want some too." The two children immediately perked up at the mention of sea urchins. Sea urchins? How could 20 sea urchins not be worth anything? They could sell for a few coins. You're willing to eat them, and don't forget they need to be mixed with eggs to taste good. Our chickens have hardly laid any eggs lately. Zhou Mu was the first to object. Letting go of sea urchins is one thing, but mixing them with eggs is a bit too extravagant, she remarked. It was indeed something only Zhou Chen would suggest. Yes, Chen, why not take them home and sell them tomorrow? We don't need to eat them. Zhou Xiong frowned as well. Usually, they would sell anything of value promptly, unlike Shou Chen who thought of eating them. Please don't. Zhou Zheng looked at Shou Chen with longing. He understood his words were of little use, and he might even earn a few slaps. So he could only turn to his uncle for help. I earned quite a bit today. The three of us went out to sea and caught a large haul. Each of us made a good amount. Zhou Chen felt speechless at their reactions, but there was little he could do. In this era, people were poor. Reluctant to use oil in their cooking, and expecting them to indulge in extravagant feasts was unrealistic. He simply decided to show them the receipt to settle the matter. You went out to sea? Where did you get the boat? The thin monkey rented 2 boats from his uncle. We had our first outing today and caught a lot, Shou Chen said, handing over the receipt. Upon seeing it, both individuals were taken aback in shock. Not so much. The 3 of us will share. And I shall take over 160. 160 is quite a considerable sum. Which vessel did you borrow? Was it one of our larger ships? It is understandable that the 2 individuals would inquire, as they typically navigate larger boats for fishing, yet they never earn such a fortune. The boat, however, is not merely a rowboat. It is equipped with a diesel engine and a live well. By sheer luck, we encountered a whale hunting, and by following it, we caught some pomfret and a dragonfish, which yielded such a substantial profit. Zhou Chen patiently reiterated the explanation. Was it you who encountered the whale while fishing? When we returned this evening, we overheard a discussion about the matter. We were preoccupied with unloading the cargo and paid little attention. So it was you. Zhou Xiong looked astonished, as if he were meeting his brother for the first time. Zhou Fu regarded him in silence, deep in thought. What? The one who fished alongside the whale was you? I heard about this too. I was wondering which reckless youth it was. Turns out it was you. Zhou Mu rushed out from the kitchen, furrowing her brows, and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? I endured 10 months of hardship carrying you. How dare you follow a whale? Do you wish to court danger? As she scolded him, her hands fell upon his back like a rain of blows, while everyone else was astonished by Zhou Chen's earnings. His mother was the first to express concern for his safety. We did not get too close. We waited until the whale had passed before we approached. I was quite cautious, Zhou Chen replied humbly, for he feared his mother would seek a whip to chastise him. Chapter 65. Grandma has arrived. Well, it's commendable to understand the value of hard work, but renting a boat to fish isn't a trivial matter. Not every fishing vessel is available for hire. Once you return, just obediently accompany me to sea, alternating with your brother, Mr. Zhou remarked after filling a basin with sea urchins. There's no rush. I wish to save enough money to purchase my own boat for fishing, Zhou Chen replied, somewhat reluctant. Previously, the boat his father owned was rather small. With just the 2 of them working, the earnings were barely sufficient, and adding himself into the mix would only stretch their finances thinner. Why not? With you here, you and your brother can alternate going out to sea, and it would ease our burden considerably. Besides, why would you need to buy a boat? I can save up to buy a larger vessel, and you and your brother can each have one, Mr. Zhou insisted. Oh, come now. We haven't even divided our household yet, and you're talking about a large boat. That's a matter for the distant future. I have my own plans. I can buy a boat and catch fish using traps and nets without falling short. I assure you, I won't earn any less than you, Zhou Chen retorted, aware that his father merely wished to support him. Fishermen by the sea are not deterred by toil. They fear the lack of profit. If conditions are right, they prefer to spend an entire month at sea. He truly did not want to be a burden. He was determined to carve out his own path in life. With his good fortune, purchasing a boat and employing traps or nets would undoubtedly yield a profit. If need be, he could always try his hand at longline fishing. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhou, busy tending to the fire, overheard their conversation and felt a slight sense of relief. In recent months, the catch at sea had been poor, and adding Shou Chen to the mix could mean that all 3 families would struggle to make a profit. Fine. If you have your aspirations and wish to go your own way, Mr. Zhou conceded. If Zhou Chen truly took his advice to heart, he would have turned back long ago rather than just now. Once he discovers the reality of owning a boat, he will follow his father's lead in running a larger vessel. After all, how many can boast of such good fortune in fishing? The current earnings are merely an exception. This child is inexperienced and lacks understanding. It is better to let life teach him. The fire is getting too high, adjusted Mrs. Zhou, who was preparing rice noodles. Reminded. Oh. Mrs. Zhou quickly focused on the fire, anxious that her thoughts might be revealed. She cast a glance at Mrs. Zhou, remaining silent. Being women, she understood their shared sentiments. Family members naturally lean towards one another. It was not her place to criticize, as everyone holds their own interests, which is quite normal. Moreover, Mrs. Zhou had done remarkably well as a sister-in-law. When Zhou Chen asked how much her brother needed, she merely expressed mild complaints. Her earlier distraction during the men's conversation was not intended as a rebuttal, nor did she wish to disguise her reluctance for Zhou Chen to join them. After leaving the sea urchins, Zhou Chen took the bundle of rice noodles his mother had handed him and said, "Well, I'm off now, mother." "Ah, Chen." Suddenly, a voice called out, and an elderly lady hurried over, clutching several cucumbers. "Mother, take care." Zhou Chen quickly rose to assist her. "Step aside, my grandson is back." "And you didn't even announce your arrival?" The elderly lady brushed off his hand with a smile, making her way to Zhou Chen's side. Her greatest affection was reserved for her beloved grandson. "Grandma, I thought you had already retired for the night," Zhou Chen remarked with a smile as he approached. "I was just about to sleep when I heard your voice. Since the last time you returned, I hadn't seen you. I thought you might arrive unexpectedly. So I picked a few cucumbers for you. Indeed, you've come again tonight. Let me take a look at you. Alas, you seem thinner and darker. Has the work been too strenuous?" "No, I've only been working for 2 days. How could I have become dark or thin?" Zhou Chen responded, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his demeanor. Among the family, if anyone favored him, it was undoubtedly his grandma. Whenever his brother sent her red envelopes, she would immediately pass them on to him, cautioning him not to go out. The old lady truly dotes on him, and recalling this left him with a bittersweet feeling. In his past life, after the unfortunate passing of his parents, his grandmother soon fell into a state of melancholy. In this lifetime, he was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to alter that fate. "I've been eating quite well lately. How could I have lost weight? Look, I've even brought you sea urchins to enjoy. You have poor teeth, so I specifically paired them with eggs to help nourish your body," his mother murmured. "Huh, sea urchins? My dear grandson truly cares for me. Your father and elder brother only bring back some worthless fish and shrimp for me to eat. You are the dutiful one." Zhou Chen's father and brother felt slightly embarrassed, as if they were intentionally neglecting the elderly. In reality, they often fared worse, sometimes managing only 2 meals a day while out at sea. "Come, quickly take the cucumbers," the old lady said, her 70-plus years not hindering her robust health as she filled Zhou Chen's bag with vegetables. "Grandma, I also want to eat cucumbers. You tricked us before, saying they weren't ripe," Zhou Zheng called out. "Weren't the first ones ripe enough for you too? These are the last 3, and these 2 are just ready." "What? Do you all want to eat them yourselves?" the old lady exclaimed. She had been watching over her cucumber patch, not concerned with anything else, eagerly anticipating the moment they would ripen for her beloved grandson. "Grandma, I just want to eat cucumbers," Zhou Zhen pleaded, clinging to her leg in a display of affection. All right. There are many more that aren't ripe yet. You'll get to eat them too," the old lady conceded. "Yay, good. Grandma, don't lie," Zhou Zhen exclaimed. And once he received her promise, he dashed off to play with the sea urchins in the basin. However, he was soon chased away by his mother, warning him about the many sharp spines that could injure him for a week. "Oh, by the way, Yang Mei, I passed by Li Yaobuang's house tonight and brought back a bag of Yang Mei. Grandma, take it home to eat. They're all soft now. I almost forgot about the cucumbers," Zhou Chen said, pouring half a bag of Yang Mei onto the table. Zhou Zheng snatched a few and ran off, while Zhou Ling, unable to reach the table, was handed one by Zhou Chen, who promptly stuffed it into her embrace. The little girl hurriedly took a bite, juice splattering all over her face. She wiped her hands and, looking at them, burst into giggles, not even aware of what amused her. "Come, let's step outside for a quiet chat. Grandma will accompany you," the old lady said, bending down to hold Zhou Chen's hand. "I'll carry the burlap sack." "Huh, it's that heavy? Let your brother carry it, Xiong. Why are you dawdling?" "All right. No, I can manage it myself. My brother and father have been working tirelessly all night without a meal. I can handle this." Just watch. Zhou Chun adeptly hoisted the sack onto his shoulder and, with a bundle of items in hand, followed the elderly lady out. After walking for a while, the old woman glanced back and, noticing no one was following, magically produced a carefully wrapped bundle containing 8 eggs from her bosom. She winked and said, "I secretly saved these 8 eggs for you. My granddaughter-in-law is rather thin, you know? Eating shrimp and crabs won't nourish her. So I'll make her some brown sugar egg water." Zhou Chun, holding the eggs, felt a surge of emotion, uncertain of how to express his gratitude. Just moments ago, he had pondered why the elderly lady seemed so bent over. It turned out she had been discreetly collecting the eggs that his mother had mentioned were scarce. "Grandma, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it? I simply have a soft spot for you. Take them, or I shall be upset." All right, all right." He could not resist the elderly lady's insistence. Chapter 66. Speak up. Brother Zhou Chun. As Zhou Chun accepted the eggs, the elderly lady gently patted his arm and said, "I have yet to meet my granddaughter-in-law. Don't linger over there for too long. Return soon. If it weren't for my limited mobility, I would have visited my granddaughter-in-law by now. Oh, I was thinking of embroidering a pair of shoes for her. But my eyesight has deteriorated. You see, even the moon appears double to me." She grasped Zhou Chun's hand tightly, gazing at the night sky. The moonlight illuminating her silver hair and filling the creases of her wrinkled face with a soft glow. Zhou Chun, with his keen eyesight, looked up at the moon and quickly suggested, "I'll take you to the county to buy a pair of reading glasses after some time." "Reading glasses? What are those?" the elderly lady inquired, puzzled. "They're spectacles. Once you wear them, you'll be able to see clearly," Zhou Chun explained. "Never mind. Going to the county will cost quite a bit, won't it?" The elderly lady immediately shook her head, patting him several times. "You earn money with such difficulty. I won't be around for long. Why bother getting me glasses?" No. Even if you get them, I want to use them. It won't cost much. And besides, haven't you been saying how long it's been since you visited the county? I want to help fulfill that wish. And I've earned a few hundred recently," Zhou Chun exaggeratedly proclaimed, as younger generations often do to reassure their elders of their capabilities. "Did you really earn that much? Would I deceive you?" Zhou Chun chuckled. "If you refuse to come with me, wouldn't it be awkward if I brought back a pair of glasses?" "Ah, my dear grandson, you are so considerate of me. Who could I rely on for such filial piety, your father or your brother?" Useless. "Certainly. After we divide the family property, you can come stay with me, and you can help take care of the children." "All right. I'll have your father build you another room. When I pass, that room will belong to you," the elderly lady mused. "Now hurry home. You haven't eaten dinner yet. Don't let my granddaughter-in-law go hungry. When you return, don't be too lazy. Show some effort and quickly give me a grandchild. Oh, I hope to see you with children before I close my eyes." Previously, she had lamented about not witnessing his marriage in her lifetime. And now she wondered if she could see him have children. "Of course, I will have a whole bunch of them, swirling around you." Zhou Chun teased her to lift her spirits. Enough. I can't bear to see my granddaughter-in-law being neglected. Watch your step." "All right, you go back first. I'll wait until you enter the house before I leave." Zhou Chun watched as the elderly lady made her way home before turning toward his own abode. Upon returning home, he found Su Tao preparing to light the stove for dinner. The seaside wooden house had no electrical wiring, making it quite troublesome. Even lighting candles didn't provide much clarity. Su Tao was crouched in front of the stove, blowing softly to stoke the flames. The growing red glow illuminated her face, casting a warm hue amidst the darkness. "Brother Zhou Chun." The girl always seemed to sense his footsteps in advance, welcoming him home as if he were a distinguished guest. Her joy palpable. You must be starving. No need to cook. Just grab some general's hats and dried mussels for the topping. I also have some oysters to add in, and we can mix it with these sweet potato noodles. Later, I will steam some sea urchin eggs for you." Zhou Chun first tossed the oysters into the seawater beneath the wooden house, securing them to a nearby post before he carried up the heavy bag of supplies. "Sweet potato noodles? Oysters? Sea urchins?" "Yes, the sweet potato noodles were a gift from my mother, and I unearthed the oysters and sea urchins on the isolated island today. I sold a large portion, but saved the rest for dinner to nourish you. Look, I still have a whole bag of oysters that I haven't sold. Why not sell them? We can't finish them all, and you carried them back with such effort." The girl felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Chun. "Oh, wait a moment, I have so much to say, and I hardly know where to begin. I'm parched. Do you have any water?" Zhou Chun took a breath, exhausted from carrying such a distance. Yes, I have water. I apologize for forgetting." "Zhou Chun, please drink." Seeing Zhou Chen so fatigued, Su Taotao hurried over to pour him a glass of water, then obediently sat beside him, massaging his arms and back. Gulp. After finishing the water, Zhou Chen asked, "Did you add brown sugar?" "Yes, it will help replenish your strength." "Oh, it's fine. Save it for yourself. What use does a grown man have for brown sugar?" "It's a waste." Zhou Chen playfully pinched Su Taotao's cheek. After a brief respite, Zhou Chen took the remaining oysters and sea urchins to the riverbank to clean them. Wearing gloves, he trimmed the sea urchin spines while recounting the day's events to the girl. Whales hunting. Su Taotao gasped, fearing for Zhou Chen's safety. Having heard tales of whales being powerful enough to swallow a ship whole, as he returned with the bucket, the girl reiterated anxiously, "Zhou Chen, please avoid that area when you go out to sea tomorrow. It's too frightening. Whether it earns money is irrelevant. Your safety is paramount." Seeing her concern, Zhou Chen reassured her, "It's all right. I know my limits, and I won't venture there tomorrow." That's good. That's good. With Zhou Chen's promise, Su Tao felt relieved. Though she had been frightened to the point of trembling while listening to his story. Even though Zhou Chen earned over 160 today, which made her happy, her greater fear was for his safety. To her, that money came at a perilous price. Henceforth, she preferred to forego such earnings, wanting only her Zhou Chen. Afterward, the two prepared their meal, adding the oysters as a topping to the sweet potato noodles, creating an exquisite dish. The dried mussels and general's hats provided a delightful chewiness, while the previously cooked and sliced Dragon Palace shellfish added a crisp texture. The oysters were tender, and the medley of different flavors and textures was simply tantalizing. It had been a long time since Zhou Chen had enjoyed sweet potato noodles. He devoured 2 large bowls before contentedly patting his belly, satisfied with the feast. "Zhou Chen, I'm still steaming for sea urchin egg dishes. Don't overeat. I got carried away with the delicious food and forgot. It's all right. You eat first, and I will have mine before bed." Zhou Chen, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head. He had been bustling about all afternoon, and his hunger had become quite intense. He had completely forgotten that the sea urchin was still steaming. After satisfying his appetite, Zhou Chen stretched lazily, only to be overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. However, he refrained from succumbing to sleep, aware that such a full stomach would not allow for restful digestion. Rising to his feet, he donned a headlamp and heaved a bag of fresh oysters upstairs, untying it and pouring half of the oysters onto the walkway. It was the perfect opportunity to shuck these oysters as a post-meal indulgence. Just as he picked up an oyster, he remembered that he had yet to share the news about the oyster pearls with the young lady, who would surely delight in the revelation. As he turned to speak, he was met with the sight of Su Taotao, who had tiptoed over, holding a spoonful of golden sea urchin custard poised at his lips. With a radiant smile, she urged, "Ah, Brother Zhou Chen, open your mouth and taste it. Tell me if it's delicious." Chapter 67. That day will come. Zhou Chen took a bite, added some fish sauce, and found the taste to be delightfully sweet with a hint of saltiness. The unique fragrance of the sea urchin melded beautifully with the rich aroma of the egg, creating a delectable flavor. However, he felt quite stuffed and said, "It's delicious. But you eat, Tao Tao. I can't manage anymore. I'll have some later. Let me first open these oysters. Then I shall eat first. Once I finish, I will come over to assist you," Su Taotao said, undeterred by the spoon Zhou Chen had used. She eagerly scooped up the sea urchin, hoping to finish quickly so she could help Zhou Chen. Her cheeks were puffed out like a little hamster. "Slow down. Once you're finished, I'll give you a gift," Zhou Chen remarked while opening the oysters, careful not to overlook any. He was using his headlamp to assist him in the task. "A gift?" Yes, okay." Su Taotao, having eaten too much to speak clearly, quickly finished 2 sea urchin steamed eggs and hurried over, her face alight with curiosity. "What is the gift?" "Look at this," Zhou Chen said, pulling 2 pearls from his pocket and offering them to Su Taotao. As she gazed at the pearls resting in her palm, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling as if illuminated by stars. "Pearls? Wow, such beautiful pearls." Any girl would find it impossible to resist the allure of jewelry. She examined the pearls under Zhou Chen's headlamp, marveling at their soft luster, which seemed to shimmer with hues of flesh and pink. Seeing Su Taotao's uncontainable joy lifted Zhou Chen's spirits immensely. "Did you buy these, Brother Zhou Chen? They must have cost a fortune." "They're not mine. I found them while opening oysters today." "Pearls can be found in oysters too?" "I've only heard of pearls from sea clams. I've known people who opened river mussels, but oysters too?" "Yes, it seems any shellfish can potentially yield pearls. And even snails can as well. You know about the conch, right? It can produce made pearls. Remember when you asked why I carried this bag of oysters back? I was afraid there might be pearls in them, so I decided to open them all before selling. How much can this pearl sell for? I'm not sure. Oyster pearls should be a bit more valuable. They might fetch a good price, but it doesn't matter. There are only 2. Let us keep them. Soon we'll be married and hosting a banquet. They can serve as your betrothal gifts. I'll have someone craft earrings for you. They will look exquisite. Su Taotao immediately shook her head. What do I want with earrings? The banquet will require a significant amount of money. And our parents have already provided us with a new home and 36 legs of furniture. We should sell these pearls. They're items for wealthy ladies. I don't want to wear them. It would be a waste, and they're not practical for work. Oh, we will be wealthy in the future. You'll be a lady of means. What is there not to wear? Life will improve. Let us not speak of such things. Observing Su Taotao's slight distress, he casually remarked, this bag of oysters may well yield another pearl. How about this? You keep these 2 pearls. And if we find more pearls in this bag of oysters, we shall sell them. After all, the value of pearls diminishes over time with advancements in technology. Large-scale artificial cultivation has drastically reduced their worth. Very well, I shall assist as well. Su Taotao fetched a chair and eagerly began to open the oysters. You should sit closer. The headlamp doesn't reach you well. Can you see? I'll go fetch a flashlight, Zhou Chen suggested, noticing that Su Taotao sat opposite him, the light failing to illuminate her adequately. Not at all, Brother Zhou Chen. I can see just fine. One headlamp is sufficient. Turning on a flashlight would waste batteries. Su Taotao replied, feeling a twinge of insecurity about her eyesight. She shifted slightly forward and continued her task. Zhou Chen observed her deft movements, slightly astonished. During their previous outings, he had noticed that her vision seemed sharper than his own. After opening most of the bag, they had yet to find a single pearl. And Zhou Chen felt a pang of disappointment. However, pearls are indeed rare. Their earlier success was likely due to the isolated nature of the island they had visited, where the oysters had likely matured undisturbed for quite some time. Suddenly, Su Taotao exclaimed in surprise, I found one. I found one. Where? Zhou Chen quickly looked up. Su Taotao pried open the oyster meat and revealed a pearl, a pure, milky white orb with a delicate luster. Approximately 7 millimeters in diameter, a rather large specimen that was beautifully round. The reason seawater pearls command a higher price than freshwater pearls is primarily due to their uniformity and smoothness. While many freshwater pearls exhibit irregularities, making the emergence of a perfectly round pearl quite rare. Zhou Chen inspected the pearl and realized it was significantly larger than the 2 he had found earlier, causing him to regret his earlier statement about selling any pearls that were discovered. Perhaps I should keep this pearl for you to fashion into a pendant, he mused. However, he could not go back on his word to Su Taotao, so he smiled and said, once we return from the sea tomorrow, I will take you to sell the pearls. You may go. I will busy myself at home. Su Taotao quickly shook her head, fearing that her unusual eyes might bring trouble for Zhou Chen. Her gaze lowered as she opened more oysters, her mood slightly dampened. Zhou Chen reassured her, rest assured. With me around, no one dares to trouble you. Besides, since marrying you, my fortune has flourished. That's a fact. You are a good omen, not a misfortune. So please, do not dwell on such thoughts. After all, I opened so many oysters without finding a single pearl, and you've only opened a few yet already discovered one. If you were truly a harbinger of misfortune, what would that make us? Just then, Su Taotao exclaimed joyfully, Brother Zhou Chen, I found another one. Zhou Chen was genuinely taken aback. Had she opened another pearl? As the headlamp illuminated the surroundings, he spotted Su Taotao cheerfully presenting 2 pearls to him. This time, fortune had favored them with a delightful pair. Look at that. Your luck is indeed remarkable, Taotao. It seems the goddess Mazu has bestowed upon you her blessings. Just like that, 3 pearls had been unveiled in a mere moment. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could it be that Su Taotao was genuinely favored by the divine? Su Taotao, brimming with joy, had shed her earlier despondency, grinning broadly as she held the pearls. Oh, my silly wife, Zhou Chen chuckled inwardly, finding her adorably endearing as she cheered herself up. Contemplating for a moment, Su Taotao remarked, Brother Zhou Chen, I've come to understand. Since we will soon be wed, I must face my in-laws regardless of my appearance. I should accompany you outdoors and gauge the opinions of others regarding me. She realized that hiding at home was not a viable solution. Her vision issue would eventually need to be addressed in front of everyone. Rather than waiting for the wedding day, she preferred to venture out and test the waters in advance. Zhou Chen playfully teased her. But what if they do not take a liking to you? And no, if they don't like me, I will just leave. I won't cause trouble for you. Brother Zhou Chen, Su Taotao mumbled, her head lowered in contemplation, her attempts to open the oysters slowing down. Zhou Chen burst into laughter, quickly pinching her cheek and reassuring her, "Worry not, Tao Tao, I shall protect you. As long as your man possesses strength, none shall dare to mistreat you." Have you heard this saying? Once you become formidable, friends will surround you. In essence, if he wished to shield his wife from grievances, he must first cultivate his own strength. In youth, others would regard him through the lens of his father's status, but as he matured, perceptions would shift to focus on his own identity and family. Indeed, it shall come to pass. Zhou Chen mused to himself. Chapter 68, Negotiating the purchase of a boat. Subsequently, Zhou Chen and Su Taotao opened the remaining oysters, regrettably finding that none contained pearls. However, the meat was plentiful, filling nearly half a bucket, which could be sold to a deal. Including the ones harvested on the deserted island, they had a total of 5 oysters. Deciding to keep 2 and sell 3, Zhou Chen felt a pang of reluctance to part with them. The recent economic reforms had only just begun, and financial conditions were still limited. He speculated that if he waited a while longer, the pearls might appreciate in value. Yet, he had also heard that pearls have a lifespan, and if stored for too long, they could lose their luster and value. With pressing financial needs, he decided to sell them. With the money in hand, Zhou Chen's thoughts began to turn towards purchasing a boat. His ideas were met with support from his wife, and together they squatted on the dock, meticulously calculating their finances. He had a little over 160 yuan left from his previous transactions, totaling 484 yuan. A second-hand wooden boat, the kind that could be rowed, would cost around 200 yuan, but such a vessel was unsuitable for venturing far into the sea, making the purchase unnecessary. Su Taotao also opposed this idea, deeming such a boat perilous, as a single wave could capsize it. However, a medium-sized boat equipped with a diesel engine and a freshwater compartment would cost approximately 450 yuan, while the larger vessel owned by his father would set him back 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, a sum far beyond consideration. As Zhou Chen pondered these matters, a headache began to brew. He had previously boasted about acquiring a reliable boat, but it seemed that such dreams were premature. Essential purchases took precedence, and acquiring an engine-equipped boat was the priority. He was relieved he hadn't hastily declared his ambitions, realizing that money was hard-earned and not easily spent. At that moment, he truly felt the weight of life's challenges and the hardships endured by his parents. Sighing, he calculated that purchasing 80 traps and a drag net would require around 500 yuan, depleting nearly all his recent earnings. The thought of emptying his savings left him feeling hollow, as if something vital was slipping away. Reflecting on the calendar, he noted that today was the date, with just over 10 days remaining until his wedding. According to his mother, the auspicious date was set for 10 days hence. Zhou Chen held on to the belief that with his luck, he would soon recoup his expenses. With a boat, he might even earn enough in that brief time to afford the reliable vessel he coveted. Originally, he had intended to purchase a reliable boat for Su Taotao. After finalizing his plans, he felt a twinge of guilt. His primary motivation for buying a boat was to prove to the villagers that he had made significant progress, being able to afford a vessel. This would elevate his standing in their eyes and quell any idle gossip. "Oh, who needs a reliable boat?" Su Taotao exclaimed. "Brother Zhou Chen, your kindness is more than enough. A pair of pearl earrings would suffice. I never dared to dream of wearing pearl earrings in my lifetime. Surely, this pair could be exchanged for a bicycle, right?" Zhou Chen estimated that the largest pearl, measuring 7 millimeters, could fetch a substantial sum, though he remained uncertain about its exact value. Regardless, he intended to inquire further. Ideally, he hoped to receive a fair price. Otherwise, he would find himself without resources, lacking a sense of security should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Since the decision has been made, I shall inquire with my friend regarding the purchase of a boat when we embark on our journey tomorrow. We can sell the pearls together, and then we shall go to inspect the vessel. Nestled together in bed, Zhou Chen held Su Taotao close, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. As they dreamt of their future, "First, we shall acquire a boat, save some money, and orchestrate a splendid wedding for the 2 of us. Once your health improves, we can prepare for starting a family. When I have saved enough, we will purchase a larger boat and set sail, and at that moment, we will have an abundance of wealth." Is preparing for pregnancy the same as getting ready to have a child? After hearing so much, Su Taotao was solely intrigued by this query, resting her head on Zhou Chen's arm, her curiosity evident. Indeed, it involves adhering to a routine of early rising and sleeping, maintaining a balanced diet, and committing to regular exercise. "Only when we are healthy can our child be healthy," Zhou Chen replied, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. "All right. Satisfied with his answer, Su Taotao closed her eyes blissfully, her only desire being to bear Zhou Qin's child. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhou Qin casually mentioned that she need not wait for him at noon, before setting off with a bucket of oysters to seek out Adu for some profit. They had decided the previous day to resolve their dining needs on the deserted island, as returning would be an imprudent waste of diesel. Upon arriving at the purchasing point, he was pleased to discover that the bucket of oyster meat had indeed yielded a decent sum for his efforts. Just as he concluded the transaction, Shou Ho and Pang Zi entered, their faces alight with excitement as they exchanged banter, clearly having had a fruitful night. "Ah Chen, you are quicker than us. We were still en route, and yet you arrived before us," they exclaimed. They sold their hefty catch of oysters, and Adu, sitting behind the counter, muttered, "Did you really finish them all? You lot are quite industrious, managing to shuck such a large quantity." "Indeed, we have been diligent," Shou Chen sighed. "You've earned quite a bit. Oh, by the way, the money has come back. Shall I settle the bill? Where's the receipt?" Adu reached for the keys to unlock the drawer behind the counter. "Let us hold off on the payment for now. We still plan to set sail this afternoon. It is unwise to carry cash while at sea. We can settle it when we return," Zhou Qin called out. "Very well, just ensure you exercise caution while at sea. And remember, should you find any treasures, think of me first," Adu shouted after them. "Understood." The three of them waved in unison as they departed. Once they left the purchasing point and arrived at the dock, Shou Ho and Pang Zi eagerly questioned, "Ah Chun, how many oysters did you manage to shuck last night?" "I didn't shuck a single one," Zhou Qin replied leisurely. "Ha ha ha, I managed to shuck one, and so did Shou Ho," Pang Zi exclaimed, clapping his thigh in excitement. Yet Zhou Chun continued nonchalantly, "I didn't shuck any, but my wife managed to shuck three." "Three? Your wife has such good fortune." Shou Ho gasped in astonishment. "Are you doing this on purpose? You made me happy for nothing just now." "What do you mean by on purpose? Seeing that I couldn't open any pearls, what is there to be happy about? Don't you wish your brother was doing well?" Zhou Qin kicked the chubby one who was mocking him. "Hiki, how could I? I merely wished to tease you a little." The chubby one rubbed his backside and, with exaggerated flair, added, "After all, we relied on your good fortune to open a few pearls, didn't we, my dear brother Aiken? Get lost. You're making me feel ill." Both Zhou Qin and the skinny monkey simultaneously kicked the chubby one off the bench. The trio waited for a while longer until they spotted a familiar figure in the distance, an honest, simple-looking man carrying a bucket and a sack. It was Ah Ping, who had hurried over. "You all arrived quite early. This morning, I accompanied my father to feed the blue crabs in the pond, and then helped him sell some loaches, which took quite a bit of time," Ah Ping said, jumping onto the boat with an apologetic smile. "I didn't keep you waiting long. It was just a few words." Shou Qin replied, "Indeed, there are benches here. Please sit, Ah Ping." The skinny monkey, especially enthusiastic, quickly stood up to offer his seat to Ah Ping, welcoming him warmly. With everyone gathered, Zhou Qin took charge of the boat, while the skinny monkey refrained from rowing. Zhou Qin was fortunate. One never knows what good fortune might come from steering the boat. As he piloted the vessel, the skinny monkey and the chubby one animatedly recounted the events of the previous day's oyster opening and whale hunting to Ah Ping. Captivated, Ah Ping listened intently and, upon learning that they had both found pearls, he became eager, exclaiming, "Good thing I came today. Otherwise, I would have missed out. I, too, shall open a few pearls to serve as a dowry for my sister." "A dowry sounds splendid," the skinny monkey grinned. "I also intend to gather more to use as betrothal gifts." Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Zhou Qin casually inquired whether they intended to sell their pearls. To which both responded affirmatively, planning to keep one and sell the other. "Then let us go sell them together. If we have more to sell, perhaps the boss will raise the price. By the way, do you know how much these pearls are worth each?" Zhou Qin asked, still casually. Chapter 69, An Incident with Trawling? I inquired with my wife about the pearls she had seen recently at the jewelry store in town. The purchase price for pearls such as ours might be around 60 or 70, but the larger pair you opened yesterday could fetch over 100. "So expensive?" Zhou Qin exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed that a single pearl would only cost a few dozen. Currently, he possessed 5, even if he sold 3. 2 of the larger ones would still amount to over 200. The anxiety he felt about spending all his savings on a boat was momentarily alleviated. Once he acquired the vessel and ventured out to sea, he might indeed be able to gather enough funds to buy a sewing machine as well. After all, that was a necessity, and it would save him the trouble of borrowing one from others to make clothes. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them, and they could uncover more pearls. The portly man, in high spirits, looked up to find Zhou Qin smiling, prompting him to ask, "Ah Chen, what are you thinking? You seem so joyful." I'm not contemplating much, just planning to order a boat today. The three of them were taken aback. Zhou Chun was buying a boat. Are you joking? You're not going to follow your father on the boat anymore? The portly man and the lean monkey gazed at Zhou Chun with astonishment. Indeed. Chengu, why do you wish to buy a boat? Isn't it better to accompany Uncle Zhou? Ping expressed his confusion. Wasn't I doing that before? I hesitated about whether to purchase one, but upon hearing how much the pearls could sell for, I made up my mind. Do not be so surprised. It is not a large ship like my father's, but a 6 or 7 meter boat similar to your uncle's, equipped with a diesel engine, Zhou Chun clarified. Is that so? Are you truly astonished? Yes, I am genuinely surprised. Here we are, the three of us living our lives comfortably, and suddenly you've married and changed your ways. Now you can afford a boat. When you receive the vessel, the villagers will surely praise your success, the portly man said, leaning against the boat with a grin. The lean monkey sighed as he steered the boat, saying, I don't have enough money, and I don't intend to buy a boat either. When my father returns from sea in a couple of months, I will give him the money I've saved, and we will consider purchasing a larger vessel together. Zhou Chun nodded. You shouldn't buy a boat. It's not cost-effective. Your family is well off. And your father has earned quite a bit from operating large ships over the years. You are the only son, and eventually, everything will belong to you. My situation is different. My father has to support 2 children, which places immense pressure on him. That's why I'm thinking of buying a boat to operate on my own. Indeed, that makes sense. Chen, you are quite sensible. Some brothers fight tooth and nail over their family's large ship, but your family dynamics are different. You all get along well. Haha, I'm the only child. And I relish the freedom that brings. Initially, his parents could only have one child due to work at the meat processing plant, which explained the portly man's comfortable lifestyle. Ping then added, Chengu, you must call me when you launch the boat. I'll buy firecrackers and a big red embroidered ball. Can you afford that all by yourself? The three of us can simply split it evenly to celebrate for Chen, suggested Fatty eagerly. Indeed. We can manage the finances between the three of us. Chen, do you have any objections? No, I shall not be overly particular. You may cover the expenses. We can all share in the joy. By the way, why not come to my house for dinner that night? It would be delightful for us brothers to gather and enjoy each other's company. It has been quite some time since we dined together. That sounds splendid. We shall bring our own utensils, replied the others. Chen's place boasts a luxurious seaside view. We can dine while gazing at the ocean, but we mustn't arrive too late, for there are no electric lights there. We can bring headlamps along. Dining by headlamp would certainly be a novel experience. Fatty and Slim Monkey exchanged playful banter, while Ping simply smiled, as he often preferred to listen rather than speak. As they approached the deserted island, Fatty craned his neck to survey the surroundings and lamented, alas, the whales have departed. It is indeed fortunate to encounter them even once. What more do you wish for? Chen shot Fatty an incredulous glance. One must always harbor dreams. The tide hasn't receded significantly. Shall we cast a few nets? Fatty muttered, then turned to propose, all right, let us cast a net. After all, lounging in the sun is rather unproductive. I wish I had brought a deck of cards for us to play. Enough of the sunbathing and card playing. Let us work instead. I shall take the first net, Chen declared, preparing the net with ease and casting it into the water. This time, his throw was even better than the last, yet when they pulled it in, disappointment washed over them as they found only a few worthless fish, mostly foolish fish and some bluegill, which were hardly worth a few cents per pound. They sorted through the catch, tossing the larger fish into the live well and discarding the rest. Yesterday, you were quite lucky. Let me try. Fatty cast his second net, but it yielded even less than Chen's catch. Your luck appears to be worse, Chen remarked, initially believing his fortune had run out. It turned out that catching so many foolish fish had been a blessing from the sea goddess, lifting his spirits considerably. Next, Slim Monkey and Ping took their turns. Yet they too returned empty-handed, their meager haul leaving them disheartened, especially after having tasted success the day before. Unable to contain himself, Slim Monkey suggested, shall we try dragging a net? Hand casting only captures fish when they gather. Dragging the net could yield a greater catch. Did you discuss using your uncle's drag net when you rented the boat? Chen inquired. I did, but I initially intended to use it yesterday. However, since the fish were gathering, hand casting seemed more suitable, so I didn't. Now that the tide hasn't receded, let's drag a net in this vicinity, Slim Monkey urged. Very well, let's proceed with dragging a net, Chen agreed. The group checked their nets before lowering the drag net into the water, with Chen taking the helm. While the others believed his luck would continue to shine, As the vessel navigated the waters, the weighted fishing net plunged into the sea with a resounding splash, swiftly sinking beneath the surface. The net, designed with varying mesh sizes, primarily aimed to capture the fish and crabs dwelling below. When the time came to haul in the net, it would gradually tighten, culminating in the densest layer forming a large sphere to be retrieved. Zhou Chen, in a buoyant mood, circled the vicinity in his boat, and as the moment approached, he began the process of retrieval. Here, a roller was available for lifting the net, which would significantly ease the effort required. However, the boat lacked a crane, and thus the task relied solely on human strength. A few men shouted in unison, straining to pull the net, but scarcely had they begun when Zhou Chen suddenly felt the engine lurch violently, as if the net had snagged an immense object. The boat trembled ominously, even seeming to retreat. Goodness! I nearly toppled overboard. What on earth? My face almost struck the gunwale. The three portly men, grappling with the net, were likewise thrown off balance by the abrupt sway, landing clumsily on the deck, cursing in disarray. I have no idea. Could the net be caught on the bottom? Fearing damage to the engine, Zhou Chen promptly shut it off. If the net had indeed snagged, it would pose a considerable dilemma. One must hope it remained intact, for a dragging net was no trifling expense. For a moment, the mood among the crew soured. What misfortune? I shall dive in to investigate. Wait for me. The irate thin monkey removed his shoes and shirt, leaping into the water with a splash. Yet, within mere seconds, he surfaced in a frenzied panic, exclaiming, "Help! Quickly! Pull me up! Hurry!" Chapter 70, Encountering the Fish Beneath the Starry Sky. What on earth is happening? Hurry! Pull me up! The thin monkey flailed in panic, his face drained of color. What nonsense is this? Is there a shark? With a swift kick, and hurried over to assist the thin monkey, pulling him from the water with a splash, dragging him onto the boat. Oh my! Cough, cough. You talk too much. Cough. Upon reaching the deck, the thin monkey gasped for breath, clearly shaken, lying on the deck with his chest heaving violently, only to sit up again and choke out several mouthfuls of water. The plump companion finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His face contorted in concern as he patted the thin monkey's back. I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate it would be this dire. You swim so well. How could you go under and not hold your breath? Enough with the chatter. Did you start the engine? The thin monkey suddenly recalled something, his anxiety palpable as he turned to. It's turned off. Damn. Hearing that the engine was off, the thin monkey exhaled in relief, flopping back onto the deck, gasping for air once more. What exactly transpired? Even the usually reticent could not contain his curiosity. I saw a massive fish. Its mouth could swallow half our boat. Just now, I witnessed this creature with its gaping maw devouring our net. It was like a tornado, pulling the fish right out of the mesh, feasting with abandon. The moment I dove in, I was so startled that I instinctively opened my mouth and ended up swallowing a mouthful of water. The thin monkey was evidently rattled. This explained why the boat had suddenly lurched backward. With such a giant pulling at the net, there was no way they could move. Are you seeing things? A mouth that could swallow half our boat? Could it be that whale we encountered yesterday? The plump companion was bewildered. It wasn't a whale. I'd bet my life on it. It was definitely not a whale. How could I not recognize a whale? This creature was flat and wide, black with numerous white spots on its back, resembling stars. I swear, I was almost scared to death. That fish glanced at me. And if and had T pulled me up quickly, I might have ended up in its mouth, becoming its meal. Is that really so exaggerated? The plump one remained somewhat skeptical. Listening to the thin monkey's description, blinked. Could it be a whale shark? The white spots on its back are indeed a distinctive feature of the whale shark, often referred to as the fish that carries the galaxy upon its back. If I recall correctly, these creatures can live for 60 to 70 years and grow to a length of 20 meters. To put that into perspective, imagine looking up at the 6th floor of a high-rise building. Indeed, a fish of such immense size staring directly at you in the ocean would invoke a primal fear in any human. It's no wonder the thin monkey was so utterly terrified. Previously, he had heard tales of whale sharks consuming fishing nets. But who could have anticipated that such a rare occurrence would happen to him? What is a whale shark, anyway? Is it some creature born from the union of a whale and a shark? Several individuals turned their gaze toward Zhou Chen. Just as he was about to clarify, the boat suddenly emitted a heavy creaking sound, and the rear net was yanked violently, causing the stern to dip slightly, splashing water everywhere. Damn, it's eating fish again. Move towards the bow to balance the weight. Zhou Chen decisively called for the others to shift to the front of the boat. I hope the boat won't capsize. The thin monkey wore a pained expression. He could bear the loss of a net, but if the boat sank, it would truly break his heart. Fortunately, The worst did not occur. The whale shark merely tugged once and the boat regained its equilibrium. Suddenly, they heard a rushing sound from beneath the water. With bated breath, they peered over the side. An astonishing sight unfolded before them. Beneath the azure surface, white points of light began to shimmer, becoming increasingly distinct under the sun's rays, soon revealing an immensely broad and massive black back rising from the seabed. They gripped the boat's edge tightly, fear rendering them mute, their hearts racing in unison. As this magnificent black back adorned with white spots grew larger and clearer, they beheld an extraordinarily enormous fish gliding slowly beneath their vessel, its length twice that of their 6 to 7 meter long boat. With a flick of its tail, it sent waves crashing, causing the boat to sway violently while emitting creaking noises. And the fishing net was yanked down several meters. "It's over. The net is surely ruined." The thin monkey gritted his teeth, feeling utterly dejected. A single fishing net costs dozens of dollars. You want to bear the cost alone. Ah Ping is new, so let the three of us split the bill. The stout fellow was rather magnanimous. "No, I'll chip in too," Ah Ping interjected, shaking his head. "Let us not fret. We haven't pulled the net up yet. After this giant leaves, we'll assess the situation." The thin monkey felt touched. His brothers were truly valiant. Seeing that the whale shark seemed to have had its fill, Zhou Chen boldly approached the bow. Sure enough, he witnessed the whale shark contentedly flicking its tail as it swam away, perhaps satiated from its buffet. After swimming a distance, it leapt out of the water, exuberantly splashing the surface. The sight of such a colossal creature left the thin monkey and his companions momentarily speechless. Zhou Chen had only ever seen this giant in documentaries. Witnessing it in reality was an entirely different experience. Only by observing it firsthand could one truly appreciate the marvels of nature and the awe this behemoth instilled. Once he confirmed the whale shark had drifted far away, Zhou Chen called out, urging the others to pull the net back up. Indeed, they found a large gash in the net, and as they hoisted it, several fish tumbled out, splashing back into the sea. Hurry, hurry, salvage as much as we can." Zhou Chen felt a pang of regret. Initially, the catch from this net was quite promising, only to be mostly devoured by the whale shark. As they dragged the net ashore and untied the ropes, a cascade of fish and crabs tumbled onto the deck. The thin monkey examined the trawl net and lamented. The innermost net bag was torn significantly, likely costing around 10 yuan to repair. They began to sift through the catch, hoping to find something valuable to offset the cost of the net. Zhou Chen crouched down to collect the fish. "Yes, this is good." The group focused on sorting the fish, discovering an abundance of sand crabs and rock crabs, scientifically known as Portunus pelagicus. With the advancement of the processing industry, these crabs are often transformed into drunken crab claws and spicy crabs. The drunken crab claws you enjoy at KTV are made from this species. Although these crabs are not particularly valuable, their sheer quantity allowed them to quickly gather 4 buckets, potentially fetching a couple of yuan. Zhou Chen pulled out a red carp, small at just 6 taels, but still worth a few yuan. He also found 2 sea breams, swiftly preparing them for bleeding. These fish cannot survive long after being caught, so it is imperative to bleed them quickly to prevent spoilage, or they will sell for a pittance. Ultimately, they organized their haul: 3 large buckets of crabs, 1 red carp, 2 sea breams, a basket of lesser fish, and 2 sunfish, also known as mackerel. They estimated they could sell the lot for around 7 or 8 yuan, which would barely cover the cost of repairing the net. Although factoring in diesel expenses meant they incurred a significant loss, it was still better than losing everything. The thought of having worked hard only to lose a yuan per person cast a shadow over their spirits. Today was surely an inauspicious day for an outing. Yet, such is life by the sea. How often does one set sail without encountering misfortune? Chapter 71. Has the tsunami struck? Let us muster our spirits. Mending the net is far preferable to replacing it entirely. The tide has receded, and we must seize the opportunity to head to the deserted island and recover the losses we incurred this morning, Zhou Chen reassured the group. Indeed, now is not the time to lose heart. If we manage to find some pearls, we can recoup our losses, another added. Absolutely. Just 1 pearl is enough to cover the cost of the net. Let us go. The mere thought of the oyster pearls on the deserted island rekindled a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the lean monkey and the stout fellow. Zhou Chen piloted the boat to the island, and as they did yesterday, they navigated the rocky shore with ease, arriving at the patch of rocks abundant with oysters. There were still vast quantities of oysters left. They had only harvested half yesterday. With the 4 of them working together, they estimated they could finish the larger ones today. Without uttering a word, the 4 of them set to work, diligently prying open the oysters. This time, they opted to take the oysters complete with their shells, saving time and allowing them to gather more. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, noon approached, and the sun's rays grew fierce. The ultraviolet light at the seaside was relentless. While their legs remained cool in the sea, their backs burned under the scorching sun. The four of them returned to the boat to retrieve the straw hats they had prepared, occasionally submerging themselves in the sea to relieve the oppressive heat. Gathering shellfish is akin to labor. While those from the inland regions may find it amusing, it is the coastal dwellers who truly understand the toil involved. Any endeavor that yields income is seldom devoid of hardship. As the sun reached its zenith and the tide began to rise, they made their way back to the beach. Each of them had filled 2 large sacks with oysters, and having worked tirelessly, their stomachs rumbled in protest. "Let us hurry and start a fire to cook," they urged. "Fatty, didn't you bring a pot?" "Indeed, I also brought some seasoning. There are miscellaneous fish on the boat. We can fry them in oil and prepare a seaweed and oyster soup with the fresh seaweed I gathered earlier," the stout fellow replied. Descending from the boat with the pot and a bundle of spices, the lean monkey carried over a basket of miscellaneous fish to clean and gut, while Ah Ping, without needing instruction, ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood. The four of them had cooked outdoors countless times, and this unspoken understanding was evident. The stout fellow took charge of the cooking. His passion for culinary endeavors was what led him to open a restaurant in later years. With him at the helm of the kitchen, the others felt at ease. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen wandered along the beach and stumbled upon a peculiar red fish. Measuring nearly half a meter in length, with an elongated snout that accounted for a quarter of its body. "A pipefish?" Zhou Chen mused, picking up the vibrant creature. In the north, this fish is referred to as a whipfish due to its resemblance to a riding crop, not to be misconstrued. The fish was still alive, making it perfect for sashimi. Despite its striking red hue, the flesh was white and exceptionally delicate when prepared as sashimi. He returned to the group, and upon seeing the pipefish Zhou Chen had collected, the stout fellow and the others expressed their delight. "What a delightful scene! The pan sizzles with fish and crab, and I have just the right fish to slice and savor with some fish sauce." The portly fellow takes the fish and skillfully cuts it into pieces. Once the meal is prepared, the lean monkey magically produces a bottle of rice wine and several glasses from the barrel. Surprise. "I've been holding on to this bottle for ages, just waiting to delight everyone." The portly man's eyes light up. Indeed, having rice wine to accompany the fish and crab is perfect. Although Zhou Chen is trying to quit smoking, he does not shy away from alcohol. After all, every man should have his pleasures. He too feels that enjoying shrimp and crab without a drink is rather dull, and it would be improper for a gathering of brothers to lack wine. Moreover, the rice wine has a low alcohol content. 4 of them could share a bottle without becoming inebriated, merely enhancing the jovial atmosphere. He picks up some fish with his chopsticks, exclaiming, "You know the fish head is the best part. The first piece should be offered to the elder. Do you understand the concept of respecting your elders?" "What's that?" "Grandson, get lost. I'm your father. Shouldn't he, the son, serve the first piece of meat to his father?" The banter continues, laughter echoing among them. Zhou Chen watches with a smile, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Such rare and carefree joy. Alas, in the future, after leaving Bailing Island, when they reunite, the table will be laden with dishes far more exquisite than this, yet the atmosphere they share now will be irreplaceable. Like many of his peers, he will be consumed by the responsibilities of adulthood and those fleeting moments of youth. Running to class, a playful nudge, a shared laugh, will become cherished memories. Eternally unreachable glimmers of the past. Truly, it is not like the carefree days of youth. Zhou Chen raises his wine glass. "Come, let us toast. Cheers. Wishing us great fortune and safe voyages." The glasses clink together, and at that moment, the waves crash against the rocks, sending forth a cascade of droplets, each reflecting their joyful faces. After feasting and drinking, the 4 of them recline on the beach, legs crossed, engaging in light-hearted conversations, waiting for the tide to recede so they can hunt for sea treasures. However, the portly one soon drifts into slumber, and Ah Ping, too, falls silent upon a glance. Zhou Chen realizes he has passed out from the drink. He hardly consumes alcohol and is easily affected. Who would have thought a few cups of rice wine would render him unconscious? "I can't hold on any longer either." The lean monkey rolls over, clutching a fallen coconut as if it were his beloved. Zhou Chen yawns, succumbing to fatigue, and soon drifts off as well. After an unknown duration, Zhou Chen feels a tickling sensation on his leg and awakens to find a sand crab pinching at his leg hair. He stands up and kicks the crab away. Noticing the tide retreating in the distance, it must be around 3 in the afternoon. Just as he prepares to rouse the others to check for sea urchins at the reef, he suddenly hears a distant sound from the sea. A splashing that catches his attention. It was as if thousands of fish were wildly swimming about, splashing against the surface of the water, creating a cacophony of sound. Accompanied by a surge of tide, the resounding roar of water echoed, as countless delicate silver glimmers mingled with the tide, rushing towards the shore. Zhou Qin was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding scene. He hastily stepped back. In that moment, chaos erupted around the beach. A multitude of seabirds soared toward them, emitting raucous cries as they circled above. Below, the shimmering lights in the tide intensified, growing ever more numerous, and the sounds of splashing water became increasingly thunderous, akin to the rolling rumble of distant thunder. The clamor of water, the cries of seabirds, and the sound of the agitated sea intertwined, creating a tumultuous symphony. Such a commotion roused the group, startling the lean monkey and his companions from their slumber. "What now? Is that a whale shark chasing after us?" the portly one exclaimed, sitting upright in panic. "Oh no, is the whale shark here to feast upon me? I'm merely a bag of bones, hardly a delicacy." The lean monkey, clutching a coconut, sprang up in fright, his face paling as he shouted in disarray, evidently haunted by the earlier encounter with the whale shark. Subsequently, the trio gazed at the chaotic shoreline, momentarily at a loss. Aping. Aping. Zhou Qin noticed Aping still asleep and hurried over to rouse him. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder if an earthquake or tsunami was about to occur. Chapter 72. The Surrounding Hunt. Upon being awakened, Aping sat up and rubbed his eyes. When he finally grasped the situation, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Goodness, Chenggu, am I dreaming?" "Everyone, step back, as far as you can. I'm afraid there might be a tsunami." Zhou Qin was equally agitated, frantically pondering whether a tsunami had occurred during this period in his past life. But he could not recall anything. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, leading to a tsunami? That seemed utterly ludicrous, didn't it? "Come on, Aping. Stop looking." The slender monkey tugged at the drowsy Aping, filled with anxiety. "Why are we so unfortunate today?" The hefty one, trembling with fear, turned and collapsed onto the ground, struggling to get back up. He cried out, "If there really is a tsunami, aren't we doomed? Don't speak such ominous words. We have the protection of Mazu. Let us move upward." Zhou Qin scolded, hoisting the hefty one's clothing and pulling him to ascend. As he led the group to higher ground on the isolated island, he suddenly heard a series of rising calls from the distant tide. The high-frequency sound waves swelling like a symphony. "What is that sound?" Zhou Qin's eyes widened. One by one, grayish-white dorsal fins broke the surface of the water, accompanied by streams of water spraying from their blowholes. Graceful dolphins leapt from the depths, their smooth, delicate skin glistening under the sun before they swiftly disappeared back beneath the waves. "Dolphins. They are herding fish to hunt. Don't be afraid." Realizing this, Zhou Qin shouted excitedly, quickly reassuring the trembling hefty one to turn around and look. What a false alarm. He couldn't recall any tsunami during this time. Dolphins. The hefty one and the others turned to gaze. With the sharp calls of the dolphins echoing, more and more began to leap from the water, splashing back in with a rhythmic cadence. Through the clear seawater, one could see them swimming gracefully, herding schools of fish towards the shore in an orderly fashion. Indeed, that was quite a fright. I almost thought my hefty frame would be pulled underwater to feed the fish. The hefty one patted his chest, still shaken. "Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many dolphins. They're truly beautiful. I wonder if their meat tastes good." The slender monkey climbed onto a log, shielding his eyes as he gazed towards the beach. "What's wrong? Do you wish to eat dolphin meat? You dare touch such a beautiful and intelligent creature?" Zhou Qin shot a disapproving glance at the slender monkey. Dolphins are remarkably intelligent, akin to the intellect of several-year-old children, even if they were not yet protected. He had no intention of hunting them. "No, I was merely asking. I would rather eat whale shark meat." The slender monkey slid down from the tree. At this moment, the plump fellow eagerly inquired, "Do dolphins always catch fish this way? This is my first time witnessing it. How are they so intelligent? Just like humans. They know how to drive schools of fish." Aping also curiously glanced at Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin endeavored to explain in simple terms. Dolphins are quite clever, comparable to 7- or 8-year-old children. Driving fish into shallow waters is one of their hunting techniques. They herd the fish towards the beach, causing them to become stranded, allowing the dolphins to feast. However, this method can be perilous, as some young dolphins may rush in too forcefully and risk stranding themselves. As Zhou Qin spoke, the school of fish had already been driven to the shallow waters, many of them unable to swim. The dolphins swiftly flicked their tails and surged forward, opening their mouths wide to devour large quantities of fish, then swishing their tails to return to deeper waters. Seeing no immediate danger, Zhou Chun and the others descended the beach to observe the dolphins hunting. The fish that had been herded onto the sand were predominantly mullet, a relatively valuable fish, especially the females, which could be transformed into the renowned delicacy known as mullet roe in Taiwan, a culinary treasure often hailed as one of the world's three great delicacies. After a quarter of an hour, the dolphins had satiated their hunger and began to swim back, leaving behind numerous shimmering mullet floundering on the beach. Unable to return to the sea, suddenly, a daring seagull landed on the shore and started pecking at the remnants of the mullet. Some seagulls pecked at the bellies of the mullet, causing glistening orange roe to spill out. Goodness, what are we waiting for? We can also seize the leftover fish from the dolphins. Aren't mullet quite valuable? Hurry, before the seagulls consume them all. Realizing the opportunity, Zhou Chun promptly urged his companions. Get up, let us collect the fish. Oh right, they exclaimed, having been mesmerized by the scene. This is a windfall. All these fish are ours. They hurried to retrieve burlap sacks, excitedly estimating that there were several hundred pounds of fish left. This is money. We're going to be rich. The plump fellow's face flushed with excitement. A Ping, having already understood the situation, had gone for the sacks as Zhou Chun called out. By the time they reached the beach, A Ping had returned with a substantial pile of burlap sacks. Each person took one and began gathering the mullet. The fish, each weighing 1 to 2 pounds, were quite substantial. Having been herded by the dolphins for some time and left stranded and oxygen-deprived, they had little strength left. Making it feel as if they were picking up money, each one tossed effortlessly into the sack. Ha ha ha, there are so many. We're going to be rich, they exclaimed. It's impossible for me to be this lucky. The grinning faces of the slim monkey and the plump fellow stretched from ear to ear. Less chatter, keep picking, Zhou Chun urged. The slim monkey mumbled, I'm already fast enough. I've filled half a sack already, probably more than anyone else. Suddenly, he noticed A Ping, who was using both hands to gather fish, outpacing them all. The swift hands of A Ping were astonishing. Hurry, we must not fall behind. Despite the fatigue weighing on their arms, the group was invigorated, as if fueled by an adrenaline rush, occasionally hurling stones at the gluttonous seagulls to drive them away. At that moment, Zhou Chun wished fervently for an extra pair of hands. Ultimately, each of them collected a large sack brimming with fish, likely weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Haha. The four of them, panting heavily, collapsed onto the beach, exchanging glances at each other's sweat-drenched faces. And in a moment of shared understanding, they all broke into radiant smiles, grinning widely. Exhausted, I need to catch my breath. Let me rest for a moment. As Zhou Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, he suddenly noticed that the group of dolphins had not departed. Instead, they were swimming deeper, occasionally emitting sounds. Huh? The dolphins haven't left? Zhou Chun was taken aback. Indeed, it seemed so. The thin monkey cast a glance and remarked in surprise. Could it be they are upset that we've taken their fish and are waiting for us here? How could that be? Zhou Chun responded, scanning the beach, when he suddenly spotted a dolphin stranded in the distance, thrashing its tail, yet unable to return to the water. They had been so preoccupied with collecting fish that they had failed to notice it. Let's go take a look. Owing this group of dolphins such a significant favor, Zhou Chun resolved to lend a helping hand. However, the thin monkey, filled with trepidation, cautioned, perhaps we should refrain. With such a long snout, what if it bites you? Indeed, with such a large dolphin, it was quite fierce while feeding. Who knows if it could bite? The stout one expressed his concern. Chapter 73. The dolphin's gratitude. Fear not, for I recall that dolphins are generally gentle creatures. Moreover, given its current state of stranding, even if it wished to bite, it would be unable to reach me. Zhou Chun approached cautiously. The stranded dolphin was relatively small, likely a newly matured specimen. Upon noticing Zhou Chun's presence, it lay in the water, emitting a faint, plaintive cry. Do not be afraid. I am here to assist you. Regardless of whether the dolphin could comprehend his words, Zhou Chun spoke gently before moving to the creature's rear. He began to excavate the sand, redirecting nearby water towards it, allowing the majority of its body to be submerged. Seeing that Zhou Chun bore no hostility, the dolphin merely flicked its tail slightly, ceasing its struggles. Particularly upon realizing that Zhou Chun was aiding it, it emitted a joyful sound and nudged its head toward him. Everything will be all right. It won't bite. Ah Ping, Shou Ho, come lend a hand. I cannot manage this alone. Observing that the dolphin showed no intent to resist, Zhou Chun called out to his companions on the shore. Understood. Ah Ping and the others hurried over. Ah Ping, spread the burlap sack here. Once I have cleared the sand, Show Ho and I will help the dolphin to the sack, and the four of us can lift it by the corners and carry it into deeper waters, ensuring it remains unscathed. Zhou Chun provided a succinct plan, having previously observed a similar method employed in rescuing stranded dolphins. You're quite resourceful, Ah Chun. Had it been me, I would have likely dragged it by its tail. Show Ho chuckled. As if it understood their conversation, the dolphin suddenly spouted a jet of water from its blowhole, drenching Show Ho from head to toe. Hey, I extend my kindness, and you repay me with a splash, Show Ho exclaimed, hastily rinsing his face with seawater, utterly dismayed at being splattered by a fish. Enough chatter. You and Ah Ping pour water over the dolphin to keep its skin from drying out. Meanwhile, Fatty and I will dig swiftly. Zhou Chen and Fatty exerted themselves in their excavation efforts. After considerable toil, they successfully created a deep pit and laid down the burlap sack. They then cautiously guided the dolphin towards the sack until it rested upon it, at which point the dolphin smartly ceased its tail movements. How astute this creature is. It recognizes our intent to rescue it, and has come to a halt upon the sack, Show Ho remarked with delight. I have heard from my mother that dolphins are the most intelligent of the sea creatures. Some dolphins even rescue drowning children, Fatty added cheerfully. He then turned to the dolphin, saying, Dear dolphin, if I ever find myself in the sea, you must come to my aid. Remember, my name is Li Yaowang. Get lost. With your bulk, a dolphin wouldn't be able to rescue you. Only a whale shark could manage that, Show Ho retorted, rolling his eyes. Enough of that. We will surely incur Ah Chen's wrath if we continue. You should head over there and grasp the other corner of the sack. Noticing Zhou Chen's glare, Fatty quickly directed Show Ho to the opposite side. At least you both have some awareness. Are you ready to lift? We're ready. Come on, 1, 2, 3, let's go. The four of them struggled to lift the dolphin, their faces flushed with exertion. Fortunately, this dolphin was smaller. Had it been an adult, transporting it such a distance would have been quite the challenge. Zhou Chun and Ah Ping led the way, carrying the burlap sack, while the plump one and the lean monkey followed behind, grumbling as they walked. Damn, it looks small, but why is it so heavy? It must weigh more than I do. How did this dolphin even grow like this? It's all lean meat, unlike you, filled with excess fat and useless weight. There is no need to lift it too high. We can just drag it along the beach. The sack will cushion it, so it won't get hurt. And you too. Stop chatting for a moment. Does it really hurt your hearts not to bicker? Let's move. Zhou Chen glanced at Ah Ping, who was gritting his teeth and straining against the burlap sack. Unlike the two chatty ones, Ah Ping was silent when it came to labor. All right, let's go. The four of them, dragging and pulling, covered over 10 meters before finally reaching the deeper water. As the water level rose, the dolphin began to flick its tail, and before the four could loosen their hold on the sack, it swam away. Oh man, I'm exhausted. I've already pried open half a dozen oysters and collected half a fish. My arms feel like jelly. Now carrying this dolphin, I might as well eat with shaking hands later. The plump one lamented first. Who isn't? But at least we did a good deed by helping Zhou Chen, remarked the lean monkey, stretching his shoulders. Zhou Chen scoffed. Come on, I've always been kind-hearted. How else do you think I've been so lucky? Good deeds lead to good fortune. True enough, doing good is never a mistake. The lean monkey and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they noticed several dolphins leaping from the water, emitting high-pitched sounds as if to express their gratitude. The dolphin that had swum away returned, gently nudging its head against a few of them, surprising them all. Such intelligence. The plump one, who had just been complaining, affectionately patted the head of the rescued dolphin, a look of fulfillment on his face. Let me touch it too. The lean monkey hurried over, but the dolphin flicked its tail and splashed water all over him, leaving him utterly embarrassed. That's what you get for talking about it earlier. It seems to have remembered. The plump one chuckled, reveling in his friend's misfortune. Let us head back. We can't leave it stranded any longer. Come on, we need to return. Zhou Chen waved goodbye to the dolphin, then led his friends back to shore. They tidied up their belongings and wrung out their wet clothes, preparing to board their boat. At that moment, the distant surface of the water suddenly erupted with a cacophony, as a pod of dolphins energetically herded a school of fish towards the shore. Under their organized assault, the fish were driven ashore in a tumultuous frenzy. What could this mean? Had they not satisfied their hunger moments ago? Why were they now guiding another school of fish? The stout man, still holding his clothes, found himself momentarily bewildered. Yet, after driving the fish to the shore, the dolphins returned to the depths, exhibiting no intent to feast. Instead, they leapt joyfully from the water, emitting cheerful calls towards the onlookers. No, this was an act of gratitude. They had witnessed our earlier efforts in gathering fish and had chosen to present us with another bounty. Quick, go collect. Zhou Qin was the first to react, shouting in excitement. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise after rescuing the dolphins. This time, the dolphins had ushered in a larger school of mullet, even more abundant than before. Why wait any longer? Thank you, dear dolphins. We shall not be polite. The stout man exclaimed, rushing to find sacks. Let us go. I knew our earlier labor would not be in vain. Ah, Qin is right. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Soon, the group rushed to the beach, frantically gathering the fish until the tide began to rise, forcing them to leave reluctantly. In the end, each of them had collected 2 sacks full of mullet, with each person amassing a weight of 1 to 200 pounds. Chapter 74, The Secret Recipe of the Portly Man. By now, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The 4 of them returned to the boat to inspect their haul, 2 bags of oysters and 2 bags of black mullet each, a splendid bounty indeed. Joy radiated from their faces, dispelling the morning's gloom. Initially, they had intended to check if there were any sea urchins at the snapper spot, but fatigue overwhelmed them. Having recently feasted on sea urchins, they were not inclined to indulge again, opting instead to return home. First, they planned to sell the crabs and fish, assessing whether it would be enough to cover the cost of repairing the dragnet. If it fell short, each of them would contribute a little more. Furthermore, they decided to set aside some funds for the lean monkey to purchase provisions for his uncle's family. They felt a sense of obligation since they had used 2 of their boats, one of which had been damaged during their excursion. As Zhou Qin piloted the boat, he contemplated their plans. That makes sense. Let us buy some canned goods, rice cakes, and cigarettes to bring along. We've all earned quite a bit. A little extra contribution from each of us won't hurt. The portly man nodded in agreement. I still have some earth dragons left unsold. I can bring one along. A ping chimed in. Then you needn't contribute any money. Just bring 1 earth dragon. They are quite expensive, and my aunt would surely be delighted to see it, especially since she just became pregnant. The lean monkey chuckled. Ah, no wonder your uncle's family has been out to sea lately. When did that happen? The portly man and the others turned their attention to the lean monkey. The first child was a girl. 5 years passed before they were permitted another child. After consulting with a doctor, they learned that this time, the probability of having a boy is quite high. Thus, my uncle took my aunt to the county hospital for a thorough checkup to ensure everything was in order. Childbirth regulations are stringent nowadays. After having a daughter, families are allowed to have another child only after 5 years. In coastal communities, families often prefer boys, as they possess greater strength and can assist in fishing. According to local customs, women are not allowed on the boats, both for convenience and personal matters and due to the physical demands of fishing. Speaking of which, the portly man interjected, when will your wife start showing signs? We're all eagerly awaiting a celebration. Ah Qin, you just got married. If your wife becomes pregnant soon, you might just burst with excitement. You need to act swiftly. The lean monkey pressed on. A ping added, indeed, when the time comes. I want to sell my large earth dragon. It will be prioritized for my sister-in-law's health. The portly man cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed. I sense it is imminent. After consuming earth dragon and oysters recently, and having heard about the secret recipe, I believe this time it will surely succeed. In a couple of days, we shall see if my sister-in-law experiences any developments. What secret recipe? Even Zhou Qin was intrigued. Ahem. I heard that one must engage at least 9 times in a night. The more times, the higher the probability. I certainly put in a great effort over the past few nights. Wow, you're impressive. The others unanimously gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Qin was utterly elated. No, this secret recipe does hold some merit. After all, there are only overworked oxen, not overfarmed fields. He chuckled. Let us move on. I feel a bit embarrassed. If my wife truly is expecting in a couple of months, I shall host a gathering for everyone to celebrate. That would be splendid. Once Qin launches his boat, we shall feast together again, someone remarked with a grin, relishing the thought of a hearty meal. The group engaged in idle chatter for a while, and soon they arrived at the dock. The onlookers at the dock were taken aback to see several individuals laboriously carrying large sacks and baskets towards Du's direction. Among them, Zhang Mingfei, who had just finished unloading his goods, could not help but feel a twinge of envy as he noticed Zhou Qin and his companions returning with bountiful catches. What exactly are they carrying? People from the purchasing point instinctively wondered aloud, standing at the entrance. Make way, make way. You can ask questions later. These sacks weigh over 100 pounds each. Zhou Qin and his companions grumbled as they pushed through the crowd. It was truly exasperating, seeing them exhausted yet not offering assistance, instead obstructing the path with their inquiries. Adu, who had been busy calculating figures, hurried over upon noticing Zhou Qin and his friend's imposing demeanor. "Ah Qin, what treasures have you managed to procure this time? Look for yourself. Is there any tea?" Zhou Qin replied. "Yes, help yourself. I'm off to inspect the fish." Upon hastily opening the sacks, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "What enormous mullet! Where did you catch these? Did you use your uncle's dragnet?" "Hee, the dolphins assisted us in the catch." The thin monkey took a sip from the teapot, then dashed over to stand on a chair, excitedly recounting the day's events. "Well, how come you seem to stumble upon all the good fortune? Just yesterday, I heard you were chasing whales, and now you're rescuing dolphins. Are dolphins truly so empathetic? I suppose from now on, I must regard them with reverence. Indeed, who knows, perhaps we shall encounter dolphins expressing their gratitude someday." Zhang Mingfei, who had been trailing behind out of curiosity, wore an expression of profound discontent upon hearing the thin monkey's tale. Why did these fellows possess such extraordinary luck? He had also gathered some fine goods today, hoping to shine brightly, but now felt utterly deflated. Feeling embarrassed, he decided against selling his catch at Adu's place and left quietly to sell to Akai instead. Adu settled the accounts with the group. Currently, mullet is out of season, as they only have a significant amount of roe in autumn. Therefore, the price for female fish is not too high, at 35 cents per pound, while the male fish is 20 cents. Additionally, we will account for the crabs and the red fruit carp separately, correct? Indeed. For these crabs, red fruit carp, and assorted fish, the total amounts to $7. Now, please assist me in weighing the mullet, as that will constitute the bulk of our earnings. Although it was not enough to cover the cost of the dragnet, selling such a quantity was still commendable. After weighing everything, A Ping had the most, with 200 pounds. Zhou Qin followed with 180 pounds, the thin monkey with over 170 pounds, and the stout fellow with the least at just over 150 pounds. After meticulously sorting everything, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Fortunately, it would not grow dark until much later in summer. Each person eventually earned around 50, and combined with the previous payments, they were nearing 200 each. Zhou Qin earned the most, a total of 214 yuan, and at the moment he received the money, all the physical toil seemed to vanish into thin air. "Shou Ho, take this money to replenish the internet and, while you're at it, pick up something for your uncle," Zhou Qin said. Upon leaving the purchasing point, Zhou Qin and a few others each contributed 2 yuan for Shou Ho. "All right, I shall not be modest. I will use the extra money to buy some cigarettes," Shou Ho joked. A Ping intended to hand over more money, but Shou Ho declined, insisting that A Ping was too honest. When they finally received their earnings, the 4 of them felt their arms aching intensely. They wished to scratch an itch, but found their limbs unresponsive, as if they no longer belonged to them. "Don't call me out to sea tomorrow. I need to rest," the fatty exclaimed, admitting that being industrious for 2 or 3 hours was already a miracle for him. "Count me in. I'm exhausted as well. And besides, I've made plans with Uncle Daqing to catch some mud dragons tomorrow," Shou Ho added. "When did this happen?" "I had no idea," A Ping remarked, surprised. "Well, yesterday I ran into Uncle Daqing on the road, and we made arrangements. He will come along to help with the jumping fish traps. I'm just going for the excitement. Otherwise, I would be lazing around at home," Shou Ho explained somewhat sheepishly. "Oh, I see." A Ping scratched his head, not taking it too seriously, but then added earnestly, "You should learn well from my father about catching mud dragons. Knowledge is never superfluous. Shall we disperse then? We need to take the oysters back first. Since it's still relatively early, I must take my wife to sell pearls and arrange for a boat. How about we meet at the jewelry store later?" Zhou Qin suggested. "Ah, I nearly forgot about the oysters. I can't carry them anymore. You all are fine. But I have to return to the town. Let's wait a bit. Perhaps a tractor will pass by," the fatty lamented. "All right, let's wait. I'm tired too." "It's all your fault, you lazy fatty, just shouting all the time. If I had any energy left, I would definitely kick you. Don't push me to strike you when I'm in a good mood." Chapter 75. A Good Brother's Frenzied Assistance. Soon enough, a tractor arrived. The group paid the fare and headed home together. After Zhou Qin carried 2 sacks of fresh oysters back to his residence, he took a brief respite before sharing the events of the day with Su Taodao, who had been waiting at home. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhou Qin recounted the day's happenings with great care, concerned that the young lady might feel lonely in his absence. He could tell that Su Taodao was eagerly anticipating his return. As he narrated the day's adventures, she would occasionally chuckle or gasp in surprise. which filled Zhou Chun with a sense of accomplishment, particularly when he revealed that he had earned 214 yuan that day, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. Oh, as a man, his vanity was especially gratified at that moment. Once he had rested sufficiently, Zhou Chun contemplated taking Su Taotao out to sell pearls and book a boat. Unfortunately, the cotton fabric for her new outfit had yet to be completed. Otherwise, he would have loved to see her donned in fresh attire. "Let me wash my face and tidy my hair," Su Taotao said, setting aside her bamboo basket. She washed her face and combed her hair, the faint scent of soap lingering in her tresses from her morning wash. For her first outing, she wanted to appear as beautiful as possible, determined not to disappoint Zhou Chun. As she gazed into the half-broken mirror she had brought, Zhou Chun felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to embrace her. "I'll buy you a proper mirror when we return. I can't believe I forgot to get one for you." "No need," Su Taotao replied shyly, her cheeks flushing as she added, "When we move back home, didn't Mother buy a 36-legged dressing table? That mirror will suffice." Zhou Chun conceded, not wanting to pressure her further. Su Taotao retrieved her dress, which she had adorned with yellow flowers to conceal the patched areas, making it quite lovely. "I saved the scraps from the cotton fabric to make this dress. It turned out rather well." As Su Taotao changed, Zhou Chun chose to remain indoors. He felt there was no need to venture out again, having seen and done all that was necessary for the evening. Once she was dressed, Su Taotao shyly inquired, "Zhou Chun, how do I look?" In her pale yellow dress, she appeared exceptionally innocent and charming. Perhaps the warmth from his earlier embrace still lingered, as her cheeks radiated a natural blush, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness and sweetness that made her utterly endearing. "What do you mean by how do I look? My wife is simply stunning. Oh dear, which celestial maiden has descended to earth?" Zhou Chun teased as he approached her, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Su Taotao's earlobes flushed crimson at his compliments, and she nervously clutched her skirt. "Is it really that beautiful?" "Absolutely. You look breathtaking." Zhou Chun could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek, leaving Su Taotao so flustered that she buried her face in his chest. "Ha ha, let us go." After playfully teasing Su Taotao for a while, Zhou Chun took her hand and stepped outside, only releasing it once they reached the sandy path. Zhou Chun walked ahead, with Su Taotao closely following in his footsteps. It was his first outing with his wife, and Zhou Chun felt as though the sea breeze was imbued with a delightful fragrance. They encountered no acquaintances along the way, which eased Su Taotao's initial tension, providing her with a sense of comfort. Upon arriving at the local jewelry store, the rotund and slender monkeys awaited their arrival. "Hello, sister-in-law," they greeted with cheerful smiles. "Hello." "It's been tough accompanying brother Zhou out to sea," Su Taotao replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Not at all. We are merely basking in Achen's good fortune." "Ah, Achen, marrying you has truly turned his luck around." "Indeed, sister-in-law, you have brought luck with you. You cannot imagine how unambitious Achen was before. Ever since your arrival, he has transformed entirely. He can now afford a boat." The two friends, eager to uplift Zhou Chun's spirits, took turns praising him while comforting Su Taotao to alleviate her feelings of inadequacy. Zhou Chun, touched by the understanding of his good friends, remarked how well they knew him. Encouraged by their words, Su Taotao smiled back at them. "Let's go sell some pearls." They then set off energetically to the pearl market. The owner of the jewelry store was a couple well known among the locals, their demeanor warm and inviting. "Ah, Achen, are you here to make a purchase? I heard you were getting married. I thought you might come here to select some jewelry, considering you've been earning quite well lately." The bespectacled man chuckled. "I've come now, Uncle Lu. Is Annie not here?" "She is preparing dinner. I'm managing the store." "Ah, this must be your wife. What a lovely young lady. You are truly fortunate." Although he had yet seen Su Taotao's face clearly, Uncle Lu, being a businessman, effortlessly lavished compliments. "Yes, this is Su Taotao from Sujia village." "Taotao, just call him Uncle," Zhou Chun instructed. "Hello, Uncle Lu," Su Taotao smiled, recognizing the importance of not being shy. However, as she smiled, her blue eyes caught the light. "Oh, Taotao, those eyes?" Upon hearing this, Su Taotao's heart skipped a beat. She smiled but was at a loss for words, instinctively clutching Zhou Chun's sleeve like a child caught in a misstep. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just like this. I've seen a doctor, and there are no effects. How beautiful they are, right? Have you ever seen a bride as lovely as mine?" Zhou Chun interjected, preemptively silencing Uncle Lu. "Indeed, they are stunning, like the crystals here. This is the first time I've seen such eyes. I had only heard that foreigners possessed such features." Uncle Lu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement, for the beauty before him was indeed striking. Yet, he couldn't shake off a peculiar feeling that arose when gazing into those astonishingly blue eyes. It sent a shiver down his spine. Nonetheless, as a businessman, he wouldn't be foolish enough to voice such thoughts. Zhou Chen, ever the braggart, confidently placed a pearl on the counter, saying, "Uncle Lu, I won't hide it from you. Ever since I married my wife, luck has been on my side. While out harvesting oysters, I astonishingly found 5 pearls. Look. Aside from this pair you made into earrings for my wife, I've sold the other 3. The processing fee can be deducted from here." "Indeed. We have been fortunate following Chen. Look at the pearls we have discovered," Fatty and Slim Monkey chimed in, showcasing their own pearls. "Such size. Goodness. This is the first time I've seen anyone uncover so many oyster pearls. Your luck is truly remarkable." Uncle Lu was instantly captivated by the pearls displayed on the counter. "What are pearls, after all?" Zhou Chen feigned a cough and continued, "My luck has been extraordinary. Once I sell these pearls, I'll be able to purchase a diesel boat." "Are you truly making that much? Haven't you only been diligent for less than a week?" "What? When I first arrived, you praised my industriousness and said I had earned quite a bit. Was that merely flattery? Do you still see me as that good for nothing?" Cough. "It's not that. It's just I was somewhat skeptical at first. Hearing it from you now, I am inclined to believe. But really, are you going to buy a boat?" "I can't afford a large vessel costing 2,000 to 3,000, but a smaller one for 500 to 600 is within reach. After all, my wife is a treasure. Just ask my brothers." Zhou Chen turned to Slim Monkey and Fatty, who eagerly began recounting their own tales of good fortune and earnings alongside Zhou Chen, leaving Uncle Lu salivating with anticipation. People often operate in such a manner. If guided towards positive thoughts, they will not dwell on the negative. Humans, much like sheep, exhibit a herd mentality, following the direction in which they are led. After listening to Slim Monkey and Fatty's accounts, the most embarrassed one was actually Su Taodao. At that moment, she felt as though she were walking on clouds. Had she not been clutching Zhou Chen's sleeve, she might have fainted from the overwhelming sensation. What was this? Had she transformed into a deity? Was it true that wishes could be fulfilled? Were good deeds rewarded? Even the notion of bountiful offspring seemed to materialize. In a bid to enhance Su Taodao's image, Fatty went so far as to claim that after Zhou Chen married her, he prayed to her, and soon thereafter, his wife was about to conceive, despite having not seen any progress for a year or 2. Zhou Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Chapter 76, A Foolish Husband, No Fortune Forthcoming. Su Taodao cast a glance at Zhou Chen, her mind swirling with thoughts. The wealth was all earned by her brother Zhou Chen. It was undoubtedly Zhou Chen who possessed remarkable abilities. What accomplishments could she claim? If left to her own devices, she would likely never amass a fortune of 500 or 600, let alone purchase a diesel vessel. All of this was due to Zhou Chen's efforts. While others criticized him as being aimless, only she understood the depth of his goodness. Marrying him felt akin to entering a paradise. In her days, Su Taodao realized that Zhou Chen's actions were all intended for her sake, shielding her from disdain and gossip. Although she did not fully comprehend, her heart was filled with sweetness akin to honey. At that moment, Uncle Lu had also grasped the situation. The coastal folk were generally quite superstitious, and they had all witnessed Zhou Chen's transformation. After years of aimlessness, how was it that he suddenly changed so drastically upon marrying? Moreover, he had amassed considerable wealth. If there were no mystical reasons behind this, Uncle Lu himself would struggle to believe it. Just then, Aunt Lu approached, carrying a teapot and cups. "Oh, Chen, when did you arrive? Old Lu, why didn't you call me?" Leaving them standing here without even offering tea. "If you conduct business like this, you'll surely fail." "Aunt Lu, we were merely chatting." Uncle Lu was busy preparing dinner. "We couldn't possibly interrupt," Zhou Chen interjected, coming to Uncle Lu's defense. "What of it? Come, have some water. Look at how well old Lu is doing in business. You must have been here for a while. I heard voices just now. Had I not been concerned about the food burning, I would have come out sooner." Swiftly pouring the tea, she served each person a cup. When she approached Su Taodao, the affectionate demeanor between the two signaled to Aunt Lu that this must be Zhou Chen's newlywed wife, igniting her curiosity. "Chen, who is this?" "This is my wife, Su Taodao. We were just speaking with Uncle Lu. She hails from Sujia village." "What a lovely name, and what a beautiful girl." "Chen, you are indeed fortunate. Here, Taodao, have some tea." Aunt Lu handed the cup to Su Taodao with a smile. "I often visit Sujia village. Just recently, I acquired some jewelry there." "Thank you, Aunt Lu," Su Taodao replied, smiling shyly. At that moment, Aunt Lu noticed something unusual about Su Taodao's eyes. Her eyes widened. and her hand trembled. "Oh dear, Tao Tao, what is wrong with your eyes? Are you ill? They look quite peculiar." A tension filled the room. Aunt Lu was not as easily deceived as Uncle Lu. How many businesswomen were truly naive? Her jewelry store frequently attracted women who came to admire the jewels and chat, serving as an information hub for the surrounding areas. With so many women gathered, the spread of gossip could be quite dangerous. Yet, Zhou Qin remained silent. There is nothing wrong. It's still a good sign. Uncle Lu emerged from behind the counter, pulling Aunt Lu along as he recounted the earlier conversation among a few individuals. However, as the words flowed from his lips, they took on a somewhat exaggerated form. The saying 3 men can create a tiger certainly holds a kernel of truth. Upon hearing this news, Aunt Lu's eyes sparked with a fiery curiosity, and as she listened, she sought confirmation from Zhou Qin and others. Zhou Qin, fearing the tale would escalate into an absurd exaggeration, imagining people lining up at his doorstep to bow to Su Tao Tao, hastily replied, "It's not that exaggerated. I assure you. Since my wife came to our home, my luck has indeed improved." "Well, that is remarkable, Achin. You've truly married a treasure. Come, Tao Tao. Let Aunt Lu share in some of that good fortune." Aunt Lu quickly approached, beaming as she grasped Su Tao Tao's hand. Then, with a touch of concern, she remarked, "Oh dear, why are your hands so calloused? Achin, what is going on?" Zhou Qin hastily explained, "Aunt Lu, it's just from the hard work she did at her family's home. Since marrying me, I've not allowed Tao Tao to do any heavy labor." Su Tao Tao, anxious to clarify any misunderstanding, mustered her courage and said, "Aunt Lu, Zhou Qin treats me very well. He doesn't let me do anything. These calluses are from before. Still, it's a pity. You must take care of yourself. I have some clam oil. Let me apply some for you." Ignoring any refusal, Aunt Lu took the clam oil and applied it to Su Tao Tao's hands. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Which family do you belong to in Sujia village? Do you know a drunkard named Su Danian? I've heard he has a daughter who doesn't seem to be a good person. My father is Su Danian." Su Tao replied softly, "Ah, your father is that drunkard Su Danian?" Aunt Lu chuckled awkwardly, "Forgive my bluntness, but the reputation of your father in Sujia village isn't particularly favorable. I didn't realize you were his daughter." "It's fine, Aunt Lu. Tao Tao's father has never been a decent man. You have no idea what kind of life she endured at home. That scoundrel, I will surely settle the score with him one day. He is nothing but a good-for-nothing." Zhou Qin interjected. Upon hearing Zhou Qin's words, Aunt Lu frowned. "What kind of reckless talk is that? Regardless of his faults, he is still your father-in-law. How can you speak of him so? What is wrong with my words, Aunt Lu? You don't know how much Tao Tao weighed when she married me. It's only recently that she has gained some healthy weight. Moreover, her father was never a good person, a drunkard who preferred sons. It just so happened that his firstborn was Su Tao Tao, a girl with heterochromia. If it weren't for her mother's intervention, she might have met with a tragic fate. After her mother passed, he married a woman named Lu Shi, who then bore Su Jianghe." "What do you mean by pulling a team?" The original meaning refers to an extra horse alongside the main horse pulling a cart. However, when it comes to matters concerning men and women, the situation is quite different. Lu Shi has a husband who suffers from kidney disease, unable to produce much urine and incapable of performing strenuous labor. They have exhausted their family's savings on medical treatments, and with little hope left. He and his wife have come to a decision. She should seek a man to support the family, ensuring he is cared for in his final days. Thus, Su Tao Tao's father, Su Danian, married Lu Shi. Just 2 years into their marriage, her ailing husband passed away. After a hasty burial, they welcomed the birth of Su Jianghe, marking the beginning of their new life. Of course, such outdated practices have faded with the passage of time. Feeling indignant, Zhou Qin boldly declared, "After all, when Tao Tao first arrived, we signed documents in front of the village secretary, severing ties with her father." "What?" Aunt Lu exclaimed in surprise, her voice tinged with bitterness. "No wonder Su Danian is such a scoundrel. How can a father act in such a manner? Is his daughter not of his blood? Truly despicable, that Su Linmu." Her rare outburst of profanity revealed the depth of her anger. Women often empathize profoundly with one another. "Aunt Lu," I replied, "if only Tao Tao's father had treated my wife with kindness, their family would not be in disarray. They failed to cherish my wife, a treasure, and thus deserve their miserable fate. Is it merely a matter of appearances? What is so ominous about it? Look at my life after marrying my wife. What a turn of fortune. We are blessed with abundant pearls, and the boat is soon to be purchased. Isn't there a saying that goes, those who neglect their wives will find wealth eluding them?" Chapter 77, finally bought the boat. Ah, Chun, though you are still young, you possess a wisdom that is quite commendable. I must say, Tao Tao's demeanor is quite favorable. She is truly a gem. Initially, I was quite apprehensive about her marrying you, a scoundrel, for I feared she might escape from one peril only to plunge into another. However, having observed your recent diligence, I find myself reassured. Alas, look at my husband Lu. He lacks such awareness. This struck a chord with Aunt Lu. Wait a moment. What do you mean by plunging into another peril? Is he truly that dreadful? Zhou Chen awkwardly touched his nose. Fortunately, during this period, he had worked diligently, which did not go unnoticed by others. Otherwise, no amount of explanation would suffice. My dear wife, have I not treated you well? Uncle Lu protested. Your mindset pales in comparison to Chen's. If it weren't for my vigilance, this shop would have collapsed long ago. Do you still have the audacity to speak? You cannot even manage the accounts properly. Without me, this household would have fallen apart long ago. All right. You have made the greatest sacrifices. Perhaps I shall renounce worldly affairs, take up monastic life, and seek enlightenment. Amitabha. I shall no longer concern myself with this family. And you can berate me as if I were of no worth. I will make you realize that without me, this household would also falter. As the couple prepared to argue once more, Zhou Chen and his companions, drenched in sweat, intervened to mediate. After some effort, they sold the pearls, rolling them around to assess their roundness. Only those that could traverse in a straight line on the plate were deemed perfectly spherical. Aunt Lu offered a fair price, 65 for the smaller ones and 120 for the larger. After deducting a processing fee of 5, the total came to 245. A receipt was prepared, and Aunt Lu also handed over a half box of clam oil to Su Tao Tao for her use. Su Tao Tao was pleasantly surprised that the people here, upon recognizing her eyes, not only did not regard her poorly but treated her with such kindness. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself at a loss for words. Upon exiting, Zhou Chen patted Su Tao Tao's head and smiled. Tao Tao, did you see? No one thinks ill of you. Furthermore, should anyone dare to, I will always stand by you. Those words blossomed like flowers in Su Tao Tao's heart. She nodded and repeated, you will stand by me. Good. Brother Chen will stand by me. Her smile radiated with sunshine. As she watched Zhou Chen fervently defend her, she wondered if this was what it felt like to be supported. Zhou Chen sensed that after this commotion, much of the girl's emotional burden had lifted. At the very least, she would no longer be so fearful of others. Unfortunately, the girl had endured too much suffering in her past, harboring a deep-seated insecurity that made her overly sensitive to others' gazes. Whenever she encountered something delightful, she would either deem it too expensive or feel unworthy of it. Let us not glorify suffering. The thin monkey and the stout fellow were equally elated, having earned over 60 coins each. Initially, the thin monkey intended to join in the boat purchase, but the stout fellow pulled him along, saying, Chun, we are leaving. You two go by the boat. Hey, why are you pulling me? You silly fool, let the couple enjoy their moment alone. What business do you have meddling? Oh, I see now. I didn't understand before. I truly envy you both. I wonder when I will find a wife of my own. Were you not quite close to it not long ago? Sigh, you do not understand. I am troubled yet unable to confide in you. As brothers, what is there that cannot be shared? It is precisely because we are brothers that certain matters must remain unspoken. The lean monkey had yet to finish his words. Should he proceed, he would no longer be a brother to a Ping, but would instead have to call him brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen took Su Tao out of view a boat. Their visit was brief. They engaged in simple conversation and decided upon an 8-meter vessel equipped with a dragnet and 80 traps, totaling 550 yuan, of which he paid a deposit. The boat was readily available, currently being painted, and they agreed to return in 2 days to take it out. On the way back, Zhou Chen was exceptionally joyful. He finally had a boat of his own. Coupled with the resolution of the young lady's ailment, a considerable weight had lifted from his heart, making his steps noticeably lighter. Su Tao Tao, too, was in high spirits, her smile unwavering. She felt as though she were living a dream, having transitioned from a bare wooden house by the sea to now owning a boat, regardless of others' presence. She allowed Zhou Chen to hold her hand without feeling overly bashful. On a summer evening, though slightly humid, the two felt as if they were embraced by a gentle spring breeze. The stars twinkled brilliantly, and the chorus of insects was melodious. On their way home, Zhou Chen could not resist purchasing a bottle of rice wine to celebrate their dinner together. Once inside, Zhou Chen busied himself with preparing a meal, steaming some oysters and leftover sea urchin, and stir-frying pickled vegetables with dried shellfish to accompany the drinks. Here, Tao Dao, have you ever tried rice wine? Shouchen poured drinks for both of them. No, let's have a little. It's sweet, as long as you don't overindulge. Upon hearing this, Su Taoda took a sip. Her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. It's sweet, with a delightful flavor, quite enjoyable indeed. Come, let us toast. Shouchen teased Su Taodao. They enjoyed the sea breeze, drinking and conversing. Most of the rice wine found its way into Zhou Chen's belly, while Su Taoda had only 2 cups, her cheeks flushed. I'll tidy up the table. Ah, don't rush, my dear. Let us converse first. This was the first time Zhou Chen called Su Taotao my dear, as he held her hand. Su Taotao blushed fiercely, her heart racing. Brother Zhou Chen, how can you drink so much? Your ears are red. Is it? I can't help it. I am simply overjoyed. After working so hard for so long, I have finally saved enough to buy a boat. No one will dare look down on us anymore. When we upgrade to a larger vessel, we shall set off firecrackers for 3 miles. Who would dare to call me a mere ruffian? Zhou Chen embraced Su Taodao, showering her forehead with fervent kisses. He held her face, gazing intently. My dear, you are truly beautiful, and I adore you immensely. Oh dear, brother Zhou Chen. Please refrain from such words. Su Taodao felt somewhat flustered. Previously, when her father was intoxicated, he would often call her a calamity, an ill omen. Yet now, when brother Zhou Chen drank, he expressed nothing but affection for her, filling her with an unexpected joy. In vino veritas. It appears that she holds a place of profound significance in Zhou Chen's heart. I shall tidy up my belongings first, lest the mice invade by night. Su Taodao gently nudged Zhou Chen's chest. Oh, let them crawl if they wish. Let us retire indoors and seek slumber, for I am weary. Ignoring her protest, Zhou Chen effortlessly swept her off her feet and carried her into the room. In truth, the act of lifting her caused his arms to ache intensely. He was utterly fatigued from the day's exertions, and his body swayed slightly, though his masculine dignity compelled him to steady himself. Su Taoda found herself at a loss for how to decline his embrace, nor did she wish to do so. Zhou Chen laid her upon the bed and soon joined her, their bodies entwined in a tender embrace, lost in a haze of passion. During this period of recuperation, Su Taodao's injuries had healed considerably. However, Zhou Chen had toiled throughout the day and was thoroughly exhausted. After indulging in some wine, he unwittingly succumbed to slumber. Collapsing onto the bed, once Zhou Chen was deep in sleep, his face flushed. Su Taodao quietly rose to tidy up a bit more and prepared warm water. She tenderly wiped his body, soothingly massaging his temples. While doing so, Zhou Chen suddenly grasped her hand and murmured, My love, you are truly beautiful. I adore you. I genuinely do. Others may call me a failure, but you do not disdain me. I shall strive to become someone worthy. Just you wait. This is merely the beginning. I shall buy you a sewing machine, a television, even a 5G mobile phone. His words brought a smile to the young woman's lips, and believing him to be inebriated, she completed her tasks. Finally, she gently embraced Zhou Chen and stealthily kissed his cheek, her heart brimming with happiness as she smiled and closed her eyes. Chapter 78. Seeking the young sun the next morning, Zhou Chen was oblivious to the events of the previous night. The winds were fierce, and waves crashed toward their shore, painting the sky a dismal gray. The once lively seabirds were nowhere to be seen. The azure sea had transformed into a dark, tumultuous expanse, rolling ominously in the distance, as if merging with the brooding sky, a sight that was particularly unsettling. The crashing waves against the rocks sounded like a tumult of thousands of pounds, exploding with force. The wind howled angrily, making the wooden house feel precariously unstable. Perhaps a strong gale will blow in today, Zhou Chen muttered to himself. Those living by the sea had grown accustomed to such storms. Each summer, they would inevitably face heavy winds and rains, and on ill-fated days, ferocious typhoons that could uproot coconut trees. It seemed that these wooden houses were no longer safe for habitation, nor was it wise to venture out to sea. Given that his arm was still sore from overexertion, it was fortuitous that he could rest today. He suspected that the thin monkey would also be unable to accompany Zhou Daqing in his fishing endeavors. Zhou Chen planned to return home, as his other residence was nearly ready. It was the perfect opportunity to discuss the matter of purchasing a boat with his parents, a significant issue that required their input. He intended to invite them to the ceremony for the launching of his new vessel. Su Taodao had reminded him to take care as he left. While she remained at home to pry open oysters, hoping to find pearls, this was still on her mind. As he passed by Zhou Daqing's house, Zhou Chen noticed that the thin monkey was chatting amiably with Zhou Huimei, herding chickens and ducks toward her home, both of them laughing. Zhou Chen paused, a sudden realization striking him. Oh my goodness, is the thin monkey smitten with Zhou Huimei? He finally understood the thin monkey's recent enthusiasm for visiting Aping's house, which was still oblivious to its recent theft. It was no wonder Zhou Chun was late to grasp this. He still clung to the mindset from his previous life, believing that the thin monkey would not marry for another year or two. Perhaps after he had taken Zhou Daqing to fish, the thin monkey had developed feelings for Zhou Huimei. How foolish it was of him to inadvertently invite trouble into their lives. Damn it, I owe Aping an explanation. Zhou Chun thought, realizing that Aping would likely not forgive the thin monkey if she learned of this. He was uncertain how to handle the situation. The thin monkey's family was reasonably well off, and with proper guidance, he could lead a good life. Yet when it came to matters of the heart, he could not intervene. Zhou Huimei was indeed a fine young woman, and the man she had married in his previous life was hardly admirable. The thin monkey's choice in a partner had not favored him well either. If they were to be together, it might not bode well for either of them. Yet, this was merely his subjective opinion. In any case, he chose to turn a blind eye to the matter and let the thin monkey and Aping deal with their own troubles. Due to the rough winds and waves, they had refrained from going out to sea the previous night, and the family had stayed indoors. Upon entering his home, Zhou Chun saw his elder brother atop a ladder, repairing the roof tiles. Each year, when the fierce winds and rains came, there would be power outages, and the house would leak badly, making it nearly impossible to sleep through the night. Therefore, it was essential to inspect the roof and make repairs before the rain began. Otherwise, enduring a storm with leaks and outages would be unbearable. Upon the return of Zhou Chun, his mother was preparing to go out, and she let out a sigh of relief, saying, "I thought you truly were foolish. A storm is approaching. Quickly bring your things back and stay at home. I was just about to call for you." I know, Zhou Chun replied. "I have other matters to attend to." He then mentioned his plan to purchase a boat, which startled his elder brother so much that he nearly fell from the ladder. Zhou's parents were equally astonished. Who could have imagined that the most aimless and frivolous second son would actually consider buying a boat? Zhou's sister-in-law was the most surprised and instinctively glanced at Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong quickly interjected, "Don't look at me. I did not provide my brother with any money. Besides, he cannot afford an 8-meter boat." The one most delighted was undoubtedly the elderly matriarch. She approached Zhou Chun, grasped his hand, and her face, adorned with wrinkles, lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Indeed, my dear grandson, I always knew you would succeed. My care for you is not in vain. Truly, it is the ancestors' blessing." "Ah, it is merely a boat with a diesel engine, not a grand vessel," she continued. "Nonetheless, it is commendable. I shall offer incense to your grandfather to ensure his blessings upon you." The old lady seemed to regain a touch of youthfulness. "Ha. Please do not trouble my grandfather. Let him rest below. Otherwise, if every little matter requires his blessing, he may become overwhelmed," Zhou Chun jested. Zhou's father playfully smacked him, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? You can't even manage to speak sensibly." Despite his reprimand, there was a proud expression on his face. Zhou Chun smiled amiably at the playful admonition. Having not brought pride to his parents in his previous life, his beloved grandmother had always wished for him to find success. And now he had finally managed to bring some honor to the family. Alas, how could a mere boat bring such joy to the family? What would occur if he were to purchase a larger vessel? Zhou's sister-in-law also began to feel a sense of relief. Since Zhou Chun had managed to succeed on his own without financial assistance from the family, she felt a burden lift from her heart. However, Zhou's mother, concerned, asked, "Chun, do you have enough money? A 10-meter boat with a diesel engine is quite expensive, and those engines can be costly. A second-hand diesel engine alone can cost 1 or 200. There is a disparity between agricultural and industrial goods. Agricultural products are cheap, while industrial ones are expensive." "I have enough," Zhou Chun assured her. "I inquired about the price in advance and paid a deposit yesterday. Fortunately, I found several oysters with pearls and borrowed some funds from friends, which sufficed. You need not worry about it." He was careful not to speak too grandly, so as to prevent his mother from spreading rumors that he was wealthy, as people nowadays were not adept at hiding their true circumstances. "What pearls from oysters?" Zhou's sister-in-law asked, her curiosity piqued, as if her heart were being tugged by a cat. "Why is the explanation so vague? What is so valuable that it could cover the cost of the boat?" "They are pearls harvested from oysters," he replied, as everyone around was filled with curiosity. Zhou Chun could only explain once more, realizing how much breath he had wasted. It was only then that Zhou Desa understood the meaning behind his words. Her envious gaze fixed upon Zhou Chun, as if questioning why she was not included. Zhou Mu's heart also burned with a hint of indignation. "Where is the island where you harvest oysters?" You took your friends along but never thought to include your own family? When good fortune arises, one should always consider their loved ones. At that time, we borrowed the boat from Aunt Shoho's family to reach the isolated island. It was all rather spontaneous. Just taking a few of us was sufficient. How could I dare to bring more people along? Moreover, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring my sister-in-law. But your father also has a boat. A rather large one at that. Mother, if I were to set out to sea with my father, do you think he would willingly accompany me to the isolated island to sift through the ocean? He would probably lash out at me with a whip if I suggested such a thing. Indeed. Zhou pursed her lips, falling silent. A moment ago, she had been blinded by the prospect of the pearls selling for such a high price, but now, with a clearer mind, she realized it was simply unattainable. Regardless, you have a boat now. What about next time? Zhou Desa expressed a glimmer of hope. Yes, next time, count me in. I have little to do at home. Zhou turned her gaze toward her son, astonished that she found herself appealing to him for the first time. Chapter 79. Has Tao Tao arrived? The large oysters there have all been harvested by us, and surely there are no pearls left. Otherwise, we would have visited every day. Zhou Chen truly preferred not to bring women along. The complications arising from mixed company were bothersome, and the journey to the isolated island posed dangers, especially since women were not adept at climbing high or descending low. During their previous excursions to the island, they always disembarked at the highest rock and carefully descended, which was indeed perilous. He feared that something unfortunate might happen to his sister-in-law and mother. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it should be fine. After all, one cannot exclusively bring friends without including family, can they? He pondered, let me see if there are other suitable islands. If so, I shall take you all out to sea next time, as my boat can easily reach any destination. All right. Zhou's mother and sister-in-law beamed with delight. Subsequently, they all stepped out to assist Zhou Chen in transporting items from the wooden house. When the time finally came to move, Zhou Chen felt a twinge of reluctance. However, with a bustling household, it was lively and filled with warmth. Sometimes when he went out to sea, Su Taota was left alone at home, which was rather dull. Having his mother and sister-in-law around would provide companionship for her, allowing the three women to engage in conversation or mend nets together. On their way, Zhou's sister-in-law quickly struck up a conversation with Su Taota, the two girls laughing together. Indeed, it was often women who could relate so well. Zhou's sister-in-law was only 25, so the generation gap was not significant. After tidying up for a while, they placed food and drinks in the kitchen, so they would only need to light one stove when the time came. It would be a bit taxing for his mother to cook, but with two sisters-in-law helping, it shouldn't pose a problem. Zhou Chen's room was now adorned with new furniture, all painted in a vibrant red, elegant and grand. Su Taotao was particularly thrilled, touching and examining everything, exclaiming her delight. This would be her new home. She also adored the newly purchased mosquito net, as the seaside evenings were still prone to mosquitoes. A dream that once seemed unattainable had now been realized. Zhou Chen, with nothing else to do, lay on the bed and gave it a gentle shake, only to be met with the creaking sound of the bed. He sighed in exasperation, lifting the bedding to inspect the bed frame, discovering it was still his old bed, merely coated with fresh paint. His room was adjacent to his parents', making it uncomfortable for him to engage in intimate activities at night. He longed to separate from his family, envisioning a grand house where he could freely use the bed without worry. The old residence was laden with inconveniences. Without the boat in his possession and without having earned any money, Zhou Chen found himself contemplating the need for independence. Auntie, you are so beautiful. The two children rushed in, unafraid, quickly befriending Su Taotao, who was equally fond of the two. She handed each of them a coin, but Zhou's sister-in-law protested, feeling it was inappropriate for Su Taotao to give gifts before she had presented her own. It's nothing, sister-in-law. When we get married, my brother will have to prepare for that. Zhou Chen teased, playfully rubbing his fingers together. Auntie, you smell so nice, Zhou Ling exclaimed, planting a kiss on Su Taotao's cheek, which made her chuckle with delight. Zhou Chen contemplated that after allowing Su Taotao to nurture a few more bodies, it might soon be time to consider trying for a child. He felt quite stifled, and if possible, he preferred to conceive after the family had separated, allowing for a more comfortable confinement period in the new home. The relentless pursuit of wealth. Just as he finished tidying up, the sky darkened ominously, and with a flash of pallid lightning came the rumble of thunder, followed by torrential rain that cascaded down, whipped into a misty white haze by the fierce winds, drumming against the tiles, walls, and windows. In an instant, a deluge ensued. Outside, the rain poured heavily, while inside, Zhou Chen's house, recently repaired with new tiles, had only a couple of leaks that could be managed with a bucket. However, there were far too many leaks in the other rooms. As soon as the first drops fell, the children grew exuberant, clamoring to don their rubber boots and splash in the puddles. Zhou Dama scolded Zhou Zheng with a few swats to his backside to settle him down, but then, with a sudden crash, the power went out. Yay! The power's out. Ah, I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost. The ghost is coming. Zhou Zheng leaped off his chair, draping a sheet over his head to frighten Zhou Ling. Ah, wah. Mother, my brother scared me. Uncle. Zhou Ling, initially seeking her mother, quickly diverted her attention to her uncle, who she preferred in this moment. Zhou Zheng, the floor is all water and mud. Where do you think you're running off to with that sheet? Are you not going to sleep tonight? Zhou Dama tugged the sheet away, offering an apologetic smile to Su Taodao. Children could indeed be quite the handful. A bit of ruckus was welcome, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Taodao blinked, her gaze fixed on the two children, chasing Zhou Ling. It was evident that she too yearned for a child. Quiet down, Zhou Mu lit a candle, feeling a headache coming on from the commotion. Zhou Chun, who initially found the sparse family atmosphere quite dull, now felt a headache brewing as well. Alas, after seeing his two nephews for only 3 minutes, their noise made him reconsider. Zhou Zheng led Zhou Ling to play with the candle, insisting on dipping his 3 fingers into the wax, smearing it on a branch to mold red flowers, all the while giggling and squealing with delight. Shall I help you open the oysters? I just heard from a Chun that they can yield pearls. Zhou Dama watched with eager anticipation as Su Taodao prepared to pry open the oysters. Oh, is that appropriate? You have work to do over there. Oh, it's nothing. Don't be shy. We're all family here. We won't be going out to sea. Just mending the nets will suffice. Opening oysters is far more entertaining. Zhou Dama and Su Taodao sat together, engaging in hushed conversations typical among women, the subject unknown, causing Su Taodao to blush as she kept glancing at Zhou Dama. He felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze, but with nothing else to do, he pulled out a deck of cards, preparing to play a hand with his older brother and father. Brother, do you play cards? Of course, why wouldn't I? I was just lamenting my boredom. Zhou Xiong, lying on the bed, suddenly sat up. Where's father? Stop calling. I'm right here, came the reply. Zhou's father brought over a table, and the 3 of them gathered around the candlelight to play cards. Initially, they intended to wager a few coins, but upon glancing at Zhou's sister-in-law, Zhou Xiong awkwardly suggested, forget it, let us just play a few rounds for fun. Zhou Chen, too, wished to maintain his image as a good man in front of Su Taodao. Zhou's father scoffed. Humph. Once you marry, you're at the mercy of your wife for a lifetime. Look at you 2 fools. As a father, he worried greatly. His second son, who was somewhat cunning, was managed by his wife, which was tolerable, but Zhou Xiong, who was quite honest, seemed to be under even stricter control, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. Aren't you the same? Zhou Chen shot a sideways glance at his father. His father huffed but ultimately dared not retort, especially since his mother was nearby, busy selecting shellfish and clam meat, which kept him in check. The 3 played in pairs, with Zhou Chen teaming up with his elder brother, swiftly obliterating their father's hand. Damn, do you 2 know how to let your old man win? He grumbled. No. Who asked you to be the landlord? We can't just go easy on you. You brought this upon yourself. Zhou Chen added. Yeah, Dad. My brother and I are a team. I can't betray him, can I? Then you 2 be the landlords. I'm out. Despite not taking on the landlord role, Zhou's father still lost more than he won, which irked him. Fortunately, he wasn't playing for money. Otherwise, he would be sleeping on the floor tonight. Zhou Chen laughed heartily. Dad, you're terrible at this. I have my reasons. What's wrong? You think you're strong enough to ignore me? You still have to listen to your old man. Zhou's father feigned seriousness, acting like a scoundrel. After a few rounds, Zhou Chen felt someone nudging him from behind. He turned to see his mother squatting down, selecting ingredients for dinner, and asking quietly, Chen, I just heard your sister-in-law talking about the children with Taodao. What is going on? Is Taodao expecting? At this, Zhou's father perked up, pretending to focus on his cards. But his mind was already racing at the prospect of another grandchild. His elder brother also turned to listen intently. Zhou Chen felt a bit awkward, realizing the topic was about him, which explained the scrutinizing gazes that made him uneasy. Just as he contemplated how to respond, a loud crash resonated, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds, startling everyone into near jumping from their seats. Chapter 80. A Calamitous Downpour. Sister Zhou was so frightened that she nearly leapt from her feet, feeling debris raining down upon her head. Hastily, She grabbed Su Taotao and pulled her behind the wall for cover. Fortunately, they managed to shield themselves just in time as another cascade of shattered tiles fell, some plummeting directly into the newly prepared oyster basin, ruining the fine meat within. Zhou Zheng, Ling. After ensuring their safety, Sister Zhou quickly called for the two children. Mother, I'm beneath the table holding my sister. What is happening? Did lightning strike her home? Is it because my second uncle has committed too many misdeeds? And the dragon has come to seize him? Zhou Zheng, cradling Zhou Ling under him, poked his head out in fear and shouted. The lore in their area warned that when lightning claimed a life, a dragon would descend to snatch souls from the earth. Zhou Ling covered her ears, lying flat on the ground, too frightened to open her eyes and look outside. Why are you talking nonsense? Your second uncle has long reformed. Sister Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. The children's words were both infuriating and amusing. Seeing Zhou Zheng instinctively protect his sister filled her with a sense of relief. Despite their usual quarrels, he had not faltered in a moment of crisis. Bang, bang, bang. As they spoke, more tiles plummeted into the puddles below. Yi Ling, Taotao, come here. Don't just stand there. Look, the roof is caved in. Hurry. Mother Zhou rushed over to pull the two girls away. They stood on the opposite side of the courtyard, gazing at the collapsing structure, which was the home of Zhou Xiong and his family. At that moment, a few of them looked up in astonishment. The once dark interior of the house suddenly revealed a gaping hole, as fierce winds whipped the torrential rain inside, drenching the stone floor and splattering against the pots and pans, creating a cacophony of sounds. Oh no, we haven't moved the belongings out yet. Sister Zhou was in a state of panic, eager to rush back inside. What is more important, the items or our lives? What if the house collapses further? A little leakage won't harm us. The water won't reach the bed and will soon drain away. Mother Zhou interjected, blocking Sister Zhou's path. What is going on? Did the wind tear off the roof? Father Zhou set down the cards he was holding, preparing to rise and retrieve his hat and raincoat, only to find that Zhou Chun had already beaten him to it. Stay put. I'll go take a look. The wind is fierce, and you might catch a chill with your rheumatism, Zhou Chun declared as he donned his raincoat and stepped into the downpour. Not only was Father Zhou astonished, but even Mother Zhou seemed to see Shouchen in a new light. In the past, he had shown no concern during any family crises. Whenever there was a typhoon or leaks, Shouchen would simply sleep soundly beside his father, while she made do with two chairs pushed together for a night's rest. The group exchanged puzzled glances, each sharing a sense of bewilderment, save for Su Taotao, who called out, Brother Zhou Chun, be careful out there. The wind is strong. Understood. Zhou Chun pushed open the door and stepped outside. The wind howled fiercely, as if it aimed to tear his very skin away. Countless hands seemed to impede his progress, while the tempest raged like a frenzied beast, tugging and swirling chaotically. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. He grabbed a flashlight and hurried to the back of his brother's house to take a look. The lychee tree they had planted at home had suffered greatly. A robust, verdant branch had been snapped off and crashed heavily onto the roof of his brother's house. Fortunately, the branch was only partially broken, hanging by a few delicate strands of yellow and white. However, the gusts of wind continued to shake the entire tree violently, causing the soil beneath to tremble. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder startled Zhou Chun, making him dare not linger any longer. He quickly returned indoors and shut the door, droplets of water trickling down his raincoat. Shaking off the rain, he pondered the situation. If only he had known, he would not have planted the lychee tree so close to the house. Now, his home was at risk of being damaged. Thankfully, it was only a branch. Had it been the whole tree, he and Taotao would have been in serious trouble. Oh, what a fright it had given him. Sister Zhou expressed her anxiety, suggesting that they wait until the rain ceased to assess the damage. The lychees were nearly ripe. They could harvest what was ready and trim the heavy branch to prevent further disaster. Zhou Chun remarked that their ancestral home was perilously situated by the sea. Initially chosen for easy access to the shore, but now they faced the brunt of the coastal winds, rusting their iron tools and toppling the lychee tree. Several family members nodded in agreement, resolving that the tree indeed needed pruning. The elderly matriarch approached, inquiring about the commotion. Thankfully, it was not severe, just a gash, and she should return to rest. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou fretted over the belongings in her house, seeing only branches had fallen. She called for Zhou Xiong to clear the ground and place everything on the table. With the storm raging, it was clear they could not sleep in that house tonight. Once the rain stopped, they would hire someone to make repairs, hoping nothing from the mountains had fallen. Tonight, Yi Ling, you and your mother should sleep together with the two children. Zhou Xiong and I will manage with a stool outside for the night, Zhou's father suggested. As he spoke, a wave of sadness washed over him. Their ancestral home was in disrepair. His elder brother's family had divided their household last year, thriving with 3 sons, while he struggled to make ends meet. Silently, he retreated to the house with his flashlight, and the more he looked, the heavier his heart felt. It seemed that the beam had indeed been struck. He hoped the damage would not be severe. Otherwise, not only would the elder brother's house be uninhabitable, but the recently renovated dwelling of the second brother would also be at risk. This single beam connected 3 rooms. If it truly were damaged, housing 3 families in the old home would become even more cramped. Frustration welled up within him, yet he could not step outside. Mother Zhou observed his troubled expression and sighed silently, understanding that Father Zhou was undoubtedly feeling distressed. What parent would wish for their child to suffer? The family was cautious with their finances, growing their vegetables in the backyard, and relying on the less valuable remnants of the catch for their meals, such as 3-eyed crabs, white shrimp, and the easily spoiled red shrimp. They brought these home without hesitation. Despite their frugality, the cost of building a house was still a daunting figure. Alas, it seemed that the patriarch was eager for them to divide their household. Indeed, it was time for separation. Father Zhou muttered, pulling out a cigarette. Zhou Xiong noticed his father reaching for a smoke, a gift from Zhou Chun during his move, and realized that his mother's silence indicated his father's inner turmoil. Father, why not build a house? Zhou Xiong finally ventured after a moment of contemplation. Oh. Zhou's sister-in-law immediately felt the urge to respond but ultimately held her tongue. Building just 1 room would suffice. The parents could alternate living with their sons in their old age, yet as the eldest, they would remain in the ancestral home. But who among them did not harbor selfish desires? Who did not yearn to live their own life in a new home? Furthermore, some of the funds for the house were contributed by Zhou Xiong himself, earned during his time at sea with Father Zhou, which he intended to reserve for their eventual division. Was he to toil for years only to enrich Zhou Chen? Though she was generous, her generosity had its limits. Zhou Xiong's bluntness was surprising. Despite his silence, Zhou's sister-in-law felt a surge of indignation. Meanwhile, Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ling remained blissfully unaware of the tense atmosphere at home, gleefully emerging from the underground water with a handful of lychees, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, we have lychees. We have lychees to eat." The 2 children, unbothered by the dirt, sat down carefree to peel and enjoy the fruit. Chapter 81. Sudden concern? Zhou's father understood Zhou Xiong's intentions. He could indeed afford to build a house. Aware of his son's good intentions, he feigned ignorance, saying, "Build a house? Who will take care of your mother and me then? As the eldest, it is only right that you should care for us." Zhou Xiong did not even consider the implication. Was he to rely on his younger brother? Although his brother Zhou Chen seemed to have settled down recently, having even purchased a boat, the lingering impression of Zhou Chen's previous idleness weighed heavily on him. If their parents were to depend on Zhou Chen, it was uncertain who would truly care for whom. They might toil until their last breath without respite. Zhou's wife observed her husband's foolish demeanor, feeling anxious, and quickly interjected with a smile. Father and mother are only in their 50s. They hardly need to be cared for just yet. Why the rush? Zhou Xiong's excessive honesty compelled him to shoulder burdens that were not his alone, leading to greater losses. Hadn't he suffered enough over the years? Both Zhou's father and mother discerned the underlying message, that they were somewhat reluctant to be taken care of, after toiling tirelessly for their children for half a lifetime. Hearing such words was undoubtedly disheartening. The thought of division before the family home was even settled seemed to sap their motivation to work. Fortunately, their son still recognized the importance of filial piety, but alas, the influence of a daughter-in-law could be unpredictable. Zhou Chen was aware that his father was intentionally broaching the subject, as the matter of dividing the family was still a distant concern. He took the lychee offered by Zhou Ling and even snatched some from Zhou Zheng, provoking Zhou Zheng to the brink of tears. Nonchalantly crossing his legs, he said, "Father, you can stay with us. My wife would surely agree. Tao Tao, would you welcome our parents living with us?" Of course, Su Tao Tao replied, believing it was only right to care for her in-laws, who had treated her so kindly. She had contemplated voicing her thoughts earlier but hesitated, feeling the conversation was rather convoluted. It was merely a matter of caring for 2 elderly individuals. Was it truly so difficult? Noticing her sister-in-law's furrowed brow, she wondered if they too would not expect to be cared for by their children in their old age. Shouldn't they set a good example? Forget it. Your mother and I aren't keen on living with you. At this rate, we might as well live independently. Look at you. Grown yet still snatching lychees from your nephew. We are quite capable of taking care of ourselves and could continue to do so until 70. Even if you wish to care for us, we would prefer not to. After a lengthy discussion, Zhou's father felt a surge of frustration and flicked his cigarette but towards Shouchen. "Father, do you not desire grandchildren?" Zhou Chen exclaimed, hastily shifting his legs as the butt landed in the water. "Enough," Zhou's father retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment. "What kind of talk is that? What is it? Am I not being filial?" Zhou Chen replied, "Father, you clearly do not trust me. Look, my boat is about to launch. I will work hard and ensure you both live well." Zhou Chen grinned unabashedly. His words were sincere. He truly intended to earn well and support his parents. "Go on. I was merely asking. If I were to follow you, I might indeed work until 70. Zhou's father replied, unamused. "However, my mood has improved considerably, at the very least. The second child's family possesses good intentions, while the eldest is often burdened by excessive thoughts. Alas, there is little to be done. The second child is rather disorganized. They tend to favor and support the second child, and it is unwise to continually allow the eldest to bear the brunt of this favoritism. What of turning 70? My grandmother recently shared cucumbers with me, and she is nearing 80 yet still manages to cultivate them. When you reach 70, perhaps you could tend to a plot of land for me as well. Enough of your nonsense. Are you looking for a scolding? Very well. I shall pretend I heard nothing, as the division of the household is still a distant matter. There is no rush." Observing the commotion caused by Zhou Zheng, Shouchen interjected, "Go on. I have a bag of bayberries for you. Take some to your sister. Otherwise, I shall have to reprimand you." "All right, uncle." Zhou Zheng, who had just been playfully hitting Shouchen's thigh, hurried back into the house, his spirits lifted. The adult conversations were dreadfully tedious, nearly lulling him to sleep. It was far better to indulge in bayberries than to dwell on adult troubles and sorrows. Zhou father and Zhou mother exchanged glances, both silent. Ultimately, 2 houses would need to be built, and they could remain in the old homestead. Their children could provide support as needed, as neither of them desired to live together with the children and burden them. Furthermore, given the eldest remarks tonight, if they could no longer manage and had to move in with their eldest son, they might find themselves subjected to his displeasure. The current amiable relations stem from their ability to still contribute. Each family earns their keep independently, sparing the children from concern. When they can no longer manage, the dynamics may shift dramatically. This evening's discussions about retirement were merely an exploration of possibilities, yet certain matters ought not to be probed. Ignorance may indeed be bliss. It is best to strive for financial security, perhaps working for another year or two until sufficient savings are amassed. The sooner the households can be separated, the better. Shouchen, noticing his father's worries, remarked, "Father, I shall contribute more to the division of assets. You need only focus on the house for my elder brother." His sincerity was evident. Having been rather carefree for many years, it was only fitting to offer additional support during the division. Do not speak foolishly. Having just purchased a boat, you think you can afford such generosity? After 3 years of honest fishing, you would be hard-pressed to accumulate enough for a single house. Zhou father was irritated. This boy seemed to treat making money as a trivial game. Merely striking it lucky with a boat did not justify his current bravado. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. "I shall open the door." Zhou Chen opened the door to find a neighbor from next door, dressed quite ostentatiously. Upon seeing the luminous watch on his wrist, Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. Who is this person? He pondered, struggling to recall. Upon recognizing the visitor, Zhou father and Zhou mother quickly approached, smiling. "Ah Chen, what are you standing there for?" "It's your brother, Peng Guangsong." "Oh, Guangsong." Zhou Chen finally recognized the man under the umbrella. It seemed he had become quite bold over the past few years, amassing wealth through smuggling. No wonder he could afford such a flashy watch. They had been engaging in trade with the port and across the strait, dealing in silver dollars. Rumor had it that one could earn hundreds, even thousands, in a single night, quite the exaggeration. His family had long since acquired a television and a radio. And in the evenings, many would gather at their home to watch television. It was still early. I recall back in 1990. Everyone eagerly anticipated the old rendition of the investiture of the gods. Occasionally, when the power went out, a chorus of lamentations would ensue, prompting us to hastily use the hand-crank generator, taking turns to generate power for our viewing pleasure. His mother sometimes took delight in watching, especially during the scenes of dodgy bathing, which left the men blushing, their mouths hesitating to utter a word, yet their eyes wide with astonishment. But what was he doing here? Zhou Chen remembered that his family did not seem particularly close to the Peng family. "Kiki, I heard a great commotion outside. And with the wind and rain so fierce, I didn't dare venture out. It was only when the wind subsided that I stepped out to see how the lychee tree had crushed the house," Peng Guangsong remarked with a smile, showing concern. Nothing serious. We'll just have someone repair it soon. Come inside. The wind is quite strong outside. Have a glass of water. Zhou's parents were cautious not to offend Peng Guangsong, as those who lived well in these times naturally commanded respect, especially when they came to express concern for one's household. Well then, that is troubling. Where did the tree fall? The sudden display of concern left Zhou's parents somewhat bewildered. As soon as Peng Guangsong entered the house, he went to inspect, shining his flashlight around, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, this main beam seems to be cracked. It wouldn't be safe to inhabit." Hee indeed. We were just worrying about that. Zhou's parents felt a pang of discomfort at his words, as if he were stabbing a knife into their hearts. Yet, in the next moment, Peng Guangsong uttered something that left both of them utterly astonished. Even Shouchen found himself in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 82. What? You wish to acquire the old residence? Uncle Zhou, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Given that the main beam of your old residence has cracked and it can no longer be inhabited, why not consider selling it to me? You could then select a new plot of land to construct a new home. Rest assured about the price. I have managed to save some money over the past 2 years, and I can guarantee it will only be higher, not lower. Upon hearing Peng Guangsong's words, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with the thought, has Peng Guangsong lost his senses? With so many available plots of land, one could easily obtain approval from the village secretary. With your wealth, why not purchase a different property? Why insist on acquiring their dilapidated home? Zhou Chun, who had been leaning against the door with a matchstick casually held in his mouth, initially believed Peng Guangsong was merely visiting as a neighbor, either to show off his luminous watch or to express casual concern. He was unprepared for the fact that Peng Guangsong had come with a purpose. Alas, how could he not recall such a time in his previous life? Upon reflection, he realized he had spent that period idling in the town with a few friends, only vaguely hearing about the family home being struck by a tree. Although the beam was cracked, the house remained standing, merely overgrown with weeds until his rebirth. However, if the house could be sold, why not do so? The past is the past. Who could predict whether the beam might suddenly give way in this life? It was impractical to continue living there until he could accumulate enough money for a division of property, especially given the family's financial struggles. Selling would indeed be advantageous, allowing for an early division of assets. Yet, it was essential to clarify why Peng Guangsong had suddenly expressed a desire to purchase their old residence in this lifetime. He had never heard his parents mention such a thing previously. He boldly approached Peng Guangsong, playfully draping an arm around his neck and teasingly inquiring, "Brother Guangsong, your sudden proposal has startled us all. Our old house is in such disrepair. What would you want with it? If you are uncertain, we would hesitate to sell." Peng Guangsong chuckled. "It is precisely because of you." "Me?" Zhou Chen was perplexed. "What about me?" "Today, while I was at the jewelry store in town, I heard Aunt Lu speak of your family's situation. Since your marriage, fortune has smiled upon you. Your sister-in-law is indeed a treasure. In such a short span, you have even been able to afford a boat." "Ah, the boat." Zhou Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. In front of Peng Guangsong, he did not dare to boast about his earnings. He glanced at the luminous watch, the belt, the leather shoes, and silently mused that if he were wealthy, he too would need to acquire such a set. Such a boat would require others to save for several years. Do not be modest. I speak only the truth. I had an expert evaluate the feng shui of your home. Your old residence brings prosperity. Is there not a stream in your backyard? Zhou Chen contemplated this. The stream indeed provided convenience, allowing his mother to irrigate without traveling far, and made washing clothes and vegetables much easier. Yet Peng Guangsong replied, "A wise person once said, this stream is known in feng shui as the jade belt encircling the waist. Who wore the jade belt before? My esteemed official, my son has only recently been born, and I harbor hopes that he will one day pursue education and achieve success in a government position. Given that our families are neighbors, I was contemplating purchasing your ancestral home under my son's name, thereby providing him with a plot of land to build a house and pave the way for his future." "Ah, is that a jade belt around the waist?" "Indeed. When we constructed our house, we also took this aspect into account." Zhou Chen, following his lead, discreetly cast a glance at his parents, uncertain if they could discern his gesture in the dim light of the room. He boasted, "In truth, it is not solely my family that enjoys good feng shui. Many have sought refuge here. My grandfather built this house with the stream in mind, and our ancestral home, being close to the sea, allows us to witness the tides more swiftly than others, enabling us to gather seafood ahead of the crowd." Precisely, Peng Guangsong nodded eagerly. "Zhou Xiong, upon hearing such praise for the ancestral home, could not help but feel a sense of joy and remarked, "Then my son residing here will certainly ascend to great heights in his career." Zhou's wife, feeling pleased, glanced at Zhou Zheng, who was occupied with pouring candle wax. Zhou Chen scoffed, aware that his nephew, if he did not study diligently, would end up working on an assembly line making toys instead of becoming a significant official. It was all mere bluster, and he wondered how they could truly believe such fabrications. All these words were but a ploy to extract a significant sum from Pang Guangsong. Zhou's father, somewhat convinced, hesitated, saying, "This ancestral home possesses good feng shui. We cannot sell it. We rely on its auspiciousness to ensure our lives improve." Zhou's mother concurred. "Indeed, this home was bequeathed to us by our father. Selling it would be difficult, as we have lived here for so many years and developed an emotional bond." However, Pang Guangsong, with calm demeanor, interjected, "Uncle Zhou, Achen has married Lin Mei, and now the fortune rests upon your daughter-in-law. I have heard she is exceptionally beautiful. A symbol of good fortune. You actually do not need this ancestral home. Otherwise, the fortune of the ancestral home and that of your daughter-in-law may clash. This is what I learned from a wise person I consulted today. Fortune clashing?" Zhou's father and mother were skeptical. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes, thinking that the so-called wise person had spoken recklessly. Yet, he felt a sense of gratitude towards that individual, without their intervention. Pang Guangsong would not have considered purchasing their dilapidated ancestral home. No, he ought to thank Aunt Lu for her loose tongue, which had indeed proven effective. In the span of a moment, Su Taotao had transformed into a treasure of fortune. He glanced at his wife, who at this moment was silent, nervously clutching the hem of her dress and looking at him helplessly. Pang Guangsong stepped forward to offer cigarettes to Zhou's father and each of the brothers, lighting them personally. "Indeed, we are all from the same village. I do not deceive you." The wise person conveyed the truth. "And if I were to concoct a flimsy excuse to mislead you, it would only diminish the value of your ancestral home. However, I, Pang Guangsong, am a man of integrity, and here are my terms." "What are they?" Zhou's father inquired, taking a puff of his cigarette. "For your ancestral home, I am willing to offer a price that is 30% higher than its market value. Additionally, I shall cover the expenses for you to select an alternative piece of land." How does that sound? With this sum, combined with the funds you currently possess, it should be sufficient to construct 3 grand houses, correct? You may take residence between the 2 brothers, as in your old age, being close by would provide mutual support. Pang Guangsong's words stirred the hearts of several individuals present. However, Mother Zhou remained somewhat hesitant, saying, "With a jade belt around my waist, I still hope for my grandson to attain high office." "Alas, Mother, our current abode is not safe. We should consider relocating. When we move, we can select a site with favorable feng shui. It should not be too far off," Zhou Chen urged, tugging at his mother's sleeve. Observing the situation, Pang Guangsong turned his gaze towards Father Zhou, who appeared to be in a state of indecision. He began, "Guangsong, let us deliberate further. We shall provide you with a definitive answer by tomorrow. If we do agree, we shall have Secretary Hong Wei come to witness and sign." "Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Allow me to escort you," Zhou Chen offered as he went to fetch a rain poncho. "Oh, there is no need. The wind and rain outside are fierce. You should rest early. Take care, Guangsong." Zhou Chen's gesture was merely polite. He had no true intention of escorting him. Upon returning, he gazed at his father, who was indulging in a cigarette, awaiting his father's verdict. To his surprise, his father's first remark was, "Guangsong smokes a fine brand. It does not irritate the throat." Chapter 83. Pang Guangsong only spoke half the truth. "Father, are we selling the old residence?" Sister Zhou inquired first. To be honest, she felt quite conflicted. She wished to sell and move to a larger house, yet she was reluctant to part with such a favorable feng shui arrangement, hoping her son would one day achieve great success. Sell it? Why not? Zhou Chen boldly expressed his stance, simultaneously offering his father the unlit cigarette he had neglected earlier. "But isn't the feng shui here good?" Zhou's mother hesitated. "Good? If it were truly good, why haven't I attained an official position? This house was built by my grandfather. And logically, my father should have become an official, but what did he become instead? Just a fisherman?" "I merely played along with his words earlier to secure a better price," Zhou Chen remarked, sitting beside Su Taotao and naturally taking her hand in his. Indifferent to the conversation. "Even though I never held an official title, I still raised you well. Are you now ashamed of me?" "Ah, father, that is not my intention. We are grateful for how you raised us. We are content and bear no grievances. My point is, All this talk of feng shui is utterly nonsensical. Our family's fortunes have improved recently, and it is solely due to my wife. Is it not true that since she joined our family, my luck has flourished? Indeed. Not only has your fortune improved, but the fishing net's yield has also been quite satisfactory. It seems we are indeed benefiting from Tao Tao's good fortune, Zhou's mother mused. It is your son who has dedicated himself to Mazu for rebirth, thus bringing such good luck, Zhou Qin silently reflected. As long as his parents believed this, it sufficed. He continued, so what is there to deliberate? Let us sell it directly. We can invite Uncle Hongwei to witness the transaction. And then we can select a new plot of land for building a house. I still feel somewhat reluctant to part with such excellent feng shui. Mother, let me speak frankly. Peng Guangsong's interest in our land may not solely stem from its feng shui. Noticing the women were still musing, he grew somewhat irritated. I suspect he desires our land for smuggling purposes. His own yard cannot conceal the goods he brings in. Our old residence is conveniently close to the sea, making it easy to stash items here. That is likely the true reason for his interest in purchasing our home. How do you know he is involved in smuggling? Zhou's father quickly interjected. In truth, many in the village were aware, yet no one would report it. They were all neighbors, and it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just look at him, wearing leather shoes and a luminous watch. I heard his fishing rod is from the Brandagia from Taiwan. Where else could he have procured such items if not through smuggling? He mixes truth and lies, otherwise. Do you really think he would pay a high price for our old residence merely for feng shui? If you truly consider it a treasure and refuse to sell, I would find that amusing. That is precisely why I want to sell it quickly. Regardless, we will profit immensely. After my uncles divided the family property, they still reside in the old place. Once we sell, you and father can move into a new house, and we can build a spacious room for the elder lady. So she won't have to stay in the back room anymore. How comfortable that would be. After listening to Zhou Qin's chaotic monologue, the few people present finally grasped the situation. How do you know so much? Zhou Xiong gazed at his brother, feeling an undeniable change in him. Do you really think I've been idling away my time? I am well informed. You have the audacity to take pride in that? Indeed. If I were unaware of this news, you would have thought the treasure was unsellable and we would have missed the opportunity to prosper. Only you are justified. However, Zhou Qin's father shot him a glare and then declared, all right, it's settled then. We will sell it tomorrow. Let's eat first. Soon, the family gathered to prepare dinner. Su Taotao and Zhou Daja assisted in the kitchen. After the meal, they commenced discussions on which parcel of land to purchase. They decided on the flat land behind the gentle slope, as it could not be farmed. Let's approach Uncle Hongwei. He should agree. Zhou Qin had already contemplated this and proposed the flat land located a kilometer away, conveniently distanced from the sea for easy access, unlike the old residence, which was exposed to the wind. More importantly, that area was slated for future demolition and development into seaside villas and agritourism, promising a windfall when the old house became uninhabitable. Upon hearing Zhou Qin's rationale for the land, everyone concurred. Astonished that the usually disorganized second son could indeed present a sound proposal in crucial matters, Su Taotao observed Zhou Qin's eloquence and felt an inexplicable sense of security. Her brother truly embodied the essence of a family leader. After dinner, the family joyfully discussed the long-anticipated division of assets. Their excitement undiminished even after a candle had burned down completely. The prospect of splitting the family assets, a long-awaited event, was finally upon them. Zhou's father was equally thrilled, smoking 3 cigarettes in quick succession until he began to cough, prompting his mother to scold him. Aren't you eager to see the division? Let me smoke until I drop. Yet even amidst the scolding, there was a tone of joy. Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ling ran about in excitement, and the adults, in their merriment, allowed the children to indulge in their glee. After a while, everyone returned to their respective quarters for sleep. Zhou's father and brother sprawled on a long bench outside, while Zhou Qin and Su Taotao rested indoors. Listening to the rain outside, Zhou Qin embraced Su Taotao, contemplating their previously planned wedding. Oh, with the old house in such disrepair, we must delay our wedding. How can we possibly celebrate with things in such a state? If we must postpone, then so be it. I shall abide by your wishes, Su Taotao replied. All right, let's discuss it with our mother tomorrow. Once the house is constructed, we can host a banquet, complete with a beam-raising ceremony and candy tossing, to celebrate our union. Zhou Qin tenderly kissed Su Taotao's cheek. Life was indeed improving. Their family was faring better than in the past. Unlike in their previous lives, when misfortune struck their parents, the family remained intact. In this life, they had smoothly navigated the division of assets. It turned out that separating the family was not as arduous as he had imagined. He had merely needed to strive a little harder to alleviate his parents' lifelong worries. Why was I such a slacker in my past life? Fortunately, he has returned, bringing the promise of a prosperous life for his family. The thought of soon dividing the family home fills him with excitement, as he anticipates the establishment of his own household with his beloved wife. Good, Su Taotao replied in a soft voice. Oh, my dear wife, is good the only word you know? Zhou Chen suddenly rolled over, pinning Su Taot beneath him. No, it's not, she protested. In truth, he felt a stirring desire, intoxicated by the delightful fragrance emanating from her. However, with his father and brother sleeping just outside, the creaky bed posed a risk of discovery, compelling him to postpone any advances. He settled for playful gestures and teasing words, leaving her blushing and adorably flustered. Once he secures a suitable plot of land and commences construction, he knows his father and brother will indulge in drink, allowing him to seize the moment without hesitation. Meanwhile, the wind and rain show no signs of abating, yet the atmosphere is slightly less oppressive. Pang Guangsong arrived early, inquiring about their willingness to purchase. Consequently, Zhou Chun, along with Zhou Xiong and Zhou Chun, accompanied Pang Guangsong to the commune to seek out Zhou Hongwei, not wanting to arrive empty-handed. Zhou Chun purchased some tea cakes and a pack of cigarettes along the way as a gesture of respect for Uncle Hongwei. Upon meeting Zhou Hongwei, Zhou Chun plopped down onto his desk, presenting the offerings and initiating the discussion.